A young man jolts awake from a stupor, his body drenched in sweat. At that very moment, a hand unexpectedly pats Qin Yu on the shoulder from behind. Hey, you alright? Unconsciously, Qin Yu's instincts take over. He kicks in, grabbing the nearest object to defend himself. When he comes to his senses, he realizes he's holding nothing but a computer mouse. The person who patted his shoulder is one of his co-workers. Qin Yu, what's with you? Did you stay up all night watching Jade Rabbit Studio or something? Realizing his surroundings have changed, Qin Yu stares blankly at the computer mouse in his hand, muttering repeatedly, a computer mouse. How can this be? After composing himself, he shoots his colleague a cold, sharp glare and asks for the time. His coworker, thinking Qin Yu is just groggy from sleep, simply replies that it's only 10:30, a long way from lunch. Hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly gets agitated, grabs the man by his collar and screams, I asked, what year is it? A female colleague nearby immediately chimes in, It's 2019. What's gotten into you today? Did you hit your head or get bitten by something? Seeing this, the other coworkers start to laugh and joke around. Haha, you've been reading too many Rebirth novels. This is Earth. Oh, and I've got a big surprise for you, a mountain of deadlines. At this moment, Qin Yu's attention is completely focused on the distant horizon, where it seems something is staining the entire sky red, looking extremely bizarre. Seeing Qin Yu staring blankly at the sky, his boss runs over to scold him. Hey, Qin Yu, are you slacking off again? Get back to work now, or I'll dock your pay. Contrary to his usual timid demeanor, Qin Yu glares at his boss with a chilling look, as if death itself is in his eyes. Instinctively, he attacks anyone who tries to get close to him, and with a single simple move, he slams his boss to the floor. All the while, he's trying to piece his thoughts together. 2019. Isn't that the year the apocalypse started? 2019, a blood-red sky. Could it be? Today is April 1st. As Qin Yu is still processing this, a colleague suddenly tries to calm the situation. Qin Yu, what's wrong with you? This April Fool's prank of yours has gone way too far. Confirming that today is indeed the day of the apocalypse, Qin Yu immediately turns to leave. Before going, he offers a kind warning to his colleagues. You all should hurry and use this time to see your families. Today might be the day the world ends. History recorded April 1st, 2019, as the first day of the apocalypse. It was truly a bloody and brutal ordeal. In the most literal sense, no one ever suspected that a terrifying virus, unlike anything humanity had ever seen, would be mixed into this bloody rain. People touched by the rain would collapse one by one, only to rise once more. They had mutated into zombies and monsters, frantically hunting down humanity. From that moment on, the world turned into a living hell. That was exactly what Qin Yu had already experienced once before. The horrific memories of that day would never fade from his mind. Right now, Qin Yu is walking aimlessly down the street, wondering how he managed to return to this very day. Suddenly, a man bumps into him from behind. Hey, don't block the doorway. Seeing the man preoccupied with his phone, Qin Yu starts to recall some memories of the pre-apocalyptic world. This is the mobile device of this era. A phone? As expected, I have one too. Checking his phone, a name in his contacts grabs his attention, of Qin Yu. The image of his younger sister suddenly flashes in his mind, and with it, a flood of faded memories returns. A massive amount of information suddenly overwhelms him, causing Qin Yu to clutch his head and scream in agony. Are these the memories of this body? It looks like the memories are starting to merge. After regaining his composure, he immediately calls his little sister, Xiao Yu. The moment Xiao Yu answers, Qin Yu frantically shouts, Xiao Yu, come home right now, hurry! Hearing the panic in her brother's voice, Xiao Yu gets so worried she's on the verge of tears. Bro, big brother, did I do something wrong? Realizing he was too loud, Qin Yu quickly softens his tone. No, it's not that. Something really important is happening, and there's no time to explain. Xiao Yu, just listen to me and come home now. Hearing this, and not wanting her brother to worry, Xiao Yu agrees to return home. By noon, even so, after hanging up, she is incredibly worried about her brother. In all her life, she had never seen him so panicked. Just then, someone taps Xiao Yu on the shoulder, making her jump. When she turns around, she sees that it's Xiao Ting, her best friend. Noticing Xiao Ting is covered in sweat, with a flushed face and panting for breath, Xiao Yu asks worriedly, Xiao Ting, what's wrong? Xiao Ting replies shakily, It rained in my neighborhood this morning. I must have gotten caught in it and fallen ill. Seeing that Xiao Ting has a high fever, Xiao Yu rushes her to the school nurse's office to rest. Meanwhile, Qin Yu looks up at the sky as it slowly turns a deep, blood-red color. The blood rain is coming soon. I have to prepare quickly. First food, then weapons. Back then, I was like most people. Even though I had the powers of a mutant, I couldn't withstand a single hit from the zombies and mutated monsters. I watched my loved ones and fellow humans get slaughtered one by one until I finally died under the claws of a monster. But the heavens have given me a chance to be reborn 100 years before the apocalypse began. This time, I must become stronger before the enemy arrives. This time, I will use my power to protect my comrades and my family. Having made his decision, Qin Yu immediately starts his preparations. Only after a while, when the red clouds rolled in, did people start to notice something was amiss. But for them, a teenager brazenly carrying an iron pipe down the street was a more immediate cause for concern. Only Qin Yu, who was being treated like a madman, knew what was about to happen to the world. Damn it, is it starting already? There's no time! As the rain began to fall, Qin Yu hurriedly hailed a taxi. To go home. Seeing the young man get in with an iron rod, the driver got a little tense and tried to make small talk to calm his nerves. Look, this rain is a strange red color, isn't it? Ha ha, right now, Qin Yu. Didn't have time for such things and just casually warned the driver. After you drop me off, you should head home quickly too. Otherwise, the traffic will get chaotic soon, and I'm afraid you won't be able to make it back. That was all he could say. After all, if he said the apocalypse was coming, he'd probably be taken straight to a mental asylum. On the way, Qin Yu checked on his sister. When he found out she wasn't home yet, he immediately called her, Xiao Yu. Are you still at school? I'm on my way to pick you up. Worried her brother would be anxious, Xiao Yu quickly explained, Brother, I'm still in the school nurse's office with Xiao Ting. She's sick. Hearing this, Qin Yu shouted agitatedly, Is she sick with burning skin, a persistent fever, and unconsciousness? Just then, Xiao Yu stood up and hurriedly hung up. Yes. Oh, I think she's waking up. I'll hang up first. Because of that, she didn't hear Qin Yu's warning. Xiao Yu, get away from her. She's mutated. Worried his sister was in danger, Qin Yu, radiating a murderous aura, placed his hand on the driver's shoulder. Driver, please, step on it. Immediately, the driver slammed on the gas, screaming nonstop, Okay, just don't hurt me. Meanwhile, on Xiao Yu's end, Xiao Ting had woken up. Her two eyes were blood red, her facial muscles contorted into a terrifying expression. Xiao Yu and the teacher were still talking when Xiao Ting suddenly sat bolt upright, staring blankly at the two of them. Seeing this, the teacher hurried over to check on her. My dear student, you're still weak. Lie back down. I see your eyes are very red. Just then, Xiao Ting's pupils constricted, and countless red veins bulged in her eyes. She seemed to go mad, lunging forward and biting down hard on the teacher's finger. The teacher struggled to pull her hand back, but her finger was bitten so badly it was bleeding profusely. Why did you bite me? The terrified teacher backed away, not daring to get closer. But Xiao Yu, worried about her friend, approached to ask, Xiao Ting, what's wrong? Suddenly, Xiao Ting tilted her head back, a horrifying smile spreading across her face. Seeing this, Xiao Yu instinctively stepped back, her whole body trembling in fear. The teacher, unaware of the impending danger, was still sitting on the floor, trying to stop the bleeding from her finger. At that moment, Xiao Ting completely lost it, lunging at the teacher and viciously tearing into her. Witnessing this horrific scene, Xiao Yu was so shocked she froze in place. By the time she snapped out of it, the teacher was already a corpse lying in a pool of blood. Only then did Xiao Yu let out a terrified scream. This also drew the attention of the crazed Xiao Ting. Without hesitation, Xiao Ting turned towards Xiao Yu, looking as bloodthirsty as a predator hunting its prey. Just then, Qin Yu arrived in the nick of time, sending Xiao Ting flying with one swing of his rod. Not giving his opponent a chance to react, Qin Yu pointed the sharp end downwards and, without a moment's hesitation, plunged it into Xiao Ting's neck. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was so scared she started crying, stammering incoherently, brother. You killed her. In contrast to her, Qin Yu calmly wiped the blood off his iron rod. She had turned into a zombie. She's no longer the friend you knew. Let's go. We need to get out of here quickly. We'll talk when we get home. This place will soon descend into chaos. After dealing with the situation, the two siblings went outside to head home and take shelter. Stepping outside, Xiao Yu saw the blood rain and, out of curiosity, held out her hand to catch some. Seeing this, Qin Yu panicked and rushed to stop her. Xiao Yu, don't touch this rainwater. But he was a step too late. A few drops of rain had already landed on Xiao Yu's hand. Seeing her brother acting so strangely, Xiao Yu asked worriedly, What's wrong, brother? It's just a little bit of rain. Hearing that, Qin Yu was a bit surprised and asked back, You don't feel that this rain is hot? Xiao Yu didn't understand what her brother was talking about and asked with a bewildered look, Hot? No. Is this acid rain? Qin Yu found this extremely strange and fell into deep thought. Weird. Even some people with certain antibodies to this blood rain would still feel the heat of the rainwater. But now wasn't the time to ponder these things. Qin Yu took out a raincoat he had prepared and gave it to his sister. For now, don't worry about this. Just put on the raincoat and try not to get any rainwater on you. Next, we have only one mission. Escape this place. Are you ready? We have to go. Immediately after. Qin Yu ran ahead, iron rod at the ready, prepared to attack anything dangerous. Getting too excited, Xiao Yu shouted to boost morale. Charge! Qin Yu was left speechless and hurriedly told his sister not to shout. Realizing her mistake, Xiao Yu quickly covered her mouth and quietly ran after him. By now, the streets outside had turned into a battlefield. Countless crazed people were continuously lunging at and tearing into those around them. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu was petrified with horror. Brother, what is happening? Seeing his sister stop, Qin Yu shouted anxiously, Xiao Yu, don't stop. We have to run straight home. After running for a while longer, the siblings' attention was caught by a scream for help from a nearby building. A man was being chased by a horde of zombies, repeatedly begging the siblings for help. Seeing the wound on the man's arm, Qin Yu explained, Brother, you've already been bitten. The zombies can smell the blood and won't stop. Don't follow us. Hearing this, the man screamed in panic. No, I wasn't bitten. I won't turn into them. Qin Yu was unsure how to handle the situation, grinding his teeth. Damn it, this guy. The nearby zombies was drawn over here by him. Realizing he wouldn't make it, the desperate man gripped Xiao Yu's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Why? I got bitten, but you guys didn't. I don't care. If I'm going to die, we'll die together. This action was like touching a raw nerve for Qin Yu. This guy, if you want to die, die alone. Don't drag others down with you. With just one punch, the man was sent flying and was immediately swarmed and torn apart by the zombies. Seizing the opportunity, the two siblings quickly fled. Hearing the blood-curdling screams from behind, a panicked Xiao Yu covered her ears. Brother, we killed him. Qin Yu reassured his sister while they ran. Xiao Yu, don't feel burdened by it. He was already bitten. He was going to die sooner or later. And he even wanted to drag you down with him. If we hadn't done that, we would have all died together. Afterward, the two of them hurried back home. Seeing the ruined scene outside the building, Qin Yu cautiously stopped. Looks like there was some chaos in front of our building too. Xiao Yu, stay close behind me. I'm afraid there are still zombies in this building. Qin Yu led the way, slowly guiding his sister inside. Seeing that it was pitch black with no light, Xiao Yu timidly told her brother, Brother, it's so scary in here. Let's just make a run for our apartment. Just then, Qin Yu heard a strange sound and whispered a warning to his sister. Shh, footsteps. As expected, living up to his reputation as someone who had survived the apocalypse, a zombie really did appear up ahead. As soon as it saw living people, the zombie immediately lunged at them. Qin Yu quickly grabbed an iron rod and stood to protect his sister. Xiao Yu, get back. But with the strength of this body, he still couldn't fight off the zombie. He was pushed back and gradually put on the defensive. Seeing her brother in danger, Xiao Yu hurriedly picked up a nearby brick and threw it straight at the zombie's head. Annoyed at being interrupted at a critical moment, the zombie switched its target to Xiao Yu. Facing the old zombie, Xiao Yu's limbs went weak, and she fell to the ground screaming. Luckily, Qin Yu acted in time, taking the opportunity to finish off the zombie on the spot. Huff, are you okay? Let's hurry home. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly burst into tears, with snot and tears flying everywhere. Uncle. That was Uncle Wang from next door. The sudden disaster was hard for an innocent girl like Xiao Yu to accept right away. After she finished crying, Qin Yu quickly led his sister back to their apartment. As soon as they entered, Xiao Yu was stunned by the massive pile of supplies. Brother, did you know about this disaster beforehand? Afraid his sister would get the wrong idea, Qin Yu quickly reassured her. Xiao Yu, listen to me carefully. The apocalypse is here. Every day from now on will be more dangerous. I will protect you. But you must also understand how bad the situation outside is. You have to listen to me. As her only living relative, of course Xiao Yu trusted her brother completely. Okay, Xiao Yu will always listen to you. Then, Qin Yu carefully instructed, the zombie outbreak, the apocalypse has arrived. Everyone will sacrifice others for their own survival. People's hearts will become more sinister than before, so in this situation, you absolutely cannot easily trust others. Even the most common zombies have strength and explosive power as if they're on steroids. Some evolved zombies and mutated monsters can even break through human limits many times over. A normal person wanting to fight them is just daydreaming. As for how I know all this, I'll explain it to you slowly later. Right now, the important mission is to get stronger, evolve, through training and hunting, to gain power on par with zombies and monsters. Sigh, the apocalypse is here. Let's enjoy the last bit of warmth from civilization while we can. While there was still water and electricity, Qin Yu took the opportunity to wash off the rainwater on his body. Suddenly, Xiao Yu pushed the door open and barged in. Brother, you forgot the body wash and loofah. This made Qin Yu extremely surprised. Huh, why did you just come in like that? Or do you want to shower first? Having lived in the apocalypse for too long, he had forgotten all his old habits. But Xiao Yu said this wasn't the first time, so there was no need to be so embarrassed. After they finished showering, Xiao Yu started cooking a few simple dishes. At the dinner table, she brought up an idea. Brother, what if we go to the military? With something this scary happening, only the military can protect us. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu immediately objected. No, they don't know how to deal with zombies. At best, they can only keep us safe for a few years. Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked, Brother, you know how, you can tell them. Qin Yu then explained, do you think the military would listen to an ordinary citizen like me? If we go there, I'm afraid we won't even get to see the faces of the people in charge. Hearing that, Xiao Yu sadly lowered her head to the table. What her brother had just said was indeed irrefutable. Seeing his sister looking sad, Qin Yu offered some encouragement. Xiao Yu, you have to know that staying with a weak legion won't bring many benefits. Only by possessing great power can you truly have a bargaining chip to negotiate with the strong. The things that threaten us, besides zombies and monsters, are human hearts. Having survived for so many years in the apocalypse, Qin Yu understood all too well the dangers they would face. He was determined to become strong so that the tragic ending of the past would not repeat itself. That night, Xiao Yu saw her brother had locked himself in his room, so she went in to check on him. Brother, what are you doing in your room? Qin Yu was carefully working with a bunch of test tubes and was a bit tense from the sudden interruption. Xiao Yu, go outside for now. I'm making ammunition. It's dangerous in here. Hearing the word ammunition, Xiao Yu was completely shocked. Brother, you even know how to make this stuff? In her memory, her brother was just an ordinary office worker. How could he possibly know how to make such dangerous things, right? Too lazy to explain, Tanvu just gave a vague answer. It was easy. You can find them anywhere. All right, hurry and close the door, or the house will become unbearable soon. Hearing this, Xiao Yu obediently left to let her brother focus on his work. After finishing what needed to be done, Tanvu lay on the bed, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. It had been so many years since he had lain on a comfortable bed and slept peacefully. Just then, Xiao Yu came in hugging a pillow. Brother, I'm scared. Can I sleep with you? And so, on the first night of the apocalypse, the two siblings slept together. Before closing his eyes, Tanvu silently prayed, hoping that when he woke up, everything that happened today wouldn't be a dream. Early the next morning, the moment Xiao Yu opened her eyes, she saw her brother getting ready to leave. Big brother, where are you going? Tanvu gripped the iron pipe in his hand and said with a smile, I'm going to check on the other households in this building, and if there are any zombies, I'll take care of them. Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked her brother worriedly, didn't you say that with the strength of a normal person, fighting a zombie is just a daydream? At that moment, Tanvu's back suddenly seemed unusually broad. Your brother isn't a normal person. Don't worry, in my past life, I was a level 2 spear master, you know? After hearing that, Xiao Yu had no idea what her brother was talking about. All she could do was tell her brother to be careful. On the first day of the apocalypse, Tanvu stood in the middle of the hallway and sighed. Phew, it's about to begin. After preparing himself, he started knocking on each door one by one. Right from the first room, he hit the jackpot with a cute little zombie. Hearing a sound coming from inside the room, Tanvu quickly rushed forward and took a fighting stance, just as expected. Come and be my first prey. With astonishing strength, the zombie smashed through the door, its eyes searching for survivors nearby. Not making it wait long, Tanvu leaped forward and swung the iron pipe hard at its head. Stop looking, I'm right here. With just a few basic strikes, the zombie was taken down on the spot. With the strength of a normal person, fighting just one zombie was enough to leave Tanvu panting heavily. After confirming the zombie was dead, Tanvu carefully used a knife to cut open its stomach. I wonder if there's any evolution energy inside this zombie's body. After rummaging around for a moment, he finally found a crystal, but it wasn't what he was looking for. As expected, a zombie of this level would hardly have any evolution energy. Not stopping there, Tanvu went through the entire floor, knocking on every door and defeating the zombies that rushed out. By the time only one room was left, he was a little disappointed. This is the last one. Is there really not a single lucky survivor left on this floor? Just then, the sound of crying came from the room at the end of the hall, renewing his hope. A child's cry. Could there be a survivor in this apartment? Not letting his excitement cloud his judgment, Tanvu carefully opened the door and went inside. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately spotted a shadow flash before his eyes. What was that? A zombie, a mutated beast. Following the sound of the crying, Tanvu attacked without hesitation. Monster, die! Just then, his instincts screamed that he had fallen into a trap. A child zombie suddenly lunged from behind, trying to bite Tanvu's neck. Luckily, Tanvu reacted in time, using the pipe to knock the zombie away. While it was stunned, Tanvu rushed forward, using the sharp end of the iron pipe to deliver the finishing blow. But unexpectedly, this zombie was incredibly agile, dodging the attack and even knowing how to flee. It has intelligence? Crap. An intelligent child zombie will easily hold a grudge, letting it run like this. Immediately, Tanvu gave chase to eliminate the future threat, but in the end, he was a step too slow, and the zombie jumped out the window. Having escaped with its life, the zombie was overjoyed, and it turned to wink at Tanvu, taunting him. But it had forgotten that this place was several stories high, and a fall from here would only turn it into meat paste. Witnessing this scene, Tanvu revealed a smug smile. It was just a low-level zombie, after all. He then looked around the apartment, trying to find any survivors or leftover supplies. Ah, it seems the child's guardian was eaten. That explains it. Let's see if there are any useful supplies left in the kitchen. It wasn't until sunset that Tanvu returned home with 2 sacks of supplies. Xiao Yu, I'm back. Xiao Yu, who was cooking, heard her brother's voice and ran to the door to greet him. Big brother, where did you get all this stuff? Tanvu replied. There were no lucky survivors in our building, so there are a lot of supplies. I still need to make a few more trips. After that, Tanvu took a shower and then continued to gather supplies. The next morning, Xiao Yu was once again woken up. Are you going out again today, brother? Tanvu explained that he had to become an evolved person within 3 days, and also find more food reserves. Hearing this, Xiao Yu stood up and said she wanted to go with him. Tanvu immediately raised his voice. No way, it's too dangerous. With your current physical strength and survival skills, it would be very difficult for you to survive. Don't worry, when I'm strong enough to fully protect you, I'll take you outside with me. Being an obedient sister, Xiao Yu didn't want to be a burden to her brother, so she could only agree. Okay, big brother, please be careful out there. After clearing out the entire building, Tanvu decided to go outside to try his luck, spotting a zombie wandering around. He took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, finishing it in a single blow. Suddenly, another zombie lunged out from inside a car, grabbing Tanvu's shoulder. Without panicking, Tanvu finished it off quickly and continued to look for his next target. As dusk fell, Tanvu sat amidst a pile of zombies and lamented, damn, over 10 of them, and I broke a few weapons, but not a single one had any evolution energy. It's getting late. I bet Xiao Yu is really worried. As soon as he got home, Xiao Yu threw her arms around him. Big brother, you were out for so long today. I was so worried. Tanvu comforted her. Don't Xiao Yu. I killed dozens of zombies today, but unfortunately, I didn't find what I was looking for. Seeing her brother's disappointment, Xiao Yu comforted him. Don't worry, you'll find it. I'll stay home and pray for you. Just then, a loud voice shouted from outside, damn it, run! This caught the siblings' attention. At that moment, a group of survivors was being chased by a horde of zombies. Seeing the fence ahead, the group scrambled over it, successfully escaping the zombies. Damn it, can't even die quietly. Just stand out there like idiots, the leader cursed. Then, a subordinate suddenly pointed to a window upstairs. Boss Huang, look, there are people up there. Realizing they'd been spotted, Qin Yu immediately pulled his sister's head down. Seeing that there were other survivors, Xiao Yu wondered, Big brother, there are survivors. Should we help them? Qin Yu replied coldly, Xiao Yu, have you forgotten what I told you? In the apocalypse, people are unpredictable. We have to be careful. Meanwhile, the survivors were overjoyed to see people and began searching. It wasn't long before they were at the front door, banging on it. Is anyone there? Don't play dumb, we just saw you. Hurry up and open the door. When the door slowly creaked open, the leader immediately snapped, Hey, are you deaf? What took so long? But upon seeing the steel pipe in Qin Yu's hand, they quickly backed down. Qin Yu's eyes were sharp and cold, looking incredibly intimidating. Is there a problem? The leader hastily explained, Ah, brother, don't get worked up. We're not bad people. We were just a little excited to see other survivors. The men behind him also started to play along. The leader spoke while trying to peek inside the house, looking around. Brother, can you let us in? We've been starving for days. But before he could take a step inside, Qin Yu blocked him. No. Just then, Xiao Yu came out with 2 bags of supplies. Big brother, maybe we should give them some food? This girl was truly too naive. The moment the leader saw Xiao Yu, a vile look appeared on his face. Ah, thank you. This chick's chest. No. The girls. I mean, this girl is so kind. Sensing that these people were no good, Qin Yu handed them the supplies and pointed decisively towards the room across the hall. The room opposite is empty. No zombies either. If you want to stay, go over there. Being driven away, the survivors complained while eating their instant noodles. He thinks a few cups of noodles is enough to get rid of us. A subordinate, however, thought getting any food was good enough. After eating, the bald one gloated, as he recalled the morning's events. Hey, you guys notice? The look in that B times Ch's husband's eyes when we did our thing this morning? He looked like he wanted to eat us alive. Ha ha ha. The others started laughing along. How could I not? Humph. That B times Tosh used to act all high and mighty with her money, never even giving us the time of day. Now she knows what we're capable of. Suddenly, the leader changed the subject. Oh, speaking of which, did you two see that girl from earlier? The subordinate immediately understood. Of course I did. She's a total knockout. So? You want a piece of that, huh? They both laughed loudly, their vile intentions on full display. The bald guy lit a cigarette and said, it's just that punk with her is way too arrogant. Tomorrow, we'll teach him a lesson. They then began to plot together. Tomorrow morning, we'll go ask them for food again. After he opens the door, the three of us will jump him. Right, and who knows if that girl is his girlfriend or his sister. Tomorrow, we'll use the same old trick. Have our fun with her right in front of him. And then kill him. Yeah, just kill the punk. We'll keep his little girlfriend to enjoy later. We can stay here for a while after that. I saw they have a ton of food in there. Little did they know that Qin Yu was secretly hiding on the balcony, overhearing their entire plan. Waiting until late at night, when the three men were sound asleep, Qin Yu stealthily snuck inside. First, he covered the mouth of the bald guy and finished him off instantly. Hearing a strange noise, the shaggy-haired guy woke with a start, but before he could even make a sound, he was stabbed to death. In no time, all three men had been swiftly dispatched by Qin Yu. When his sister found him, Qin Yu just said one cold sentence. They were all bad people. The next day, Qin Yu woke up early again to kill zombies, but he still found nothing, which left him a bit disappointed. Why is my luck so bad? It's been days, and I've killed over 100 zombies, but they're all low level. How can there not be a single evolved one? Could it be that because the outbreak just started, there hasn't been enough time to form evolutionary energy? Suddenly, he realized he had unconsciously walked to the nearby supermarket. Taking the opportunity, he went inside to see if there was anything useful. Just then, a loud noise echoed from the distance. Instinctively, Qin Yu found a nearby spot to hide. The source of the loud sound was a giant monster the size of a car. A mutated beast. Excellent. It must weigh around 130 to 150 pounds. It might have evolutionary energy. A beast of this level is a bit dangerous with my current strength, but if I'm careful, I should be fine. Silently following the monster, Qin Yu saw it enter the supermarket, but as soon as it went in, it was sent flying. Qin Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment. My God, what the hell is going on? A giant arm suddenly shot out from the supermarket and grabbed the monster's tail. Instinctively, the monster severed its own tail to escape. The prey's escape caused the thing inside the supermarket to fly into a rage, letting out a deafening roar. Immediately after, a colossal creature charged out. The mere sight of its silhouette made Qin Yu's face turn pale. It can't be a demon type, can it? But he quickly regained his composure. No, this isn't the time to be stunned. Demon-type zombies are incredibly terrifying. Even 100 years from now, when many powerful individuals have appeared in the apocalypse, but they could all be easily taken down. Each one had a different form and ability, but the common trait was that the mere mention of them could strike fear into people's hearts, making their faces turn pale. Although their numbers were very few, countable on one's fingers, any single one of them could annihilate 100 or even 1,000 people, as if wielding demonic power. That's how the devil species got its name. If I hunt it before it fully matures, I can take its evolution energy and directly possess the superclass abilities of two evolved beings at once. Just the thought of it made Qin Yu so excited he could barely contain himself, but he remained extremely cautious, hiding to the side and secretly observing the devil species. After finishing its hunt, the devil species slowly entered the supermarket. It didn't rampage destructively, but carefully ducked down, avoiding damage to the store. From the outside, the supermarket looked completely normal. So much so that even Qin Yu almost went inside. Qin Yu hid to the side, carefully assessing the situation before making a move. This thing was smart enough to occupy the most well-stocked supermarket and wait for its prey to come to it. It's definitely a devil species, no doubt about it. Although it hasn't fully matured, with my current abilities, challenging it head-on is a suicide mission, but this is my best chance to become one of the strongest in this apocalypse. Besides, if I wait for it to mature, no one will be able to handle it. I'd probably just end up dying by its hand anyway. Gotta be brave. I've made up my mind. Let's risk it all and use this. After making his decision, Qin Yu carefully placed his backpack and approached the supermarket entrance. He took a deep breath, ran to the middle of the doorway, and shouted, "Hey monster, come and get me!" Hearing the noise, the devil species immediately rushed toward the door. The prey had taken the bait. Qin Yu sprinted straight towards his backpack. "Come on, enjoy your last hunt." The devil species charged outside, but seeing no one, it began to search. Just then, Qin Yu shouted, "Hey, over here!" The devil species didn't realize it was a trap and let out a deafening roar as it charged straight at Qin Yu. As soon as it reached the backpack's location, Qin Yu grinned sinisterly. Try this on for size. Suddenly, the backpack exploded, sending the devil species flying. Inside, the backpack was all the explosive that Qin Yu had painstakingly made over the past few days. Seeing the devil species take a heavy hit, Qin Yu laughed joyfully. Ha ha, awesome. This thing might look wrecked, but who knows if it still has the strength to counterattack. It's not too late to check on it after it's completely dead. To be safe, Qin Yu sat on the opposite side, silently observing the situation. Only after confirming the devil species was no longer moving did he cautiously approach. Looks like it's done for. Let's see what kind of good stuff it dropped. Suddenly, a mutated cat appeared, startling Qin Yu and putting him on high alert. Whoa, a mutated cat! Looks like getting this loot won't be so easy. Just then, the upper head of the devil species suddenly moved, devouring the mutated cat in an instant. Witnessing this, Qin Yu's face turned pale with fear. This thing was playing dead. Thank God I didn't rush over. To avoid any more surprises, I have to finish it off quickly. Glancing around, Qin Yu spotted several barrels of oil nearby. After some thought, he decided to burn the devil species to death. Severely injured, the devil species couldn't move and could only watch as Qin Yu poured oil all around it and set it on fire. After waiting for the flames to die out completely, Qin Yu excitedly approached with a knife in his hand. Cough! Smells kinda nice. Let's see what goodies you have for me. After a bit of searching, he found the devil species evolution energy. This thing is really special. Even in my past life, very few people ever obtained one. Of course, Qin Yu hadn't forgotten about the mutated cat from earlier. Inside it was the familiar evolution energy he was used to. After collecting his loot, Qin Yu didn't hesitate to swallow the devil species evolution energy. Immediately, he felt a pain like he was dying and being reborn, as if his entire body was about to split apart. So this is the energy of a devil species? I never experienced an evolution this painful in my past life. Let's see what my strength is like now. Qin Yu casually picked up a rock and threw it straight at a wall. With just a little force, the wall shattered into pieces. He had at least 4 times the strength of a normal person. In this era, that could be considered rare. Next up, testing his abilities. Qin Yu closed his eyes, carefully checking the changes in his body. First was the flame ability. Great, my ability in my past life was also flame, so I won't need time to adapt. From a small spark in his hand, Qin Yu easily conjured a giant flame that engulfed his body. Ha ha ha! The flame ability might not be extremely rare, but it's powerful enough and very practical. I'm very satisfied. Next was the second ability. Qin Yu found it very strange and needed to find something to test it on. He then bent down and casually tried the ability on a rock on the ground. In an instant, 1 rock suddenly became 2, leaving Qin Yu completely stunned. A copy ability? I don't know much about this one, but there's no doubt it's an extremely rare ability. It seems the copy ability can only be used once on the same item. If I can copy a rock, what about evolution energy? Just as Qin Yu guessed, the evolution energy could also be copied, and it had the exact same effect as the original. This ability is just too overpowered. Possessing 2 abilities at once was something Qin Yu had never even dreamed of. Just then, the commotion attracted more and more zombies from the surrounding area. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Qin Yu's head. He focused his mind and used the copy ability on his own body, and to his surprise, it actually worked. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 Qin Yus charged. Facing the zombies, he was much more confident than before. Without exchanging a single word, the 2 of them coordinated with each other seamlessly. In no time, the remaining zombies were completely annihilated. But now, Qin Yu realized a major headache. He couldn't just live on with 2 versions of himself. He had to see if this copy ability could be dispelled. Fortunately, the copy ability could be dispelled, and the copied Qin Yu gradually vanished into thin air. While this ability was incredibly powerful, it wasn't without its side effects. The moment the clone disappeared, Qin Yu immediately felt a wave of exhaustion hit him, twice as strong as usual. Recklessly overusing this ability would be extremely dangerous. After resting for a bit, Qin Yu began searching the bodies of the zombies he had just killed for evolution energy. It seemed times had changed, as these zombies actually had evolution energy, which was perfect for Xiao Yu. After gathering his spoils, Qin Yu returned home. The moment she saw him, Xiao Yu rushed into his arms. "Big brother, you're late again. You had me worried sick." Qin Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, your big brother isn't the man he used to be. From now on, I won't give Xiao Yu anything to worry about." But this time, Xiao Yu wasn't so easily appeased. "If you're going to be gone that long again, you have to take me with you." Qin Yu immediately agreed with his sister. "No problem, I'll definitely take you with me. Here, eat this, and you can become an evolved human too." Seeing her brother take out 2 strange-looking things, Xiao Yu was a little skeptical. An evolved human? Qin Yu explained that becoming An evolved human meant low-level zombies would no longer pose a threat. Hearing that, Xiao Yu swallowed the evolution energy without a second thought. When her brother asked if she felt anything, she thought about it seriously and answered, it would probably be tastier with a little sugar. He was completely speechless. Qin Yu could only facepalm in frustration. Who asked if it was tasty? Ahem, a surge of power erupted, and Xiao Yu looked blank for a moment, then replied, I don't feel any power surging. Qin Yu couldn't understand the situation and scratched his head in confusion. It was impossible to consume evolution energy and not become an evolved human. Try eating this one. This time, Xiao Yu ate it with a little sugar to improve the taste, but the result was exactly the same. She felt absolutely nothing. This case made Qin Yu ponder deeply. This was beyond his comprehension. Having no reaction after consuming 2 sources of evolution energy was something that had never happened before. Seeing her brother's serious expression, Xiao Yu felt a bit sad. Big brother, is this stuff really valuable? It had no effect on me, so I just wasted it. Qin Yu patted her head comfortingly. It's okay. For us right now, this isn't considered valuable, so don't blame yourself. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu timidly told her brother, It's not that I felt absolutely nothing. I just felt that it was really tasty, and eating it made me feel very content. Hearing that, Qin Yu was a little stunned and asked again, Very content? Xiao Yu was so happy she gestured excitedly. Yeah, it felt really good to eat, and I still want more. According to Qin Yu's theory, Xiao Yu's potential was so immense that she hadn't yet met the threshold to evolve. He would need to find many more sources of evolution energy in the future to test his theory. Setting the matter aside for now, the brother and sister had dinner together. After their meal, Xiao Yu was browsing online when she suddenly found some important information and called her brother over to look. Qin Yu calmly walked over, munching on an apple. The internet is still working? It seems the situation in many places isn't that serious yet. But the moment he saw the image on the screen, the color drained from Qin Yu's face, and he instinctively uttered a single word, Otherworlders. Not understanding, Xiao Yu asked, Otherworlders? What are they? Big brother? Qin Yu answered grimly, Disaster and death. Zombies, mutants, the apocalyptic virus. If there's anything that could be worse than all of them combined, it's the Otherworlders. Some unknown power had caused this already terrible apocalyptic world to tear open with several new spatial rifts. These rifts connected to a different dimension, allowing the alien creatures from that space to invade our world, and they were called the Otherworlders. Countless grotesquely shaped monsters poured out from the spatial rifts. Their species and forms were bizarre, but they all shared one thing in common, a deep-seated hostility and killing intent towards the human race. No one knew why they came. No one knew what connection they had to the apocalyptic virus. But the one thing that was certain was that their appearance meant this city wouldn't hold out for much longer. Just hearing this much was enough for Xiao Yu to picture how terrifying the Otherworlders were. Then, Qin Yu pointed to the one on the screen. This is the insectoid race of the Otherworlders. They spawn from a central hive and reproduce endlessly. Once the insectoid numbers reach a critical mass, they will swarm, kill, and devour cities and villages for 100 miles around. Just like a plague of locusts. In their wake, they leave nothing but bones and death. There's no time to waste. Starting tomorrow, I need to get stronger, and fast. Hearing that, Xiao Yu asked to go with him. This time, Qin Yu didn't refuse. Given the current situation, it was time for her to start adapting to this apocalyptic life. 2 days later, Xiao Yu went out on a hunt with her brother. Her only job was to stay back and be his cheerleader. Her brother would take care of all the fighting. After several battles, Qin Yu noticed the zombies were also becoming stronger. As usual, after killing a zombie, Qin Yu would search for the evolution energy source, and this time he found one of a very high grade. With his copy ability, 1 became 2, and soon enough, Xiao Yu had consumed 10 sources of evolution energy. I feel it. I feel it. I feel something now. Hearing that, Qin Yu asked excitedly, You feel something? What is it? Xiao Yu immediately struck a fighting pose. Ha! I feel like I could take down a bull with 1 punch right now. Qin Yu then, he continued. As an evolved human, your physical abilities and reflexes will be much higher than a normal person's. Try to sense it again. Maybe you have another special ability. After sensing it again, Xiao Yu felt something. It was a great feeling, as if her life had reached its peak. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something strange. I think I feel something. It's hard to describe. It's a kind of, a feeling that can make everything stronger. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately guessed it was an enhancement ability. He quickly picked up a brick from the ground, broke it in half, and gave it to his sister. If it was an enhancement type, that would be truly great. Try using your ability to enhance this. After enhancing it, Xiao Yu handed the half brick back to her brother. First, Qin Yu crushed the unenhanced half-brick in his hand. See? The brick that you haven't enhanced I can crush very easily. Now I'll try the other half that you've enhanced. Even though they came from the same brick, their hardness was completely incomparable. Qin Yu had to use all his strength just to be able to shatter the enhanced half-brick. There's no mistake, it's an enhancement ability. Xiao Yu, you've become a top-tier evolved human. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was visibly overjoyed. Even though she didn't fully understand these things, she was just happy that she could help her brother. To test the ability, Qin Yu asked his sister to enhance him. Immediately, he felt a surge of power and couldn't help but unleash a few blows, easily shattering a brick wall. With this ability, Xiao Yu could now go hunting with her brother. Starting tomorrow, Qin Yu would teach her combat techniques. The next day, Qin Yu specifically found a zombie for his sister to practice on. See that zombie over there? Defeat it. First, use your ability to enhance your weapon. Then, from over there, take it down. I'll be watching from behind, so don't be nervous. Listening to her brother, Xiao Yu cautiously approached the zombie, muttering to herself, "Don't be nervous." But just as she got close, the zombie suddenly turned around. Startled, Xiao Yu missed her chance to attack, but luckily, as an evolved human, she could easily dodge its blow. After that, Xiao Yu shut her eyes tightly, shouted loudly, and repeatedly smashed the zombie's head. She didn't stop until Qin Yu came over to stop her. "Hey, that's enough! That's enough!" It was her first kill, and Xiao Yu was so scared she was sweating profusely. Phew, did I win? Qin Yu carefully evaluated her performance. Yeah, your mindset was a bit off, but you have the power and technique. All in all, it was very good. Then he checked the zombie's corpse. If you had hit it a few more times, I wouldn't know where to find the evolution source. Oh, how lucky. This one has one. Xiao Yu, use your enhancement ability on this, then I'll use my copy ability to split it in two. That way, we'll have 4 evolution energy sources. The abilities of these two siblings were truly heaven-defying. Turning one into 4, they'd get stronger in no time. After trying it out, Qin Yu came to a conclusion about his speculation. My guess was right. Even though it's a copy, the enhanced evolution energy source retains nearly double the effect. This is great. At this moment, Xiao Yu spoke up. "Brother, I feel like if I keep eating these, I can even comprehend a new ability." Qin Yu recalled his sister's unusual behavior. Xiao Yu wasn't afraid of the blood rain. She was once unfazed when she touched the acid rain. Hot? Not at all. Is this acid rain? And even when she absorbed the zombie's evolution energy source, it wasn't like a normal person's reaction. The power overflowed, but she didn't feel it. He analyzed that she had a strange need for evolution energy. Tilting his head to look at his sister beside him, Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder if this was a good or bad thing, and what kind of changes Xiao Yu would undergo in the future. Suddenly, his train of thought was cut short when the siblings heard the crackle of gunfire not far away. Both of them were startled and looked in that direction. Gunshots. Qin Yu quickly made a decision. "Be careful. Let's go check it out," he instructed. "Xiao Yu, stay behind me and find cover. Be ready to hide at any moment." She obediently nodded. Okay. A thoughtful, worried glint appeared in his eyes. If they were robbers, he'd take them out and seize their supplies. On the other side, a dense horde of zombies was slowly advancing. Attracted by the gunshots, they gradually cornered a small group of soldiers. One of them spoke while shooting at the zombies. "Captain, we need to fight and retreat. We can't solve this zombie problem with just a few of our bullets." Another member of the squad also fired while falling back, providing cover for his comrades. "Xiao Zhang, don't you get it yet? The higher-ups want to get rid of our captain. Otherwise, why would they send just the 4 of us to rescue General Li? If we succeed, fine, but if we fail, we'll be punished when we return." The man named Xiao Zhang replied, "That's still better than dying here as zombie fodder. I'm almost out of ammo." The 4th person gave his serious opinion. "He's right, Captain. Even if we luckily defeat these zombies, we'll just encounter more. This mission is impossible to complete. You have outstanding abilities, yet you're being sabotaged by villains. In my opinion, the 4 of us should quickly find another place to survive." The man called Captain fired a few shots and let out a sigh. "How could I not have thought of what you've all said? But in this apocalypse, with just the 4 of us..." He stopped mid-sentence, because his eyes were drawn to something. The 2 siblings, Qin Yu and his sister, appeared on a large pile of rubble. This slightly startled the group of soldiers. "Look, there are people over there." Qin Yu and Xiao Yu stood high above, looking down, observing the zombies and searching for survivors. Qin Yu's crimson eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the group of soldiers. He thought to himself, survivors. Among the zombies below, a female zombie suddenly turned its head and looked up at Qin Yu with soulless eyes. I guess being boy crazy doesn't stop, even in undeath. And it wasn't just that female zombie. Almost all the zombies in the area started moving towards Qin Yu and his sister. He noticed this as well, but instead of panicking, he calmly let out a quiet, "Oh." Someone asked, "Why are all these zombies charging at us? Does our power have some kind of strong attraction to them?" Among the 4 soldiers below, one saw this as a rare opportunity and spoke up. "Captain, let's retreat while those two are attracting the zombies." The captain, however, refused. "No decent person would do that," he scolded. "Damn it, how can you even say that? Are you still a soldier? Listen up, give them all you've got. We save those 2 civilians, even if it means using our last bullet." The iron rod in Qin Yu's hand ignited, glowing red hot. He commanded, "Xiao Yu, give me a boost. Stay put and protect yourself. I'll take care of these zombies." She agreed. "Okay," and didn't forget to tell her big brother to be careful. Seeing the young man spring into action, the soldiers were so stunned they forgot to shoot. With a loud boom, smoke and fire billowed out as a sea of flames erupted, followed only by the blood-curdling screams of the zombies. "Ah!" The captain stood there, completely stunned. He wondered, could this be one of the legendary ancient martial artists? But even they aren't this over the top, felling so many zombies in an instant. From the other side came the sounds of thunderous impacts and screams. After taking a beating, all the zombies were left lying motionless on the ground. Qin Yu and his sister calmly walked up to the 2 soldiers. The soldiers lowered their weapons as a sign of goodwill. Grateful for their rescue, the captain introduced himself. "Hello, we are soldiers dispatched on a mission. I'm Captain Lin Feng." Qin Yu looked slightly surprised upon hearing the name. He repeated, "Lin Feng?" The captain asked timidly. Are you an ancient martial artist? That was incredibly dangerous just now. Thank you." For those who may not know, ancient martial artists represent the pinnacle of human strength and skill. They possess extraordinary abilities, can push their training to the extreme, and have an iron will. They don't even need to become evolvers to confront fearsome zombies. Some among them possess god-tier skills that would put evolvers to shame. This helps compensate for their inherent physical limitations. Unfortunately, even though Qin Yu wished he were one, he had to maintain a deadpan expression as he explained, "I'm not an ancient martial artist." Hearing this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and began to recruit the young man for the military. "Brother, with skills like yours, you should join the army. You'd definitely have a great future." Qin Yu wasn't particularly interested in the offer, and simply replied dismissively, "I'm not the type to be tied down. I'll have to pass on the army, but I appreciate the offer." Lin Feng didn't press the issue, though he felt it was a shame that he couldn't recruit such a skilled individual. "That's a real shame. Since you're not interested, we'll be leaving now. If you ever need help in the future, I'll be sure to lend a hand." With that, he and his 3 squad members turned and left without hesitation. Xiao Yu looked at her brother, confused, and asked what was on her mind. "Big brother, usually when you meet other survivors, you can't wait to put them in their place. Why were you so respectful to that Lin Feng?" He didn't explain much, simply saying, "I recognize him." Then, Qin Yu delved into a memory from his past life, standing in a ruined city and gazing up at a hero's monument. He had asked his companion back then, "Why is there a statue here?" His friend explained, "This is a statue of Lin Feng. During the darkest era, S-rank evolvers were incredibly rare, especially one with immense power, who still fought to protect the weak. He eventually died in a battle at the Black Forest, becoming a martyr revered by later generations." Hearing that story, Qin Yu had fallen silent for a long while, lost in his own thoughts. Finally, he had exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. Whenever the old-timers spoke of him, it was always with great respect." His companion climbed onto the hood of a car, burying his face in his hands, and sighed. "My fear of the Black Forest is even greater than my respect for Lin Feng. I just hope a catastrophe like that never happens again." The memory faded, and Xiao Yu could tell her brother wasn't going to elaborate any further. "How do you know him, big brother?" she asked. Qin Yu had no intention of telling his sister too much. The more she knew, the more danger she'd be in. So he just replied, "Oh, it's nothing. A while back, a friend of mine mentioned him, so don't worry about it." Watching Lin Feng's retreating back, Qin Yu's thoughts drifted to the Black Forest outbreak. That disaster was still more than 10 years away. "Lin Feng, you should enjoy this time while you still can." The soldiers were gone. The streets were now eerily empty. In the middle of the road, an animal was gnawing on an unlucky corpse. It was a mutated dog, its flesh torn and mangled. As it ate, it growled, as if worried someone might suddenly try to steal its food. Hiding in a nearby alley, Qin Yu motioned to Xiao Yu. "Shh, be quiet. Based on this thing's appearance, it's likely a highly evolved mutant. I'll handle it." The dog was busy enjoying its meal when it suddenly sensed something was off. It lifted its head and saw Qin Yu plunging down with his iron rod. Already midair and unable to alter his trajectory, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn, it saw me!" And just as he expected, by the time he landed, the dog had dodged the fatal strike. It immediately lunged at Qin Yu. It seemed to prefer its meat fresh, but this particular meal wasn't going to be easy. Qin Yu swung his rod and knocked the creature to the ground. The dog growled and then fled. Seeing it run, Qin Yu tensed up and yelled, "This is bad! If it gets away, intelligent mutants are known to hold grudges. Just then, Xiao Yu appeared behind him and shouted, "Big brother, throw! Let's do it." Qin Yu smirked. Great minds think alike. I was thinking the same thing. With that, he grabbed the iron bar, adjusted his angle, took careful aim, and hurled it. His target was the mutated dog that was trying to escape. The iron bar pierced the dog's leg, causing it to howl in agony. But that wasn't all. The bar began to glow red hot, as if it had been forged in a furnace. Instantly, flames erupted and completely engulfed the mutated dog, turning it into a roasted beast, a truly unexpected attack. As the flames died down, the dog was as dead as it could possibly be. Its body was charred black and smoldering heavily. The two siblings approached. Since Xiao Yu didn't really have any offensive skills, she hung back and asked timidly, "It's dead," Qin Yu said, holding a knife, ready to dissect the dog's body to look for an energy core. A mutant of this level should have evolution energy. His younger sister asked curiously, "Brother, isn't your ability fire? How come I didn't see you breathe fire or throw fireballs?" He replied while carefully carving up the dog, "It's not that I can't, but compared to shooting fire or fireballs, I prefer to imbue my flame power into my weapons. I might sacrifice attack range, but when combined with my fighting techniques, the power is greatly amplified, and the damage dealt to the enemy is much more significant." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with absolute admiration for her brother. "So you're a melee mage?" Qin Yu retrieved 2 energy cores and chuckled in satisfaction. "What luck! This dog's body had 2 evolution energy sources. One was its own, and the other I'm guessing belonged to its prey." Xiao Yu crouched down to look at the charred dog and said in surprise, "There's something else here." She pulled a ring from inside the corpse of the dog. It was an old-looking ring. She had no idea what it was, and it didn't seem like something that could boost her power. She was about to toss it. This isn't as useful as food. But Qin Yu's sharp eyes had already spotted the ring. "Wait, Xiao Yu, could this ring be?" Looking at the golden ring with strange engravings, he exclaimed, "A treasure from a dimensional relic." He urged her, "Xiao Yu, quick, put it on and see what it does." Xiao Yu always listened to her brother, so she did as he said. Like this, the moment she put it on, the ring suddenly began to glow with an eerie blue light. It was as if the ring was sentient. It started to control Xiao Yu's hand. She cried out in alarm, "What's happening?" Blue fire shot out from the ring, burning fiercely for a moment. When it stopped, Xiao Yu pulled her hand back and asked her brother in shock, What was that?" "Like a walking encyclopedia," Qin Yu explained. "This is the power of a dimensional relic. It converts genetic energy into various forms of power and releases it. It seems this ring's power is fire, just like mine." Hearing this new term, Xiao Yu's eyes went wide with curiosity. "What's a dimensional relic?" Qin Yu explained. After the apocalypse began, pocket dimensions of various forms started appearing randomly all over the globe, different from the dimensional rifts. Although these pocket dimensions are incredibly dangerous, if you can clear their trials, you can obtain abundant loot. He didn't stop there, continuing. This loot comes in many forms. Some people find treasures containing dimensional power. Others awaken dimensional abilities and skills. It's largely thanks to these dimensional relics that humanity has managed to barely survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Xiao Yu looked at her brother with pure admiration. She clapped her hands and praised him. "You're so amazing, brother. You know everything." Qin Yu didn't let the praise lower his guard. He looked at the dog's corpse and analyzed the situation. The fact that this mutated dog managed to swallow a dimensional relic treasure means there must be an entrance to one nearby. Plus, the fact that even a mutated dog could make it out alive means that relic can't be too dangerous. It's just that the entrance isn't fixed. I wonder if we can find it before it relocates. With that, he gave his sister an instruction. "Xiao Yu, enhance the ring, and then I'll copy it." As always, she obediently complied. "Okay, brother." And just like that, the two siblings were each wearing an identical ring. After observing and evaluating his own ring, Qin Yu was a bit disappointed. "Just as I thought, it's nothing special. No wonder that dog was able to get its paws on it." The two siblings returned home and used some of their food reserves to make a simple meal. At the dinner table, Xiao Yu looked at her brother with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "Brother, we had such a great haul today." Qin Yu smiled and summed it up. "Now, even your physical constitution is 5 times stronger than a normal person, while mine is 8 times stronger. And when my power is combined with your ability, it's amplified to 16 times that." She let out a curious "oh" and asked, "What does being 16 times stronger even mean?" He patiently explained. "To put it simply, in the eyes of a normal person, or even most zombies and mutated beasts, we're basically monsters." Hearing this, Xiao Yu cheered with excitement. "Are we really that powerful?" Qin Yu nodded. "Yes, but we still haven't found that dimensional relic. Once we find it, we can reach a whole new level." After their chat, the two turned off the lights and went to bed. He suggested they get some rest, as they would continue hunting tomorrow, and Xiao Yu immediately agreed. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the dark hallway outside. In the apocalypse, Qin Yu had become much more vigilant than before. He never slept too deeply, and the slightest sound was enough to make him open his eyes. He fumbled out of bed and turned on the light. The two of them shared a bed so he could keep his sister safe. So when the light flickered on, Xiao Yu was also woken by the movement. "Brother, it's the middle of the..." He raised a hand to silence her. "Shh, be quiet. There's something outside the door." Qin Yu carefully picked up his iron bar and moved towards the entrance. The door creaked as he quickly opened it. Outside, a giant centipede was waiting. It opened its massive, fang-filled mouth, let out a shriek, and lunged at him. Luckily, he was quick enough to block its attack with an iron bar. Seeing his sister coming downstairs, Qin Yu warned, "Xiao Yu, be careful, we have an enemy." He used all his strength to push the centipede out of the house. "Get the hell out of here." Afraid something would happen to her brother, Xiao Yu quickly ran outside after him. "Brother, I haven't even strengthened you yet." Stepping into the hallway, she saw that Qin Yu had already killed the centipede. The iron bar in his hand was still stuck in its head, while he was panting beside the corpse. Xiao Yu rushed over to strengthen him. He sighed, wiped the sweat from his face, and remarked, "Without your strengthening, that was a really tough fight." Looking at the giant, multi-legged centipede corpse in front of their door, Xiao Yu was a bit scared. "What is this thing? It's so disgusting." Qin Yu answered while wondering to himself, his expression growing grim. "An iron wire centipede. How is this possible? Did the insectoid tribe already defeat the army and infiltrate this area? No, that's not right. The insectoid tribe can't be this strong yet. This centipede must have come up from underground." Seeing her brother muttering to himself, Xiao Yu asked with concern, "Brother, is there something wrong with this thing? Why do you look so pale?" Suddenly sensing something was wrong, Qin Yu immediately pushed his sister's head down. The moment he did, they both narrowly dodged a green projectile that shot past them. They both turned to look inside the house. Seeing where the attack came from, Xiao Yu fearfully huddled against Qin Yu. A green bug was hovering in the air with two massive pincers. It was clearly no pushover, not to mention it had just launched a long-range attack. Even Qin Yu started to feel uneasy. This is bad. The siblings looked at the bug with pale faces, muttering, "The insectoid tribe's small hunting parties. They got here so fast." Seeing the bug was about to charge, Qin Yu pushed his sister aside and prepared to fight. The bug landed where Qin Yu had just been standing, its landing as heavy as a meteor strike, shattering the floor tiles as he nimbly leaped up high. The situation was now reversed. Qin Yu clung to the ceiling, looking down at the bug, while it looked up from the ground. He didn't hesitate, deciding to strike before it could react. With a whoosh, Qin Yu leaped down from above. With a squelch, the iron bar in his hand pierced the bug's body, and green fluid gushed out. He stood up, pulled out the iron bar, and flicked the green goo off it, not forgetting to warn his sister, Xiao Yu, "Stay alert. This hunting party probably has more than just two of them." Qin Yu cautiously looked around. "We have to be care." Before he could finish his sentence, boom, a blast of blue flame shot out from nowhere and engulfed him, shocking Xiao Yu. Thinking her brother was gone after that attack, she cried out, "Brother!" But tragedy was averted. Qin Yu had managed to summon a shield just in time to block the attack. The shield was shattering, but it had prevented a fatal blow. If that had hit me directly, it would have been no joke. Looking at the new insect that had attacked him fly into the house through the broken window, Qin Yu was surprised. This was a winged insect that looked like a mutated bee. It gave Qin Yu no chance to counterattack, preparing to launch another assault. He bolted towards his sister, Xiao Yu. "Run." Afraid she wouldn't make it in time, he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. After running for a bit, Xiao Yu came to her senses. She asked worriedly, "Brother, what about our house and our food? How did these things find us?" Qin Yu explained. "They're a hunting party from the insectoid tribe. The one that spits fire is called a firebug. It's probably their leader, and it's very dangerous. Even a dozen low-level evolved humans fighting together might not be its match for it." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out. The firebug launched another fire attack right through the wall, causing Xiao Yu to crouch down and cover her head in fear. Unable to fight back, they could only run. Qin Yu ran behind his sister, urging her to run faster. The firebug seemed to be enjoying this game. It hovered high in the air, pointed its rear end, and fired another blast of fire. Another loud explosion erupted, hitting the spot right behind Qin Yu. Smoke filled the air. Qin Yu luckily dodged the attack and jumped out of the way. Because they were fleeing, they didn't have time to change. He was still wearing slippers. But surprisingly, this time he stopped running. Qin Yu turned to face the firebug, his face dark as he cursed, "You damn bug, you give it an inch and it takes a mile." He angrily raised his hand and launched a fireball. "You want some more, huh?" The fireball shot towards the firebug as directed, but it didn't even try to dodge. A deafening explosion roared, the small blast in the sky lighting up an area in the night, looking like New Year's Eve fireworks. Seeing her brother had stopped running, Xiao Yu stopped too. She asked hesitantly, "Brother, did you get it?" He turned his head and yelled, "Xiao Yu, don't stop, keep running." As the smoke in the air cleared, the firebug was completely unharmed. It just hovered in place as if mocking Qin Yu for being too weak. He was extremely annoyed and cursed at it. "You didn't even bother to dodge? Are you looking down on me?" In his hand, a flame flickered as he decided, "Then let's see whose fire is stronger." In the sky, the firebug accepted the challenge, firing another blast. Down below, Qin Yu refused to back down. He launched a fireball to counter the firebug's attack. The two different colored flames collided like a close-up of fire and ice, illuminating the night sky. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort, trying his best to hold on. But obviously, the firebug was much stronger. His fireball was completely engulfed by its attack, which even shattered the ground and forced him to jump aside. The winner was clear. Qin Yu pouted. All right, yours is stronger." Suddenly, he noticed something new. Xiao Yu was struggling to create a blue fireball. Qin Yu yelled in a panic, "Xiao Yu, run away, you can't help." She shouted loudly and, launching a fireball at the firebug. After the attack, Xiao Yu was panting heavily. Qin Yu saw the fireball hit the firebug up high and exclaimed in surprise, "Is it too lazy to even dodge now?" Just as he said that, the firebug plummeted from the sky like a kite with a snapped string. Qin Yu, utterly amazed, immediately turned to his sister. "Xiao Yu, how did you do that?" She explained, "Brother, I tried using my enhancement ability on the fireball, and it really worked." He smiled and praised her generously. "That's my Xiao Yu. Leave the rest to me." Before rejoining the fight, Qin Yu carefully analyzed that the firebug's power was over 20 times that of a normal person. Even with Xiao Yu's enhancement, I'm only at 16 times. Winning against it will be incredibly difficult, but I can take advantage of the moment it's disoriented by the enhanced fireball and break its wings. That way, it won't be able to hunt us down anymore. From behind him, his sister cheered, "Brother, do your best and be careful." Just as she spoke, the firebug crashed to the ground. Qin Yu sprang into action. This was his chance. He built up momentum and dashed forward, and when he was close to the firebug, he split into two, creating a clone of himself. One on the left and one on the right, they cleanly sliced off the firebug's delicate wings. Once it was done, he coolly remarked, "Leaving your wings exposed was your fatal mistake." Suddenly, he felt that something was terribly wrong. After launching her attack, Xiao Yu had been panting for a long time. Now, she was coughing up blood. Seeing this, Qin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. She was his only family left. He screamed in panic, "Xiao Yu!" He put a hand on his chest and felt something different. After expending so much energy, he worried that the enhancement ability had vanished. Could it be that my cloning ability doubled the strain on Xiao Yu and her body couldn't take it? Suddenly, a massive, monstrous firebug appeared. It flapped its wings and flew towards him, its wings vibrating with a deafening buzz. What? After flying for a bit, it crashed to the ground on its back, unable to get up. He gripped a sharp iron rod, relieved that this one couldn't fly either. Qin Yu turned and ran back to his sister. "Xiao Yu, are you all right? Let's get out of here while it can't fly." "Okay." The two siblings fled, but they were unaware that the firebug was already starting to move. While helping Xiao Yu, he watched it and thought, "This bug is only fast in the air. On foot, it can't catch us." Just as he finished his thought, something suddenly appeared before them. They were blocked by a shocking sight. What is that? A zombie with a red mark suddenly emerged from the firebug's head. He pursed his lips as he looked at it. Another demon type. No, it's just a regular mutated zombie. Was it attracted by our battle? That zombie lunged forward, striking with its sharp, iron-like claws. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to parry the blow, but the zombie was too fast, and sweat dripped down his face. Its strength is incredible, at least 10 times a normal person's, and I'm only at 8 times. It's much stronger than me. Seeing her brother tiring out, Xiao Yu risked using her power. He immediately disagreed, standing up and saying, "Xiao Yu, don't force it. If you use your power again, you'll collapse." He was determined. "I'll be the one to risk everything on this one." He accelerated, charging forward, gripping the iron rod tightly as he swung. Oh no! The zombie impaled him, and blood sprayed from the wound. His hands trembled as he struggled to grab its leg. She burst into tears, screaming, "Brother!" With the strength of a main character, he held on. But as he fought one enemy, another arrived. "Brother, be careful! The firebug is here!" A blue magical energy was gathering in its abdomen. A beam of light, a powerful, bright blue beam shot towards him, his face filled with worry and fear as he saw the light. With a massive bang, an explosion erupted right before her eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, my brother." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Xiao Yu, run." It was her brother. "When did you?" A shot of his boots answered her question. "The moment that thing charged, I had already created a clone." Hearing those words, she broke down, laughing through her tears. "Brother, You're incredible. You even tricked me. Back at the site of the explosion, the body that had been there was now gone. Just then, Qin Yu felt a sharp pang of pain. Xiao Yu quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Covering his mouth as he coughed, he realized that the pain his clone endured had transferred to him. "I'm fine. Let's run." It seems they had completely forgotten about the firebug, allowing it to step back and watch them flee. The pair stopped in front of a shop. "Hurry, get inside." They slipped under a pulled-down security gate and sat down to get some sleep, as they had been through hell all night. Yeah. As he closed his eyes, a persistent thought echoed in his mind. Starting tomorrow, I'm afraid survival will become even more difficult. Their journey continued as they searched for energy. From the zombie, some cores had dropped. Nice. We found evolution energy after killing just one. The two of them picked up the cores and consumed them. He looked at his sister, who was thrilled. I successfully raised my physique to 9 times. However, this alone wasn't enough to fill them up. Pressing onward, they carefully scanned their surroundings and discovered a green supermarket. "There's a supermarket over there." The two siblings were ecstatic when they saw it. "This is great." They hurried over, hearing voices coming from inside. "Hey, Zhangfeng, what are you scared of? I'm holding it. Hurry up." "Damn, what a useless coward." Qin Yu heard them and whispered, "There are people inside. I'll go in first, so be careful." "Okay." A man was restraining a wild zombie, while another guy held a bat raised high. "Zhangfeng, you little punk. I can't hold it much longer. If I die here today, it'll be your fault." The kid's voice trembled. I'm sorry. You can't blame me." The zombie suddenly broke free from the man's grip. "Damn it!" The atmosphere tensed. The zombie snarled, growled as it confronted him, while he was knocked into a stall. A shelf fell and pinned him down, causing him to struggle to escape. As he scrambled to turn over, the zombie charged. A scream pierced the air. "This is bad. Truong Fong is pinned by the shelf and can't get away." His face was a blubbering mess of snot and tears. "Help me! Help me!" The club smashed against its head and broke in two. Getting hit in the head made the zombie turn its attention, causing her to tremble in fear. I. It changed targets. The zombie attacked Tuna. Everyone screamed out in worry for her. Tuna. Suddenly, a figure dashed past. Even the zombie had to look up. Its head was grabbed, shocking the zombie itself. It was too fast to react before being dragged away. The floor cracked, leaving a crater where the zombie's head was smashed into it. Everyone stared in stunned silence, still unable to process what had just happened. He stood up and walked toward her, looking incredibly cool, a total stud. He gallantly offered his hand to help her up, making her blush. "Get up." Thank you." From behind, Tuvu called out curiously. "Tuna," hearing her name, she instinctively looked over. Tuvu, is that you?" Tuvu. The two girls ran to each other, ecstatic at the unexpected reunion to meet a good friend here. Both girls turned to Tanvu and said with a smile, "Brother, this is Tuna. She's my best friend from school. Thank you for saving me." Tanvu's gaze was fixed on Tuna. That Tuna. He recalled a street in a neighborhood swarming with zombies. "We're surrounded. What do we do?" Tanvu and Trong Fong were worried. With so many zombies of this level, breaking through was impossible. "Damn it, I can't believe I'm going to die here." Suddenly, a scythe flew through the air. The zombies were sliced apart by the scythe. What's happening?" The figure of a woman in high heels appeared, and then her face was revealed. It was the goddess of death, so strong. Tanvu was just staring blankly until Tuvu called out, "Hey, why do you keep staring at her?" A hand suddenly touched Tanvu's shoulder. "Oh, it's Noth In." Lu Kan looked at Tanvu and said, "My friend, your skills are amazing. Thank you so much for what you did just now." After saying that, he turned to check on Tuna, forgetting about the person who still hadn't been rescued. "Tuna, are you hurt?" "Uncle Lu, I'm fine. Don't worry. Could you all help me get out first?" With lightning speed, Tanvu waved his hand, and the shelf went flying. Trong Fong was saved, and his face lit up with joy. "Nah, thank you so much for that. You're truly a beauty who saved a hero." An Li, with a harsh attitude, pointed straight at Truong Fong's face. "You call yourself a hero with that cowardly display? A dog would be more useful than you." Even Lu Kan questioned him. "The four of us all have weapons. Taking care of one zombie shouldn't have been a problem." "Truong Fong, you brat, you almost got everyone killed. Do you realize that?" Truong Fong didn't hold back and retorted, "Didn't this kid step in just in time? No one got hurt. Besides, this is my first time doing something like this. Who told you to give me the job of finishing off the zombie anyway?" Hearing these unpleasant words, Lu Kan grew irritated and snapped. "My plan was to seize the right opportunity. Tuna risked her life as bait. He was supposed to control the zombie from behind. Out of these 3 tasks, what could you possibly do? Our strategy has already killed several zombies. The only problem was with you, endangering everyone, and you're still making excuses." Seeing that this wasn't going well, and realizing he was a little bit in the wrong, Truong Fong conceded. All right, I get it. I was wrong, okay? Truong Fong's gaze then fell upon Tu Vu. Truong Fong walked over to Tu Vu, smoothed his hair, and started hitting on the girl. So, you must be Tu Vu, right? My name is Truong Fong, the campus king of number 2 high school. You've probably heard of me, and I've certainly heard of you. Tu Vu, hearing Truong Fong's flexing, replied awkwardly, Oh, so you're Senior Truong. I've heard the name. I've heard the name. Suddenly, Lu Kon's face tensed up and he frowned. Something was wrong. Lu Kon shouted, A noise! There are still zombies! Huh, an earthquake? No, that's just Tanvu eating. He was speechless, his mouth just stuffing in food. This kid must be starving. Everyone else must be hungry too. Let's get something to eat. After we eat, we'll head back to the camp. Tu Na looked at Tu Vu for a moment, then asked, Tu Vu, how come your brother doesn't look anything like you? She joked. We're not blood related. What's wrong? Got a crush on my brother already? Having been hit right on the mark, Tu Na blushed with embarrassment. You cheeky girl, since when did you start joking about things like this? Lu Kon put on his pack and led the way, followed by Tu Na and Tan Vu. They moved stealthily through the streets, trying not to make any noise that would attract zombies. After arriving in front of a large mansion-like building, after they went inside, Lu Kon announced, Everyone, we're back. Tan Vu walked in and scanned his surroundings. Then his gaze landed on a guy with a rooster comb hairstyle sitting next to an old woman. Tan Vu thought to himself, this survivor camp is full of the old and the infirm. Their combat strength is too weak. No wonder a girl like Tu Na was sent out to find food. If things continue like this, these people will have a hard time surviving in the apocalypse. Tu Na ran over, calling out to her grandfather. She called worriedly, Grandpa! She immediately sat down, opened her bag, took out a loaf of bread, and asked, You must be hungry, right? We found a lot of food this time. He coughed weakly a few times and replied, Tio Na, it's very dangerous outside. You must be careful. Lu Kon spoke up. Everyone must be hungry, right? Come and get some food. No pushing. One by one. Tu Na's grandfather looked at Tan Vu and asked curiously, This young man is? She quickly introduced both of them. Grandpa, this is Tan Vu, and this is his sister, Tan Tu Vu. If it weren't for them today, you wouldn't have seen your granddaughter again. He replied with immense gratitude. This place isn't some kind of paradise, but for better or worse, we can look after each other here. If you two don't mind, please stay. Come on over, the two of them replied in unison. Yes, Nina brightly requested. You all must be tired. Follow me and I'll find some empty rooms for you. She led Ethan and Yuna to find rooms. While they were walking, he suddenly spoke up and asked, Your grandfather must not be an ordinary person, she replied cheerfully. Of course, my grandpa is amazing. He's a miracle doctor who has healed countless people, much more skilled than those so-called department heads and traditional medicine specialists out there. Yuna was impressed. Oh, but your grandfather is coughing so violently. Could it be a serious illness he can't treat himself? Nina's expression suddenly darkened, and she explained, When he was young, he sustained injuries from practicing martial arts. Now that he's older, those old, accumulated wounds have resurfaced, which is why he's so weak today. Ethan had already noticed this, and indeed, he had felt that the old man had an extraordinary aura. Practicing martial arts should result in a healthy body. For him to have so many underlying conditions from his training, and hearing this girl say he's a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he must be one. He clenched his fist and thought, although my level 2A combat skills are considered very strong, looking back on my actual battles, my techniques are crude. If I face a true master, I'll inevitably expose my weaknesses. If I could get his guidance on training the Earth Devil system, reaching level 3 would be nothing. I might even take another step and reach the Grandmaster level. Then, Ethan asked her to explain the current situation. Nina, tell me about the situation at this shelter. She didn't hesitate to tell him everything about the camp. Most of the people here are survivors from the surrounding areas. We all gathered together to look after each other. We've barely been able to get by day to day. Mr. Liu is the most experienced and strongest among us. Every time we go out, he leads the way. His eldest son is also here. Mason is a rich kid, handsome and from a wealthy family, but when the zombie apocalypse happened, money became useless. Nina continued, The injured person is Mr. Li. Originally, he and Mr. Liu went out to find food, but he was careless once and suffered a serious injury, so Mason and I took his place. The two of us combined aren't even as strong as Mr. Liu alone. Hearing this, Ethan confirmed his earlier thoughts. Indeed, most of the people here are weak. If they were attacked, I'm afraid only a few could fight back. But there's no other way. To get guidance from that old man, I have to support this shelter. The scene changes to a dark room. Ethan was lying in bed, lost in thought. Without Yuna by his side, it felt like something was missing. He sat up, curious about what she was doing. I wonder if Yuna is asleep yet? I'll go surprise her. He then went out into the hallway to look for Yuna's room. Ethan came across a room with its door left slightly ajar. He thought she must be feeling empty just like him. That girl Yuna is thinking the exact same thing as me, but she's pretty bold, deliberately leaving the door open for me. Without a second thought, Ethan entered the room. After stepping inside, he saw Nina wrapped tightly in a blanket, tossing and turning on the bed. Ethan was convinced it was Yuna, completely unaware that the person in the bed was actually Nina. He frowned, standing in thought for a moment, recalling his past life where he struggled every day among zombies, monsters, and other powerful beings. Even finding a place to stay and securing 3 meals a day was a challenge, let alone matters of romance. Ethan decided to surprise her. He climbed onto the bed and grabbed Nina's foot. She was startled and quickly pulled her leg back. He just thought Yuna was being shy and trying to hide. Just then, Nina spoke up. Yuna, you're at it again. Still not giving up? Come on, let's go another 100 rounds. Hearing Nina's voice, Ethan finally realized something was wrong. Yuna was standing outside, knocking on the door. Nina, why did you close the door? I can't get in. Hearing her voice from outside, Nina's face turned bright red. She quickly sat up, only to find Ethan sitting on her bed. They were both caught in an awkward situation. He went to open the door for Yuna. She asked, puzzled, Big brother, I just went out to get some sweet potatoes. Why are you here? He hastily explained. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. I was worried you'd be scared alone, so I wanted to check on you. Since Nina is also here, I'll head back first. After saying that, Ethan immediately slammed the door shut and hid outside. His face was completely flushed red, showing an incredibly awkward expression. He was panicking and helplessly screamed in his mind, What the hell am I doing? Afterwards, Ethan went downstairs and saw Nina's grandfather. He politely spoke first. Hello, sir, the old man replied. Ah, Ethan, my boy. It's still early. You kids have been through so much out there for so long. Why not sleep in a bit? He walked up to the old man and said, It's all right, sir. I came to see if there's anything I can help with. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. The old man called him by the affectionate name Ethan, my boy, again. It seems Nina didn't tell him about last night. From outside, the growling of zombies could be heard as they frantically pounded on the door. Mister, Lee whispered a reminder to everyone. Everyone, stay quiet. Outside, there are several zombies climbing up to our position. A young girl started to cry. She tried to cover her mouth to stifle her sobs. I don't want to die. The teenage boy next to her panicked, clutching his head. Damn it. What do we do? There aren't many people who can fight. Nina's grandfather suddenly stood up, leaning on his cane. Ethan walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. Sir, don't move. They're just a few zombies. Leave them to us young folks. Mr. Liu cracked the door open, peeking outside to assess the situation. Not far from the main entrance, a few zombies were trying to claw at the windows, looking for a way in. He looked at them and asked with some worry, How did these zombies know we were in here? Ethan calmly replied from the side. Among the zombies, some have evolved and gained intelligence. Though it's probably only at the level of a wild animal, it's enough for them to find us. After all, even wild animals know how to track and hunt prey. Hearing this, the old man's face grew even paler. He clutched his forehead and lamented, With just the few of us. I can handle one, no problem. With 2, I'm afraid someone might get hurt. But what are we going to do about 5? Just then, he looked up to see him heroically stepping out with an iron bar and quickly shouted, Hey, Qin Yu, do you have a death wish? You can't fight that many zombies all by yourself. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Yu appeared beside him to reassure him. Uncle Lu, don't worry. These zombies are nothing but a piece of cake for my brother. Qin Yu's move successfully drew the attention of the zombie horde. Without any hesitation, they snarled and charged straight towards him. As one lunged forward, he effortlessly jumped aside, dodging and finishing it off. He had just finished one when another attacked. Qin Yu leaned slightly to dodge. Then he, with eyes full of killing intent, turned and stared straight at it. Immediately, a massive, sky-shattering explosion occurred, and when the blast ended, the zombie was burned to a crisp. Witnessing this, Liu Kun stammered in complete shock. Is your brother a monster? A moment later, Qin Yu had dealt with all the zombies and stood triumphantly among them. He quickly turned and walked towards him, and said it was done, telling him to send people out to fix the wooden and iron boards while he protected everyone. Time passed, and the sky above the apartment complex remained bleak. Having completed the task, Liu Kun returned to tell the people inside, Everyone, don't be afraid. The danger has passed, and the wooden and iron boards are fixed. The residents of the building heard this and cried out in relief. Thank God. I was scared to death. Then, he walked up to Qin Yu to express his gratitude. Today was incredibly dangerous. Thank goodness for Qin Yu. While Qin Yu politely watched him leave, Xiao Na's grandfather got up. Just then, the old man called out to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, come over here. I want to talk to you. Qin Yu immediately answered, Yes, sir. And then the two of them quickly went into a small room. After closing the door, Xiao Na's grandfather was the first to speak. You've killed people, and not just one. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression changed instantly, and he answered grimly, "You have very sharp eyes." That's right, more than one person. Upon receiving the answer, he carefully began to unbutton his shirt, saying, "I know that in this frail body, I'm no match for you, but if it comes down to it, I must risk my life to stop you from harming the others, even if all I can do is buy some time." So he now drops his cane, and in a raspy voice, he confronts Qin Yu. "Tell me, what is your real purpose?" Looking at Xiao Na's grandfather's actions, Qin Yu felt a sense of respect and praised him. Truly, the older you get, the wiser you become. He quickly said something to placate him. "Sir, please don't be so tense. I only wish to make a transaction." Hearing this, he hesitated slightly before asking, "A transaction? What kind of transaction?" Seeing the old man calm down, he revealed his intentions. "It's simple, a deal that benefits us both. You take me as your disciple and pass on all your skills to me, and in return, I will cure your long-standing illness so you can be completely reborn." Upon hearing this, Xiao Na's grandfather let out a helpless sigh. "Kid, if you want to learn my techniques, I can teach you. But I'm more aware than you are of how long I have left to live. You have your methods for dealing with zombies, but can you bring someone back from the brink of death? I don't need you to help me be reborn, but if you can protect Xiao Na for me, then it's not impossible." He paid no mind to whether the old man agreed or not, and slowly sat down to pick up the iron bar at his feet. "Sir, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease." As he spoke, he squeezed the middle of the iron bar, crushing it inward. Witnessing this display, Xiao Na's grandfather exclaimed in utter astonishment, "You! This power of yours!" Qin Yu wasted no words, throwing the iron bar aside and continuing, "Sir, I know a way to help you recover and even become as powerful as me. You will no longer need me to protect and care for your granddaughter, Xiao Na." Receiving this assurance and witnessing his strength, the old man agreed without further hesitation. "Kid, I have always kept my word my entire life. If you can keep your promise, I will pass down my life's work to you." Some time passed. In another well-equipped room, Zhang Feng was furious, pointing at Qin Yu and demanding loudly, "Why do I only get one piece of bread when he, who just got here today, gets 2 pieces?" Liu Kun immediately shut him down. "What's all the shouting for? He's been protecting all of us for the past 2 days. What's wrong with him eating a little extra? And you, what do you do all day but act like some rich kid? Why eat so much? To get fat for the zombies to eat?" Hearing this, he became even more furious, leaping up and shouting, "Uncle!" At that moment, Brother Li interrupted him. "Just eat. You're lucky you got a share at all. After that one time you helped, you nearly got me and Xiao Na maimed. You're a grown man. Who here is obligated to feed you?" Realizing that everyone was ganging up on him, Zhang Feng became extremely enraged, pointing at them and shouting, "Fine, fine. You've all had a problem with me for a long time. I'm leaving, so don't even think about stopping me." After saying that, Zhang Feng turned to leave, kicking over a chair to vent his frustration. Liu Kun watched him go and asked hesitantly, "He seems to be really leaving. Should we call him back?" Brother Li calmly snorted and replied, "Leaving? Please, he'll come crawling back soon enough." The person at the center of this argument finally spoke up. "It's okay. Xiao Yu and I are going out after we finish eating. If we see the kid, we'll just drag him back." Hearing that, Liu Kun sighed and hastily warned, "Qin Yu, the last time we found plenty of food, it should last us for a good while. You don't need to risk it again." Xiao Yu, at his side, quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, sir. My brother and I are both strong. That zombie can't do anything to us." A moment later, after finishing their meal, the two of them stepped outside. Suddenly, Xiao Yu called out to him, "Hey!" Hearing her, he immediately responded, "Yeah?" What he didn't expect was for her to pout and ask him a loaded question, "Whose body feels better, mine or Xiao Na's?" Hearing this, Qin Yu quickly explained, "It's not like that. You're one to talk. Who knew you'd jump into bed with her the moment you met?" Despite that, Xiao Yu still turned away sulkily and warned, "I'll let it slide this time, but the next time I catch you messing around on the side, I won't let you off the hook." Hearing such a phrase from her, he froze, completely stunned. Messing around on the side, where on earth did you learn that? The scene shifts, moving away from the apartment complex to the city, which is teeming with zombies everywhere. A steel rebar powerfully pierced the chest of a zombie on the ground. Qin Yu crouched down, searching for something and muttering, "This one doesn't have it either." Xiao Yu, who had just finished checking the other two, quickly reported, "These two don't have it either." After finishing up, he approached her and sighed in disappointment. Today was off to a bad start, when suddenly she leaned in close to him and said something confusing. "Hey, did you just fart? It smells really weird." Hearing this, Qin Yu laughed it off, not believing her. "Don't be silly. There's no way a fart of mine could smell that strong like that. There must be a lot of corpses around here or something." The moment he finished speaking, a mysterious sound suddenly echoed, causing them both to freeze. Xiao Yu, startled, let out a cry of alarm, What was that? Qin Yu wondered suspiciously. A roar that loud. Could it be it? He immediately proposed to her. Xiao Yu, follow me. We need to get to higher ground to observe. That stench and that roar are not normal. The two of them entered a building and made their way up the stairs. When they finally reached the rooftop of the building, they had no idea what lay ahead. But when they saw it, he gasped in shock. That's... She was also stunned, unable to believe her eyes, and stammered, "What is that thing? It's huge." A considerable distance away from them, a colossal monster was on the move. Looking closer, they saw it was a giant dragon that had just demolished a building. Qin Yu urgently warned her, "It's a guardian dragon. Be careful. If it spots us, we're dead for sure. I can't believe the apocalypse only started 2 months ago, and yet a creature has already evolved to this degree. In the future, this thing is guaranteed to become a beast lord-level monster." Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked blankly, "A guardian dragon? What's that?" He immediately cleared up her confusion. When a mutated beast is severely wounded and then infected by the zombie virus, it becomes a powerful guardian beast. Guardian beasts possess both the traits of a mutated beast and a zombie, making them even more terrifying than either one alone. From his explanation, she realized just how dangerous the situation was, her brow furrowing in concern. Then what do we do? While it's not paying attention, should we kill it? Qin Yu immediately shot down that risky idea. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. We have to change our hunting grounds. The scene shifts, the location now a much more peaceful area than before. Xiao Yu, holding an energy core in her hand, cheered happily. "Hey, I found another one, and another one. That makes 3. He walked over, taking the energy core from her as he spoke with satisfaction. "I thought today was going to be a bust, but we've ended up with a pretty good haul." After handing it to him, she felt a little tired and rubbed her shoulder, suggesting, "Let's rest for a while. You've been hunting for so long." Without a second thought, Qin Yu agreed and pointed in one direction. "Let's go rest in there. We can check if there's any food too." A moment later, a steaming hot bowl of noodles appeared. As Qin Yu ate his noodles, he rubbed his chin and remarked to Xiao Yu, who was drinking water next to him, "It's unusually quiet around here." She stopped drinking and replied nonchalantly, "That's because we killed all of them." But he didn't see it that way and immediately countered, "No way. We only killed about 70 or 80 of them this morning. Don't forget, we're evolved. With our current heightened senses, we should be able to detect any zombie activity within a 1-kilometer radius. It's impossible that we wouldn't sense any movement. Unless," he said, glancing out the glass window, "unless they're deliberately hiding." And just as Qin Yu suspected, only a few feet away, a zombie was silently watching their every move. Spotting it, he shot to his feet, startling her into crying out, "Hey, what's wrong?" He grabbed his weapon and warned her, "Xiao Yu, get ready. Just as I suspected, we're being ambushed by zombies." The second he finished speaking, the ceiling right above them suddenly started to show a few cracks. An instant later, the ceiling collapsed, and a horde of zombies came crashing down on top of them. Qin Yu swiftly impaled a zombie with his steel rebar, taking one down immediately. He urgently commanded her, "Xiao Yu, those evolution energy cores we just found, leave one for the old man, but we're using the rest now." She nodded obediently without a second's hesitation. Right. After that, the small convenience store was filled with the sounds of snarling and slaughter. A second later, a massive explosion erupted, blasting the horde of zombies away. Qin Yu, with blood-red eyes, stood protectively in front of Xiao Yu, his steel rebar glowing brightly. Just as he managed to calm himself slightly, he struggled to say, "This is not good." Just then, a swarm of strange black shadows rained down on them from the sky. He quickly grabbed her and started to run, shouting, "Xiao Yu, run! We've walked right into an ambush." The two of them sprinted forward with all their might, followed closely by a massive horde of zombies in hot pursuit. At that moment, Xiao Yu asked, confused, "Hey, aren't zombies supposed to be stupid? How would they know about tactics?" Qin Yu, just as baffled, replied, "I don't. I know, theoretically, they shouldn't be this intelligent." Unexpectedly, as they approached an intersection, another horde of zombies rushed out to block their path. "This is bad. We're surrounded." Thinking they were cornered, he cursed in frustration. "Damn it, we have no escape route." But then Xiao Yu suddenly spotted a way out. "Brother, there's a small alley over there." Immediately, the two of them dashed into that narrow alley. However, the zombies relentlessly pursued them. Suddenly, Qin Yu stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, she cried out in confusion, "Brother!" But before she could say anything more, he cut in, "Xiao Yu, this area is narrow. You'll be safe behind me. Just focus on buffing me. If these mongrels are smart enough to cooperate, then I'll have to show them what's what." His face filled with killing intent as he spoke menacingly, and what real terror feels like. Qin Yu then let out a great shout, unleashing his power as if to vent all his fury. He then immediately charged forward to battle the zombies. Instantly, Qin Yu began to fight relentlessly. Yet, the creatures showed no fear, continuing to lunge and growl. Seeing this only fueled his fighting spirit as he challenged, "Bring it on." The moment he spoke, a massive explosion erupted at the site of his fiery battle. Right after the blast, he quickly landed a hit on a leader zombie. Although many were eliminated, they stubbornly and continuously swarmed him. This persistence irritated Qin Yu. "Still not done? Looks like you won't stop until I take care of all of you." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu spotted something and yelled, "Brother, look over there!" On a tall building in the direction she was pointing, 3 zombies were intently watching them. It only took him a single glance to understand. "I knew it. There's no way zombies would have tactical capabilities. It must be because of those things up there." Then, Qin Yu began to give instructions, a plan already forming in his mind. "Xiao Yu, stick close to me. We're charging over there to settle the score with those 3. The zombies kept pouring into the narrow alley where they stood. Suddenly, a wave of power shattered the wall of the building next to them. Both he and Xiao Yu were ready to put their plan into action. At that moment, a big-headed zombie on the skyscraper was staring down at them. The two of them quickly made a break for it to lose the zombie horde. As soon as they reached the staircase, Qin Yu said, "Xiao Yu, hurry up. I'm going to destroy the stairs and see how they chase us then." Immediately after, he swung his arm, delivering a decisive blow to the staircase. Just as he promised, the bottom of the staircase exploded into fragments. Amidst the chaos of the zombie horde, the path was destroyed. Xiao Yu made a face, taunting the zombies below. In an instant, the zombies roared in fury and surged forward. Seeing what they were doing, she quickly shouted, "Brother, look, they're even making a human ladder." He paid the zombies no mind and replied, "Ignore them. We need to take out those 3. The rest will scatter like sand. They're not a threat." Qin Yu decisively threw open the door, and it looked like the zombies had been waiting for him and Xiao Yu this whole time. A blue and a red zombie stood up, ready to leap into battle. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly made an assessment. "Xiao Yu, be careful. If I'm not mistaken, the ability of the middle zombie is to control the others. The 2 next to it are also under its command." Then, she asked curiously, "So you're saying the zombies downstairs could coordinate because this one was controlling them?" After observing for a moment, he calmly confirmed, "That's right, it's the one in control. To command so many zombies at once, I fear its power might surpass even mine when I'm buffed." The moment Qin Yu finished his sentence, the big-headed zombie pointed and shrieked an order. Just as predicted, the red zombie instantly obeyed and charged toward him, creating large fireballs around itself as it gained speed. Then, the red zombie opened its maw wide, preparing to spew fire at Qin Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately yelled, "Brother, fight its fire with your own!" His powerful flames clashed with the zombie's fiery blast. Suddenly, the blue zombie leaped out from within the fiery explosion. It swiftly and viciously swiped at Qin Yu. The perilous situation made her cry out in alarm, "Brother!" Fortunately, a blast of icy power knocked the blue zombie away. It was Xiao Yu, unable to watch any longer, who had intervened. "Get away from him!" After regaining his composure, Qin Yu immediately praised her. "Xiao Yu, great job." The iron rod in his hand struck the creature, but it seemed completely unharmed. Still, Qin Yu didn't flinch, intrigued by its resilience. Right after, the iron rod was enveloped in a blazing aura of power. He powerfully thrust the rod through the blue zombie. "Then how about you try this?" It seemed this attack inflicted immense pain, causing it to scream incessantly. While the blue zombie was still shrieking, Qin Yu quickly fell back, then carefully warned, "Xiao Yu, get back now." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu obeyed and took cover, as it appeared the blue zombie had become more enraged than ever. It unleashed its full power, freezing nearly everything in its vicinity. While hiding behind a wall, Qin Yu whispered, "Xiao Yu, stop the enhancement on me." Hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately tried to protest. But brother, he cut her off before she could finish. "I have my own plan. Now's the time," swiftly. Meanwhile, the blue and red zombies were frantically searching for any sign of them. Then, Qin Yu appeared right behind them, calling out to grab their attention. "Hey, what are you looking for?" He raised the iron rod in his hand, issuing a challenge. "Come and get me, you mongrels, you!" The moment they saw Qin Yu, they charged at him aggressively with a growl. In an instant, the red zombie pinned him firmly to the floor. This scene brought immense satisfaction to the big-headed zombie, who let out a laugh. Suddenly, something caught its attention, and it glanced to the side. It turned out Qin Yu had somehow dashed behind the big-headed zombie. Both the green and red zombies were also stunned and bewildered, their jaws dropping in disbelief. As if about to deliver the finishing blow, he growled while raising the iron bar in his hand. "Go to hell." Then, the magically infused iron bar pierced straight through the big-headed zombie's skull. This sight made them completely dumbfounded. Immediately, they collapsed to the floor as if all their strength had vanished. However, the green zombie still struggled to sit up, but not about to let it succeed. Qin Yu's iron bar plunged straight down into its head. The next moment, he let out a sigh of relief, considering the job done. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's cheerful voice rang out, "Brother, quick, look! All those other zombies are scattering." As if he already knew, Qin Yu replied with a slight smile, "Of course, without a controller, the zombies below are worse than wild beasts." Next, he used a sharp knife to make a long incision on the big-headed zombie. It seemed Qin Yu had found something. Sure enough, hearing him, Xiao Yu asked curiously, "What is it?" The moment she saw the gem in Qin Yu's hand, she realized this one wasn't like the previous ones. It must contain incredibly powerful evolution energy. While observing it closely, he slowly replied, "This color is still a bit inferior to one from a demonic type, but it's still considered pretty." Amazing. Then, Qin Yu held out the gem. Same old rules. Copy and enhance. One for each of us. Xiao Yu quickly clasped her hands and exclaimed, "Awesome, awesome stuff." Suddenly, he seemed to feel some kind of power coming from the gem. Seeing Qin Yu pause, she asked curiously, "Brother, go ahead and copy it. Why isn't there a reaction yet?" It seemed he had discovered something strange hidden within the gem. Looks like there's an energy level suppression. Extremely curious, Xiao Yu asked, "Energy level suppression? That's a new term." Immediately, Qin Yu began to explain like a true teacher. What is energy level suppression? It means the difference in power between two individuals causes a level-based suppression. Simply put, if my energy level surpasses yours, then your enhancement effect on me will be greatly weakened. By the same token, the level of this evolution energy is much higher than mine, so it's going to take a lot of effort to copy it. Hearing this, she hesitantly guessed, "So, does that mean that spiky-haired guy?" With just that one sentence from Xiao Yu, Qin Yu quickly confirmed, "You guessed right. That guy is even stronger than we thought." However, his ability is quite special. It can't increase his own combat power, but his luck was bad. He only managed to find an ice user and a fire user who were just a bit powerful. I'm guessing he controlled the zombies to attack us because he wanted to defeat us and then control our bodies to expand his zombie army. Then, he closely observed the glowing gem in his hand. Looks like it's going to take us a lot of time to copy and enhance this. A long time. Later, she sat on the ground exhausted, sighing in relief. Finally, it's done. Qin Yu looked at the gem and wondered aloud, "I wonder how much of a boost this will give us?" As soon as he finished speaking, they both put the gems in their mouths and ate them. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open as if he had experienced something terrifying. In an instant, Qin Yu shot up with his hands in the air, then bent over and let out a huge roar. It turns out Qin Yu was just being dramatic. I can feel that my current strength is now 15 to 16 times that of a normal person. Even Xiao Yu couldn't understand why he had to be so theatrical every time he ate one of these things. "Huh?" Then he feigned a serious tone and asked, "Xiao Yu, surely you feel it too?" But it seemed she was already used to Qin Yu's antics. "I do. I feel much stronger, about 12 to 13 times a normal person." After Xiao Yu's explanation, he asked in confusion, "With such a big boost, why didn't you roar?" She repeated his question helplessly. "Why would I need to roar?" He still calmly said, as if it were obvious, "Don't you see that I roar every single time?" At this point, Xiao Yu finally reached her conclusion, "And that's why I said you're being so extra." After that, the two of them left the tall building and began walking slowly down the street. As if suddenly remembering something, Qin Yu spoke up, "These past few days we've been out hunting have been very fruitful. We've both gotten much stronger, and we even found the evolution energy for the old man. This way, we can help him start a new life, and I won't have to feel guilty about learning kung fu from him." Paying no mind to his long-winded speech, she exclaimed, "I'm exhausted. When we get back, I need to eat a ton." Ignoring her expression, he bluntly criticized, "Still thinking about food? In this apocalypse, everyone is starving to skin and bones, but look at you. You've actually gotten a bit fatter." Provoked by Qin Yu, she snorted coldly and landed a punch on him. "You're the fat one." After being dazed by the blow for a moment, Qin Yu said, "Xiao Yu, your body is now 12 to 13 times stronger now. That punch of yours. Damn." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yu noticed something and warned, "Brother, something's not right." Qin Yu immediately stopped joking and said, "I feel it too. It's the smell of fresh blood." As she made the assessment, she said worriedly, "Our shelter is just up ahead. Don't tell me it was overrun by zombies." Just as they arrived, the sight of everyone in the shelter, brutally murdered, appeared before them. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Xiao Yu was also horrified. How? How could this happen? Next, Qin Yu knelt to examine the scene and discovered that this wasn't the work of zombies. He stated firmly in a low voice, "This was done by people." Xiao Yu shouted in a panic, Xiao Na, are you alive?" Seeing the situation, Qin Yu also grew Worried, Xiao Na, the old man, and Liu Kun are missing. Unable to find the people she was looking for, tears streamed down her face. They were all unarmed. Who could do something so completely heartless? What? The next second, he stepped outside and discovered footprints, but he couldn't contain his rage. Qin Yu's face darkened. Whoever you are, for ruining my plans, you're as good as dead. The sky outside was as gloomy as their current mood. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu quickly searched everywhere. While surveying the area, he noticed that all the zombies on the street had been killed. This person must be an evolver. Suddenly, something startled her, and she shouted, "Brother, look over there." It turned out to be a group of zombies growling at someone hanging from a tree. They were immediately horrified to see it was Uncle Liu. Unable to control his anger, Qin Yu gritted his teeth, deciding to rescue the man first. As Uncle Liu slowly opened his eyes, they repeatedly called out, "Uncle Liu, Uncle Liu." Seeing him wake up, he urgently said, "Uncle Liu, tell me who did this." Despite having been tortured, Uncle Liu was still filled with extreme resentment. He cursed, "That animal, that beast, that ungrateful monster." Just hearing this, Qin Yu already had a guess. Zhang Feng? The man confirmed in agony. Yes, it was him. After identifying the enemy, he gently comforted him. "I will get revenge for everyone." Then, Uncle Liu, in immense pain and unable to hold back his tears, begged, "Please do one thing for me. Kill me. Let me be free." This request saddened Qin Yu, but he had no other choice but to agree. "I understand." His last words rang out as he passed away. "Thank you." Immediately after, Xiao Yu, with a heavy heart, made an assessment. Zhang Feng, why him? Does he have the power to do something like this? Unless he also became an evolver. He spoke up to explain. Zhang Feng has the strength to attack zombies. Either he met someone who helped him evolve, or he awakened as an evolver on his own. In a flash, she caught on to the main point, self-awakened. Although furious, Qin Yu continued. He felt this possibility was more likely. Some people, when faced with danger and hardship, have their potential stimulated, and they self-awaken as evolvers. The scene shifts to a high-rise building where 3 thugs are standing guard. The black-haired lackey sighed, so tired. Hearing this, the bald lackey warned with a serious face, "Hey, be careful. We just got a new leader. Mess up and he'll have your head." In response, the spiky-haired lackey quickly replied, "Yeah, I heard the new leader is even more vicious than the old one." Flashing back to 2 days ago, Zhang Feng's voice, full of discontent, rang out. Fine. You've all had it out for me for a while now. I'm leaving. Just don't you dare fall into my hands." He stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. As Zhang Feng walked down the street, he cursed continuously. "Everyone's always targeting me. When have I ever had to put up with this crap? Just you wait." The city gradually sank into a gloom that matched his mood. Just after encountering a single zombie, Zhang Feng was already filled with regret. Damn it, how am I supposed to survive in this apocalypse? I was too impulsive. It's all their fault. Then, the zombie snarled and lunged as if to bite his head off. Luckily, Zhang Feng managed to duck in time, but he suddenly froze at the sight before him. It turned out that during the struggle, a horde of zombies had closed in on Zhang Feng. Seeing this, he immediately took off running, screaming, "Help! I don't want to die here!" But it seemed Lady Luck was not on Zhang Feng's side, as he tripped over a metal bar in the road. Right after, Zhang Feng tumbled onto the street right in front of them. A zombie approached and opened its mouth wide, preparing to devour him. The next second, the sound of 2 gunshots rang out, easily taking down the zombies. It was a cocky-looking lackey who said, "Look what we have here." Their help brought Zhang Feng to tears. "Thank you, big brothers." Ignoring his gratitude, the man walked over and asked, "Is this kid a boy or a girl?" Another lackey chuckled and spoke up. "We're in luck. Found a pretty boy. Let's take him back to the boss. Trade him for a girl so we can have some fun." After being slung over a shoulder like a piece of merchandise, Zhang Feng screamed, "You people, what are you talking about? Where are you taking me?" Hearing this, the man laughed loudly and replied, "You'll find out when we get there, kid. You're gonna have a good time." The group dragged him to a large high-rise building. Inside, a very satisfied voice could be heard. "You guys did a good job." It was the blue-haired leader, his eyes gleaming as he commented, "Just my type." He was tied up tightly, crying and begging for mercy. "Big brother, sir, please let me go." It seemed the leader couldn't wait any longer, saying, "Go on, pick whoever you guys like. I have important business to attend to now." Seeing this, the lackeys knew to take their leave, replying, "All right, boss, we won't disturb you then." Seeing the grim situation before him, Zhang Feng, his face pale with despair, tried to bargain, No, big brother. I'll give you anything you want. I have money. No, I can take you to a place with lots of supplies and food, and there are women too, big brother." Completely ignoring his words, The blue-haired leader licked his lips as if preparing to savor a delicacy. He moved closer, lifted Zhang Feng's face, and said affectionately, "Beauty, I'm not short on those things. I only want you." After that, his agonizing and humiliated screams echoed throughout the luxurious room. While getting dressed, the blue-haired leader laughed and praised him. "Little finger, you've shown me a pleasure I've never known before." He panted as he spoke, as if marking his territory. "I will cherish you. From now on, you are my exclusive male pet." After being tormented for a while, Fong, drenched in sweat, still forced himself to reply, "Yes, master, I'll be obedient." However, the blue-haired leader was still possessive, saying that Fong couldn't betray him, especially for those women. "I won't allow you to be making eyes at those women, so I have to find a way to completely sever your interest in them." It seems he had guessed his intention, letting out a horrified scream. "Master, you can't possibly mean to." Before Fong could finish, the leader, knife in hand, ordered a doctor to be brought over to stop the bleeding. "I have to castrate my pet boy." Hearing this, all the blood drained from Fong's face. "Please, spare me, don't do it, master. I promise I'll be good. I won't even think about women, please." In an instant, the blue-haired leader made his move, inflicting a pain so intense it left Fong paralyzed. His agonizing screams echoed throughout the building. A long while later, Fong slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing this, the leader spoke in a loving tone. "Now this is my good little treasure." Afterward, he jolted upright, staring intently at his own empty groin. The horrific sight left Fong frozen in shock. While he was radiating a murderous aura, the leader mocked him. "I'll love you even more from now on. You don't need that thing anyway." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp crack echoed like the sound of a bone snapping. The blue-haired leader's body suddenly went rigid, and he asked in terror, "What did you do? Why can't I move?" Hearing this, both Fong and the doctor turned in surprise. Suddenly, the doctor bolted, screaming, "There's a monster!" Not about to let him escape, Fong waved his hand, unleashing his dark power. In an instant, the doctor's body was also sealed in place. He shrieked desperately, "Don't kill me. I only helped stop the bleeding. He's the one who hurt you." Fong's entire body was shrouded in dark power. Seeing his crazed state, the blue-haired leader finally became frightened. "You! What do you want? I'm your master. Stay away from me." His terrified voice echoed in the room. "Stop it. Help. Somebody. I'm begging you. Don't." Meanwhile, outside the building, the moon was high in the pitch-black sky. At some point, Fong had captured Tuna and her grandfather. Fong's ferocity made Tuna visibly worried. It seemed the earlier trauma was so great that he had gone mad. "I used this knife to carve piece by piece of flesh off that mutt. That mutt's life force was truly tenacious. It took him over 2 hours to die. Fong's cruelty was more than she could bear. You're a demon." Tuna's words made him pause. "A demon?" Fong glared, his voice low as he expressed his displeasure. "I'm a demon? Isn't that what you all made me? If you all hadn't turned against me, would I have left?" Then, he decisively shifted the blame. "Would I have been captured by that bastard, been forced by that animal, and ended up in this situation?" As if unable to stand Fong's blame-shifting nature, Tuna, with tears streaming down her face, still argued that he brought it on himself, clearly not helping at all. "You were always wearing that hateful expression, causing trouble for everyone, yet no one ever kicked you out. You're the one who left on your own." She lowered her head, her voice sad. "We were all people in the same predicament. So how could you be so cruel, not even sparing the old or the young?" Despite this, Fong showed no signs of softening. "Who's in the same predicament as you? Now I'm strong. I don't need weaklings like you anymore. In my eyes, you're all just prey and toys." These words made Tuna's grandfather furious, and he began to curse at him. "You ungrateful little animal. I never should have saved you in the first place." The old man's voice made him turn his attention, and as if discovering a new plaything, Fong gave a cold smile. "I almost forgot about this old fossil. Back when I was pursuing Tuna, you did everything to stop me. You even hit me. Now that you've fallen into my hands, do you think I'll let you have an easy death?" Paying no mind to his threat, Tuna's grandfather provoked him loudly. "This old man has seen his share of storms in his life, so bring on whatever tricks you have. If I, Bak Thin Hao, so much as flinch, then I'm no real man." Seeing this, Tuna immediately stepped in front of her grandfather, pleading, "Please don't touch my grandpa." The loving display in front of him made Fong extremely irritated. From outside the building, a voice rang out gruffly, "Halt! Who goes there?" It turned out that Tan Vu had found Fong's base. "Have any of you seen someone named Fong?" The black-haired lackey heard this and was confused. "Isn't that our great leader? He's not someone that mere lackeys can just meet whenever they want." Right after, the spiky-haired lackey was captivated by their looks. "Look, that girl's face and figure are both top tier. And that guy is pretty handsome too. I heard that before our new leader took over, he was the previous leader's pet boy, so maybe he has this kind of taste. Both of them could be useful. He quickly agreed. Makes sense. As if understanding the plan, one of the lackeys spoke up with a sneer. Since you've delivered yourselves to our doorstep, don't even think about leaving. You wanted to find our leader, right? I'll take you. He then reached out to touch Tuvu. As for this girl, before the lackey could get what he wanted, Tanvu swiftly twisted his arm, asking through gritted teeth, "What do you think you're doing?" Being restrained by him caused the lackey immense pain. "Ow! It hurts! Kill him! Kill him!" His two buddies immediately pulled out their guns and started firing repeatedly. It seems their insolence had angered Tanvu, his face darkening. They still hadn't realized the danger and kept shooting. Then, both the black-haired and spiky-haired lackeys wondered, where'd he go? Turns out, he had already appeared with a blade to their throats. I'll ask again. Where is Trong Fong? Under threat, the spiky-haired thug trembled in fear and confessed. On the third floor. The third floor lounge. Ignoring them completely, Tanvu spoke up. Xiao Yu, let's go. With just one move, was enough to leave the thugs terrified and trembling for a long time. In front of Trong Fong's room were two guards, one with green hair and one with pink, curiously staring at something. It turned out to be Tanvu and Xiao Na approaching, which made the pink-haired guy wonder, who are you people? How did you get in here? He quickly spoke, as if not wanting to involve innocent people. I'm here for Trong Fong. This has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way. Upon hearing this, the green-haired underling immediately got angry and cursed. What do you think the Dai Sun gang is? A place you can just waltz into? Then, he rushed forward with a knife in his hand. I think you're looking to die. Before the green-haired guy could even attack, Tanvu grabbed and held his hand tightly. In an instant, the green-haired guy's body was sent flying far away. This horrifying sight left the pink-haired underling completely stunned. His jaw dropped. He couldn't help but scream, "Monster!" This commotion woke up the other people in the building. What's going on? What's all that noise? That's right. What's with all the racket? What's wrong? Seeing his buddies had arrived, the pink-haired guy immediately snitched. This kid is a monster. Everyone be careful. They didn't believe him, speaking with scorn. Are you stupid? There's no such thing as monsters. He's clearly just a pretty boy and a little girl. If you guys don't want this fresh meat, I'll take it. A guy in sunglasses who wasn't afraid of death stepped forward. Hey little girl, today I'll let you experience the joys of being a woman. Their stupidity disgusted Tanvu so much that he didn't even bother to speak. With just one hand, he slammed the guy's head hard against the wall. Seeing Tanvu's incredible strength, the others were in disbelief. Damn, is this kid trying to sneak attack us? Let's get this bastard together. At the same time, from inside Truong Fong's room, Xiao Na's terrified scream rang out. Grandpa, Grandpa! He was gloating triumphantly. See that? This is your end. Ignoring Truong Fong, she couldn't help but cry out in agony. Grandpa! Immediately after, he reached out his hand to cast his magic. Next, it's your turn. Truong Fong's power spread across his hand as he prepared to attack Xiao Na. The next second, she clutched her body as if enduring some kind of pain. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs echoed from outside the door. What's going on? Luckily, Tanvu and Xiao Yu managed to break down the door and rush in just in time. Seeing them appear, he broke out in a nervous sweat. It's you people. How did you get in here? As soon as she entered, Xiao Yu was horrified by the sight before her. She yelled out the moment she saw Xiao Na completely entangled in vines. Xiao Na. Looking closer, Xiao Yu quickly said, Brother, do you see that? Those sharp thorns and tentacles? Tanvu immediately replied, I see it. This is a calamity-type power. While Truong Fong was aggressively casting his magic, he calmly stated, painful imprisonment. Then, Tanvu continued to explain, the abilities gained after awakening and evolving are divided into several types. My flame ability is a natural type. The ability of the guy in front of us looks very sinister, most of which belong to the calamity type, while your enhancement and my copy abilities belong to the divine principle type. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Na cried out, Xiao Yu, he killed my grandfather. This information shocked him, and he asked again, What? Truong Fong arrogantly ordered, You rotten brat. Who are you glaring at? I'll give you one chance to kneel and beg for mercy, or else. The next second, he threatened in a superior tone, I'll let you feel the torment of hell. Dark, sharp thorns shot straight towards Tanvu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu shouted worriedly, Brother, be careful, get out of the way. Unfortunately, he couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by the sharp thorns. At the same time, Truong Fong smirked with satisfaction and contempt, too scared to even move to dodge. Before he could finish, Tanvu's eyes glinted with killing intent. His demeanor quickly sent Truong Fong into a panic. How are you completely fine? Then, he suddenly burst out laughing as if to reassure himself. I get it. You must be pretending you're not in pain, right? I've seen right through you, not letting Trong Fong stay happy. For long, Tan Vu tightened his grip on the iron bar in his hand. At that, his face darkened as he stammered, you bastard. As the iron bar was gradually enveloped by magic, Trong Fong was terrified. Stop. Stop right there, don't come any closer. Suddenly, a voice of agreement echoed from behind him. Hearing that, Trong Fong immediately glanced back. It seemed he was utterly horrified to see Xiao Na gradually changing. Then, with his face covered in sweat, Trong Fong hesitated. Xiao Na, you too. However, everything was still within Tan Vu's expectations. As expected, while carefully observing her, dark image, he confirmed. She is the female reaper. Xiao Na's eyes burned with absolute rage. Leave this animal to me, Tan Vu answered without a moment's hesitation. Okay. At the same time, Xiao Yu was still worried about Xiao Na. The scene flashes back to the past, as desperate voices cried out, "We're surrounded. What do we do? There are so many high-level zombies, breaking through is impossible." Tan Vu thought to himself. The first time he met the female Reaper, he was still a rookie. Voices full of admiration constantly rang out. "That's the female Reaper! She's so strong!" Recalling the image from the past, Tan Vu continued his train of thought. She has monstrous combat power. Killing hundreds of zombies is a piece of cake for her. He continued to muse. Moreover, she also has the title Advent of the Reaper, possessing an ability of the strongest calamity type. An image of the female Reaper appeared, looking bored and dejected. "It's over in a flash again. So boring." Tan Vu narrated how her strength shook the apocalyptic world. No matter if it was humans, zombies, mutated beasts, or otherworldly races who fought her, none survived. Then Xiao He, beside the goddess of death, asked, "So, where should we go have fun next?" While recalling this, Qin Yu thought to himself, she's a complete loner. Unpredictable and acting on whims, she never showed malice or goodwill to anyone unless they were foolish enough to provoke her. Back in the present, Xiao Na, having awakened the power of the goddess of death, growled, "You used to follow me around all the time, and although I found it annoying, I never hated you. In the apocalypse, it's because everyone took you in and protected you that my family is dead." She advanced on him, questioning Zhang Feng's rotten conscience. "When you left, I thought you would realize your mistake and come back on your own. Everyone would have forgiven you then, but instead, you killed them all. I don't understand. We never did anything to wrong you." At this point, he finally knew fear and began to beg for forgiveness. I was ungrateful and treacherous. I'm worse than a pig. Spare me." Unable to stand Zhang Feng's shamelessness, Xiao Na retorted, "Only now do you think to apologize." She immediately gave the order, "Eat, Xiao He." Hearing this, the shadow Xiao He gleefully rushed forward. "As you command, master." It stretched out its hands as if to seize him. What followed was Zhang Feng's terrified scream, much to Xiao Hei's delight. In the blink of an eye, it had siphoned away his rotten soul. With just a glance, Qin Yu realized that Zhang Feng's evolutionary energy was being drained away by the creature. As if confirming his suspicion, Zhang Feng's face went completely blank. After its hearty meal, Xiao Hei dropped him to the ground and let out a satisfied laugh. It praised the meal with great delight. How refreshing! Witnessing this, Qin Yu theorized that it had gotten stronger, and it now radiated an aura of imprisoned suffering. Could it be that when this thing consumes someone, it also gains the abilities it absorbed? Then, Xiao He flew back to Xiao Na, saying, "Master, I'm finished eating. That was delicious." Despite this, Qin Yu wasn't celebrating, and he approached her to ask, "Xiao Na, are you okay?" Hearing this, Xiao Na slowly replied, "I'm okay now." Unable to contain her emotions, she turned toward her grandfather. Immediately, Qin Yu advised her, "We need to cremate your grandfather's body, or else he'll turn into a zombie and get killed all over again." His bluntness made Xiao Yu extremely upset. "Do you have any tact at all?" But it seemed Xiao Na wasn't angry and simply agreed calmly. "You're right. I'll have to trouble you with the cremation." Without hesitation, Qin Yu waved his hand and fulfilled her wish. As soon as he was finished, he spoke seriously. "Xiao Na, I have a request." Qin Yu stated decisively, "Let your Xiao He fight me." Xiao Na immediately refused. "There's no need. My Xiao He is very powerful." Hearing this, Qin Yu calmly replied, "I know. You don't need to hold back. Just use your full strength." Seeing his determination, she agreed. "All right then, just stop when it's time to stop." However, Xiao He stammered, "Well, this old one. I actually can't beat him." This statement surprised Xiao Na. "You can't beat him?" It quickly tried to save face. No! It's because I was just born, wasn't I? I'm still just a child. Wait until I'm all grown up, and I'll definitely be more powerful than him." Their exchange left both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu speechless. After a moment of discussion, Xiao Na firmly refused. Then I'm sorry, Xiao Hei doesn't want to fight you. The dark sky was filled with twinkling stars beside a gentle moon. A while later, Qin Yu approached her and asked, "What are your plans from now on?" Without hesitation, Xiao Na held up the urn in her hands and answered, "Grandpa loved to travel. He dreamed of taking me all over the world, but I never wanted to go with him. Today, I want to fulfill his dream and take him all over the world." Her sincere words surprised him, and he thought to himself, in the future, rumors said the goddess of death wandered alone. Some said she was training, others said she was searching for treasure, but who would have known she was only trying to fulfill her grandfather's last wish? After a moment of thought, Qin Yu offered, "Don't go. Stay with me." His sudden words made her turn around. Xiao Yu quickly interjected, as if afraid she would misunderstand him. Her voice seemed to snap Qin Yu back to his senses. "I mean, the outside world is too dangerous. You can travel with us for now. With Xiao Yu, and once you're stronger, we can all take your grandfather to see the world together." He then tried his best to persuade her. "What's more, I guarantee that if you stay with me, you will get much stronger. At that point, we'll be such powerful beings that all the creatures of the apocalypse will revere us like gods." Xiao Yu also pleaded. "That's right, Xiao Na, please stay. He and I will protect you." Even Xiao Hei chimed in. "Even though I'm still a kid, protecting the boss is a piece of cake for me." Despite their pleas, Xiao Na was resolute. "I really don't want to have ties with anyone anymore. I just want to be alone. I'm sorry." Just as she turned to leave, Qin Yu tried one last time. "You're just leaving like this? I mean, I did save you 2 times. Are you just going to walk away?" Hearing this, Xiao Na paused in her tracks, but fearing he would upset her, Xiao Yu immediately tried to stop him. "Hey, just let her go." Xiao Na remained completely resolute. "I will remember the debt I owe you, and I will repay it in the future. But right now, I just want to be alone." Night fell over the towering high-rise building. A long while later, Qin Yu let out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly began to imitate his desperate plea from earlier. "Don't go. Stay with me. I'll protect you." She teased. "What's the matter? Did a beautiful girl slip through your fingers? Feeling bitter about it?" Even so, Qin Yu just stared blankly, with a confused look. "You're making fun of me again. I'm interested in her ability. Her ability is definitely S-rank, maybe even several times stronger than S-rank. If she becomes our ally, she'll definitely increase our strength significantly." "Already used to his dense personality," Xiao Yu said dejectedly. I get it. You want to be the king of the apocalypse, defeat the Emperor King, battle through the heavens, seize the throne, and ascend to immortality." Her strange words made absolutely no sense to Qin Yu. "Where did you learn all that nonsense? And speaking of not being able to keep Xiao Na, that's your fault." Suddenly getting blamed, Xiao Yu retorted loudly, "Why is it my fault?" As if to tease her, he joked, "Who told you to come back so early that night? If you were a little later, she would have been mine." Qin Yu's audacity made Xiao Yu blush with embarrassment. Then, she ignored him and punched him once. "You're horrible!" After some playful banter, the two of them stepped outside the building. Immediately, a group of people rushed over, begging, Boss, from now on, you're our new boss. If you tell us to go east, we'll never go west. Please accept this bow from your humble underling." However, Qin Yu couldn't care less. "I'm not interested. Find someone else." Suddenly, he remembered something and said curiously, "Your private clubhouse must have a lot of weapons, right? Take me to see them." The underling spoke up. "Then you've asked the right person. This clubhouse belonged to our previous leader, Li Deshan. Besides his preference for men, his other hobby was collecting weapons like guns, knives, swords, axes, hooks, pitchforks, ropes, and clubs." Hearing the underling ramble on, Sho got annoyed, slapped him on the head, and yelled, "Why are you even mentioning all that? The boss wants to know about guns for dealing with zombies. What's the use of listing all that other stuff?" Qin Yu was actually a little interested and said, "Those kinds of weapons are good too. Take me to see them." Inside the room, a shelf was filled with all sorts of swords, and next to it, various long and short blades were displayed. The underling excitedly introduced the weapons to Qin Yu. "Boss, look, these were all Li Deshan's prized possessions. The cheapest item here would sell for at least 10,000. From the design to the materials, everything is authentic." Qin Yu stared intently in one direction, and the underling next to him noticed. It was a spear, placed on a separate rack, away from any other weapon. The underling recognized it immediately and started chattering on about the spear. "Boss, you really have a good eye. This was Li Dashan's favorite piece. The shaft is made from a solid, flawless iron casting, and the spearhead was tempered 100 times through cold forging. It's very heavy, but unfortunately, it's just too heavy for a normal person to even lift." Sho and the underling struggled to carry the weapon over to Qin Yu. "Boss, look, it took so much effort for us." Qin Yu grabbed the spear with one hand and twirled it. Qin Yu spoke, Very good. It's a perfect fit." Shou and the underling stood there clapping nonstop, flattering him. The king is born with divine strength. You have no equal. Seeing so many weapons, Xiao Yu also asked, "Is there anything light and easy for me to use?" The underling quickly replied, "Yes, of course." He brought out a blade, handed it to Xiao Yu, and said, "This blade is perfect for you. It was forged with the best techniques. It's light, but incredibly strong. It can cut through iron like mud." Xiao Yu took the blade and swung it around wildly, laughing. "Ah, brother, this blade really is light." Shou and the underling, terrified of being hit, turned pale and scrambled away, screaming, "Ah, miss, please be careful. It'll be a disaster if you hit us." Qin Yu spoke up. "You two, I won't make things difficult for you. These two weapons aren't that important to everyone." Qin Yu stated his terms. "Give each of us a gun and we'll be on our way. As for your boss, whoever wants the job can have it." Half a month later, Qin Yu held his weapon in his hands. Surrounded by a flying monster darting about, Qin Yu was quite surprised by its speed. This thing's physique is 16 times that of a normal person. The flying rat suddenly appeared behind Qin Yu. As it flew in, Qin Yu quickly turned and pointed his spear at it. "After image," Xiao Yu warned anxiously. "Brother, watch your back." The flying rat was behind Qin Yu again. "Boo!" Qin Yu's face darkened as he watched it fly around. "The next time I catch you, I'll shove this right in your face. Die," Xiao Yu said. "This thing's evolution energy is obviously so good, but I don't feel any increase in my physique. I always feel like something is missing," Qin Yu replied. A physique 20 times the norm is a watershed moment, the limit for a level 1 evolver. If we break through it, we'll be considered to have entered level 2 evolution, and our strength will increase dramatically. Looking at the dead flying rat on the ground, Qin Yu continued. "The two of us are currently stuck at the 20 times physique limit. Breaking through it is extremely difficult." Qin Yu clenched his fist and replied, "But I can feel it. If we absorb just a bit more evolution energy, we can successfully break through to level 2. Suddenly, something appeared in the sky. Xiao Yu spoke up. "Brother, hold that thought. Look." Seeing the red clouds gathering in the sky, the blood rain had returned, and it began to pour down. Qin Yu said with dissatisfaction, "Even with a 20 times physique, it still hurts when the blood rain touches me." Qin Yu asked Xiao Yu with concern, "You don't feel anything when the blood rain hits you?" Xiao Yu replied, "Nope, nothing at all." He instructed Xiao Yu, "In any case, let's get out of the rain first." At a warehouse, Qin Yu pushed open the door, and the two of them entered. Qin Yu said, "Looks like this is a lumber warehouse." Xiao Yu turned to him and said, "Brother, I'm hungry. We haven't eaten in a while. Should we eat some noodles?" The two sat by a fire, each holding a bowl of instant noodles. "Smells so good." Noticing something, Qin Yu warned her, "Someone's approaching. Be careful." Xiao Yu asked, "Is it a zombie?" Qin Yu replied, "No. Zombie footsteps are irregular, so those must be human." Li Song sniffed the air and said, "Seems like someone's here. I can smell noodles." Li Song pointed his gun at Qin Yu's head. "Ha! So there really is someone here." Qin Yu calmly continued eating his noodles and said, "Don't point that gun at me. I'm only going to say this once." Seeing the tense situation, Lao La spoke up gently. "Sorry about that, brother. We didn't expect anyone to be inside. Sorry for the trouble. Do you mind if we take shelter from the rain here?" Qin Yu replied, "Yeah, sure." Li Song, just waiting for an excuse, got angry. "You little brat. Don't you have any manners, or do I need to teach you some?" Lao La stepped in to stop him. "Li Song, be quiet and behave yourself." Xiao Yu turned and asked, "Brother, are they all evolvers?" Qin Yu began to explain, "Yeah, all 4 of them are evolvers, but they're very low level. They probably haven't been evolvers for long. That bearded guy has practiced martial arts, so he has some real strength, but the other 3 are far weaker." Everyone's jaws dropped after hearing Qin Yu speak, and Lao La praised him. "This young man's judgment is so sharp, it seems you have some real strength yourself." Li Song, standing nearby, was not convinced and said, Lucky guess. He probably just pulled that out of thin air." As everyone was eating and minding their own business, a sudden noise made Xiao Yu look up towards the door. Click! A stranger appeared with a smirk on his face. Everyone looked at Jai Xiaofeng, confused and bewildered. Xiaofeng pushed the door open, leaned against the frame dramatically, and recited, "Let the winds howl and the rains pour, for a simple staff and sandals are lighter than a steed. A simple cloak of misty rain is all I need for this life. How is everyone this fine day?" Xiaofeng spoke in a mocking tone. "This humble one is merely a passerby. Seeing this place is bright and spacious, I came to seek shelter from the rain. I hope you all will permit me." Li Song, disgusted by Xiaofeng's tone, tried to shoo him away. "Cut the crap with me. You're not welcome here. Go find somewhere else." Hearing this, Xiaofeng also lost his patience and snapped, If you insist on being so unreasonable, then don't blame me for being discourteous." Li Song, holding his gun, frowned and fell silent, seemingly unable to utter a single word. Qin Yu witnessed this scene and glanced at Xiao Yu, gently reminding her, "If a fight breaks out, make sure you protect yourself." Xiao Feng raised his middle finger, his voice dripping with provocation. "Who the hell are you? Is this your house? I'm gonna stay right here and take shelter, so why don't you come and bite me?" His face was full of mockery as he continued to tease. "Yeah, get mad. Na, boo-boo." Li Song was seeing red and cursed. "You rotten brat." Xiao Yu stood by, watching them argue, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Covering her mouth to hide a giggle, Li Song said angrily, "I'm definitely going to take care of you today." Suddenly, Laola walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and tried to calm him down. "All right, that's enough talk. You're the only one who likes to stir up trouble." Xiao Feng noticed Xiao Yu standing there and called out to strike up a conversation with her. "And who is this beautiful young lady over here? Miss, you are truly beautiful. More beautiful than a fairy descended to the mortal world." Hearing his compliment, she smiled and replied, "Thank you for the praise." Xiao Feng then seemed to catch a familiar scent and asked, "That smells so good. Is someone eating instant noodles? Is there any left? Could I possibly have a little?" Qin Yu smiled and pulled a cup of noodles from his bag as the other man drooled, then replied, "Sure, but I can only give you 1 cup. We don't have much left ourselves." Xiao Feng quickly took the cup of noodles, gratefully replying, "Thanks, I haven't eaten this in so long. I was craving it like crazy." He couldn't seem to contain his hunger, tearing open the cup and eating it raw. As Xiao Feng savored the familiar taste, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this is amazing. Pre-disaster food is getting harder and harder to find these days. All we can do is hunt mutated beasts to eat, and they're so dry and tough, with no seasoning either. I'm starving to death." He suddenly realized something, then placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself with a smile. "Oh, right, I haven't even introduced myself. My name is Zhai Xiaofeng, devastatingly handsome, and may I ask the names of you two?" Xiao Yu smiled and replied, "Brother, he's quite interesting. My name is Qin Xiao Yu, and this is my brother, Qin Yu." Upon hearing their introductions, Xiaofeng stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Qin Yu, Qin Xiao Yu. With a name like that, he sounds less like your brother and more like your dad." Li Song, holding a pack of crackers, stared with wide eyes, his face filled with confusion as he muttered, "How has a guy like that managed to survive in the apocalypse without being beaten to death?" A while later, the blood rain outside began to fall even heavier. Inside the room, everything was quiet. While most everyone was sound asleep, Li Song stood silently by the door, keeping watch. Qin Yu sat in a corner with Xiao Yu sleeping on his shoulder. Qin Yu was deep in thought, calculating. Those 4 are all evolvers who gained their powers not long ago. Although they're not very strong, they can just barely manage to survive in this apocalypse. He glanced at the sleeping Xiaofeng, thinking warily, "But this guy, Zhai Xiaofeng, I can't seem to figure him out." Xiaofeng was snoring away, dead to the world. As Qin Yu assessed him internally, his muscles are flabby, his skin is fair, his entire body is one big weak spot. You can tell at a glance he's never trained or suffered a day in his life. He doesn't even have a single weapon, just charging through the apocalypse barehanded. How can he do that? Li Song glanced at the people inside the building, annoyed, and snorted to himself, sleeping so deeply, not even taking turns on watch. "Aren't you afraid we'll get malicious ideas and kill you all? What a bunch of useless trash." Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Li Song exclaimed, "What's that sound?" Qin Yu sensed danger. His eyes snapped open, and he jumped to his feet, shouting, "Everyone get up, there's danger." The others immediately got to their feet upon hearing him. A sleepy Xiao Yu stood up, asking in confusion, "Brother, what's going on?" Qin Yu, with a grim expression, warned her, "Xiao Yu, stick close to me, it looks like. We're in big trouble. If the rest of you want to live, stick close to me. If you fall too far behind, you're on your own." Hearing this, Li Tong couldn't help but get angry, scoffing and shouting, "Who do you think you are, some kind of savior? Do you think the 4 of us are useless?" Lao La, standing behind him, said, "Don't be so stubborn. Let's stick close to him. An extra hand gives us a better chance of survival." Qin Yu held his blade and stepped outside, with the others following behind. He commanded, "Let's go." They all froze, their eyes widening at the scene before them, and Li Tong's jaw dropped as he stammered, "Oh, my God, this is..." They were surrounded by countless zombies, just waiting to rush in and devour them. A confused voice spoke up, "How did these zombies manage to sneak up on us so quietly?" The zombies, with their bloodshot eyes and hideous forms, stared at the group like a delectable feast. Xiaofeng frowned and asked worriedly, "They even know how to use tactics?" Xiao Yu, also confused, added, "Could there be a mastermind zombie?" Qin Yu calmly reassured them, "Don't be afraid. We broke through last time, and we can do it again." Seeing this, Lao La stepped forward and warned, "Brother, with this many zombies, if we all fight for ourselves, we'll definitely get picked off by the enemy. No one will survive. He clenched his fist and proposed, we need to focus on breaking through in one direction and watch each other's backs. That's our only chance of survival. Then, Lao La pointed towards a group of zombies and ordered, all right, we'll break through in that direction. He activated his skin-hardening ability, his gaze determined, and his fists clenched, adding, we can't delay. Let's kill them. Li Tong and Zhang Kui activated their powers simultaneously, letting out a loud roar. Qin Yu frowned as he observed them, silently assessing their abilities. Skin hardening, muscle overload, and one with a berserker ability. All fighter types. Suddenly, a hand materialized a sword. Xu Qiang formed a red sword with his bare hands. His face was cold and expressionless. Qin Yu's interest was piqued. So they even have someone with a rare creation type ability. How interesting. Laola looked back at them and instructed, let's move. The three of you follow close and support us. With that, he charged at the zombies, taunting them loudly, come and get me, zombies! The zombies seemed to understand him. They growled and surged toward him. Laola rushed in and landed a solid punch on a zombie's face. Suddenly, a growling zombie lunged from behind before he could react. On another side, a zombie was slammed to the ground by a powerful arm. Zhang Kui stared at the zombie on the ground, his face twisted with madness as he raised his fist and yelled, kill, kill. Meanwhile, another zombie was violently hurled into a crowd of its own kind. After ruthlessly tossing the zombie aside, Li Tong panted heavily. Su Qiang also rushed in, slicing down zombies one by one. Qin Yu watched them, a hint of admiration in his voice and a flicker of approval in his eyes. This group isn't half bad. Back with Captain La, he turned his head while fighting a zombie and ordered, stay close. Qin Yu, holding a glowing spear in his hand, issued a command. The four of you, split up on both sides and flank the point we need to break through. Xu Qiang's eyes widened in confusion as he asked, what are you planning to do? Qin Yu replied with a completely calm expression, just do as I say. I don't want any friendly fire. He then turned to Xiao Yu and said softly, Xiao Yu, give me your hardening buff. Qin Yu braced himself, his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. As the spear in his hand began to glow brightly, he raised the spear, and intense flames burst forth from it. The zombies continued their frenzied, relentless charge. The fire erupted fiercely, incinerating the zombies that were rushing in. Witnessing such a scene, the others couldn't hide their shock. Laola frowned and exclaimed in disbelief, is this guy really human? Just then, he noticed something and looked back. Laola saw that Xiao Yu was surrounded by numerous zombies and yelled anxiously, oh no! That girl, it's dangerous! Get away! Before he could even react, a blade slashed through the zombies. Standing among them, Xiao Yu showed no mercy, cleaving the zombies in two and causing them to shriek in pain. Laola watched the scene unfold, completely stunned. His jaw dropped as he wondered aloud, even that little girl is that terrifyingly strong? Over with Xiao Feng, he was being swarmed by zombies, causing him to scream in terror. Xiao Feng covered his head, desperately trying to dodge the lunging zombies. He yelled, don't come after me. Go bite them instead, will you? Suddenly, a zombie appeared behind Xiao Feng. He glanced back in terror. This is bad! His face went pale as he fell to the ground, coughing nonstop. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said to Qin Yu, brother, that guy was knocked down by a zombie. Qin Yu could only reply helplessly, there's nothing we can do. We can't get to him. Seeing Xiao Feng frozen in fear, the zombies thought they had an easy meal and began to slowly close in. He stammered in fear. No, don't! Then suddenly, a golden light erupted around him. Xiao Feng squeezed his eyes shut and complained angrily, this was my last outfit! An explosion sent the surrounding zombies flying. Seeing this, Laola turned and yelled, what was that? Xiao Feng had transformed into a monster and roared as he grabbed a zombie. Qin Yu turned to look at him, inwardly surprised. A transformation-type ability. What a powerful evolutionary aura. In his monster form, Xiao Feng impaled the zombie with his claws and said angrily, you filthy creatures, you ruined my last outfit. I'm going to tear you to shreds, he continued in a crazed tone. A bunch of trash, a bunch of filth. At that moment, Qin Yu couldn't help but think in shock. It seems this guy's ability affects the mind. Suddenly, he felt something's eyes snap open as a hand burst out from the ground and grabbed Tan Vu's ankle. He was shocked. Looking at the thing at his feet, he yelled, what the hell is this? On the ground, a long arm was pinned down by a blade. That arm, split in two by Tan Vu's blade, retreated in fear. He frowned and asked in confusion. An Hantu Kuang did his best to warn the others. There are mutated zombies among them. Be careful. Seeing this, Trong Kui got angry. Damn it, the regular zombies are already annoying enough. Li Tong glanced at Laola and warned him. My strength is reaching its limit. I can't hold on. Over where Tan Vu was, a snake suddenly lunged out unexpectedly. Before it could strike, he raised his hand. and brought his blade down, splitting the snake in half. Tanvu's face darkened as he said with annoyance, "What a pain." A mutated female zombie stood before Tanvu. He wondered in confusion, why is another mutated zombie here? The zombie used the snakes on its body, directing them to charge at him. Tanvu gripped his blade, built up his momentum, and dashed towards her. Tanvu rushed forward, slashing at her and obtaining an evolution energy core. He brought the evolution energy core to his mouth and said, "I can't worry about that much. I'll go first. As long as I successfully evolve into a level 2 evolver, then it'll be easier to deal with these zombies." Truong Kuei's body slumped slightly. A defeated zombie lay where he stood. He was exhausted, sweating profusely and panting heavily. Suddenly, a zombie lunged and bit his arm. Truong Kui swung his arm, throwing the zombie off as he yelled, "Get off!" From beneath his feet, a shadow appeared, a red-eyed shadow that roared and pounced on Truong Kui. The surprise made his eyes widen, unable to react in time. It knocked him down, and then other zombies swarmed in. Tears streamed down Truong Kuei's face as he screamed in terror. Lao La, who was nearby, heard the blood-curdling scream and turned his head, anxiously calling his name, Truong Kui. A zombie saw its chance and bit Lao La's arm, but unfortunately for it, it only managed to break a few of its own teeth. Seeing this, he threw a punch at the zombie, sending it flying like a sandbag. The rest of its teeth shattered on impact. Lao La frowned at the bite mark on his arm, a bad feeling brewing inside him. He spoke up, "I'm not going to last much longer either." Tu Kuang, panting and sweating with a dazed look in his eyes, replied, "Lao La, I'm about to collapse." Li Tung asked with an exhausted and desperate expression, "Are we going to die here today?" Over where Tuovu was, she was still fiercely cutting down zombies. Seeing their condition, she reported to Tanvu with a worried expression, "Brother, they're not going to make it." Tanvu turned to her and reminded her, "Tuovu, don't get distracted. Focus on yourself first." He frowned, thinking to himself, "Is it still not over? Have all the zombies in the area gathered here?" Thieu Fong laughed maniacally. He used his sharp claws to slaughter the zombies, saying contemptuously, "A bunch of trash. Die, die, all of you die." Tanvu stood watching Thieu Fong, mercilessly venting his rage on the zombies, assessing him internally. What's with this guy? In this form, his physical stats are already over 15 times normal, and they're still growing. Could it be that his stats increase with the intensity of the battle? He looked at Thieu Fong with great interest, thinking, this guy is very likely an evolver. Possessing a top-tier ability, he could be recruited as a teammate. Suddenly, a roar echoed out, affecting all of them. They looked around warily. Tu Vu asked in confusion, "What was that?" From where she stood, she looked up at a building where a dark figure was standing imposingly in a gaping hole. On that building, a terrifying level 2 zombie looked down at the group below. It stepped out into the air, and the zombie's whole body went into a freefall without any hesitation. The level 2 zombie landed on the ground without a single scratch. Tanvu looked at the zombie before him, his brow furrowed. He warned Tuovu beside him with caution. "Tuovu, stay away from it. This thing isn't something we can handle easily. This is a level 2 zombie," he calculated grimly. Even with Tuovu's enhancement, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. If I want to defeat it completely, I can't do it right now. Tu Fong saw the level 2 zombie, his face a mix of joy and surprise as he asked, "A giant?" Seeing it, he excitedly charged forward. The other zombies were sent flying by Tu Fong as he laughed and said, "Finally, someone who can actually fight has appeared." Tan Vu saw him charging recklessly and quickly tried to stop him. "Wait, you're no match for it." Tu Fong ignored his advice and rushed towards the level 2 zombie. He raised his fist, ready to strike. The level 2 zombie quickly grabbed Thieu Fong by the neck, squeezing tightly. Tu Fong felt a surge of power flowing into him, and he screamed as his eyes began to glow. He swung his claws at it, his voice full of provocation. "Taste my claws!" The level 2 zombie cried out in pain and clutched its face, letting go of Tu Fong's neck. His face showed utter astonishment as he felt an overwhelming surge of power. He exclaimed in shock, "This feeling of being filled with power is something I've never felt before. What is this?" Tu Fong glanced at them, thinking to himself, could it be them? Tu Vu was putting all her effort into enhancing Tu Fong. Tan Vu stood beside her, encouraging her. Tu Vu, great job. Tu Fong stood proudly before the level 2 zombie, his voice taunting. "So you've come. Big head. This master is many times stronger than before. I'm not kidding." It moved in front of Tu Fong, and the level 2 zombie swung its arm down at where he stood. Fortunately, with the incredible speed he just gained, Xiao Feng managed to dodge in time and suddenly appeared behind the monster, landing a punch right in the middle of its back. He gritted his teeth, his expression a mix of shock and annoyance. Its skin is as hard as rock. The level 2 zombie retaliated by landing a vicious straight punch to his gut. Xiao Feng was sent flying, glaring at it with furious eyes. Over where Qin Yu was, he asked worriedly, Xiao Yu, I need to clone myself. Can you hold on? Xiao Yu, still focused on enhancing Xiao Feng, gave a slight nod. Hearing that, he felt a bit more at ease. He then proceeded to clone himself, commanding, copy. He thought to himself, kid, Xiao Yu, you two have to hold on. A zombie shrieked in pain as a blade slashed down on it. After killing the zombie, Qin Yu smiled as he looked at the evolution energy core. He thought, great, there is evolution energy. One of Qin Yu's clones was squatting down, taking out a core and thinking, there is one over here too. I hope this can help me evolve smoothly. Qin Yu brought the two energy cores over to Xiao Yu and asked gently, Xiao Yu, can you still enhance these? Xiao Yu wearily reached out her hand, grabbing the two evolution energy cores and replying, leave it to me. Qin Yu clenched the energy core in his hand and continued, leave the rest to me. Then he copied the energy cores, turning them into 4, and commanded, copy. Xiao Yu, exhausted, panted and struggled to get the words out. Brother, I'm not doing so well. On the other side, Xiao Feng felt the surge of power disappear. He turned his head in confusion and asked, what's going on? That power is gone. Just then, the level 2 zombie suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao Feng's head, causing him to panic. It looked at Xiao Feng mercilessly, its hand gripping his head, and squeezed hard, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Qin Yu screamed in horror. Jai Xiao Feng, Xiao Yu clutched her chest and cried out in pain. Hearing her scream, Qin Yu whipped his head around, his voice filled with worry. Xiao Yu. She was sitting on the ground, panting from exhaustion. Seeing the situation turn critical, Qin Yu immediately swallowed all 4 energy cores, cursing angrily. Damn it! He roared as he felt a surge of power. A horde of zombies was slowly approaching the seated Xiao Yu, who looked on in fear and anxiety. Qin Yu raised his hand, a white light glowing in his palm, and he commanded it to burn everything. A massive white light erupted from his hand, incinerating the approaching zombies. The horde was annihilated by that white light. They roared in pain and terror. After all the zombies were destroyed, Qin Yu knelt down and supported Xiao Yu, holding out a core to her and urging, Xiao Yu, wake up, hurry and eat these evolution energy cores. She looked at Qin Yu gratefully. Brother. Suddenly, the roar of the level 2 zombie drew their attention. It held Xiao Feng's body high in the air like a trophy. The zombie let out a terrifying roar, a savage smile on its face. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was filled with sorrow and guilt, and she began to sob. Brother, Jai Xiao Feng. I'm the one who got him killed. Qin Yu looked at her, his voice comforting. How could this be your fault? You did your best. You even risked your own life. This was not something you could control. Then he stood up, his expression darkening. He gripped his spear tightly and instructed her. Xiao Yu, listen to me. The stamina gained from consuming a large amount of evolution energy is very limited. Do not enhance me anymore. Just protect yourself. He looked towards the level 2 zombie, getting its attention. Qin Yu continued. As for this piece of trash, he stood tall, his tone menacing. You killed one of my comrades. Get ready to pay with your life. But the level 2 zombie seemed to ignore his threat. Instead, it just roared, provoking Qin Yu. The burly level 2 zombie, which was 2 to 3 times the size of a normal person, appeared, accompanied by its zombie cronies. Qin Yu took a small step back, cautiously on guard against this horde. These zombies seemed to understand conserving their strength, not wanting to sacrifice themselves. The one controlling them is no simple foe. The boy carrying the injured person looked on with fear and doubt. Can he really defeat that giant? Xiao Yu had unwavering faith in her brother. He will definitely win, she yelled out in the face of the imminent danger. I believe in him. Qin Yu gripped his blade and moved forward, preparing to eliminate the level 2 zombie. Its 2 eyes flashed as it leaped, closing the distance to Qin Yu in a flash. Qin Yu broke out in a sweat. It seemed he had anticipated this. Here we go again. It leaped into the air, about to deliver a fatal blow. He looked up, glaring at it. Qin Yu's life was hanging by a thread. It is too fast. Getting hit by this would be no joke. The level 2 zombie landed with a ground-shattering punch, the earth shattering in an instant. The people on the street swayed with the tremor, unable to keep their footing. Qin Yu shouted a warning to everyone. Everyone, be careful, do not fall down, or else the shockwave will cause internal injuries. The zombie growled in anger, but Qin Yu's agility allowed him to dodge the fatal blow. It got up and continued its assault, its steel-like fist aimed for his face. Without blinking, he quickly dodged to the side. If he had not dodged that, Qin Yu would have been flattened just like that wall with a huge dent in it. Qin Yu turned around, unable to hide his surprise. Just the wind from its punch was enough to shatter the wall. Suddenly, the level 2 zombie appeared behind him out of nowhere. Without a moment's hesitation, he dodged the zombie's relentless attack. from behind. Looking at the zombie before him, Qin Yu felt this one was incredibly tough to fight. This level 2 creature was truly no pushover. The zombie was eager to take him down, so he immediately brought his blade up in front of him to block. But the zombie was too strong, slamming Qin Yu straight into a wall. He was thrown with immense force, the impact so powerful it cracked the wall. He lost a good deal of his strength, his entire body feeling unstable. This is bad. Without Xiao Yu's enhancement, going head-to-head is too reckless. I need a plan. The level 2 zombie attacked again, wanting to finish off Qin Yu with one blow before moving on. It punched continuously into the wall. A series of explosions rang out. Xiao Yu, extremely worried, screamed, "Brother!" A large explosion of light appeared in front of her. A rain of blood poured down. The level 2 zombie cried out, in pain, submerged in a strange mist. Qin Yu flew out from somewhere, attacking with his blade. It grabbed the tip of the sword right before his eyes. Qin Yu's face turned pale, caught in a situation that was difficult to escape. This is bad. The level 2 zombie shoved the blade aside. Qin Yu couldn't grab it in time. He reached for it, but the sword was no longer in his hand. The zombie squeezed Qin Yu's face so hard he couldn't see anything. It lifted Qin Yu effortlessly into the air, its mouth stretching into a horrifying grin. Lao La, who was nearby, saw the imminent danger and yelled, "He's in trouble." It swung its arm and threw Qin Yu straight down, shattering the road surface. After seemingly finishing off Qin Yu, it suddenly turned around. Qin Yu had rushed out from nowhere to attack, yelling, "Die!" The staff in Qin Yu's hand began to glow. He shoved it directly into the zombie's body, his face emotionless. Burn to ashes. The glowing staff pierced the zombie, burning a massive hole through it. It screamed in hopeless agony. Under the rain of blood, the group breathed a sigh of relief, seeing their hope realize that he too was an evolved human. The entire level 2 zombie burned brightly in the dark night. Qin Yu turned his head away, not watching the zombie finish burning. Everyone around couldn't help but exclaim, "How is he so strong?" Qin Yu looked at the shimmering gem in his hand and said nothing. The other zombies saw Qin Yu and were suddenly struck with fear. They tucked tail and ran for their lives. Lao La watched in disbelief as the zombies fled for dear life. The zombies are actually running away? Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at him after his victory. "You're so amazing. Even the zombies are scared of you. Can you believe it?" Qin Yu remained expressionless, speculating about the mastermind behind the recent plot, the one controlling them from behind. The zombie is actually smart. Knowing how to restrain itself is an incredibly difficult thing for a zombie. Suddenly, someone crawled out from nowhere towards Qin Yu's group, groaning in pain. "It hurts like hell, that bastard." "Blockhead, he beat me like a dog." Xiao Yu was completely astonished. She looked at the person and stammered, "You, aren't you young Master Xiaofeng?" He slowly walked over, completely naked without a single scrap of cloth on him. "Ow, ow, it hurts so much." He held his head and looked blankly at everyone. "What's with those looks? It's like you've seen a ghost." Li Song was also baffled. I saw with my own 2 eyes that guy crush your head." Xiao Feng was confused about the situation, feeling that his own revival was impossible. "That's right, I also remember my head being crushed. Could it be that I have an immortal body?" Li Song found the story increasingly unbelievable. Even an immortal body can't be that immortal. Your head was completely smashed. "Do you remember what happened before?" Xiao Feng chuckled and confessed, "Maybe I'm a creature who thinks," with his lower half. The Qin siblings were truly speechless with this guy. Qin Yu, having just finished fighting the zombie, walked over to advise him. "You should still be careful. An immortal body doesn't mean you can't die. If you suffer a severe injury in a short period, you won't be able to recover." He held out his hand, a light appearing in his palm. Next up is harvest time. The corpses of zombies were scattered all over the street. They were everywhere. Qin Yu used his spirit energy to incinerate all the zombie corpses, and a faint white flame flared up in the dark night. Xiao Yu saw this fire, found it a bit strange, and asked, "Brother, why is your flame white?" He calmly replied to his little sister, "This is the pale white raging flame I comprehended after leveling up. The higher the ability, the greater the destructive power. It can incinerate a zombie in an instant." In a flash, shimmering heat orbs appeared in the surrounding area. Xiao Yu was endlessly delighted, her mouth breaking into a bright smile. So many evolution. Energy sources. She ran over to the energy cores floating in the air, chatting with Qin Yu, who was using the white flame. "Brother, now that you have this pale white raging flame, from now on we won't have to cut them open to get evolution energy anymore. It's so convenient." Xiao Yu picked up the energy cores one by one, hugging them. "What a huge harvest. This is great." Lao La looked at the pile of energy cores in Xiao Yu's hands. "Truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. We risk our lives for every single energy source we get, and he just picks them up like fruit from a tree. The gap between us and a legend." is just too vast. They moved to their base. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu were sitting and looking at the energy cores they had just harvested. She held her hands out over 2 bags full of the gems, warming them as if by a fire. Qin Yu's face darkened as he thought deeply. A mutant system, immortality. This can't be a coincidence, can it? He recalled rumors from his past life. In his previous life, he had heard of a zombie lord who dominated an entire region. It could transform into a powerful humanoid monster. Hundreds of thousands of people were no match for it. What was even more terrifying was that it possessed an immortal body. Several survivor camps in the vicinity of the zombie lord's territory gathered their elites, formed a joint task force to deal with it, and paid a devastating price to finally kill it. The zombie lord had risen from the rubble to dominate the world. They thought the zombie lord would be gone for good, but unexpectedly, just a few short days later, that same zombie lord rose again, attacking all the survivor camps. Qin Yu leaned against a pile of bricks, thinking deeply, if I hadn't come back, I probably would have died here, or become a zombie, or been absorbed by a stronger one, becoming the terrifying zombie lord of the future. Xiao Yu beside him started feeling the budding emotions of a teenage girl. Bro, why are you staring at Jai Xiaofeng so intensely? Don't tell me you're trying to ship them? Qin Yu turned to explain profusely. Hey, don't be ridiculous. I was just thinking about his ability. Xiao Yu covered her mouth and giggled. I get it. He gave a wry smile, not knowing what to say about his little sister. The atmosphere between the siblings was so strange. Even Xiaofeng, standing far away, found it odd. What's up? Qin Yu stood up and walked over to him, wanting to invite Xiaofeng to join their team. Jai Xiaofeng, your ability is very good, and your strength is not ordinary. Join us. You've seen my ability. If we team up, we'll definitely become powerhouses in this apocalypse. Qin Yu's words left him speechless for a few minutes. Xiaofeng finally turned down his tempting offer. Sorry, I admit that you guys are as strong as me, and following you two is the best choice, but this world isn't like that. I have a freedom I've never had before, and I don't want any ties. I want to go and see everywhere, to live an unburdened life. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a little regretful. All right then, I respect your choice. Thanks for understanding. The two of them left, and with every step, Qin Yu felt a sense of loss. Xiao Yu beside him thought her brother was so unlucky. Bro, you're so pathetic. You invited him twice and he didn't even care. He turned to his little sister, who he often considered a silly girl. You silly girl, seeing the elegant and refined girl speak more and more sharply. The two siblings walked out to where their teammates were waiting. Qin Yu held up a bag full of energy cores and told them, hold on, give about 20 of these to Jai Xiaofeng, and the remaining 30 or so can be split among everyone. Old Brown La was a bit reluctant. How can we do that? Qin Yu was generous and gave most of the energy cores to them. I've already reached level 2. Xiao Yu will also probably reach level 2 after consuming a large amount of evolution energy. These will be more meaningful for you guys. Don't be shy. They happily took the bag without further hesitation. Then, thank you, we'll take them. Qin Yu didn't try to hold them back either, saying his goodbyes for a future meeting. If you all still have other missions, I won't keep you. I hope we can meet again later. Xiao Yu stretched and stepped outside to enjoy the fresh air after a very long rain. The rain finally stopped. Qin Yu went after his little sister, carrying a small bag. We've rested enough. It's time to use the evolution energy. He took out 2 glowing cores for her to see. Then, without a word, Qin Yu popped them into his mouth and swallowed them. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot and glowed. His face went pale as if he was suffocating, and he let out a sky-shattering scream. He panted heavily, feeling the waves of energy. As expected of level 2 energy, it increased my physical constitution from 20 times normal to 23 times. Xiao Yu followed Qin Yu's example and swallowed the energy core. Then she mimicked his scream exactly. Qin Yu coughed a few times in embarrassment. You're being a bit dramatic. Xiao Yu scratched her head, giggling, when suddenly she felt a powerful surge of energy course through her. Qin Yu glanced at his little sister. Still thinking Xiao Yu was acting, he reminded her, that's enough now. Stop pretending. This time she was completely serious. She placed a hand on her chest to feel it. No, this time it's real. I've leveled up, and I've even awakened a new ability. Hearing this, a spark of interest about his sister's power appeared in his eyes. What ability? Xiao Yu held out her index finger, and a drop of fresh red blood floated from her hand into the air. She happily showed her brother it. I gave it a badass name. It's called Fresh Blood Slave. Qin Yu chuckled at her overly dramatic name. What's that? So dumb. That's really stupid. She glared warily at her brother, killing intent clearly visible on her face. What did you say? Xiao Yu began to demonstrate her power to her brother. She shot the drop of blood right onto the center of Qin Yu's forehead. The action was so fast that Qin Yu couldn't react in time. He touched his forehead, still not understanding the situation. What was that? It clearly didn't do any damage. Seeing him teasing her, Xiao Yu drew a few circles in the air to demonstrate her ability. I'm about to blow your mind. She pointed a finger at Qin Yu, but nothing seemed to happen yet. He just stood there frozen for a moment. My God, what is this? A clap of thunder suddenly rang in his ears, making him freeze for a few seconds. It turned out Xiao Yu's ability was to control others. She made her brother perform all sorts of different actions until Qin Yu had to beg her to stop. Xiao Yu, that's enough, that's enough. I'm losing face here. She laughed with a wide grin, as if she'd just returned from a successful revolution. Nope, a woman's revenge is a fearsome thing. She controlled her brother, making him do some amusing and slightly strange actions. Qin Yu gave a sly grin. You think I can't resist? Xiao Yu put her hands together to command her brother, her voice challenging. Just try to resist. The two siblings continued like that, one giving orders and the other following, for a while. She teased her brother until Qin Yu was exhausted and sprawled out on the ground, panting heavily. You little brat, you're going to be the death of me. A few zombies were fighting, pushing each other back and forth non-stop. It turned out Xiao Yu was controlling those zombies from behind. She immediately and happily boasted to her brother, I win again. I get to eat all the next evolution energy cores. Qin Yu replied with a deadpan expression, how lucky. Once again, he suddenly turned to another side, and sure enough, there was a strange vortex there. The vortex was round and a beautiful transparent blue to look at. Xiao Yu didn't know what it was, and moved closer to ask, what is that? Qin Yu had a vague guess. Could it be? The vortex was filled with strange and bizarre faces, then about 4 or 5 people walked out of it. Damn, old Liu. The trial was. Such perverts, the young man smirked. It was indeed the group that had just bumped into him and his sister. Tun Gia snarled and yelled, what are you looking at? Get lost. She pointed at the group and asked him, brother, how can they appear in the middle of space-time like that, as if they came from another dimension? Tan Vu glanced at his sister, his tone gently hinting, Xiao Vu, do you remember when I told you about the dimensional ruin? Xiao Vu touched her chin, thinking for a moment. Was it when we found that ring? You mentioned it then? Tan Vu chuckled, uttering a cryptic proverb. It was far at the edge of the sky, yet right under our noses. The guy impatiently yelled again. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost! She put her hands on her hips and spoke up, annoyed. Who do you think you are? We didn't do anything to you, and you're telling us to get lost. Tanjia was a bit stunned. It was a girl. His friend beside him nudged Tanjia back to reality. You're staring a little. As soon as Tanjia saw the beautiful girl, he slowly walked over. Hey, little sister, listen to me, or you two will suffer. Tanvu's patience had worn thin, and he growled, get lost. Tangia's face darkened, and he said challengingly, you're telling us to get lost? Kid, do you know who we are? Tanvu wasn't one to back down, his eyes turning bloodshot as he glared at them. Last chance, get lost, or I'll make it so you can't leave even if you wanted to. Tanya got angry and immediately rushed forward to throw a few punches. Then I'll have to see if you have what it takes. To him, this punch was nothing, and he quickly caught it. Tangia still looked down on his opponent a lot. You've got some skills. However, Tangia transferred demonic energy into his hand, and with just a little, Tanvu could feel the weakening ability of the calamity system. Tangia gave a treacherous smile. Tangia challenged him with a cunning tone. How about it? Still got any strength left? Tanvu grabbed Tangia's shoulder and demanded, how are you not affected? Tanvu's eyes darted seriously as he said, my strength has now decreased after being weakened by you. Tanya couldn't keep his composure. How? How is that possible? After being weakened by me, you're still this strong? His arm was swiftly caught by Tanvu. Tanvu swept Tungia to the ground, and Tungia cried out in pain. Just then, Lu Nam appeared and stopped Tanvu, who had a foot on Tungia's body. Friend, we acted rashly and offended you. I apologize to you. I hope you can spare his life. Tanvu replied, sparing him is fine. Now I'll ask, and you all must answer truthfully, or I'll take all of your lives. Lu Nam answered, go ahead and ask. We'll answer what we know. Tanvu said, what's your name? Who are you people? Lu Nam gestured towards his teammates. My name is Lu Nam. These people are... Tanvu cut him off. I'm not interested in them. Lu Nam's face paled, his expression a bit stunned, while the people behind him frowned in displeasure. Lu Nam said, we are all soldiers guarding Shengjing City. Tanvu pulled on one of Tanjia's arms and continued to interrogate him, as I thought. What were you doing inside? What's the situation in there? I'll stress this again. Don't lie to me, or the consequences will be severe. Lu Nam explained, inside is an incredibly magical place, almost like a strange dimensional space. After we entered, we had to undergo a trial, but we failed and were sent out here. Furthermore, each person can only take this trial one time. If you fail, there's no second chance. Tanvu rested his chin on his hand and speculated, so that means even if you fail, your life isn't in danger. Tanvu said to Tangia, who was pinned under his foot, consider yourself lucky to have such a good superior. Be careful in the future. Not every strong person is as reasonable as I am. Tanvu kicked Tanjia away. Get lost. At that moment, footsteps could be heard from behind them. Tanvu and Xiaovu immediately turned their heads, and Tanvu said, "There's someone else." Tanvu arrived with the others. "What happened to you guys? Why did it take so long for you to return?" "I thought you'd been taken care of by zombies," Lu Nam called out. "Captain Tan," Longfeng shouted happily. "Tanvu!" Longfeng walked up to the Tanvu siblings. "This is great!" "I knew it. With your methods, surviving in the apocalypse would definitely be no problem," Tanvu replied. "It seems you've been doing well during this time." Tanvu looked at his younger brother, Tangia, curled up on the ground. Tanvu's face darkened as he said, "Who did this?" Lu Nam stammered, unable to speak. "This." Longfeng looked around and then said, "Tanvu, did you break this person's arm?" Tanvu replied calmly with a serious face. "He started it. If his superior hadn't pleaded for him, I would have killed him." Longfeng lowered his head and replied sorrowfully, "There's something you don't know. This Tan Nigia is nothing, but his brother, Tan Vu, is the war god that the military in Shengjing City is putting all its resources into cultivating. Later, don't say anything. I'll go plead for you. Tan Vu still gives me some face." Tan Vu crossed his arms and replied, "A war god, huh? No wonder his little brother is so arrogant." Xiao Vu asked curiously, "Brother, what's a war god?" Tan Vu glanced at Xiao Vu and replied, "A war god. The god part refers to a human, who in the apocalypse is considered the strongest of the strong." As a scene of zombies appearing on the street is shown, Tan Vu continues to explain, "To survive in the apocalypse, humans have come up with many ways to cultivate war gods, and that is one of the most effective ways. They, the so-called war gods, receive the best training and supplies in the survivor camps to become powerhouses who can fight against zombies, mutated beasts, and other races. These war gods appear in a sea of fire," as Tanvu continues his story. "But at the same time, they also endure suspicion and fear from the very people they protect. To prevent betrayal and tyranny from the war gods, the bases of the survivor camps have no choice but to install threats against them. Perhaps it's a self-detonating collar on their neck, or maybe an electrode implanted deep in their heart." An image shows a pair of hands tightly locked in shackles. Crossing his arms, Tanvu continued, "That's them. When the gods of war obtained their power, they also had to pay a very steep price, their freedom." Longfeng said in a panic, Tanvu, this is all classified information. Within our military, how do you know about it?" Tuvu put her hands on her hips and immediately defended him. "My brother knows everything." Tanvu turned his back and replied, "Giving them power but taking away their freedom? And you call it by such a grand name? Like God of War? In my opinion, calling them fighting dogs would be more fitting." Tanvu and Tuvu's faces darkened, their expressions unreadable. Tanvu continued angrily, "You injured my brother, and now you dare to call me a fighting dog?" Tuvu went on, "What does a brat like you understand? This is a responsibility, an honor that so many people can only dream of." Tuvu said nonchalantly, "Oh, I get it. Being chained by a golden leash at the door, the glory of a loyal dog guarding someone's gate?" Longfeng, standing to the side, frantically tried to stop her. "Young lady, could you please talk a little less?" Tanvu was ready to fight. "Very well. Then I will show you just how terrifying the power of a loyal dog can be." Longfeng hurriedly shouted, "Tanvu, I am your commanding officer. I order you to stop." Tanvu could no longer keep his composure. His brows furrowed as he drew his sword. "Major Lamb, get out of the way! They injured my brother and insulted me, and you're still protecting them?" Longfeng broke out in a cold sweat, saying helplessly, "Oh, for heaven's sake, we were the ones who provoked them first, you guys." The sharp tip of the sword decisively plunged down. Tanvu decisively slashed out, rushing past a bewildered Tuvu who didn't understand what was happening. Tuvu was shocked and exclaimed, "Whoa, fighting dog, are you for real? If I hadn't reacted in time, you would have sliced off my ear." Tanvu gritted his teeth and turned his head, thinking to himself, "How is this girl so strong that she could clearly see my movements?" Suddenly, Tanvu had appeared behind Tanvu at some point, his face livid with rage. Tanvu said, "I might forgive you for other things, but touching my sister," Tanvu couldn't defend against. Tanvu's attack in time, his face paled, and his entire body was sent flying. The others watching couldn't hide the horror on their faces. Tuvu stood silently, watching her brother, Lamfong, beside them, was completely panicked. Tanvu hadn't given up yet. Taking a deep breath, Tanvu shouted, charging at Tanvu with his knife, "Die!" The tip of the blade aimed straight for Tanvu. Tanvu easily caught the blade with one hand and said calmly, "Oh, this is a pretty good blade." Tanvu was astonished, thinking to himself, "How is this possible? His strength is even greater than mine." Tanvu's eyes widened, bloodshot. Tanvu radiated an overwhelming aura. effortlessly sending Tan Vu flying again. Tan Vu gritted his teeth as he pushed himself up. It's just a power-nullifying flame. As Tan Vu used his technique, Tan Vu's power source began to dissipate. Tan Vu raised his hand, wondering, could it be that my divine system ability has been nullified, my potential regressed? Tan Vu laughed mockingly, feeling stupid now, huh? Tan Vu hastily attacked with his sword. Without your powers, I'd like to see what you're going to do. Tan Vu easily dodged the attack. Tan Vu was stunned, his sword tip plunging straight into the ground. Tan Vu said, even without my powers, I'm still much stronger than you. Get over yourself. Stop fighting. I don't want to make an enemy of the military by killing you. Tan Vu was dumbfounded and said nothing. The sharp blade was stuck firmly in the ground, not budging at all. Tan Vu said, what I'm curious about is where this blade came from. It's really high quality. At that moment, Lu Nam quickly answered, Mr. Tan, that blade was made by my younger brother. His name is Lu Thiet Trui, and he's very skilled at crafting weapons. Come back to the military base with us, and we'll have him forge a weapon for you. Tan Vu replied. Thanks, I'll meet him if I get the chance. Tan Vu turned his head to Tu Vu and said, let's go, we'll check it out in there. Tu Vu and Tan Vu stepped through the doorway, leading to another dimension. Lam Fong pointed and said to Lu Nam, they. Lu Nam replied, Major Lam, don't be afraid. This is the reason we were late. Inside there is an alternate dimension, but it's not dangerous. The scene changes to Tan Vu and Tu Vu arriving in the other dimension. Tu Vu looked around curiously. This is magical. Tu Vu pointed, brother, look over there, it seems like. There's someone. It's the system of this dimension. The system announced, welcome to Trial Arena number 108. Tan Vu replied, so it's the God of War Civilization's relic. How lucky. The God of War Civilization holds no ill will towards humanity, so we won't be in danger here. The system announced, initiating scan, analyzing data. The system began scanning Tan Vu, carbon-based species, belonging to Earth's final civilization, level 2, evolutionary energy. Scan complete. Passed. The system moved on to scan Tu Vu. Initiating scan, analyzing, scanning. Scan cannot. Classify. Anomaly detected. Anomaly detected. Tan Vu's face grew serious as he thought, anomaly detected? Anomaly detected? Noticing something was wrong, Tan Vu quickly grabbed Tu Vu's hand and shouted, let's go! The system was still, continuously announcing, anomaly detected. Tan Vu quickly pulled Tu Vu out of the strange dimension, to everyone's astonishment. Lam Fong said, Tan Vu, are you two okay? Lu Nam added, did you guys fail the scan too? Tan Vu thought seriously, anomaly detected. Tu Vu? Is she even human after all? Tan Vu's face darkened as he lowered his head. Could it be that she's an evolved zombie, with human intelligence, who can also disguise herself as a human? No, I have to confirm this. The blood color of humans and zombies is different. Human blood is bright red, while zombie blood is green. Tu Vu asked innocently, brother, why do you keep staring at me? Tan Vu held out his hand. Tu Vu, give me your hand. Tan Vu cut Tu Vu's hand, and she cried out in pain. Brother, you actually cut my hand! Tu Vu looked at the blood flowing out and said in surprise, why does my blood look different than before? Tan Vu stared at the bright red blood flowing from Tu Vu's hand as the crimson stream began to glow. Qin Yu asked confusedly, isn't it green? Xiao Yu frowned in displeasure. What green? Zombie blood is blue, and you cut your hand without telling me first. You're unbelievable. Qin Yu patted Xiao Yu's head. It's my fault. I was too tense. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked up and replied, but why is my blood glowing? It wasn't like this before. Qin Yu answered, don't be scared. Becoming an evolver means your body will be different than before. It's normal. It's okay, Xiao Yu replied. Really? Qin Yu continued. Xiao Yu, wait outside. I'm going into the ruins for the trial and I'll be right out. Long Feng said seriously. In that case, we'll go in with you. More people will be better. Immediately, Qin Yu and the others arrived in the subspace. Long Feng observed his surroundings. What is this place? The system approached and said, welcome guests. This is Trial Arena number 108 of the War God Civilization. Long Feng wondered. A War God Trial Arena? The system explained. The War God Trial Arena is a place the War God Civilization uses to train and test its young warriors, capable of creating many scenarios through trials. You will receive rewards, but the opportunity for the trial is a one-time thing. Failure means you lose the qualification to enter the trial arena for testing again. Long Feng said, what is this War God Civilization? The system patiently explained. The War God Civilization existed long before your intelligent civilization. They were once the masters of Earth. Long Feng was astonished. Once the masters of Earth? How is that possible? How have we not discovered you for so many years? The system replied, considering your intelligent civilization's level of surface terraforming, it only takes a few million years for natural activity to prove that many once existing ruins have been wiped clean. And 2 million years is just the blink of an eye for the Earth, someone asked. Then why did you all disappear from Earth? The system replied, apologies, insufficient authority, cannot answer. Qin Yu replied, we want to participate in the trial. What is the content of the trial? The system said, the content consists of 3 parts, a gene test, a willpower test, and a combat skills test. May I ask if we can begin? Qin Yu signaled, let's begin, the system announced. Target name Qin Yu, gene level assessed as 2S. The system turned to Lin Feng, gene level 2A. Finally, it was Sun Yu, gene level A. Qin Yu looked at the others and thought, besides Long Feng and Sun Yu, the rest are all at E and D rank, which is within my expectations. The system announced, next, we will conduct the willpower test. The surrounding scenery began to shake violently. Willpower testing devices rushed forward. Qin Yu was dazed and couldn't react in time. The testing device was already above his head. The willpower test begins. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He was floating in midair, surrounded by lightning. Qin Yu thought to himself, it seems this willpower test won't be easy to pass. The lightning grew more and more intense, and a final bolt struck Qin Yu. Qin Yu screamed in agony as lightning bolts continuously targeted him. He spread his arms wide, free-falling. Following that, Qin Yu fell into a sea of water. Letting his body float, Qin Yu thought, it's finally over. Qin Yu gradually sank to the bottom of the ocean. Lacking oxygen, Qin Yu covered his mouth and realized the test wasn't over yet. He hurriedly swam towards the source of light. At this moment, suddenly something held him back. Qin Yu's eyes widened in confusion. A chain had appeared on his ankle from who knows when. Qin Yu covered his mouth, struggling to find oxygen. His breathing became difficult, and he squeezed his eyes shut and frowned. At that moment, the chain on his leg disappeared. Qin Yu sat in the middle of the space, cross-legged, waiting for what would happen next. Qin Yu closed his eyes, drenched in sweat. Surrounding Qin Yu now was a sea of fire, he thought to himself. It's turned into flames. Next was a whirlwind of rocks and stones continuously aimed at Qin Yu. He maintained his balance and thought, is this what's next? Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his face covered in sweat. In the system hall, everyone was gasping for breath, lying scattered around. Someone screamed, it's so itchy, so itchy. Long Feng hugged his body while Sun Yu was panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat. The system announced, Qin Yu, S rank willpower. Lin Feng, Sun Yu, A rank. The rest are B rank. One person coughed violently and said, this is too insane. It was excruciating. Qin Yu smiled and thought, great, double S-rank gene, S-rank willpower. Even if the final combat skills category takes a hit, my overall score won't be greatly affected. Long Feng patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, Qin Yu, you really are no ordinary person. You're amazing. The system announced, the final category, combat skills. We have levels S, A, B, and D. Please make your selection. Sun Yu said, I choose A rank. Lin Feng followed, then I'll also choose A rank. Qin Yu replied, I choose S rank. The system announced, beginning the test. In this virtual environment, all abilities are forbidden. You only possess the physique of a normal person. Relying solely on your own combat skills, use your greatest ability to survive the zombie attack. The scene changed. Qin Yu stood before a white door stained with red. Qin Yu quickly scanned his surroundings. There's no cover or hiding place here, and I only have a normal physique. Surviving a zombie attack is impossible. This is an S-rank test. It's insanely difficult. From behind the door, terrifying screams and growls erupted. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on his weapon. Here they come. The door opened, revealing complete darkness inside. The zombies from inside the door rushed out. Qin Yu used his weapon to fend off the zombies alone. A zombie appeared right beside him, and Qin Yu thought, damn it. Back to a normal human physique, even wield. The iron weapon has become more difficult. The zombie opened its mouth, approaching for a bite, and Qin Yu attacked with his weapon. Suddenly, Qin Yu's hand went slack, and the weapon fell from his grasp. Shockingly, another zombie launched a surprise attack. It lunged unexpectedly, its sharp teeth sinking into Qin Yu's arm, causing him to scream out in shock. He swung his arm, smashing his elbow right into the zombie's hideous face. In a deep voice filled with disgust, he snarled, die! The zombies seemed fearless. They charged madly, pouncing on Qin Yu like starving beasts, giving him no time to react. He cursed in shock. Damn it! The zombies swarmed him relentlessly, and their combined weight sent Qin Yu crashing to the ground, completely defenseless. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes flew open, still holding a trace of panic as he stared into space, his body stiff, his face pale, and drenched in a cold sweat. Lin Feng walked over to the panting Qin Yu, supported his arm, and asked with concern, "How are you?" "Qin Yu?" He turned to Lin Feng and explained, "I'm fine. This test makes you fight zombies with the strength of an ordinary person, and the sensation of being bitten is very real. The difficulty is extremely high. Everyone be careful." The system guide's voice rang out. Qin Yu. Survival time, 63 seconds. Kills, 12. Evaluation, S-Rank. Qin Yu smiled, clenching his fist in joy. "This is great," the system guide announced. "Congratulations, your total score has set a new record. You may choose 3 items from the reward list. Additionally, you have obtained the 1-star status of the War God civilization." She then projected the list of rewards. The mechanical voice sounded, "Please select 3 items from the list." Qin Yu looked at the rewards in amazement, exclaiming, "I didn't expect so many good items. Keratin enhancement, photochemical camouflage cloak, War Soul memory crystal." As he was intently studying the list, Qin Yu's gaze suddenly landed on a vial. He gasped, his voice a mix of surprise and joy. "A level-up potion." Qin Yu smirked, thinking to himself, "An injection that can instantly cause the user's genes to leap to the next level. I can't believe such a precious treasure appeared here. My luck is really amazing." Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed to the vial and said, "I choose this, the level-up potion." The system guide's mechanical voice announced, "Qin Yu has selected the level-up potion. You have 2 more items left to choose." Qin Yu thoughtfully calculated in his head. It can reduce damage from level 4 and below by 90%, and at the same time, briefly boost the War God armor's physique by 30 times. Maybe I can quickly master some combat skills from the War Soul memory crystal. These rewards are a perfect combination. Then, he suddenly spotted something. Qin Yu spoke up, his voice filled with a mix of astonishment and joy. "Wait, that's bloodburn ore. I'll choose this," the system guide announced. Qin Yu has selected the pure refined bloodburn ore. You have 1 item left to choose. Qin Yu clenched, his fist, his eyes sparkling with appreciation as he cheered quietly. As expected of an early-stage catastrophe, it's full of opportunities. "What's this?" "An evil eye necklace, a legendary grade treasure," the system guide's mechanical voice again announced. "The evil eye necklace is formed from the essence core of the evil eye alien race. All the essence in this necklace comes from a level 4 overlord." She explained that the evil eye necklace helps the wearer see through illusions and resist mental attacks. It can also activate the power of the evil eye, emitting a light with spirit-destroying force. After the mechanical voice stopped, Qin Yu thought, "I know exactly how difficult enemies with mental powers are. With this, I won't have to worry about that annoyance anymore." Then he walked over to a group of people and asked, "What rewards did you guys choose?" Lin Feng took out a ring and answered honestly, "I chose a spatial ring. The description seemed interesting, so I just picked it. I don't know its specific effects yet." Qin Yu reached out his hand and replied, "I know about this thing. It's extremely rare. It can create an independent parallel space and can be used to store items, almost like a dimensional pouch. Can I borrow it for a moment?" Sun Yu, standing nearby with his underlings behind him. His face darkened. He looked at Qin Yu warily and said in a cold voice, "What do you want? Are you going to rob him?" Qin Yu turned to look at him and replied nonchalantly, "If I wanted to rob him, would I need to say all this? Don't worry, Lin Feng is my friend, and I, Qin Yu, would never betray a friend." At that moment, Lin Feng stepped in to mediate. "Hey, stop arguing. I trust Qin Yu. After all, you saved my life. Even if I gave this to you as repayment, it would only be right." Qin Yu reached out to take the ring, his eyes flashing coldly, but his tone was reassuring. "Don't worry, I don't need it. I'll give it right back." Then, he used his ability to copy the ring, and in the blink of an eye, a perfect replica appeared beside it. Everyone present was stunned, their jaws dropping in amazement. Sun Yu broke the silence. "What just happened? It split into 2? Hearing this, Qin Yu smirked and explained, "This is my ability. I can copy any item into 2. Don't worry, it has no effect on your original." Lin Feng gasped, unable to hide the extreme shock and excitement shining in his eyes. "That's amazing. Truly amazing." Qin Yu excitedly gestured to everyone and announced, "I'd like to ask everyone to let me borrow your treasures for a moment. In the future, if you need anything, I, Qin Yu, will definitely repay you." Watching this, Sun Yu's face twisted with annoyance, and he muttered jealously, "This guy's strength was already monstrous, and now he has such a broken ability. With an ability like that, his gains will be far greater than ours." Later, on the road, Qin Yu asked Xiao Yu in surprise, "That was fast. When did you use it?" Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, "While you were screaming your head off. I had enough time to use 10 of them." Qin Yu eagerly asked her, So, how is it? Did you level up too? Is your strength enhanced? Xiao Yu raised her arms to show off her power and replied, it definitely is. I've leveled up. I can feel that I can handle way more enemies now, and my enhancement ability can strengthen items for longer. Qin Yu smiled happily. Then hurry up and try it on this spatial ring. The ring emitted a dazzling blue light. He raised it to inspect it. After being enhanced, the capacity of this dimensional spatial ring has increased exponentially. After that, he handed Xiao Yu the firework bullet, telling her to try enhancing it. Here, try enhancing this one too. Xiao Yu asked in surprise, what is this? Qin Yu replied, this is a firework bullet. It's a treasure that martial artist took from a dimensional ruin. Its destructive power is immense, enough to blow up a level 3 monster. The scene then shifts to a tall building with lush green trees and clouds drifting lazily across the sky, creating a sense of clear tranquility. The streets below were also eerily quiet, as people hid in fear, the once bustling scene now gone. Although the siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, were sitting and resting in a store, they remained extremely vigilant. Qin Yu heard a noise. There's movement! Outside, a loud voice called out, Xiao Tong Tong! Xiao Tong Tong! Outside the store, two dark figures were chasing each other. Xiao Tong Tong. Don't be mad anymore. Look at me. I was wrong last night, okay? It turned out to be Xiao Tong and Bai Bing. Xiao Tong turned around and shouted angrily, keep your voice down. It's dangerous out here. Bai Bing put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. My dear, you're telling me to be quiet with that voice of yours? He glanced at the building's name and realized they were standing in front of a supermarket. Bai Bing said hopefully to Xiao Tong, hey, there's food here. Let's go check it out. But inside, there was nothing left at all. Disappointed, Bai Bing said. Man, food is getting harder and harder to find. Beside him, Xiao Tong was also sad. Xiao Tong saw a large door, and a glimmer of hope returned. Bai Bing, there's a door here. It must be the warehouse. Bai Bing checked the door. Damn, it's locked. Move aside a bit. Watch me work a miracle with one kick. He kicked the door hard to break the lock. Suddenly, Xiao Tong placed a hand on Bai Bing's shoulder to stop him. Wait, I think I hear something moving inside. Clicking and clattering sounds were heard. The door burst open, and a figure appeared behind it. Terrified, Xiao Tong screamed, run! Bai Bing also let out a terrified cry. From behind the door, the zombies swarmed out, letting out menacing growls. Xiao Tong and Bai Bing quickly ran outside. Suddenly, Bai Bing stopped, blocking the supermarket entrance. Xiao Tong asked doubtfully, what are you doing? The zombies reached the main door, and Bai Bing said anxiously, Tong Tong, run! Xiao Tong tearfully hugged him tightly. I won't leave you behind and run. The horde of zombies slammed hard, and the main door flew open. Xiao Tong and Bai Bing were thrown back, screaming in fear. They watched in terror as the zombies approached. Bai Bing got up and stepped forward, determined to fight and protect his love. I'll hold them off. You run, Tong, he yelled. I'll take you all on. However, the zombies quickly overwhelmed him. Xiao Tong cried out in worry. Bai Bing, no. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward. The person was holding a spear, flames blazing on it. Xiao Yu stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Xiao Tong and comforting her. You guys are really lucky. We just happened to be nearby. A moment later, Qin Yu had eliminated all the zombies. Xiao Tong supported Bai Bing, calling out worriedly, Bai Bing! She cried out desperately, Bai Bing, don't die! Bai Bing replied weakly, Tong Tong, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Suddenly, he coughed violently and vomited blood. Xiao Tong sobbed as she called Bai Bing's name. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's heart softened and she told Qin Yu, brother, maybe we should save him. As if she'd found a glimmer of hope, Xiao Tong asked hastily, can he still be saved? Qin Yu glanced around. He saw a zombie staggering down the street. There's a way, just hang on a little longer, don't die yet. He quickly called out, hey, you over there. The zombie turned back in surprise, and Qin Yu said casually, I have something to discuss with you. After that, the zombie was defeated by Qin Yu. He dug out the zombie's spirit stone and gave it to Bai Bing. You'll be fine if you eat this. Bai Bing weakly resisted. Zombie meat? No, I won't eat it. Qin Yu shoved the spirit stone into Bai Bing's mouth, saying, I went through all the trouble to get this, and you're saying you won't eat it. Xiao Tong and Xiao Yu stood by, watching Qin Yu coax Bai Bing. There, sit still and be good. After swallowing the spirit stone, Bai Bing's eyes widened, his expression tense, unable to believe what was happening. He stood up, spread his arms, and shouted loudly. Xiao Tong asked worriedly, Bai Bing, are you okay? Bai Bing smiled and replied, the wounds on my body are gone, and not only that, I can also feel a strange power. Xiao Yu explained, that zombie meat I gave you was the source of energy that helped you evolve. Many people would kill for a chance to eat it, yet you were crying and refusing. Bai Bing scratched his head awkwardly. If I had known, I would have listened to Granny Wang and not come out. She said we would be in danger, and she was right. If it weren't for you two, we would have really died here. Granny Wang? Xiao Yu was surprised. Xiao Tong explained, Granny Wang is a 100-year-old lady. Although she's a bit eccentric and often babbles nonsense, she claims she can see the future. Bai Bing, who had been staring at his palm this whole time, then discovered in amazement. What? I think I feel like I have some kind of strange superpower. Qin Yu replied, becoming an evolver means you awaken an ability. You can try to see what you've awakened. Bai Bing smiled meaningfully at Xiao Tong, raised his hands, and focused on channeling his spiritual power towards her, and a strange red light enveloped her. Xiao Tong asked fearfully, Huh, what's happening? I can't control my body. He knelt down, raised a hand, and laughed as he looked at Tong Tong. So it really does exist, body. Xiao Dong was shocked. What? Bai Bing spread his arms again to try the move. Xiao Dong got angry. What the hell are you doing? Qin Yu watched with his arms crossed, amused, and said to Xiao Yu, so it's a calamity-type puppet doll. Its effect is similar to your blood servitude. On the other side, Xiao Dong shouted, Yang Bai Bing, you bastard, let me go. Xiao Yu retorted irritably, regardless of quantity or intensity, it's far inferior to mine. After that, the four of them went to a residential area and stood before a familiar door. Bai Bing knocked. Someone inside asked loudly, Who is it? Bai Bing replied, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, it's us. The door creaked open, and Uncle Zhang was startled to see Bai Bing and Xiao Dong. Seeing their miserable state, Uncle Zhang asked worriedly, What happened to you two? Xiao Dong replied, We ran into a horde of zombies and almost died. We barely made it back alive. Uncle Zhang frowned and asked uneasily, Little Yang, were you bitten by a zombie? Bai Bing stammered, Well, I was bitten, but don't worry, I already. Uncle Zhang angrily scolded, You knew you were bitten, and you still dared to come back? Are you trying to drag us down with you? Get out of here now, a gentle voice advised. Let it go, little Zhang. Mrs. Wang came out from inside, leaning on a cane. She was coughing nonstop and wheezed. Let them in, Mrs. Wang kept coughing, and Uncle Zhang called out worriedly, Grandma, Mrs. Wang weakly said in between breaths, It's fine, I'm okay, let them in. Uncle Zhang obeyed and replied, Yes, all right. He glanced at Bai Bing and said, You, come with me. I have to be responsible for everyone's safety. Until we confirm you're not a zombie, I can't let you out of my sight. Mrs. Wang called to the siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, you two, follow me. I have something to say. Little Zhang, the rest of you don't come over here. Qin Yu looked at Mrs. Wang suspiciously, thinking to himself, This old woman is no ordinary person. Outside, the bright sunlight shone all over the house. Xiao Yu got a chair and brought it to Mrs. Wang. Grandma, please sit down. Mrs. Wang smiled and said, Little girl, you are a good person. Mrs. Wang took the necklace from her neck. This old woman doesn't have much. I'll give you this necklace. She handed the necklace to Xiao Yu. Don't refuse. You must keep it safe for me. Xiao Yu took the necklace, flustered, and said, Ah, this. Thank you, Mrs. Wang looked at the two siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, and said softly, Now, stand still. Let this old woman take a good look at you. A strange blue light emanated from Mrs. Wang's eyes. Qin Yu was startled. After a moment, Mrs. Wang laughed heartily with joy. Good, good. I hope the flame of hope will grow stronger and never be extinguished. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu stared in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Mrs. Wang approached Xiao Yu, looking like she had no strength left. She coughed and said, Little girl, no matter what difficulties you face, don't give up. You are the most perfect being in this world. After saying that, she coughed nonstop. Xiao Yu worriedly asked, Grandma, are you all right? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Grandma, what you just said? Can you be more specific? Mrs. Wang wheezed. Go to the south, evolve to the peak. Also, Meng-O has left. Danger is about to descend. Qin Yu anxiously pressed. Danger is descending. What danger is it? Grandma, what's wrong? Before Mrs. Wang could answer, she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yu put her hand to Mrs. Wang's nose to check and said sadly, Brother, she's not breathing anymore. Qin Yu comforted her. She used the last of her strength to say those words to us. Xiao Yu held up the necklace Mrs. Wang gave her and asked, What is this thing? Qin Yu examined the necklace. He didn't feel anything unusual. Maybe it's just a normal necklace. Let me try to copy it. He activated his skill, but it failed, much to Qin Yu's surprise. Xiao Yu was stunned. What's wrong? You can't copy it? Qin Yu wondered. With my current level 3 ability, I can't replicate this thing? Xiao Yu, try to enhance my copy ability. Xiao Yu used her skill but got no results. Qin Yu was frustrated. As expected, it still failed. Xiao Yu replied. Didn't you say at the beginning that you couldn't copy zombies either? Qin Yu explained. At first, copying zombies didn't work mainly because zombies have a very strong resistance to my ability. Back then, my gene energy was still weak, so it failed, but it's different from copying this thing. My energy is being drained a lot, yet with no success at all. He looked at Xiao Yu, flustered, and stammered an explanation. It's like, you have a truck full of sand, which is a lot, but what you're facing is an endless ocean. Xiao Yu was scared. Is it that terrifying? Qin Yu replied, put it in the spatial ring. Maybe we can use it later. Outside, the sunny yellow sky suddenly turned a strange red, and a scream rang out. Ah, what is that? Qin Yu asked in confusion. What's happening outside? A moment later, he and Xiao Yu ran outside. Everyone looked up at the sky in fear, asking, What is that? In the sky appeared a strange crack. From within the crack, countless horned demons emerged. More and more horned demons appeared, flying all over the sky with ferocious faces. The people below pointed in fear. Look, something is falling from the sky. Qin Yu frowned and said worriedly, Horned demons. Xiao Yu was puzzled. What are these horned demons? There are so many of them, Qin Yu explained. They are an alien race from a spatial rift, mostly humanoid in appearance. People call them demons, and the kind with ox horns on their heads are naturally called horned demons. Qin Yu described their appearance to Xiao Yu. However, among demons, they are just a low-class race, but their numbers are vast, and they are extremely brutal. They are a terrible nightmare that terrifies everyone in the apocalypse. Suddenly, a terrifying force landed on the ground. The impact was so strong it created a crater. From within the thick dust, a figure emerged. A picture shows a horned demon. It glanced at the crowd, and they were terrified as it looked their way. The horned demon sped up, rushing toward the people. Everyone was scared out of their minds, screaming, It's coming, run! Little Gray trembled and said, Stay away from me. The horned demon charged at Little Gray, throwing a punch. Little Gray was sent flying into a wall, coughing up blood and dying on the spot. The horned demon let out a threatening screech. Qin Yu looked at it disdainfully. His spear flew through the air, and with a single strike, he killed the horned demon. Qin Yu arrogantly told everyone, Anyone who wants to live, get over here. A moment later, Xiao Yu held a handful of evolution cores. She explained that they were a source of evolutionary energy, and eating one would allow them to become an evolved, gaining power far beyond a normal human, so each person gets one. Hurry up and eat them. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu suspiciously. Bai Bing suddenly ran over and vouched for them. Trust me, he's telling the truth. I was saved because I ate one of those. We can't delay. Don't hesitate. Xiao Yu handed a core to each person, and they trustingly swallowed them. Qin Yu warned Bai Bing, Kid, my power level will attract most of the demons. You need to take everyone and find a place to hide. And keep yourselves safe, Bai Bing replied. Yes, benefactor. You be careful too. Qin Yu then turned to Xiao Yu and said, Let's find a new spot. I want to use these things to test my level 3 power. Xiao Yu readily agreed. Okay. Meanwhile, a horde of horned demons was tearing through the streets and buildings. Seeing their territory invaded, the nearby zombies shrieked in anger. They immediately charged toward the group of horned demons. But what chance did the zombies have against the horned demons? A zombie trembled as a horned demon crushed it like an ant. Suddenly, the demon slammed the zombie onto the ground, obliterating it on the spot. The horned demon roared proudly. Out of nowhere, Qin Yu's spear struck it directly in the head. The horde of horned demons was incinerated in flames. Qin Yu shot them a contemptuous look. Xiao Yu scoffed. You made these things sound so terrifying, but they don't seem like much at all. Qin Yu continued fighting the horde of horned demons with his spear. Xiao Yu, right beside him, was just as formidable. She used her sword to cut the horned demons into pieces. The demons showed no fear, advancing in greater numbers and letting out horrifying screeches. Qin Yu thought to himself, using my full strength, I'm not afraid of these weakling mongrels, but fighting like this will quickly deplete my stamina and evolutionary energy, he warned. Xiao Yu, we have to keep them from getting behind us. Follow me and we'll break through, Xiao Yu answered. Right. The two siblings dashed forward with the horned demons in hot pursuit. Qin Yu's spear tore a hole through a glass door. He said to Xiao Yu, In here. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu scrambled inside the building. Looking at the door, Qin Yu said, This glass is so thick, when those mongrels charge in, we just need to. Before he could finish, the horned demons smashed through the glass door and poured into the building. Qin Yu's face went pale with shock. You've got to be kidding me. That glass was so thick. Oh no, Xiao Yu worried. What are we going to do now? Qin Yu unleashed his power, flames erupting around him. What other choice do we have? We go all out. Moments later, even more horned demons appeared, the glow of his flames illuminating the street corner. A huge blaze engulfed the horde of horned demons, burning them all to a crisp. Qin Yu recalled the flames into his hand. Xiao Yu complained wearily, Brother, all this fighting is making me hungry. Qin Yu grumbled, Damn it. Going on like this is pointless. This is such a pain. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. A massive force slammed into the ground, and Qin Yu swiftly dodged aside. He wondered aloud, what is that? It was a killer bull, he thought to himself. This guy's power is no less than a level 2 zombies. Xiao Yu quickly gripped her sword and rushed toward the killer bull. Qin Yu yelled, Xiao Yu, stay back. The killer bull slammed its fist down, knocking Xiao Yu away. Qin Yu's face twisted with rage. How dare you? He raised his spear and charged the killer bull. Don't think I'm scared of you just because you're level 2. Because I'm level 3 now. The killer bull's huge fingers effortlessly caught his spear. Qin Yu frowned, thinking, just as I thought. Even though I used a potion to reach level 3, in terms of physical strength, I'm only about 30 times stronger than an ordinary person. For a level 2, that's not even considered that powerful. Then, he grinned maliciously. However, Qin Yu channeled his power into the spear and roared, My Violet Inferno is a true level 3 power. The flames engulfed the killer bull, which shrieked in agony. Qin Yu strained, sweat dotting his face. Burn it to a crisp. Don't fail me now. After a moment, the killer bull was charred black, devoid of life. As it collapsed to the ground, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his spear to deliver the finishing blow, yelling angrily, You dared to strike my sister. You're going to die right here, right now. Clutching her injury, Xiao Yu ran over. Wait, brother. Qin Yu turned and asked, What's wrong? Xiao Yu let a drop of her blood fall onto the killer bull's head. In his rage, Qin Yu had completely forgotten about her ability. He said, Oh, I almost forgot you could do that. A moment later, the killer bull suddenly got to its feet. Xiao Yu pointed at it cheerfully and declared, I choose you, Pika Bull. A nearby horned demon screamed. All of a sudden, Pika Bull coughed up blood as if its bones were breaking. It collapsed to its knees. Qin Yu was surprised. Uh-oh, I think I hit it too hard. It's not going to make it. Xiao Yu continued to draw blood from her fingertip. She said, Wait, try this. Droplets of blood from her finger floated through the air and were absorbed by Pika Bull. Like a miracle elixir, Pika Bull instantly regained its strength. Qin Yu was astonished. You can even do that? Xiao Yu crossed her arms proudly. I can use the genes in my blood to heal the puppets under my control. Pika Bull immediately charged toward the horned demons. He threw his fist, punching them to death one by one punch after another. The horned demons fell in droves, when suddenly another horned demon appeared. Qin Yu worried, Another one! Xiao Yu controlled it. Xiao Yu shouted, Pika Bull, get it! The Pika Bull grabbed the horned demon's hands. On the other side, Xiao Yu used her blood to cast her skill. A drop of blood seeped into the head of a horned demon. 2 horned demons are now under control. Qin Yu was delighted. With these 2, our fight will be much easier. Xiao Yu yelled, You guys, throw a few more over here. The Pika Bull threw a punch at the horned demon, and it fell to the ground unconscious. Xiao Yu was ecstatic. That's the 3rd one. She counted them one by one. The 4th one, the 5th one, the 6th one. Qin Yu said softly, Are you getting addicted to this? Xiao Yu replied happily, proud of her blood enslavement and strengthening ability, boasting that she could now control 6 more, making it 12 in total. Xiao Yu continued to cast her skill, then strengthened them. She continued, A strengthened Pika Bull is much stronger than you wild bulls. Qin Yu was speechless. Geez, you're maliciously exploiting a loophole in the game. Xiao Yu sat on the side enjoying a drink, watching the Pika Bulls fight, when suddenly a strange sound rang out. Qin Yu was shocked. That's the sound of space cracking. Could it be that another place is about to be torn open? The horned demons saw something that made them all gape in shock. They fled in fear, and Xiao Yu pointed and commanded, Pika Bulls, pursue them. Qin Yu shouted, These guys dare to run. Xiao Yu, let's go up to the rooftop and see. I wonder what's falling down this time. The 2 siblings quickly ran up to the rooftop. They looked up at the sky. Qin Yu was astonished. There, in the crimson, overcast sky, a massive crack appeared, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. Xiao Yu asked worriedly, Brother, why do you look so pale? My Pika Bulls are here. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Yu was bewildered. This crack is different. This crack was torn open. He explained, Normally spatial cracks are unstable. Maintaining them requires an astonishing amount of power, and the things that can tear space apart are monsters with terrifying strength. Qin Yu said uneasily, Let's go. A savage laugh echoed from the sky. Where do you think you're going? I spent so much effort to barely tear this thing open. If you run, wouldn't all my effort be for naught? A monster was trying to escape from the crack. It shrieked, Don't stop me! A red beam of light shot down from the sky, creating a huge explosion on the rooftop. To this world, I never expected this world to have such delicious and tempting prey. Xiao Yu was surprised. It's a beautiful girl. Why would a girl come here? Qin Yu stood in front of Xiao Yu and said, This one, just by looking, you can tell is from an alien race, so don't let your guard down. The little lowly twirled a lock of her hair and replied, of course, it's for you. Also, this queen's name is Xue Li Ti. Don't call me girl. You'll regret looking down on me. You know. Xiao Yu asked back in confusion. For me? Li Ti stuck out her tongue, licked her finger, and said with a wicked grin, not just any reason would make this queen waste her energy coming down here. This queen has never tasted blood as delicious as yours. As yours, she said contemptuously. Big sis, your world is too dangerous. Why don't you come her flesh and blood? Lati sneered. Do you have any right to speak here? In my eyes, she is prey, and you are trash, not even qualified to be prey. Hearing this, Tanvu angrily gritted his teeth and said, are you insane? Spouting all that nonsense, do you really think you're a god? And all that this queen crap? Isn't it disgusting? You want me to beat you up right now? Lati replied with a look of contempt. You tiny ant, do you have any idea what a great existence you're speaking to? Tanvu gripped his spear tightly, smirking as he cursed. Just another otherworldly being. I just killed a whole bunch of them. If you don't get lost, you'll end up just like those bulls. Xiao Yu worriedly thought to herself. Big brother is just bluffing. Lati was furious, her face turning dark. You compare me to those beasts? You ignorant ant. If you knew my true power, you would never dare to speak like that. Tanvu replied calmly. I know you're strong, and today I'm truly no match for you. But he raised his spear towards Lati. Your real body didn't come through the rift. The you before me is just a projection. Lati was stunned. How did you know? Tanvu laughed. You never made a move, just kept trying to persuade my sister to leave. So I knew you were just bluffing. I'm guessing that with your projection's power, you're not confident you can take me on. In his mind, Tanvu was laughing hysterically. Let me take a wild guess. I was right. Phew, thank heavens. Lati was enraged, she hissed. Even as a clone, I'm more than enough to deal with you. Lati moved as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Tanvu broke into a cold sweat, so fast. Lati suddenly appeared in front of Tanvu. She flashed a gleeful smile like a cat playing with its prey, and taunted, surprise, old man. Tanvu used his staff to block Lati's attack. Her sharp claws were poised to strike him. He exclaimed, damn, these claws! This tough staff nearly snapped in two. Lati licked her fingertips, her face incredibly sinister. She said, ha, you've got some quick reflexes. Next, Tanvu turned to his sister and shouted, Xiao Yu, enhance! Xiao Yu replied, right. Before he could even react, she lunged at him like a moth to a flame, her eyes sharp, smiling wickedly. Let's see if you can keep up. The exchange of blows between the two was incredibly fast. With just one swipe of her claws, Lati managed to snap Tanvu's long spear in half. Consider it a trophy, she said mockingly. Ha, your long spear was broken by me. Let's see what you'll defend yourself with now. Let's continue. Lati swiped at Tanvu again, but this time he couldn't dodge, leaving a rather deep wound. Xiao Yu, watching from a distance, saw her brother get hit by Lati and couldn't help but scream out in worry. Brother. Over here, despite being injured, Tanvu had managed to grab both of her hands. He gave a triumphant smile and said, ha, gotcha. Lati blushed with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for witty retorts. Quickly, Lati pulled her hands back. Seeing this, Tanvu remarked, wow, so slippery. Getting angry out of embarrassment, are we? Lati threw a punch at Tanvu's face, but he quickly dodged it. She furiously shouted, ah, an ant like you dares to do such a thing to me? But Tanvu was nowhere to be seen. Lati froze for a moment. Huh? Suddenly, Tanvu appeared from behind, grabbing Lati, which made her extremely indignant and surprised. Let go of me, you damn male, half-breed, beastly ant! He activated his skill, burn to death. As he finished speaking, an explosion erupted, and it was quite a large one. Whether it was good luck or bad, no one was injured in the blast. Lati seemed furious after the sneak attack, gritting her teeth at Tanvu. I'm going to tear you limb from limb. The claw attacks from Lati were unleashed, heading straight for Tanvu. Right now, Tanvu was in a lot of pain. His left arm seemed to be in bad shape. He struggled to say, my enhanced clone was dealt with just like that. Damn it, half of my genetic power was wasted just like that. Without giving Tanvu a moment to rest, Lati charged again. This time she looked even more determined to defeat him. Her eyes sharp. Ant, die. Suddenly someone appeared, throwing out enchanted talismans. Lati was a bit surprised by this. Humph, you bold demon, don't you dare harm anyone. She was completely taken aback and froze in her tracks, stopping, placing a hand on her hip and asking, who's there? Who dares to stop me from executing this ant? The person who appeared to save Tanvu was Dao Yi, a Taoist priest. The burning talisman in his hand was thrown out. Lati swatted the talisman away, saying with a voice full of contempt, just for show, it's useless. Suddenly, A flash of light appeared before her eyes. That light quickly spread out into magical threads, binding Lati tightly. Lati was tied up securely, yet she still screamed, "What kind of sorcery is this? Untie me at once!" Dao Yi stood watching, a victor's smile on his face. He said, "Trapped by my golden talisman, not even a great immortal could escape." It seems Dao Diek underestimated Lati's combat prowess. She let out a loud cry and quickly broke through his golden talisman. Dao Diek was stunned, not having anticipated this situation, and gritted his teeth, saying, "This demoness is too powerful." From a distance, Tan Vu and Tu Vu watched, exclaiming in awe, "Ah, a cultivator. A Dozong-level expert, so strong." Dao Diek seemed a bit embarrassed that his golden talisman was broken so easily by Lati, and was a little annoyed with the Tan Vu siblings. "Hey, you two. You should probably get out of here. The golden talisman won't hold for much longer." Hearing this, Tan Vu struggled to say to his sister, "Tu Vu, enhance it again." After he spoke, a purple aura of power enveloped him. Lati said in a slightly surprised tone, "You aunt, you dare?" The purple flames quickly engulfed Lati. Tan Vu was about to lose control. He said to his sister in an extremely weak voice, "Tu Vu, enhance my flame ability." Tu Vu obediently complied. Yes, big brother. Tan Vu poured all his strength into this decisive attack, but because his injuries were too severe, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tu Vu ran to support him, her face filled with worry. "Brother, are you okay?" Tan Vu was in great pain and struggling to breathe. He said weakly, "I'm fine. Just overexerted myself. Used up too much power. My injured body probably can't take it." Meanwhile, Lati was furious. She screamed, "You people, you dare do this to me?" Seeing that Lati could still speak, Tanvu was very surprised that he hadn't been able to finish her off even after using all his strength. This still wasn't enough to defeat her? Dao Diek had lost his patience. He said loudly as if giving an order, "Are we really going to be defeated by this monster today?" The flames gradually faded, revealing Lati clutching her chest, flustered to the point of anger. Seeing this, Dao Diek couldn't help himself, losing all his composure as a Taoist priest. As blood gushed from his nose, this monster is really something else. Tanvu froze for 5 seconds, while Tuvu looked at her brother suspiciously, saying in an accusatory tone, brother, you did this kind of thing?" The most embarrassed person right now was Lati, who was absolutely livid. "Aunt, turn around, no looking." Dao Diek, seeing this steamy sight, couldn't control himself, and the amount of blood pouring from his nose was directly proportional to the anger of Lati. She then yelled, "And you, stop looking, suck that nosebleed back in. You people, just you wait." With that, she gradually vanished, but not before adding, this isn't over, just wait, just you wait for me." Lati disappeared, leaving the three of them standing alone on the building's rooftop. Dao Diek finally managed to calm down a bit, sniffing the last of his nosebleed back where it belonged. Now that things were calmer, Dao Diek clasped his hands in a formal greeting to the Tanvu siblings. "This humble Taoist name is Dao Diek. May I ask for your esteemed names?" His sister quickly answered, "I'm Tan Tiu Vu, and this is my brother, Tan Vu." Hearing their names, Dao Diek seemed to ponder something. Tan Vu, Tan Tiu Vu. Sounds less like siblings and more like father and daughter. Hearing Dao Diek's comment, Tiu Vu's expression became indescribable, completely frozen. She told herself, "Geez, someone said it again. Next time I'm not going to say our last name." He seemed to realize. He realized his last joke went a bit too far and quickly put on a confident smile to dispel the awkwardness. My apologies. This humble Taoist is a monk and doesn't interact with others often. If I've said anything to offend you, please forgive me." Then, Xiao Yu asked him seriously, "I saw you drawing talismans and chanting. Are you a cultivator?" He scratched his head, replying shyly, "Meditating to achieve enlightenment is the lifelong lesson for a monk. This humble Taoist has studied Taoist scriptures and the arts of yin and yang under my master since I was a child, but as for being a cultivator, I'm afraid I'm not quite there yet." Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who had been silent until now, cried out in pain. Dao Yi quickly stepped in to help Qin Yu. "Patron, you're seriously injured. Please sit down and let this humble Taoist treat you." Then he pulled out his set of tools, which included items a cultivator would use. There was even a first aid kit for emergencies. What a thoughtful person. Xiao Yu praised him cheerfully. "You even brought medicine and needles?" Dao Yi said sheepishly. This humble Taoist often travels for my studies, so injuries are inevitable. I'm used to carrying medicine and needles just in case." With that, he quickly used all his spiritual power and his medical knowledge to help treat Qin Yu. Before he began, he didn't forget to comfort the boy, Patron. Try to bear the pain for a moment. "Going back many years ago, when Dao Yi was still a child, I was an orphan, and a great master came across him. At that time, he looked extremely ragged and dirty. The master asked Dao Yi, 'What is your name, child?' 'They all call you little beggar, so this master will give you a Taoist name. I will call you Dao Yi, and I will take you to the mountains to practice cultivation. Time flew by, and from the homeless boy he once was, Dao Yi had now become the Taoist master's #1 disciple. Every day, he trained diligently and lived happily with his master, reciting the ancient scriptures. Great knowledge is vast, small knowledge is picky. Great words are plain, small words are argumentative. Just like that, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, but the happiness did not last forever, as no one can be by your side for a lifetime. His master passed away. Master, may you rest in peace. As Dao Yi was mourning his master's passing, his master suddenly sat up in his coffin. His face was pale and gaunt, moaning endlessly. Seeing this, he couldn't hold back his horror and screamed, "Ma, master, you?" That thing lunged at Dao Yi, but fortunately, he was able to dodge it, and at the same time, he realized it was no longer his master, but some foul entity possessing his body. Dao Yi drew his sword, ready for battle. You insolent demon. Get out of my master's body. After that, a tense battle erupted between the two. Back in the present, the three of them were still on a building's rooftop. The sun was almost directly overhead, but they still hadn't made a move to leave. Xiao Yu offered some words of comfort. Don't feel burdened. That wasn't your master anymore. Dao Yi looked a little melancholic. Thank you. Afterwards, I heard on the radio that many people were like my master. It must be the work of evil demons. We Taoists live as recluses deep in the mountains, but in chaotic times, we must come down to save the world, which is why I'm here. Dao Yi continued, I never imagined the world would have become like this, with evil spirits running rampant and hardly any normal people left. But it's precisely at this moment that I feel the yin-yang arts I've cultivated for years have had a breakthrough. Hearing this, Qin Yu finally spoke up. So, what are your plans from here? Dao Yi gazed into the distance, answering seriously, I plan to leave this place. The sky above this city is filled with a murderous aura. I fear a great catastrophe is imminent. Hearing this, Qin Yu seemed a bit excited and quickly said, Coincidentally, we're also planning to leave here and head south. You should come with us. In contrast to Qin Yu's enthusiasm, Dao Yi touched his forehead, appearing to be thinking hard, but he quickly replied, That's great. The outside is full of those man-eating crazies, and I was just worrying about where to go. Xiao Yu immediately chimed in. Oh, those things are actually called zombies. Have you never watched a movie? He let out a small, awkward laugh and replied sheepishly, I've been cultivating on the mountain with my master since I was a child, only coming down occasionally for ascetic training, so I don't understand much about the secular world outside. Realizing she had put Dao Yi in an awkward spot, Xiao Yu quickly added, Oh, well, just come with us. We'll catch you up on things when we get a chance. The three of them walked and chatted happily. Qin Yu said, So, that talisman magic you just grasped, it's probably because you've awakened as an evolver. Dao Yi replied cheerfully, Wow, I knew it. No wonder I suddenly became so powerful. The three stood in front of a building, when a loud laugh echoed from inside. Ha ha ha, that feels amazing. Qin Yu was completely surprised. What's going on? The three of them saw the sight of a man and a bull performing identical movements, and what's more, the bull was standing on its two hind legs. The scene left all three of them frozen in place. Bai Bing, along with the bull standing on its two legs, cheerfully greeted everyone. Oh bro, you guys are back? But the bull wasn't as fortunate. It took an attack from Qin Yu straight through its head. The bull was taken down by him and collapsed onto the floor. Bai Bing looked on with a pout, annoyed at his brother's actions. Hey, don't kill it. I wasn't finished playing. With a sharp, determined look in his eyes, Qin Yu said, Conserve your gene energy and hurry up and get someone to clean up those corpses over there and fix the door, otherwise you'll attract those zombies. Dao Yi then noticed a body lying in the middle of the room, and he stammered, Isn't this Grandmaster Wang? Qin Yu looked a little surprised. Oh, you knew her? He began to explain, Yes, Grandmaster Wang was a highly respected and senior prodigy within the Taoist sect. I met her a few times when I was a child, and even my master had immense respect for her. My master and I had planned to come down the mountain to visit her, but I never imagined this. Qin Yu came up behind Dao Yi and added, So she was an old one too. Senior from the Taoist sect, I won't hide it from you. The one who told us to leave quickly and head south was her. Arriving in the south, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu are sharing a bed, but right now, neither of them is asleep yet. Xiao Yu playfully touches his chest and exclaims, Brother, your chest is so hard. His only response is a cold and indifferent expression. I have a wound there. Behave yourself. And just go to sleep. Xiao Yu looks worried. No, it's still early. Do you need me to rub it for you? He turns completely towards her and whispers a warning. Hey, keep your voice down. You don't want people to overhear us. That wouldn't be good. In the next room, Dao Ye is still awake, talking to himself. Masters, teacher, your disciple has been unfilial. With my own strength, I couldn't save many people in Shengjing City. I could only retreat for now to preserve this useful body, so that I can become stronger and save more lives later. From the next room, a voice drifts over. Brother, your chest is so hard. Hearing that, he becomes bewildered and a bit awkward. Are those two really siblings? The pair in the other room doesn't stop, continuing to say things that make Dao Ye blush. Hey, stop messing around and just go to sleep. Unable to take it anymore, he clutches his head and buries his face in his pillow, trying to block out the awkward words. It's not early. Do you need me to rub it for you? Utterly helpless, Dao Ye sits up again, his expression dead serious. Forget it. I'll just make some talismans. While the Taoist is concentrating his power to create talismans, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu still haven't stopped. Brother, your body is amazing. The next morning, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu emerge from their room wearing matching red outfits. Qin Yu looks a bit annoyed, while Xiao Yu is stretching her arms, looking like she had a very high-quality sleep. She says, I slept so well. Turning to Dao Ye's room, he's also stumbling out. Seeing him, Xiao Yu asks with concern, Oh, did you not sleep well last night? Dao Ye has dark circles under his eyes and is holding a stack of talismans he worked on all night. He forces a laugh. Haha, I was running out of talismans, so I had to make more all night. Bai Bing and Xiao Tong show up. Bai Bing says, Aren't you staying a few more days? Qin Yu replies, We have urgent business to take care of. Besides, Shengjing City isn't safe anymore. You all should leave soon too. Hearing that, Bai Bing is momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Yu continues, Okay, I know it's not easy for you to find a safe place, especially since you have to bring along so many elderly, weak, and sick people. It's difficult to relocate. When danger strikes, don't hesitate. Go find the army. It'll give you a chance at survival. At this, Bai Bing waves with a smile, while Xiao Tong next to him blushes a little. Okay, thank you. The three of them leave the inn and continue their journey. Xiao Yu says excitedly, Brother, it's like we're on a trip. He replies with a serious look on his face. What's there to be happy about? You don't get it. The wilderness is far more dangerous than the city. She turns to look at her brother, her eyes sparkling, and says, Huh? But in zombie movies, aren't the densely populated cities the most dangerous places? There's nobody in the wilderness, so even if there are zombies, there would only be a few. Disagreeing with his sister, he immediately retorts, You're talking about movie zombies. Don't forget, there are also mutated beasts, the various birds and animals. In the wild are far more numerous than in the city, and there might even be mutated plants. One careless mistake, and you'll be attacked by those things. Seeing how seriously Qin Yu is arguing with her, she averts her gaze and says softly, Oh, is that right? Qin Yu continues, Let's head to Lin Feng's encampment first. I need to ask them for a favor. When they reach the gate, they're met by two guards, one of whom says, Who are you? Halt. Qin Yu speaks up, I'm here to find Lin Feng. My name is Qin Yu. I'm his friend. Could you please let him know? The other guard recognizes him immediately. Oh, you're Major Lin Feng's friend. Please wait a moment while I inform him. He adds, We can't be careless during these critical times. I hope you understand. Just a few days ago, there were several incidents of infected people among the refugees, causing countless casualties. Qin Yu nods. I understand. I'll wait. Soon after, Major Lin Feng walks out and greets him. Qin Yu, you're here? Qin Yu and the other two quickly walk over to Lin Feng. Xiao Yu notices the people sitting by the side of the road and can't help but ask, Are all these people this weak? Lin Feng looks at Xiao Yu and replies, Miss, we can't help it. Food is scarce here, and these refugees just arrived, so we had to take them in. Even the able-bodied young men who can fight on the battlefield aren't getting enough to eat, let alone the elderly, the weak, and the women. Lin Feng leads the three of them inside, and on the way, they encounter some men with shaved heads, cursing at each other over the small amount of relief food. You bastards only give us this little bit of food. You want to starve us to death. If you won't let us live, we won't let you live in peace either. Everyone, let's go beat them to death. Lin Feng shouts, Stop it! What do you think you're doing? The shaved-headed men, who were shouting just a moment ago, immediately shrink back when they hear Lin Feng's voice. One of them stammers, Oh, Officer Lin, we're not getting enough to eat. Lin Feng doesn't accept that excuse and gets even fiercer. Enough to eat? Go ahead and ask if anyone in this entire camp is getting enough to eat. You all are able-bodied young men. Why aren't you out there fighting with everyone else? What kind of men are you, hiding in the refugee camp? One of them can't stand it and shouts back, Fight to the death. Even if we fight, we only get a little more food. It's still not enough to fill our stomachs, is it? Lin Feng assumes the posture of a major, lecturing the man to make him understand. You know that even the soldiers aren't getting their fill. So what are you making a fuss about? If all the soldiers fall, you people will lose your food source entirely. Then it's over for everyone. After dealing with those men, Lin Feng sighs. Sigh. You can see it for yourself. With enemies from within and without, everyone is trying to hide their stress and despair. Qin Yu ignored what just happened and said, I came here to see Liu Tiechui. I want to ask him to make a weapon, and once it's done, I'll leave. I won't be a burden to anyone. Lin Feng turned back to look at him with a hint of desperation in his eyes, asking Qin Yu, "You came here just for that? The situation here, you've seen it for yourself. If you can, I hope you'll lend a hand," he replied immediately. "It's not that I won't help you. I'm truly helpless against the insectoids. I'll be honest with all of you, this mission is almost impossible to complete. Retreating immediately to find another camp is the best course of action." He scratched his head, his face filled with exhaustion. "Why wouldn't I have thought of what you said? But if we do that, I'll take you to see Liu Tichui." Lin Feng led Qin Yu to a 4-story building, pointing upwards and giving him directions. "Go up to the 3rd floor. You can find him by following the sound of hammering steel. I still have things to do, so I can't go with you all." Qin Yu turned to look at Lin Feng. "All right, you go handle your business." With that, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and Dao Ye went inside. Xiao Yu asked, "Brother, why don't we bring Lin Feng with us? Is it better to just leave him here to die?" There was a hint of indifference in Qin Yu's voice. "He wouldn't agree. He's determined to defend this place until he dies." Dao Ye, as if understanding his feelings, spoke up in his defense. "Everyone in this world has their own duty. To die without regret makes one a hero." The 3 of them reached the room Lin Feng had pointed to, and standing before the door, Xiao Yu complained, "It's so hot in here." Entering the room, they saw a large man intently focused on something, holding an iron hammer and wearing only an apron. Seeing the man, Qin Yu was quite surprised, thinking to himself, "No wonder this man is an evolver, and a rare creation type at that." Then he spoke up to greet him. "You must be Mr. Liu," the man replied with extreme indifference, not even bothering to glance at him. "Yeah, Liu Tieju, Liu Tiechui, call me whatever." Qin Yu stepped closer, extending a hand to start a conversation. "Hello, Mr. Liu, I'm Qin Yu, a friend of Lin Feng's. I'd like to ask you to help me make a weapon." Tichui, with a stern and indifferent expression, said, "Write down your requirements on a piece of paper. I'll make it for you after I finish this." Qin Yu seemed to be in a great hurry. "Can you make mine first?" "I have something urgent." The man gave him a sharp glare, one filled with judgment for Qin Yu. He said, "You have something urgent, more urgent than the decapitation strike of the war gods? Just wait patiently. When I'm done, I'll make time to help you." Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Qin Yu quickly explained, "Mr. Liu, I'm a friend of Major Lin Feng." Before Qin Yu could explain, Tichui said, "Are you going to stop? I told you to wait, so just wait." "So what if you're Major Lin Feng's friend? Even if you were the commander's uncle, it means nothing to me here." As Qin Yu was thinking about how to persuade him, someone suddenly appeared and called his name, Qin Yu. Hearing someone call her brother's name, Xiao Yu also turned around, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Sun Yu?" Sun Yu appeared with a group of people, and he said, "Don't be tense. I didn't come to cause trouble. Why are you all here?" Sui Zhong, who was with him, couldn't help but ask, "This is the Qin Yu you said easily defeated you?" Sun Yu approached Qin Yu, his voice full of provocation. "Ha, this is great. With you joining us, we'll definitely succeed." Qin Yu held up a hand to stop him. He replied with utmost seriousness, "I think you've misunderstood. I came to ask someone to help me make a weapon. Once it's done, I'm leaving. As for your so-called decapitation strike, I won't be participating. I also advise you not to blindly go to your deaths like that." Sun Yu was a bit surprised, but he quickly composed himself and said, You're such a coward. This decapitation strike is for Shengjing City. Even if we sacrifice ourselves, we will be remembered by future generations and become heroes of the city." Qin Yu maintained his indifferent expression, looking at Sun Yu with an incredibly judgmental gaze. He said, "Are you an idiot? You sacrifice yourselves, and the insectoids will level the city. By then, no one will remember your heroic deeds, because everyone who knew you will be dead, understand?" Continuing his words, Qin Yu said, "All right, I'm not a hero, and I don't want to be one. If you can't convince him to make my weapon, then shut your mouth." Sui Zhong couldn't stand Qin Yu's arrogance and shouted angrily, "A coward is a coward. I see now that you only beat Sun Yu by a fluke. I, Li Sui Zhong, officially challenge you to a duel. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think you're something special." Xiao Yu pointed at Sun Yu and Sui Zhong and said something that shocked them both. "Between the two of you, who's stronger?" Sui Zhong was a bit bewildered and found it hard to answer. "Why are you asking that?" With a serious expression, she picked her nose and said, "If you two are evenly matched, then don't bother challenging my brother. I could take both of you on with just one hand." Hearing this, Sui Zhong was so shocked he nearly fell over backwards, but he still retorted defiantly, "All right, you little brat, let me tell you, I'm not like other guys. Even if my opponent is a woman, I won't hold back." Tichui, who had been listening quietly this whole time, finally spoke up. "Wait." Tichui glanced back at them and asked, "You said you're leaving Shengjing City?" Qin Yu asked back, confused. Yes, why? The man frowned and made a proposal. I promise to forge your weapon first, but you have to promise me one thing. Qin Yu looked at him inquisitively and asked, Tell me first, what is it? Ti Chui stated his request. Take my grandson out of here, to Tianming City in the south. Promise me this, and I will forge your weapon. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then answered decisively, That's possible. I will do my best to ensure his safety. Sui Zhang spoke up with an angry expression. Are you two done talking? When you're finished, I could make a move. Xiao Yu suddenly lunged forward, pressing her sword against his neck. She then withdrew it and ordered calmly, All right, it's over. Hurry and have Uncle Liu forge a weapon for my brother. Sui Zhang's face turned pale as he stammered in fear. How is this possible? Tai Zhu frowned at what had just happened, impressed by her strength. He turned back, his hands continuing, striking the red-hot iron. He continued in a reassured tone. With strength like that, I can rest easy with my nephew following you two. What weapon do you want? I'll get started on it right now. Qin Yu pulled out a blood flame stone. From his spatial ring, Sui Zhang exclaimed in shock. Isn't that Major Lin's spatial ring? Qin Yu frowned, replying matter-of-factly, It's not Major Lin's. That guy's ability is insane. It's a long story. Tai Zhu frowned in confusion, reaching out to take the blood flame stone. He asked, puzzled, What is this? It's still warm. Qin Yu replied, This is a blood flame stone. Please use it to forge a 2-meter-long spear for me. Tai Zhu looked at the item in his hand, sensed it was something extraordinary, and agreed. All right, I can tell just by touching it that this is an extraordinary material. The weapon forged from this will undoubtedly be a divine armament. He added, It's good, but there's not enough for a 2-meter spear. This amount is only enough to forge the spearhead. In my opinion, we should use blazestone for the shaft. Qin Yu asked, Blazestone? Xiao Yu, standing nearby, piped up curiously. What's blazestone? Qin Yu explained. Remember the firebugs that were chasing us? This blazestone is the organ they use to produce fire. It's incredibly hard and retains heat for a long time. While not on par with blood flame stone, it's still a rare material. The pieces of blood flame stone were cut down and tossed into the blazing forge. Tai Zhu stood before it with a frown, his voice filled with confusion. This material's melting point is too high. The forge is at maximum heat, and it's still not reacting. Seeing this, Qin Yu, holding a purple flame in his hand and staring intently at the forge, said, Allow me. Then he put his hand, wreathed in purple flames, into the forge without hesitation. Tai Zhu looked at the forge and warned, Wait, at this rate the forge won't hold. Qin Yu glanced at Xiao Yu and commanded, Xiao Yu, reinforce the forge. Upon hearing his command, she used her reinforcement ability on the forge, replying, Yes. Everyone else in the room stared wide-eyed, completely stunned by the sight. After the blood flame stone was molten, Qin Yu pulled it out and announced, It's ready. Tai Zhu took the glowing material and began hammering it into shape with all his strength. He turned his head and urged urgently, Add your blood, quickly. Qin Yu swiftly grabbed a knife and cut his palm. He held his hand over the spearhead, and his blood dripped onto the red-hot metal. The spearhead trembled violently as crimson veins spread across its surface. Qin Yu was completely shocked, thinking to himself, This spearhead, it's resonating with me. Tai Zhu held up the newly forged spear, his voice filled with satisfaction. This is the finest work I have ever crafted. I will name it the Blood Flame Spear. Yes, that's what we'll call it. Qin Yu took the new spear in hand, smiling as he said, Blood Flame Spear, I like it. He swung the spear, and a purple flame erupted along its trajectory. He assessed, to think it actually reached the quality of a D-rank treasure, and with added effects too. A purple flame unexpectedly wreathed the spearhead. Qin Yu stood the spear upright, and a crimson aura enveloped him. It ignited in a flash, burning away all the fresh blood, to temporarily boost speed and power. After the effect ends, the user is weakened from blood loss. Fresh blood backlash. When the blood flame spear damages an enemy, it absorbs their fresh blood to empower itself, and simultaneously transfers energy to the user, accelerating their blood regeneration. Qin Yu clasped his hands in front of his chest and said gratefully, Thank you, Master Liu. I will do my utmost to take your nephew to Tianming City. Tai Zhu clasped his hands as well, proposing, Excellent, Mr. Qin Yu, please wait one night. Tomorrow, I will make all the arrangements for him to leave with you. Qin Yu then spoke up, Master Liu. Tai Zhu smiled at the young man. Qin Yu frowned and suggested, You should come with us. You don't have to die here. Tai Zhu clasped his hands behind his back, looking pensive, and calmly refused. Me? I'm not going anywhere. I must stay and hold out until the very end. The next day, as the sun climbed high into the sky, its brilliant rays cut through the morning mist, illuminating a building. Inside the building, Liu Hui stood at their door, speaking shyly. Hello, you two. I'm Liu Hui. Qin Yu looked at him and asked, You must be Master Liu's nephew. Are you ready to leave yet? Liu Hui smiled and replied, Yes, I'm all prepared. Out in the hallway, a group of people was walking with a commanding presence. Dressed in formal attire, they approached Qin Yu's room. The man with white hair was War God Number 1, Gao Jiao. He had a ghastly pale face, earning him the nickname Ghost Jiao, and his ability was to transform into a ghostly soul. The man with blue hair was War God Number 2 of the 10 War Gods, Yang Jingling. He was around 25 years old, with handsome features, and was known as the Grass Lord, possessing the ability to control plants. Behind him was War God Number 3, Lu Yun, who could transform into a porcupine. Its quills were hard and black and could be shot out as projectiles. Beside him was the Commander-in-Chief, Li Wei, a man over 40 who played the part of a cunning anti-hero with deep-seated skills. Lin Feng walked at the front, calling out cheerfully, Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at the approaching group with a confused frown. Jingling spoke first. Well, it seems the saying heroes come from the young is true. You must be Qin Yu? I've heard Lin Feng speak of you. Qin Yu placed a hand on his hip and smiled, asked, Judging by your appearance, you must be the commander-in-chief of Thin Can City. Lin Yi crossed his arms behind his back and smiled, praising him before introducing himself. You have a sharp eye. I am Lin Yi, the supreme commander of Thin Can City. Qin Yu frowned as a realization dawned on him, silently mumbling, Lin Yi, could it be? He recalled what Lin Yi looked like in the future. He said, Lai Nagi, the future city lord of Tianmong City. I never expected him to be the supreme commander of Thin Can City right now. Qin Yu cupped his hands respectfully and replied, So it is, Commander Li. I've heard a great deal about you. Lin Ge immediately got down to business. He spoke carefully. Actually, I came to see you about something. Qin Yu turned away thoughtfully and then politely refused. You want me to join the attack on the broodmother's nest? I'm sorry, but I won't agree to that. Li Ningui laughed and replied, You've misunderstood. That's not why I came to see you. He stepped closer, continuing in a low voice. In this war against the insectoids, we don't have a shred of a chance of winning. You see that as well, don't you? Qin Yu asked suspiciously. What are you trying to say? Li Nagai shared his thoughts. Instead of fighting a battle we are destined to lose, it's better to preserve our strength so that in the future we can contribute more meaningful things to humanity. Qin Yu smirked coldly and asked mockingly, You mean break out of the encirclement, Commander Li? A truly wise decision on your part. Seeing his reaction, Li Nagai immediately corrected himself, clarifying it was not a breakout, but an escape. Lin Feng frowned and asked Commander Li doubtfully, I have no problem with abandoning Thin Can City, but why is it just our squad that gets to retreat? Are we just going to abandon the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians just like that? Hearing this, Li Yingui instantly flew into a rage, whirling around to face Lin Feng, his voice shrill and accusatory, full of bitterness and irrationality. Major Lin, watch your tone and your attitude. If the entire force retreats, the insectoids will surely pursue us, and besides, we don't have enough food. We simply can't provide rations for everyone. Qin Yu gave him a contemptuous look and muttered under his breath, This guy is truly vicious. No wonder he becomes a regional warlord in the future. Seeing that Qin Yu was silent, he thought Qin Yu had the wrong idea, and quickly explained, Qin Yu, are you worried we won't make it? You don't have to be. We have over 500 people with us, all of them elites. Once we get to Tianmong, we'll secure a position no less significant than the one we have in Thin Can City. My older brother is Li Hongming, the supreme commander of Tianmong City. Hearing this explanation, Qin Yu's expression darkened, and he rested his chin in his hand, thinking to himself, Li Hongming? I never heard of him in my previous life. Could it be? Li Nai smirked as he recounted, Not long ago, my brother sent me news. The situation there isn't bad, Tianmong City has essentially been completely cleared. With its current military power, it's not an exaggeration to call Tianmong the safest place in the world. Once we arrive, given my relationship with my brother and your group's strength, we are guaranteed to have a significant status in Tianmong City. Qin Yu fell into deep thought, recalling his past life. He remembered that in his previous life, he only knew that the lord of Tianmong City was Li Nui. He had never heard the name Li Hongming. Logically, a city lord, especially one who laid the groundwork for Tianmong, should have been recorded in history, even if just briefly. It seems, he rubbed his head and frowned, considering a possibility, that Lin Gui repaid kindness with betrayal, usurped power, and killed Li Hongming. Then, he covered up the truth, established a dictatorship, and used extreme censorship to completely erase all traces of Li Hongming. If that's the case, this Li Nugi is truly a ruthless figure. Dao Yi's voice was somber and filled with immense sorrow. Such a wicked deed, such a tragedy. Those who are abandoned. Their fate from now on will likely be grim. Liu Hui put his hands on his hips, defending Li Nigui. Commander Li doesn't have it easy. He was committed to Thin Can City from the beginning. He must have had no other choice to make a decision like this. He must be suffering immensely inside. Xiao Yu leaned in, casting a wary glance at the man, and whispered to Qin Yu, "Big brother, why do I get the feeling this guy is really creepy? Although with my power, taking him down would be easy, I feel a strange aura of authority around him that makes me afraid to go against him." Qin Yu looked at her with approval. "Xiao Yu, your intuition is correct. We have to be on guard against Lin Guai. He is a dangerous man." A short time later, a group of civilians gathered before a soldier, asking anxiously, "Where is everyone going?" One soldier explained to reassure the people there. "Everyone, please don't panic. We are just going to receive a shipment of food and supplies. We'll be back shortly." Hearing that, a man exclaimed happily, "That's wonderful. We won't have to go hungry anymore." The woman beside him put a hand to her chest and added pensively, "If that's true, we might be able to hold on until the day we finally drive out the bugs." Inside one of the vehicles, Lin Feng was brooding with an uncomfortable frown. He kept his lips sealed, not saying a word. Qin Yu seemed to sense his mood and patted his shoulder to console him. "Don't blame yourself. There was nothing you could do." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his expression grim, his voice laced with self-blame. "They trusted us, they depended on us, and yet we're running away like cowards, leaving them with empty promises and false hope. By the time they wake up to the truth, it'll be too late. By then, the only thing left for them will be death." Lin Feng let out a faint sigh, his voice dropping, speaking as much to himself as to Qin Yu. "At least I can live with my own conscience." Hearing this, Qin Yu jumped up. "What? You're leaving them with nothing but despair. By then, they'll absolutely hate us." Qin Yu glanced at him and replied, "And so what? If we brought everyone along, the insectoids would surely hunt us down." He explained, his voice laced with irritation and cold logic. "Lin Feng, in the apocalypse, no one gives a damn about your conscience. If your conscience could actually save everyone, then it might be worth considering. It's useful if you can act on it, otherwise it's worthless. In matters of life and death, this is the best possible outcome. Hold on to that conscience of yours, so you can use it to burn bright when the time comes." Qin Yu's words hit Lin Feng like a bucket of cold water, leaving him stunned and lost in heavy thoughts enveloped by silence. As the vehicles started rolling, Lin Feng, sitting silently inside, seemed to have an epiphany. He spoke softly, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Qin Yu, you're right. I'm too weak right now. I have no say, only a conscience, which is meaningless." Despite the oppressive silence, the convoy pushed steadily forward, showing no signs of stopping. Nimble motorcycles led the pack, their riders observing the situation, checking every corner of the road ahead. In the distance, a horde of zombies gathered like a vast gray sea. They seemed to be mindlessly searching for something. A soldier up ahead spotted the zombies and immediately got on the radio to inform the others. "We've got a situation up ahead. Situation up ahead. The road is blocked by a horde of zombies." The vehicles came to a halt, and soldiers disembarked one by one, weapons in hand. They formed ranks, and the captain ordered them into position. Gunshots rang out as they opened fire continuously. Hearing the noise, the zombies turned their heads and quickly charged forward with terrifying growls. A voice rang out, ordering the other soldiers, "Fire!" Continuous volleys of bullets rained down, causing the zombies to shriek in agony. The captain's voice rang out again, "Change positions." Receiving the order, Qin Yu watched the coordination and remarked with admiration, "As expected of elite troops, their teamwork is flawless." The captain's voice sounded once more, "Suppressive fire. Heavy weapons. Prepare to reload." A moment later, everything returned to its initial silence. After the zombies were completely wiped out, the soldiers quickly moved up to assess the situation. A soldier's voice boomed out the order, "Collect the spoils of war. Gather the evolution energy." The sky gradually turned a dark purple, signaling nightfall, and the group stopped in front of a gas station. A steady voice announced, "We'll rest here for the night." Another voice immediately replied, "Understood." Inside the gas station, a group of people were gathered around a hot pot that was bubbling away. Dao Ye spoke up, looking pensive and uneasy. "I keep feeling anxious, like something bad is about to happen." Xiao Yu, holding a bowl of noodles, looked at him and asked in confusion, "Little Taoist, why are you always so paranoid? My intuition is always right." Hearing this, Qin Yu warned them, "Be extra careful tonight. Don't sleep too deeply. If there's danger, Liu Hui, you must stick close to Dao Ye, and then the two of you find me and Xiao Yu immediately." In another room, Li Wei was leisurely eating his noodles, his voice firm, "Everything will get better. Once I reach Tianmeng and join forces with my older brother, we will surely achieve great things." Outside the room, a group of armed men stood guard silently. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. Lu Yun looked in the direction of the sound, and upon seeing who it was, he spoke, "Zhao Kui, What are you doing here? Zhao Kui stood at attention, adjusted his cap, and reporting, I have an important matter to report to Commander Li. Lu Yun replied, it's late. Commander Li is probably asleep. Whatever it is, say it tomorrow. Zhao Kui gritted his teeth without a word, then agreed. All right, I'll come back first thing in the morning. Just then, from inside the room, Li Wei's voice called out, let him in. Today's business should be settled today. Don't wait for tomorrow. Zhao Kui immediately opened the door and shouted, Commander Li. Li Wei walked up to him and asked, what is it you have to report? Zhao Kui's face was pale, his eyes lifeless, as he spoke in a threatening tone. Li Wei, today is your day. Li Wei's eyes widened as he shouted, this is bad. Gao Jiao heard him, and his face darkened as he cried out in alarm. We're in trouble. The scene changes to where Qin Yu and Xiao Yu are sleeping peacefully, when suddenly an insectoid monster appears. It raises its sharp stinger. It flies towards the soundly sleeping Xiao Yu. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and uses his power to incinerate the insectoid monster. A powerful flame burns it to ashes. An alarm siren blares throughout the building. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's the insectoids! Xiao Yu is also awakened by the alarm. She sits up slightly and asks, brother, what's wrong? Qin Yu explains, it's the insectoids. Judging by the sound, there are a lot of them. Get ready quickly. We're gonna find Dao Ye and Liu Hui. A foot kicks the door, forcing it open. The two of them rush into the room. Qin Yu asks worriedly, are you two all right? The insectoid monster was trapped inside a golden box. Dao Ye stood protectively in front of Liu Hui, holding a talisman as he looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned and announced loudly, the insectoids have launched a surprise attack. It's dangerous outside. Everyone hide in a corner and absolutely do not reveal yourselves. Outside the building, the soldiers had already taken their battle positions. The captain ordered, fire, fire. They fired continuously at the insectoid monsters that were frantically advancing. A middle-aged soldier kept firing, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You ants, just die! We are the elite of the elite! The soldier next to him saw this and shouted a warning. Watch out, it's a claw insectoid. Sharp claws suddenly shot out, piercing the soldier. He cried out in agony. A large, terrifying claw insectoid appeared before them. It spat out numerous spikes. The claw insectoid fired these projectiles at the soldiers. They rained down on the men, causing them to scream in pain, desperately trying to get help. Find cover, find cover. A massive insectoid monster advanced and pinned a soldier underneath it. As he screamed in terror, a bullet suddenly flew straight into the monster's head. A swipe destroyed the bug. A soldier, seeing this, heaved a sigh of relief and exclaimed joyfully, awesome! It's a sniper! The sniper team is finally in position. Inside the camp, a chaotic battle broke out. Amidst the swarm of bugs and the soldiers, voices of encouragement could be heard, kill these beasts, along with chaotic screams, save me. Suddenly, 3 sharp spines flew through the air, followed by the thud of them piercing human bodies. 3 soldiers died instantly. Longfong and 2 other soldiers looked in that direction, exclaiming in horror as they saw a massive bug with sharp legs over there. Its 4 crimson eyes glared with indignation. A bald soldier shouted loudly, it's dangerous. Find cover now. The other soldiers also quickly fled. Quick, find cover! The bug, which looked like a mutated spider, was the source of the sharp spines. Under the moonlight, it forcefully shot out numerous spines towards everyone. Although it wasn't aiming at any specific target, with the spines raining down like that, they were bound to hit a few unlucky soldiers. One person calmly pointed at it and commanded, attack it. It's the leader. A sniper positioned high up received the order, Roger that. He carefully aimed at the mutated spider. But as he was taking aim, a large red bug landed behind him. He realized the danger far too late. The sniper lost his life. A piercing, was his final sound. Seeing someone fall to their death from above, the soldiers with guns below were stunned. They looked up and saw a red bug with wings and a long, lizard-like tail, but its body had 4 human-like limbs. Only its head retained insectoid features. It's unclear who shouted, but someone identified it. The armored bug king. A panicked soldier yelled, get away, get away. But it was too late. The armored bug dove down to their position, creating a shockwave that sent everyone flying. Dust and dirt filled the air as it moved like the shadow of the Grim Reaper. Wherever it went, people died, and the army lost another 2 men. Sun Wu quickly devised a plan. Brothers, the enemy is close. Switch to melee weapons. Just as he finished speaking, a bug with sharp pincers lunged at them. His comrade quickly warned, be careful. The bug slammed its blade-like pincer into the ground, but Sun Wu had already leaped high into the air. He laughed triumphantly. Didn't expect that, did you? I can jump this high. In midair, he flipped like a professional acrobat before landing. delivering a straight thrust into the bug's head. Elsewhere, another bug that had just charged forward was frozen solid, unable to move. It turned out this squad was composed of evolved soldiers, all of whom had awakened abilities. The man who had just frozen the bug grinned victoriously. Nice one. These beasts never would have guessed we had a trick like this. But the armored bug still hadn't been dealt with, and one person noticed it, knowing he couldn't beat it alone. He called his comrades to gang up on it. Let's all go take care of the biggest one. And so, a man with a mutated hand and the bald man with a saber charged forward. Let's go. From behind, others launched their special abilities at it. There were explosive flames, lightning-like strikes, and even ice attacks, all sorts of colors and all kinds of attacks, aimed at destroying it in one go. Taking so many attacks like that, the armored bug was completely unharmed. A dangerous glint flashed in its eyes. With its incredible speed and agility, it lunged forward with 2 swift slashes. The 2 men who had just charged in were sent to meet their ancestors. A young man not in military uniform collapsed. In terror, he uttered his last words. Even with all that, we couldn't kill it. It seems today is the day I die. As the armored bug's claw was about to come down on his head, it suddenly stopped. It turned out to be busy blocking an attack from Qin Yu. The tip of his spear had struck one of its arms. The young man, having been saved, was utterly stunned and blurted out in amazement. Qin Yu's entire body glowed with a faint red light, looking majestic as he held his spear. The young man stared in bewilderment for a long moment. God of War. From above, Qin Yu landed heavily, driving his spear powerfully into the ground. A loud bang echoed as dust flew everywhere, forcing the soldiers to keep a wary distance. However, Qin Yu didn't look the least bit happy after hitting the armored bug. He looked at the spear in his hand and snorted coldly. Pinned by the tip of his spear was one of the armored bug's arms, but that was all, not its corpse. He couldn't help but remark, sacrificing a limb to block a fatal blow, huh? With a whoosh, the armored bug king's wing whipped past Qin Yu's face. He leaned back to dodge, and with another swish, it attacked his lower body. He managed to dodge that successfully as well, or he would have become a eunuch for sure. One person and one bug both retreated, watching each other warily and preparing for the next clash. A soldier, finally snapping out of his daze, looked at Qin Yu with concern and said, "He's not the god of war. I don't know him. Who on earth is this guy?" On the other side, Qin Yu was quite satisfied with his new weapon. For a normal strike to be this effective, this blood flame spear could truly be considered a divine weapon. The armored bug king had now flown into the air. Its recently severed arm had already grown back, as if it had never been cut off. Qin Yu tapped his spear on the ground. If a normal strike can do this to you, he began to channel his power, likely preparing to use a special move. A faint but formidable blood-red aura radiated from his body. Then try this. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and let out a pained scream. Ah! His eyes turned bloodshot, and the spear in his hand, infused with the blood aura from his body, glowed an even deeper red. Feeling the power coursing through him, he struck the armored bug's head with his spear. A shocking bang of impact resounded, loud enough to give it a concussion. Qin Yu spun the spear in his hand. Die! At that exact moment, Xiao Yu appeared behind him. Brother Yu, the undercurrent bug. He looked at his sister in confusion. No, knew what she wanted to do. Xiao Yu drew blood from her body, explaining, "Leave it to me." The drop of blood shot into the armored insect king's head and entered its body. Suddenly, its damaged body was restored to its peak condition. It was now completely under Xiao Yu's control. She cheered joyfully. "This is great." She climbed onto its back, grabbing the 2 antennae on its head and holding them like reins. After some simple maneuvering, the armored insect flew high into the air. Xiao Yu happily boasted, "I've got a helicopter now." Watching this scene, Qin Yu was speechless. He retracted his power. The 2 soldiers below watched with their jaws dropped, thinking they were in some kind of wonderland. In the blink of an eye, the formidable armored insect had been tamed by the 2 siblings. They stammered, "What kind of monsters are these 2? The situation outside was temporarily considered stable. Back in Li Wei's room, the officer who came in to report began to transform his body. A malevolent laugh echoed, "Li Wei, today is the day you die." Gao Jiao realized the situation was dire and rushed in just in time to help. Trouble! The man had now transformed into an insectoid mutant with a human torso and multiple legs sprouting from it. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. Gao Jiao used his phantom form ability to phase right through it. He tried to get to Li Wei to save him. Thanks to his incredible speed and skill, Gao Jiao grabbed the commander and pulled him away from the mutant insect's mouth. It snapped its massive jaws shut but only bit into thin air, with no human flesh for it to taste. Seeing its attack fail, it turned its head to look for an escape route. Jingling saw this and shouted a warning. "It's trying to escape," Lu Yun yelled, beginning his transformation. His shirt ripped apart as sharp spines erupted from his body, just like a human porcupine. But unfortunately, this was a hystrix, not a porcupine. By the time Lu Yun's transformation was complete, his handsome hair was replaced by stiff, black quills, and his mouth had sprouted two fangs that looked both ferocious and unappealing. Jingling bent down and threw out a green sapling. The sapling hit the humanoid insect mutant. Immediately, a cluster of vines erupted like dried seaweed hitting water. They expanded and enveloped the insect. In just a moment, the green vines had tightly wrapped the creature into a fresh mummy. Lu Yun stepped forward and effortlessly broke the 6 scythe-like claws on its back, disarming it of its powerful weapons. Commander Li Wei finally came to his senses, still trembling slightly. How did he suddenly turn into such a disgusting monster? Outside the base, commands rang out, attack, attack them, watch the left flank, hold the line, hold the line. Li Wei was startled and asked what was happening outside. The 2 soldiers guarding the door reported, Commander Li, it's bad. The insectoids are attacking, and the battlefield situation is critical. This news worried him as he thought, the insectoids are attacking. How is that possible? But befitting a commander, he only pondered for a moment before immediately giving an order, go help them, we must repel the insectoids. Gao Zhao's group of 3 heard the command and prepared to head out to assist. Before leaving, they didn't forget to instruct the soldiers there. Everyone, protect Commander Li, the others replied. Yes, sir. A moment after stepping outside, Gao Zhao, Jingling, and Lu Yun looked up at the sky in astonishment. There, in the sky, Xiao Yu was controlling the armored insect king, wiping out other flying insects. The 3 of them looked like they'd seen a ghost. What is this situation? Before they could recover from their shock, something purple crashed down with a loud bang, the impact sending dust flying everywhere. From within the cloud of dust, Qin Yu launched himself out like a Superman, then landed amidst a swarm of insects that looked like ants, and slammed his spear into the ground. Purple sparks traveled rapidly along the cracks in the earth, followed by a series of rumbling explosions. It turned out that Qin Yu himself was the epicenter of the aftershock. Gao Zhao's face turned pale as he remarked, not that his face is ever rosy to begin with. That's Qin Yu. He's too strong. Lu Yun was a man of action. Without saying much, he immediately charged forward. Just watching is making my hands itch. Let's go. Jingling waved his hand, sending numerous saplings flying in all directions, their green glow lighting up the night like fireworks. The saplings landed and grew into vines that were both flexible and sharp, piercing and tearing the insects to shreds. Xiao Yu watched with excitement, her sparkling clear eyes looking nothing like a warrior in battle. She burst out laughing. It's plants versus zombies, Gao. Jiao also joined in, drawing a sword whose blade flickered with an eerie purple aura. Seeing Xiao Yu and Qin Yu, he silently assessed, oh, so this is the power of a god of war? With a single slash, the sword in Gao Zhao's hand moved slightly, and an insect was split in 2, the cut as clean as slicing a cake. Qin Yu had noticed the movements of these 3 and paused for a moment. It was a purple shadow that flashed by, leaving a trail of insectoid corpses in its wake. Seeing this, Qin Yu realized, he is Gui Zhao. Gao Zhao's shadow darted forward, wielding dual swords, and combined with his abilities, slaughtering the insectoid horde was no difficult task. Qin Yu sank into his memories, recalling the information he knew about him. Although Gui Jiao's fame wasn't as widespread as Lin Feng's, anyone who heard his name knew his strength was significantly greater than Lin Feng's. Later, for some reason, Lin Feng left Li Wei's side. Not long after, Gui Jiao died, and no one knew the reason why. While lost in thought, someone called out from behind, Qin Yu! He turned his head to see it was Lin Feng, who was thrilled to finally have a chance to show his skills and fight alongside him. But he didn't notice a dark shadow approaching from behind. Qin Yu quickly warned him, watch your back! Lin Feng frowned and glared at the insect that had appeared right behind him. In just one blow, turning around, he flung the weak insect away with his ability. Qin Yu smirked in silent praise. Lin Feng had indeed awakened an ability worthy of a future hero. He was also curious to know what his ability was, so he stood by to watch a little longer. Just then, Lin Feng extended his hand, and a vortex of air formed in his palm. The vortex was quite powerful, drawing in a few more insectoids, crawling nearby, but they didn't realize their end was near. Seeing the vortex grow stronger, Lin Feng shouted, vacuum! His vacuum vortex began to expand and suck the insects into that black hole. Once the black hole formed and had drawn in a large number of insectoids, Lin Feng ordered it to detonate. A pitch-black sphere in the air, like a cosmic black hole, spun and then, boom. The explosion thundered, and the ground shook. Under the moonlit, starless night sky, the insects seemed to receive some kind of command on the wind, letting out a collective growl towards the sky. Immediately after, they fell into formation and fled. The soldiers saw this and exclaimed in shock, they're retreating! Lu Yun held a leg he had broken off from some dead insect. He laughed heartily. Such cowards, the strength of their race, is nothing special after all. Qin Yu was confused, analyzing silently. What's going on? Even if this insectoid army continued to fight, they would ultimately be annihilated, but retreating isn't the style of the insectoids. That was his thought, but with them retreating, no one wanted to give chase. The field was now littered with insectoid corpses everywhere. Xiao Yu jumped down from the armored insect king. She laughed with cheerful excitement. It's time for the much-anticipated harvest of spoils. How much evolution energy do these have, brother? Qin Yu put away his weapon and storage ring, replying nonchalantly. These insects' bodies don't have any evolution energy. Xiao Yu's mood suddenly soured. Is that so? Qin Yu continued. But they do have the precious essence of an alien race. And Xiao Yu's heart was happy again. She eagerly urged her brother. That's great. Hurry up and set them all on fire. Let's start collecting. Qin Yu didn't act, explaining, the essence of the insectoids can't withstand heat. My flames will burn the insectoids, and the alien essence will be destroyed along with them. Looking at the insectoid corpses strewn across the ground with no efficient way to find the alien essence, he sighed. So many corpses, searching them one by one, is just too troublesome. Just then, Xiao Yu made a sudden discovery. Hey, it seems like my helicopter can sense the alien essence. So she immediately made use of her flying mount. She ordered it to get to work. Go, go. The armored insect king obediently listened, picking up the insectoid corpses that contained alien essence for Xiao Yu, while she acted as its translator. That one has it. Qin Yu dissected the insectoid corpse brought before him, pulling out a blood-red stone. He let out a soft "oh," seemingly quite surprised by this harvest. A flame crystal? A moment later, Xiao Yu had collected a bag of flame crystals. She quickly showed off to her brother, waiting for praise. Brother, look, more than 20 of them! At this moment, Lin Feng walked over, scratching his head awkwardly. He cleared his throat lightly. Qin Yu, there's something you might not know? Cleaning up the battlefield has always been handled by a specialized department. What you're doing is against regulations. Xiao Yu clutched the bag of flame crystals tightly, retorting unhappily, these things, we fought for them ourselves. If you want some, go find them yourself. Lin Feng understood the situation and didn't know what to say, only growing more flustered. Well, what now? Suddenly, Li Wei appeared with 2 bodyguards. He laughed loudly. It's a small matter. If young Mr. Qin wants to use them, just keep them. Suddenly, his face turned pale when he saw something that terrified him so much he stammered. It was the sight of the giant armored insect king, standing behind Xiao Yu, and Li Wei ordered everyone, an armored insect king. There's still one over there. Take it down quickly. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward to explain and stop them. Commander Li, don't worry, that one has been controlled by Qin Yu's sister. It's no threat to us. Li Wei then breathed a sigh of relief, his expression brightening considerably. So that's how it is. Miraculous, truly miraculous. After speaking, he didn't let his guard down. He immediately issued an order. Everyone, stay on high alert. Although the insectoids have been repelled, we cannot lower our guard. Call in the cleanup crew to clear the battlefield and sort out the valuable materials, essences, insect carapaces, bladed legs, collect anything that can be used. Jingling stepped in front of Qin Yu, bowing warmly and extending a hand for a handshake. You must be Qin Yu, correct? I've heard Sun Yu mention you, saying you are very strong. Seeing is believing. Your reputation is well-deserved indeed. Qin Yu didn't extend his hand to shake Jingling's, nor did he reply. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Xiao Yu spoke up to break the embarrassing silence, hugging the bag of flame crystals with a smile. My big brother is just like that. He's just putting on an act. Don't mind him. Jingling straightened up, scratching his head sheepishly. It's fine. Powerful people like to act cool. I get it. At this point, Lu Yun had retracted his boar-like bristles, his fangs disappeared, and his hair returned to normal on his handsome face. He teased Jingling. Who told you to act all friendly and greet everyone you meet? Feeling awkward now, huh? You should learn from that guy. All action and no talk. A moment later, Qin Yu turned and walked towards the base, and Xiao Yu ran after him, grabbing his hand. Brother, that Commander Li was just staring at me. His gaze was weird. He had obviously noticed this, his eyes showing a hint of displeasure. He replied, Although on the surface he was just looking in our direction, I could tell it was a cover. In reality, he was looking at you. Hearing this, Xiao Yu got scared. He's not some kind of pervert, is he? Qin Yu smiled. You think someone like Li Wei would be like that? She retorted with a rather naive argument. Why not? I heard that the more successful someone is, the more likely they are to be a creep. They've returned. Back to the Taoist's room. Xiao Yu opened the door and called out for the little Taoist and Liu Hui. She suddenly fell silent when she saw what had happened in the room, her eyes wide with shock. The bug was dead on one side of the room. Liu Hui was lying face down on the floor, motionless. Dao Ye was clutching his head, sobbing uncontrollably. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Qin Yu walked in, just as shocked and stunned as his sister. What happened here? Dao Ye was drowning in self-blame. He took all the blame. It's all my fault. I should have held him tighter. He recounted what happened in the room to the Qin Yu siblings. At that moment, a bug had broken down the door and charged into the room. Dao Ye had quickly used a talisman to create a golden protective barrier around himself and Liu Hui. The protective barrier was quite sturdy. The bug attacked several times but couldn't even make it waver. But instead of staying put inside until the Qin Yu siblings returned, the boy, out of sheer panic, wanted to flee. So he ran out of Dao Ye's protective barrier on his own. It happened so fast. He didn't have time to hold the boy back, only managing to cry out in alarm, "Hey, don't run!" Seeing its prey run out of the solid barrier, the bug seized the opportunity, raising its pincer for a single strike. A cut as clean as slicing fruit, slashed across Liu Hui's back. The boy only had time to let out a short scream before collapsing. After finishing his story, Dao Ye became even more devastated. He covered his face and cried, "I should have held him tight. It's all my fault." Xiao Yu patted his back to comfort him. "You can't be blamed for this, little Taoist. Who would have thought he'd be scared out of his mind?" Qin Yu rubbed his forehead and let out a weary sigh. He had promised Liu Tiechui that he would protect his grandson all the way to Tianmeng, but unexpectedly, they hadn't even left Shengjing City yet. An eventful night passed just like that. Early the next morning, the army bustled as they gathered to set out. The troops did a head count, then boarded the vehicles and departed, under the bright sunlight of hope. Thankfully, the journey was very smooth, with no obstacles encountered so far. Inside a vehicle, Jingling remarked, "We haven't even seen a single bug." Lu Yun, while driving, laughed loudly and asked his comrade, "Haha, were you hoping we would?" The atmosphere was much more relaxed than the tension of the previous night. In the sky, Xiao Yu's armored Beetle King flew, scouting the surroundings. It would report any unusual findings back to Xiao Yu, who was riding in the vehicle. Qin Yu sat in the car, and with his sensitivity to danger, he didn't let his guard down for a moment. "Be careful. Something's not right." In Li Wei's vehicle, Lu Yun suddenly asked, "Old Cao, Thao Ni, do you guys hear that?" Jing Ling heard it too. He anxiously closed his eyes as if trying to block out the unsettling sound. "I hear it. It's a tragic cry." A wailing sound began to echo along the road. The vehicles also started to enter a hazy fog. A few soldiers in the vehicles whispered fearfully among themselves. "What's that sound? Is that crying? It's so creepy." Cao Jiao transformed into his ghost form and flew out to scout for information. The vehicles also stopped, but the heart-wrenching wailing did not. Someone gave a stern command, "Ready your weapons, prepare for combat." As the soldiers took up defensive positions, fully armed, the crying suddenly stopped and silence filled the air. Someone said in bewilderment, "The crying is gone." Up ahead, Cao Jiao appeared, seeming to have finished his reconnaissance. Li Wei also got out of the car, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw his man return. "Good." Lu Yun, curious, called out, "Old Cao, what was that, crying so miserably?" Cao Jiao paid no attention to Lu Yun's question and walked right past him. Lu Yun snorted in annoyance. "He's ignoring me." Jingling laughed and tried to smooth things over. "It's not like you don't know old Cao. He's a man of few words." But Qin Yu sensed something was wrong. He remained silent, his expression grim, as if facing an enemy. Seeing this, Jingling suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Because at that moment, Qin Yu had raised his spear to block Cao Jiao. Xiao Yu also didn't understand why her brother was acting this way. "Bro, why are you attacking him?" From behind, a shocked Lin Feng shouted, "Qin Yu, what the hell are you doing?" However, Qin Yu didn't answer. He swept his spear, and Cao Jiao leaped up to dodge. Lu Yun immediately transformed into a porcupine and angrily yelled, "Damn, is this kid pretending to be with us just to steal our supplies?" Li Wei noticed something was off and stopped Lu Yun from charging into the fight. Wait, finally, Xiao Yu also realized something was wrong. "That's not right. This guy shouldn't be this weak. You're clearly not using your full strength, yet you've pushed him to the point where he can't fight back. Compared to his previous performance, it's like two different people." The situation was indeed just as she described. Cao Jiao was only dodging, not fighting back, and certainly not using his ability to turn into a ghost. After being brutally overwhelmed for a while, Cao Jiao trembled, and his body began to change. That wasn't Cao Jiao at all. It was clearly a shape-shifting monkey. A few soldiers in the back gasped in astonishment upon seeing this. Commander Cao turned into a monkey. It seemed that only after reverting to its true form could the monkey unleash its full power. It ran circles around Qin Yu, making it impossible for him to find a clear target to strike. Finally, it seized a moment when he seemed distracted and opened its mouth, lunging at Qin Yu's face. It turned out he was just feigning an opening to lure it into a trap. As it lunged, Qin Yu simply held his spear and thrust it through its body. Then, he used his endless burn skill. Flames channeled into the spearhead erupted, a purple blaze like hellfire incinerating the monkey's body and soul. In the end, an evolution energy crystal dropped. Qin Yu gently caught it, letting the wind blow the monkey's ashes into the air. Jingling now understood the situation, and he grew worried about his comrade. So, it was a monkey in disguise. Does that mean something happened to old Cao? Lu Yun pointed in another direction. Look over there! Just then, the real Cao Jiao returned, carrying the corpse of another monkey in his hand. Lu Yun was overjoyed. Old Cao, you scared us to death. We thought you'd been taken out, right? Gao Jiao walked over and explained, after this monkey saw me, it just kept running away. It took me a lot of time to catch it. Commander Li Wei analyzed with his hands behind his back. One monkey lured one of our team members away, while the other disguised itself and blended in. I have to say, these mutated beasts are quite intelligent. After a head count, he ordered them to continue on their way. Traveling at the very back was Qin Yu's vehicle. He didn't rush to start it, but instead walked over to give the evolution energy to Dao Yi. Here, eat this quickly. Dao Yi had lived in the mountains for too long and was inexperienced with the world. Looking at the energy crystal in Qin Yu's hand, he frowned slightly. Can this thing be eaten? Xiao Yu urged him. Why not? It's delicious. Qin Yu also encouraged him. Your ability is very good. Eat it. After you're enhanced, you'll become even stronger. Dao Yi was still a bit hesitant, but since the siblings had insisted this much, he understood they meant well, so he reluctantly made up his mind. All right, I'll eat it then. Suddenly, Qin Yu turned to his sister, a little curious. Speaking of which, doesn't your bug need to eat? Xiao Yu just then remembered. Oh, I almost forgot. With that, she pricked her index finger and flicked a drop of blood onto the armored insect king's head. After absorbing the blood drop, its body began to shrink to the size of a stuffed animal. Holding the armored insect king, Xiao Yu explained things to her brother. Helicopter can eat meat, evolution energy, and even flame crystals. Basically, it can eat anything valuable, but my blood is the most effective. With his powerful sensory abilities, Qin Yu pondered for a moment. Why do I get the feeling that after it ate your blood, even though it got smaller, it became a little stronger? Is this also an effect of your ability? Xiao Yu didn't really understand her own abilities, so she didn't know how to answer. I don't know. Maybe it's just full and has more energy. Night fell, and everyone stopped to rest in the forest. They lit a fire for warmth and to ward off monsters. The flickering flames cast a warm glow in the dark night. Xiao Yu sat by the fire warming herself and complained, We've been on the road all day. That truck is so bumpy and doesn't even go fast. I'm exhausted. Qin Yu told his sister to be grateful. At least she had a vehicle to ride in instead of having to walk. Suddenly, he noticed a rustle in the bushes and immediately dashed off with his spear. The few soldiers on guard nearby immediately became alert. Was there danger again? They anxiously awaited orders from their superiors as well as from Qin Yu. He returned, holding a rabbit in his hand, and grinned brightly. Dinner's getting an upgrade. So, the rabbit was skewered and roasted over the campfire. Xiao Yu whined in protest. Rabbits are so cute! How can you eat a rabbit? Qin Yu didn't care, holding the cooked rabbit meat in his hand, ready to eat. Fine, I'll eat it myself. Torn between protecting the already roasted rabbit and going hungry, or eating the fragrant rabbit meat to fill her stomach, Xiao Yu decided to eat the rabbit, regardless of its cuteness. Add a little more spice. Just then, someone sniffed the air, catching the delicious aroma of meat. Jingling exclaimed excitedly, Oh, roasted rabbit. Lu Yun scratched his head and laughed shyly. You guys go ahead and eat. We were just passing by to take a look. Xiao Yu made a polite offer. Why don't you sit down and eat with us? Who knew they would actually sit down and eat? Well, this is a bit awkward, but all right, thank you. Luckily, the rabbit was big enough for all four of them. Lu Yun ate a huge piece of rabbit meat, chewing noisily. Jingling ate a bit more politely, taking one bite at a time, but the sound of his chewing could be compared to crunching bones. They probably hadn't eaten fresh food like this in a long time. After eating, Xiao Yu snuggled up to Qin Yu, whining, I'm full. Hold me while I sleep. He pushed her head away in disgust. Hey, your mouth is all greasy. Don't rub it on me. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the trees as everyone folded their blankets and packed up their tents. Qin Yu was already awake, stretching his muscles and greeting the sun. Suddenly, something caught his red eyes. It was a bug that looked like the armored insect king, but not quite, as this one had more armor on its body than the old one. Without a word, Qin Yu immediately took out his spear, intending to send it flying with one hit. However, his action was stopped by Xiao Yu. She stood in front of it protectively. Wait, brother, that's helicopter. Qin Yu was surprised and couldn't help but ask, why did it change? Its appearance is different too. She scratched her head. Apparently, Xiao Yu didn't know why either. I don't know, but it's definitely him. He sensed it for a moment and remarked, even its aura has gotten stronger. Looking at his sister playfully patting the evolved armored insect king's head, Qin Yu silently wondered, how could it break away from the insectoid race and still be able to evolve? Is it Xiao Yu's ability, or is it because of her blood? Not long after, under a clear blue sky and sparkling sun, the group set off again. In the back of the truck, the Taoist Dao Yi and some soldiers who hadn't slept well the night before were trying to catch a nap whenever they could. After driving for a while, the convoy suddenly stopped. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu were sitting next to the driver's seat. She looked around curiously. Why did we stop? It turned out they had gone deep into the forest, and the path ahead was quite overgrown. The soldiers got out of the vehicles to check the situation. Lu Yun looked at the forest ahead and, wanting to ensure everyone's safety, suggested, "This forest looks endless. Who knows what dangers are lurking inside? How about we take another route?" Jingling smiled reassuringly and shared some information. "I know this place. It's called the Red Pine Forest, and it's very large. Taking a detour at our current speed would take at least 4 days." Li Wei saw that a detour would take too much time and asked, "Is there a path in this forest? Is it possible our vehicles can't get through?" Jingling immediately replied, "There's a path, and it's wide enough. On the other side is a small town called Lindu County. We can rest there and reorganize for 2 days before setting off again." Hearing this, Li Wei, he immediately gave the order. "Once we cross this forest, we'll reach a town where we can rest for 2 days." The soldiers behind them cheered joyfully. "That's great. We can finally rest for 2 days." The sun was high in the sky, shining brightly. Jingling assessed the situation for a moment. It was noon, with a few hours left until nightfall. "If we go through at full speed, we should have enough time to cross the Red Pine Forest." With that said, he immediately commanded, "Move at full speed." Their vehicle led the way, and when an obstacle was spotted ahead, someone notified the soldiers behind them. "Obstacle ahead. It needs to be cleared." The convoy stopped for a moment, and the soldiers got out with their blades to handle the obstruction. This constant stopping and starting annoyed Xiao Yu. She asked with a bit of irritation, "What is it now?" Up ahead, the soldiers were struggling to clear a path by hacking away at a thick mess of vines. Qin Yu found their efficiency lacking and, annoyed, decided to handle it himself. Cutting it bit by bit. Is going to take forever? Seeing that he was about to burn the vines with his purple flames, Lin Feng rushed to stop him. "Wait, Qin Yu! This forest is full of trees and highly flammable. It wouldn't be good if we burned the whole thing down." Since burning a path wasn't an option, the soldiers had to continue their hard labor. As they kept chopping the vines, they heard rustling and rattling noises nearby. When they looked up, several mutated monkeys had gathered on tree branches not far away. They stared greedily at the group with glowing red eyes, like predators eyeing their lunch. Someone shouted loudly, with a warning, "Be careful, mutated beasts." Qin Yu immediately called to his sister, "Xiao Yu, enhance me." He broke into an eager smile. How could he pass up prey that delivered itself to his doorstep? Little did the monkeys know, one moment they were the predators, and the next, they had become the prey. Sensing his terrifying aura, they realized their prey below was no easy meal. Qin Yu's entire body radiated a fearsome presence. Like a spear-wielding god of death, faint purple flames flickered across his body, and the monkeys knew that running away was the right move. But Qin Yu had already powered up, and he wouldn't let them escape so easily. He swung his spear, down, yelling, "Where do you think you're going?" In the monkey's terrified eyes, the last thing it saw was the figure lunging forward with a spear. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered everywhere. The monkey was sent to meet its maker. This scene was not for the faint of heart and has been censored. A moment later, Qin Yu held 5 evolution energy cores in his hand. Who was he giving them to? Ah, it was for Dao Yi, the sibling's companion. "Eat these." Dao Yi obediently ate them one by one. After he finished, Qin Yu casually remarked, "You're now an evolver with 13 times the physical strength, so you can be considered one of the strong ones." Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from the other side. Startled, Dao Yi and Qin Yu looked over as someone asked, "What happened?" A soldier was writhing on the ground, clutching his leg and groaning in pain. "Something bit me?" Everyone immediately checked his leg. "It's a snake. Those are snake bites." Right after they identified it, before they could even treat the wound, the unfortunate soldier began foaming at the mouth, took his last breath, and his soul ascended. Not far away, a snake was trying to escape. However, karma came swiftly. With a thud, a blade pierced through the snake's body, a fatal blow. "Farewell, snake." The one who killed it was a soldier from the squad. After avenging his comrade, he lifted the snake impaled on his blade, his brows furrowed with worry. Everyone be careful. The venom from these mutated snakes is incredibly potent. A single bite can be fatal. Lin Feng and Jingling walked over, their expressions grim. "What's going on? We just got out of the vehicles and there's already a casualty." The group gathered to exchange information, unaware that bloodthirsty red eyes were watching them from the nearby bushes. Without any warning, a mutated hawk swooped down to attack. Several snakes also lunged out unexpectedly, sending the soldiers scrambling to defend themselves. Qin Yu carefully scanned his surroundings while warning his sister, "The deep wilderness is definitely more dangerous than the city." Xiao Yu, stay on high alert. Xiao Yu wasn't one to stay vigilant, so she immediately summoned her protector. Helicopter, come protect us. Suddenly, there was a loud crash in the forest as something plummeted down. The armored Beetle King's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, as if any enemy before it would become a lifeless corpse the moment it moved. From the bushes, two mutated wolves leaped out, intending to attack Qin Yu and his sister. But the armored Beetle King had arrived. It landed on the ground, its blood-red eyes cold and sharp. An indescribable pressure radiated from it, making the two wolves wary. They only dared to growl, not daring to advance. Xiao Yu smiled and patted its head, praising the armored Beetle King. We have a guard dog, so no one dares to bully us. Just then, a green frog leaped out from nowhere. Even though it was just a frog, no one knew if it was poisonous or not. Qin Yu didn't let his guard down and thrust his spear towards it. Careful! Dao Yi immediately took action. A golden light flashed from his hand, and a yellow circle instantly enveloped the frog. The frog's body began to glow as if it had just achieved enlightenment. A moment later, the light vanished, and the frog disappeared. It then instantly reappeared behind Qin Yu. Its new position was also closer to the ground than its original spot, its body still glowing, making it look like a moving target. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. What's happening? Why is it glowing like that? Qin Yu tilted his head and assessed. Spatial teleportation. Before he could act, the armored Beetle King swooped down, stomped on the frog, and finished it off. Dao Yi chuckled lightly, satisfied with his display of power. He explained, "That's my positional swap talisman. What do you think?" Qin Yu gave him a thumbs up. "Nice. How long does that talisman of yours last? Did I get your approval?" Dao Yi smiled sheepishly, feeling a bit shy. He shyly scratched his head and replied, "About 1 month. My talismans last for about 1 month. Any longer than that, and their power will gradually weaken until it completely disappears, turning into an ordinary piece of paper." Qin Yu nodded and instructed his teammate, "Okay, Dao Yi, make more of these displacement talismans. They'll be very useful." Perhaps sensing his intentions, Dao Yi gave a serious warning. "But I have to be clear up front, so you don't get hurt later. Not everyone can use this talisman. It won't work on overly powerful enemies, and you can't use it on yourself." After a battle with several mutated beasts, the sky began to darken. They couldn't continue on, not knowing what lurked in the shadows. Li Wei sighed and ordered, "We'll make camp here." He turned his head and instructed everyone to clear an open space before nightfall. The soldiers disembarked from their vehicles and began setting up camp. Qin Yu looked at his sister with concern and said, "Be extra careful tonight. Don't sleep too deeply." Xiao Yu pouted, complaining that she couldn't sleep soundly any night and that her body needed to grow. He didn't hesitate to call her out, saying that she slept like a log every night anyway, and if it wasn't for him waking her up. Hearing the siblings' conversation, Dao Yi blushed for some unknown reason, his mind wandering to who knows where. Later that night, the campfires were put out, and everyone retired to their tents. Of course, they had to be on guard in the wilderness, so soldiers were posted for the night watch. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. A nearby guard immediately became alert, wondering what it was. The two soldiers didn't act rashly. One of them took out his radio to contact the other patrols. "Come in, we've got something over here." Soon, 2 other guards arrived. "What's up?" The man with the scar on his face explained. "There's movement over there. It's probably a mutated beast." Another soldier suggested, "Let's not be hasty. We'll go over and take a look." He then assigned roles. "The 3 of us will go first. You stay back and keep your distance from us. If we have to engage and the enemy is too strong, your most important mission is to wake everyone up immediately." The scar-faced man was assigned to sound the alarm and nodded. "Understood." The leader glanced at the surrounding darkness. "It's too dark. We need some light." As he spoke, a bright red flame ignited in his hand, illuminating the area around them. As soon as the light appeared, they saw a green viper with its jaws open, lunging at the 3 men. The man with the flame quickly launched a fireball at the snake and yelled, "Careful, it's a snake!" The fireball didn't seem very effective because the snake was still moving. His comrade shouted, "There's another one over here." A different green viper lunged, its massive mouth filled with sharp fangs. It wrapped itself around that soldier, who could only struggle to hold its jaws and prevent it from biting him. But with the snake coiled around him, it was only a matter of time before his strength gave out. Screams pierced the night air. The 3rd soldier was attacked by a snake that dropped on him from a tree. Seeing this, the scar-faced man in charge of the alarm screamed at the top of his lungs, "We're under attack! Under attack! Wake everyone up!" The soldiers, now awake, lit torches and raised their guard. "Attack! We're being attacked!" Li Wei was awakened by the commotion outside. He pushed open his tent flap and asked, "What's going on?" A frantic soldier ran over to report, "Snakes?" "Yes, snakes." He looked utterly exhausted, as if he'd just gone 10 rounds with the horde of snakes. Just as he finished speaking, more snakes appeared, slithering forward in a rainbow of colors. It looked like they were holding their annual convention. Faced with a green viper hissing at him with its jaws wide open, Lu Yun flinched. Who in the world stole their eggs? Seeing everyone in such a dire situation, Jingling took the blame with a heavy heart. This is all my fault. I made the wrong call. I shouldn't have led us down this narrow forest path. As the commander, Li Wei spoke up. I made the final call, so the responsibility is mine. No one should be blaming themselves. Right now, figuring out how to break through this siege is what's most important. He then yelled out his command. All units, pass this along. Attack as one, cover each other, and do not get separated. The snakes grew even more aggressive, and one leaped down from a tree, its sharp, venom-filled fangs glinting under the moonlight. The soldiers scrambled backwards in panic, while their comrades raised their guns and opened fire. The powerful barrage knocked the snake out of the air and onto the ground. The inevitable happened. The soldier closest to it became its target. The snake lunged, sinking its fangs deep into the man's side. A terrified scream erupted. Ah, help me! But those would be his final words. Blood instantly soaked his uniform. The venom spread with terrifying speed. He was dead just moments after he screamed. Lu Yun realized something was off about these snakes. Wait, these aren't just tough-scaled pythons. They're venomous vipers that mutated and grew to an immense size. After dealing with its first victim, the venomous snake sought its next target. It spewed a cloud of purple mist, which enveloped a bald soldier, who then collapsed and died, bleeding profusely. In just a moment, 2 men were dead. The snake then went after a third target, but from the flank, a figure wielding twin swords rushed forward. It was Gao Jiao, his expression grim and his gaze determined. Jingling shouted a warning. Old Gao, be careful. That smoke the snake breathes is poisonous too. Gao Jiao didn't answer. His ghostly form could phase through physical attacks, and he easily dodged the cloud of purple mist from the snake. With a series of flashes, his twin swords sliced through the air, dicing the snake into multiple pieces. If it weren't venomous, it would have made for some excellent snake soup. Standing off to the side, Lu Yun offered some flattering praise. That's old Gao for you. Effective as soon as he makes a move. The words had barely left his mouth when a glob of venom shot past him. He quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding death. As expected, the venom that splattered on the ground sizzled and bubbled, eating away at the dirt, and gave off a foul stench. Jingling, controlling the vines in his hands, warned everyone, this poison is too strong, don't touch it. The camp descended into chaos as the horde of snakes relentlessly slithered in to attack. Everyone struggled to fend them off. A group of armed soldiers emerged from the military barracks, and the commander's voice rang out. Reloading! Enemy attacking on the right! Copy that! Suppressing fire. The left side has enemies breaking through. Stop them! Lin Feng saw Qin Yu's group of 3 just standing in one spot and called out, Hey, Qin Yu, what are you spacing out for? Let's go! Qin Yu was dazed for a long moment, then suddenly uttered 2 words. As expected. He turned around and said to Lin Feng, You guys break through first, I'll catch up later. Xiao Yu wondered, Why aren't we going? Without answering his sister's question, he asked another one, Does everyone smell that? A faint, sweet scent. Dao Yi stroked his chin, pondering, What sweet scent? All I smell is the stench. Xiao Yu sniffed the air intently, and finally noticed it. I think I do smell it. It's very faint, but it's definitely there. As if he understood something, Qin Yu sighed. It's no wonder. Why would so many venomous creatures appear in a place like this for no reason? Xiao Yu was confused. What are you talking about? Only then did he clarify for his sister. If I'm not mistaken, these venomous snakes and that gas frog from before are all being controlled by the 5 poisons beast. Xiao Yu frowned. Her knowledge wasn't as extensive as her brother's. The more her brother explained, the more stunned she became. The 5 poisons beast. He shared the information with Xiao Yu and Dao Yi. It's said that the 5 poisons beast is the king of 10,000 poisons and can control all sorts of venomous creatures. Inside its body is a 5 poisons pearl. Consuming it grants immunity to all poisons and also the abilities of the beast of 10,000 poisons, making it an incredibly rare item. Considering the danger ahead, Qin Yu decided, Xiao Yu, Dao Yi, you 2 go with the main group. I'm gonna check out that 5 poisons beast. Without her brother, Xiao Yu refused to leave with anyone else. She firmly stated her opinion. No, I want to go with you. We already agreed. When I became an evolver, I'd fight side by side with you. Dao Yi thought for a moment, then hesitantly raised his hand. Then I'll go too. Qin Yu patted his shoulder and advised him, I know you're determined, but you should go with the troops. The 5 poisons beast is very strong. It's too dangerous, and if you come, you'll only hold us back. Having been rejected, Dao Yi could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. Right after, he took out a stack of yellow talismans and gave them to Qin Yu. Take these talismans with you. They might come in handy. There are 5 displacement talismans, 5 golden light talismans, and 5 demon blinding talismans. Qin Yu took them. He copied the talismans and said, "Thanks." He turned and gave Xiao Yu a small round pill. "Xiao Yu, I copied these anti-poison pills from the other people during the God of Combat's trial. Enhance it, then take it." Back on the other side of the camp, a snake suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. Without any wasted motion, Lin Feng coldly reached his hand towards it and unleashed his skill, Vacuum Blast. With a loud bang, the snake was obliterated in an instant, its body sliced into many pieces that scattered down, but a figure was standing amidst the snake meat. The person who suddenly appeared was Dao Yi. Lin Feng didn't get a good look at the newcomer and was about to unleash another vacuum blast. Dao Yi spoke up to stop him. "Whoa, benefactor? Hold on, it's me." Lin Feng immediately shielded Dao Yi and concernedly asked about Qin Yu and his sister. "You're here. Where are Qin Yu and the others?" Dao Yi replied concisely. "Qin Yu and Xiao Yu went hunting." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a bit inadequate. As expected of them, we're struggling just to stay alive, yet they're in the mood to hunt. Up ahead, the group of soldiers was struggling to break through the snake encirclement when someone suddenly reported, "The enemy has stopped attacking. What's going on? Be careful. They might be gathering strength for one powerful assault." The multicolored snakes that were attacking suddenly became dazed as if hypnotized. Right after, they turned and left without fighting anymore. Lin Feng was stunned to see them leaving in an orderly fashion. "They're retreating. Why?" Just then, a soldier saw the commotion on the other side and exclaimed in shock, "It's them. They've lured the snake swarm away." It turned out to be the siblings Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, along with the armored beetle king, and the horde of snakes was moving towards them as if drawn by the purple flames on Qin Yu's body. He just swung his spear once, and several snakes burst into flames and were sliced to pieces. His face was emotionless, his body turning a brilliant, blood-red color. He unleashed a skill, making his blood burn, and with another sweep of his spear, the charging snakes were chopped into multiple segments, the fresh blood from their bodies absorbed by the spear's tip. Qin Yu said domineeringly, "Drink your fill." Xiao Yu was no less impressive, holding a saber in her hand. Her saber techniques were decisive, and her footwork was agile. She eliminated quite a few snakes. Even the armored beetle king was just as formidable. With a single swipe of its claw, any snake that rushed towards it was torn in two. The soldiers clearing the path looked as if they had seen their saviors. They still held their weapons, ready to provide support at any moment. But everyone held on to the hope that if it was them, it would probably be no problem. Up ahead, Qin Yu decapitated a large snake with his spear when he suddenly froze for a second. "What's that smell?" He immediately turned to warn his sister. "This is bad, Xiao Yu. Get away." Xiao Yu was currently sitting on top of the armored beetle king. The two of them had just finished off a few snakes, and she was momentarily confused. Just then, a giant snake lunged upwards. It opened its blood-red mouth, intending to bite Xiao Yu. With a chomp, Xiao Yu quickly jumped off the armored beetle king's back. The snake missed her, but its fangs sank into the armor on the armored beetle king. Xiao Yu gasped in shock. Qin Yu was startled by the snake's size. "It's huge!" It seemed its fangs were stuck too deep, and the snake couldn't pull them out right away. Xiao Yu reached out her hand to enhance the armored beetle king. "King, helicopter, don't be afraid of it!" She told herself that it was now 60 times stronger. The armored beetle king didn't disappoint Xiao Yu, raising its claw to slash at the snake. In a fit of rage, the snake tossed the armored beetle king into the air. On the ground, the soldiers whispered that it was the girl's armored beetle. High above, it was unclear where the armored beetle king's wings were, or perhaps the power gap was just too large, but it took a powerful tail whip from the snake head-on, unable to avoid it. With several loud crashes, the armored beetle king was sent flying far away, knocking down several large trees. Xiao Yu panicked and called out, "Helicopter!" The armored beetle king didn't respond. It lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. Tears welled up in Xiao Yu's eyes. "Helicopter!" She was quite fond of this mount and bodyguard. She wondered if it could be saved this time. After eliminating a strong opponent, the snake turned to hiss at Qin Yu. He analyzed the situation. This creature had to be at least 60 times stronger, otherwise it couldn't have dealt with Xiao Yu's armored beetle so easily. To think the red pine forest had such a powerful mutated beast, it seemed that even after being reborn and possessing crucial information, climbing to the pinnacle of power would not be an easy feat. His face paled as he calculated the power difference. His own physique was about 28 times stronger than normal. Even with Xiao Yu's enhancement, the gap to 60 times was still vast. Based on physical strength alone, he couldn't possibly win. But if he added his copy ability and third-stage flames, he might still have a chance to win. While the snake hadn't yet attacked, he continued to formulate a plan. That giant snake had managed to approach without Xiao Yu or the armored beetle king detecting it. It probably had an ability for stealth or presence concealment. While such an ability is powerful for ambushes, it's not as formidable in a head-on battle. This is winnable. Qin Yu quickly made his decision and turned, "Xiao Yu, enhance me." She immediately cast her enhancement on him, while also checking on the armored Beetle King's injuries, and didn't forget to tell him to be careful. Now enhanced, Qin Yu's body began to glow as he gripped his spear and charged the snake. It was no pushover, opening its maw to spit venom. He nimbly dodged aside as the venom hit the ground, corroding it instantly with a sizzling sound like searing flesh. The snake tilted its head to bite Qin Yu's arm, but he smashed it with his spear, successfully slamming its head into the ground. The snake, however, refused to give up. It used its old trick, whipping its tail with immense force. Qin Yu swiftly dodged the dangerous attack, which was powerful enough to snap a large branch above his head. Seizing the opportunity, he used the tip of his spear to slash a line across its tail, channeling his level 3 purple flames to burn its flesh. The snake shrieked in pain from the surprise attack. It roared furiously and slammed its tail on the ground repeatedly, trying to use the earth and sand to put out the fire on its tail. After only a few exchanges, Qin Yu was already drenched in sweat. He wiped his face and thought thankfully that his spearmanship was masterful. If that last strike had gone any deeper, both he and his spear would have been knocked away by the tail. The giant snake aggressively swung its smoldering tail. It flicked its tongue and glared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu silently watched the whip-like tail swing towards him. He leaped up and swung his whip down, thinking to himself that his jump was a little slow and he should have used a clone to shatter it. The whip struck the giant snake's tail, and the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Qin Yu turned his head and reminded her, "Pay close attention. One small mistake and you'll lose your life." The giant snake opened its terrifying maw towards Qin Yu, his whip striking repeatedly but with little effect. Xiao Yu, Qin Yu's sister, choked back a sob. "Brother!" Xiao Yu looked at the armored Beetle King and made a decision. Xiao Yu bit her fingertip, drawing blood. She let a few drops of her own blood fall onto the armored Beetle King. The armored Beetle King's eyes fluttered open as it was revived. Xiao Yu held up her finger. "Drinking my blood can save you more than once." She looked at her already healing finger and thought, since I'm so strong now, I recover from injuries very quickly anyway. Xiao Yu took a knife and slashed her own wrist, crying out as her face twisted in pain. Blood from her wrist pooled out and was slowly absorbed into the armored Beetle King's body. The armored Beetle King stirred. "It was truly revived!" Xiao Yu exclaimed joyfully. "It worked!" Meanwhile, Qin Yu's battle was still raging. He threw out a mystical ring. It struck the giant snake, forcing it to recoil in pain. Qin Yu glanced at the ring on his hand. This ring allowed someone like him, who wasn't adept at controlling long-range flame abilities, to cast them effortlessly. It was truly a huge help. Unfortunately, the ring's power level was too low and couldn't handle his third-stage purple flames. If he used it continuously, it would surely be destroyed by the strain. Qin Yu looked up at the giant snake. He was no match for it in a direct confrontation. The only way was to slowly drain its stamina. The giant snake thrashed about, disoriented. The time was near. Qin Yu seized the opportunity. "This is it!" The giant snake's eyes were bloodshot as it bared its fangs and flicked its terrifying tongue. Qin Yu's eyes widened. "Damn it! It still has this move." The giant snake coiled its body into large loops, opening its maw towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu countered by drawing a magic array. He said, "Damn it, the opening I spent so much effort creating was wasted just like that. I gave it time to recover, and now defeating it won't be so easy." The colossal snake's attack failed to break through Qin Yu's barrier. The great snake focused on a single point, attacking relentlessly. The armored Beetle King appeared directly behind the giant snake. Its powerful hands dug into the snake's body. The armored Beetle King held on tight, not letting go, causing the snake to rear its head in agony. Qin Yu seized the chance, attacking instantly with his whip. The snake opened its massive mouth towards the armored Beetle King, which was still clawing at its body. The armored Beetle King relentlessly swung its sharp iron claws, giving the giant snake no time to react. The great snake raised its head and shrieked in agony. Qin Yu gripped his spear, rushed forward with his weapon, screaming, "Die!" Qin Yu attacked the giant snake's eye. With a grim face, Qin Yu commanded it to burn completely. The spark pierced through the snake's head, and it opened its mouth wide. Xiao Yu looked up and whispered, "That's great, it worked." The snake was incinerated by Qin Yu's flames. The snake fell at Qin Yu's feet, its entire body charred. The armored insect king's gem lit up as it stood before Qin Yu. The armored insect king was growing stronger. Qin Yu said, "Xiao Yu, your ability is incredible." Xiao Yu replied, "If that thing hadn't sneak attacked me, my helicopter wouldn't have been defeated so easily." Qin Yu held the gem. It was his first time encountering such pure evolution energy. Same old rule. Strengthen, then copy. Xiao Yu spoke up again. "You go ahead and eat it. We still have to kill that 5-venom beast or whatever." Qin Yu patted his sister's head. "Don't be silly. It's just evolution energy. It won't increase my power by much if I take it alone. Not enough to be a deciding factor. You, on the other hand, are already weaker than me. Be careful. If you fall too far behind, I'll leave you. Xiao Yu threatened. If you dare leave me, I'll bring 12 Tier 3 monsters to hunt you down. Qin Yu looked at his fuming sister with a bit of caution. Whoa, better not mess with her. Xiao Yu sat in a corner hugging her head while Qin Yu screamed. Qin Yu let out a breath. As expected, this was no ordinary evolution energy. It directly boosted his physical strength from 28 times to 32 times normal, a four-fold increase. Xiao Yu replied, "That's right. I went from 23 to 29, a six-fold increase, which is more than you, and I didn't even scream." Qin Yu said, "All right, stop being so sarcastic with me." My blood flame spear absorbed that snake's blood chi and successfully upgraded from a D-rank treasure to a DD rank. Qin Yu turned to look at Xiao Yu. "Let's go find the 5-venom beast." Xiao Yu asked Qin Yu curiously, "Brother, how strong is this 5-venom beast? Is it stronger than that snake from before?" An image of a demonic spider appeared in his mind. Qin Yu said, "In terms of rarity and value, the 5-venom beast is definitely not inferior to a demonic species." Hiding behind a large ancient tree, Xiao Yu said, Brother, look over there." Qin Yu frowned. "Whoa, what is that disgusting thing?" Qin Yu signaled to Xiao Yu, "You stay here and keep watch, and buff me." Xiao Yu agreed. "Okay," Qin Yu said seriously. "To deal with this thing, it has to be a one-hit kill. If it gets a chance to react, it'll be very hard to handle." Qin Yu grabbed Xiao Yu's shoulders, his eyes gleaming. The armored insect king silently judged from behind. Standing before the armored insect king, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. "In a bit, you'll go over there and draw its attention from the front." The armored insect king immediately turned its head, looking in every direction. Qin Yu lowered his gaze. It knows how to refuse now? This armored insect king's intelligence has increased a lot. Could it be because of Xiao Yu's ability? Xiao Yu immediately moved to punish the armored insect king. "How dare you disobey my brother?" The 5-venom beast glanced around. The 5-venom beast planted its sharp iron claws into the ground. The 5-venom beast gave a savage smile. The 5-venom beast's two legs clamped down on a large, weakly twitching centipede. The 5-venom beast brought the centipede to its mouth and took a bite. Just then, the armored insect king appeared right behind the 5-venom beast. The armored insect king launched an attack at the 5-venom beast. The 5-venom beast stood motionless, staring at the armored insect king. The armored insect king silently faced off against the 5-venom beast. The armored insect king leaped and charged toward the 5-venom beast. The 5-venom beast swung its claw, clamping down on the armored insect king's arm. Suddenly, the 5-venom beast's eyes widened in shock as a sharp slash cut across its body. The 5-venom beast let out a pained scream and fell to the ground. The armored insect king stood with its hands on its hips, looking down at it. At that moment, Xiao Yu wondered, "Heli, what are you doing?" The armored insect king was flailing its arms and legs wildly to the side. Qin Yu said, "This is bad. It's been hit by the 5-venom beast's hallucinogenic toxin." The 5-venom beast appeared behind the armored insect king. It opened its hand and flung out a sharp, poison-coated spike. The 5-venom beast reached out and stabbed the armored insect king in the back. Struck by the venom, the armored insect king stood completely still. The 5-venom beast reached out, watching with satisfaction as the armored insect king collapsed. The 5-venom beast reached down to finish off the armored insect king. Xiao Yu covered her mouth and screamed in anguish. "Heli!" At that moment, Qin Yu, who had appeared behind the 5-venom beast at some point, drove his spearhead through its head. Qin Yu tightened his grip on the spear, unleashing an endless burn. Qin Yu watched as the 5-venom beast slowly fell. Qin Yu said to himself, "It's a success." The 5-venom beast raised its head and shrieked in pain. Qin Yu held his spear and said calmly, "Ha, so this 5-venom beast really does have 3 heads. I was wondering why it didn't match the rumors. Looks like they were right after all." Qin Yu unleashed his skill. Die. Qin Yu aimed for the center of the 5-venom beast's chest and attacked decisively. The 5-venom beast arched its back, its entire body spraying streams of poison. The poison from the 5-venom beast soaked into Qin Yu's clothes. Qin Yu's eyes widened in horror. "Not good! The poison got on me!" Qin Yu's whole body began to feel strange. Qin Yu clutched his chest, his shoulders trembling slightly. Qin Yu used his spear to support himself, his face contorted in pain. "This is bad. Is this a toxin that gradually weakens my abilities?" The spear tip dug into the ground began to lose its stability. The 5-venom beast appeared behind Qin Yu, its lips twisting into a grotesque smile. The 5-venom beast continued to spray poison. Qin Yu turned to dodge the attack. Qin Yu tried to counter with his spear, thinking to himself, "It's taking all my strength just to summon a little flame." The 5-venom beast got closer and closer, and Qin Yu was unable to attack. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. As expected of the 5-venom beast, it's truly formidable. While this degenerative toxin hasn't fully affected my body, if I'm careful, there's still a chance. The 5-venom beast unleashed a brutal attack. Qin Yu immediately realized. Poison smoke again. The five venom beasts' attacks grew more ferocious, and Qin Yu struggled to defend himself. Qin Yu used all his remaining strength, leveraging the length of his blood flame spear to keep his distance from the beast, using what little flame he had left to repel the poison smoke. The five poisons beast continuously spewed smoke, and Qin Yu struggled to dodge, thinking to himself, damn it. It fights so flawlessly, without a single opening, I can't create an opportunity. Just then, the five poisons beast reached Qin Yu's sword and gripped it tightly. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. This is bad! He was yanked into the air by the five poisons beast as the toxic smoke closed in, and Qin Yu thought to himself, I'm screwed. He recoiled in pain. Qin Yu was flung away, his body suspended in midair. He used his weapon to brace himself, trying to regain his balance. Qin Yu coughed violently from inhaling so much toxic gas. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. The poison seeped into his body, and the five poisons beast in front of him started to blur. Xiao Yu frantically screamed, Brother, watch out! Qin Yu's mind raced as the five poisons beast pressed its advantage, attacking relentlessly. Qin Yu unleashed his replication ability, creating multiple copies of himself. The five poisons beast became disoriented and attacked erratically. Qin Yu bowed his head, clutched his chest, and let out a yell. He tightened his grip on his weapon, seizing the moment. Now is the time. Qin Yu mustered all his strength, raising his weapon and plunging it straight into the center of the five poisons beast's head. As he pulled the weapon out, the beast shrieked in agony, and its tail stabbed into Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu's face contorted, covered in sweat, as the poison spread and his heart seized up. He clutched one side of his chest, screaming in pain. Qin Yu collapsed to his knees at the feet of the five poisons beast. Qin Yu's eyes widened as he clutched his chest, realizing this was the ultimate weapon of the five poisons king, a lethal toxin where just a few milligrams could kill anyone. As Qin Yu knelt there, the five poisons beast grew even more ferocious. The five poisons beast curled its lip in a sneer, its expression full of defiance. Qin Yu thought desperately, I was so close. Is this really the end? I won't accept this. The five poisons beast swung its arm, launching sharp spines, intent on finishing off Qin Yu. A razor-sharp spine flew closer and closer to him. Qin Yu tried to block it with his weapon. At that moment, Xiao Yu appeared with a knife, shouting, Get away from him. The five poisons beast turned its attention, spotting Xiao Yu. It now targeted her, swinging its claws and immediately lunging. The knife clattered to the ground. Xiao Yu was scooped up and held tightly in one of its hands. Let me go! You monster! Qin Yu yelled. Put her down! Xiao Yu gripped the beast's claw with her tiny hands. Her little face contorted as she cried out in misery. Qin Yu forced himself to his feet with every last bit of his strength and once again stabbed his weapon through the five poisons beast's head. The beast's eyes rolled back in confusion as it loosened its grip, causing Xiao Yu to fall to the ground. Qin Yu commanded, Infinite blaze! A violent energy erupted, shaking the entire forest. The five poisons beast had been defeated. Qin Yu turned his head to Xiao Yu, who was lying injured on the ground. Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu! Qin Yu cried out worriedly. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Xiao Yu's eyes were half closed, her face a little flushed. Brother, I'm sorry, I think I have to go on ahead. Qin Yu replied urgently, Xiao Yu, don't say such things, I'm going to save you. Qin Yu picked Xiao Yu up in his arms. Right, I have to stop the bleeding, Xiao Yu replied. It's no use, brother, I'm not doing so well. Suddenly, Qin Yu looked confused. He put his hand on her stomach. It's already healed. Qin Yu let go, dropping Xiao Yu back on the ground and yelled, Seriously, now is not the time for jokes. Xiao Yu scratched her head. I just wanted to see if you would be sad. Qin Yu extended his hand to help her up. Humph. Don't be ridiculous. You're the only family I have left. How could I not be heartbroken? Xiao Yu shyly took her brother's hand. I know. Qin Yu warned her. Next time something like this happens, don't be so reckless and rush in like that. Xiao Yu retorted stubbornly. Well, if I hadn't been in danger, how would your true potential have been unleashed? If you had failed, it would have killed me anyway. Qin Yu sighed. You're right. We barely made it out alive. The poison in that beast's tail is no joke. If I hadn't taken that 3-level boost potion, I'd be dead for sure. Just then, Qin Yu clutched his heart and collapsed to his knees, making Xiao Yu worry. Brother, what's wrong? Qin Yu's brow furrowed, his face contorted in pain. As I suspected, the poison from the tail hasn't fully cleared out yet. Cough, cough. Xiao Yu rushed over to support him, asking with concern, Are you feeling any better? Qin Yu put his hand on his chest, lowered his head, and replied hesitantly, It's not good. This poison won't kill me right away, but if I stay like this, I'll be killed by another mutant beast. Xiao Yu frowned suspiciously and asked, Brother, you're not faking it, are you? Hearing that, Qin Yu shot up in anger, gritting his teeth. Ha! What kind of person do you think I am? Someone like you? Xiao Yu scratched her head and laughed to smooth things over. Ah, I was just worried you were tricking me. Qin Yu glared at her ferociously. Aren't you afraid I'll actually die here? Suddenly, Xiao Yu turned her head back, seeming to have spotted something. Huh, she said, and quickly ran off. Seeing this, Qin Yu cried out, Hey, I'm dying over here. And you have the energy to just run off. Xiao Yu ran to a corner and squatted down, picking up an orb and holding it up to look. Then she shouted, Brother, look what I found! Qin Yu looked at the orb gleaming in her hand and said uncertainly, A 5 poisons orb? Xiao Yu smiled, holding the 5 poisons orb out in front of him. Here, if you eat this, you'll be immune to all poisons, right? He took it in his hand and thought, Replicate? Qin Yu peered at the 5 poisons orb for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, I can't replicate it, just like that necklace from before. Skeptical? Xiao Yu also put her hand on it to try. You're right, my enhancement ability doesn't work on it either. She frowned and urged, Whatever, just eat it already. I think it's gross. Qin Yu obeyed, putting the 5 poisons orb in his mouth and swallowing it whole. Suddenly, he spread his limbs and yelled as a multicolored energy swirled around his body. Xiao Yu asked urgently, What's going on? What is it? The energy split into 2 streams, wrapping around Qin Yu's arms. He answered in amazement, Ha! Deadly poison, flames, and replication. I guess I have 3 abilities now. As he said this, he raised his hand, instantly mastering Supreme Illusion and purging 2 different toxins. Ha! Almost. Like mastering 2 types of abilities at once. Xiao Yu was so focused on watching that she let her guard down when something sharp started poking her. Huh. Xiao Yu turned to look, and it turned out to be the armored Beetle King, lying pitifully on the ground. She made a cut on her index finger, and blood immediately trickled out. Ah! I almost forgot. Good thing you were here. Thanks. After absorbing Xiao Yu's blood, the armored Beetle King stood up straight with its hands on its hips. Qin Yu also had recovered his strength. He walked over to the corpse of the 5 venom beast and said nonchalantly, The body of the 5 venom beast, I wonder if it'll have any other uses later. Whatever, let's just clean it up. No sooner said than done, Qin Yu collected the corpse into his spatial storage. Xiao Yu asked hesitantly, Hey, now that you've stored it, can we still eat the things inside? Qin Yu smiled and replied, Don't worry, the space in the ring can be partitioned at will. He stretched, yawned, and urged, Let's get a move on. We need to catch up with the army. The 2 of them crossed the forest and arrived at the village gate. Xiao Yu looked around in surprise and said, Huh, weren't they supposed to get here first? She looked at the armored Beetle King and ordered, Helicopter, go scout ahead. Qin Yu had already observed and assessed that the village was unusually quiet. It was one thing for there to be no people, but there weren't even any corpses. He had just finished speaking when Xiao Yu shouted, Bro, look over there. In the direction Xiao Yu pointed, a man in tattered clothes was squatting and doing something. Qin Yu quickly approached. Finally, something living. Even a zombie would do, and it turned out to be a pale-skinned zombie, voraciously eating a leg. Xiao Yu's expression turned serious, and she drew her blade, saying, I'll take this one. Qin Yu also dropped his playful demeanor that he usually had. Based on this zombie's state, even a normal zombie now has 5 times the physical strength. For ordinary people who haven't become evolved, survival is becoming more and more difficult. While Qin Yu was analyzing the situation, Xiao Yu had already rushed forward and slashed the zombie. She slung her blade over her shoulder and said proudly, How's that, quick and clean? A 1-hit kill. Qin Yu couldn't look her straight in the eye, replying with a wry smile. Uh-huh, killing an ant in 1 hit. You're really something. Xiao Yu put her hands on her hips and said angrily, You're so mean, making fun of me again. She looked at the corpse lying not far away. Puzzled, what was it eating? After a closer look, Xiao Yu didn't dare to get any nearer, covering her mouth as she dry heaved. Oh, Qin Yu crouched down beside it to observe. Judging by its appearance, it's probably not human or a zombie. It must be some kind of aberrant. It seems that an aberrant race has appeared here before. Xiao Yu then guessed that there were probably no living people left nearby. A flock of sleeping birds nearby suddenly panicked and flew off in all directions. Qin Yu's expression changed as he yelled, Something's up! In the middle of the village square, 3 strangely shaped creatures had appeared out of nowhere. Baring their teeth and holding weapons, they ran towards the 2 of them. Qin Yu glanced at them, spear in hand, and identified them. They're lich ghouls, a lower-class aberrant race than the horned demons we faced before. The leader charged forward, brandishing its club and screaming in some unknown language. When they were just a short distance from Qin Yu, he swept his spear in an arc. The lich ghouls were incinerated, their bodies scattered across the ground. Xiao Yu enthusiastically waved, Ah! Let's search them! Let's search them! Qin Yu immediately poured cold water on her excitement. No need. They're the lowest tier of aberrants. They won't have anything useful. A few flower petals drifted through the clear sky as the two continued deeper into the village. While passing a house, Xiao Yu saw the faint silhouette of a person standing on an upper floor. She exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, I'm not mistaken. There's really a man standing there." His face was frighteningly gaunt, with deep, dark circles under his eyes. Xiao Yu enthusiastically waved from the ground. "Hey, hello, mister. Can we ask you a few questions?" The man raised an eyebrow, looking down at them. Seeing this, Xiao Yu tried to be even friendlier. "We're not bad people. We don't have any ill intentions." But unexpectedly, the man who had been standing by the pillar suddenly disappeared. Qin Yu focused his senses, listening as the man inside gave orders, telling people to get their knives ready and light the fires. He looked at Xiao Yu and warned, "Xiao Yu, be careful." Just then, the man opened the door and asked cautiously, "Is it just the two of you?" Qin Yu replied, "Yeah." Seeing this, the man urged them, "Hurry inside, it's full of monsters out there." He led the two of them into the house. As they were walking, Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up, "Thank you." "Huh, that meat smells really good." The man said in a strange, eerie tone, "You two, watch your step." Qin Yu smiled slyly, "Mister, where did you all get this fresh meat? It's been a long time since I've smelled meat this good." The man acted generous and said, "You two came at just the right time. We were just cooking. Why don't you join us?" Xiao Yu clapped her hands in delight. "That's great. Mutant meat is so dry and tough. I was about to throw up from eating it. Today I finally get a treat." In contrast, Qin Yu had been silently observing the whole time without saying a word. Song Mao, a well-built man, licked a ladle and said, "Ah, welcome, welcome." The beautiful Ching Ching, sitting at the table, also warmly invited her. "Come here, little girl. Come eat some meat." Xiao Yu approached and said politely, "Thank you, ma'am." She lifted the pot lid to take a sniff. Smells so good, so good." Xiao Yu asked curiously, "What kind of meat is this?" When she got a clear look at what was cooking in the pot, her eyes widened in shock. Xiao Yu covered her mouth and gagged, then turned and yelled to Qin Yu, "Bro, they're eating human flesh." Ching Ching pulled out a knife hidden under the pot. She glared menacingly at Xiao Yu, muttering incoherently, "Food." With that, she lunged forward, stabbing wildly. "Ah!" Over on the other side, Ba Jian bolted the door shut. He looked at Qin Yu with a wicked grin. "Heh, we'll be able to eat our fill for a few days." Song Mao also grabbed a knife and joined in, thin skin and thick meat. "This is definitely going to be great." He jumped in front of Qin Yu, slashing down hard with the knife in his left hand, but Qin Yu dodged it. Qin Yu spun around and drove his elbow straight into his face. Song Mao's cheek immediately started to swell. He clutched his face, screaming in agony. Then he dropped his hands and looked at Qin Yu. Then turned to see Xiao Yu being cornered by Ching Ching. Suddenly, he raised his knife and slashed towards Ba Jian. "Yeah, Ba Jian!" screamed in a daze. "Ah!" Than Than saw that the situation was bad. She stopped what she was doing and yelled, "Are you crazy?" Tung Mao's face darkened. His mind seemed to be controlled by something, and he kept muttering, "Food, food." Than Than was so terrified she trembled uncontrollably. After Tung Mao finished off the tyrant ant, he approached her, roaring loudly, "Wah!" The doors to the house were tightly shut, with only horrifying screams echoing from within. Inside, the corpses of the tyrant ants were scattered all over the floor. Tu Vu asked curiously, "Why were they fighting each other?" Tan Vu pointed to himself and replied, "It was my hallucinogenic toxin." Tu Vu frowned worriedly. Her voice choked with emotion as she hesitated. "Brother, there are so few people and zombies here. Do you think it's because?" Tan Vu quickly patted her shoulder to reassure her. Tu Vu, don't make wild guesses. Even if the apocalypse forces people to resort to cannibalism, absolutely not everyone would sink to that level. People who would become that depraved are still very rare. The two were startled to hear someone outside suddenly shout, "What's all this commotion?" In the yard, a group of people was surrounding the armored beetle king. "Whoa, what is this monster? It looks terrifying," Ma Tung said doubtfully. "It doesn't seem very strong. It doesn't seem to have any killing intent." Luke Tuyet coldly raised her bow and cursed, "Die, monster," Li Tu said contemptuously. "Humph. Why even bother with it? Whether it's a terrifying monster or not, it won't be able to withstand an arrow from Luke. It's a guaranteed win." Luke Van crossed his arms, waiting for the show to start. "Ha, this thing looks intimidating, but I didn't expect it to be so weak. It's already scared stiff." Luke Tuyet waited for the right moment and fired her arrow. The armored beetle king stood still without dodging, and the arrow shot straight into its head. The spot where the armored beetle king was standing suddenly exploded. Li Tu sneered, "Ah, told you so. This clean energy source. It should be my turn now." When the dust settled, the armored beetle king was still standing tall, completely unscathed. Luke Fong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It's still there? Not so simple." Luke Tuyet also couldn't believe it. It took a direct hit from my arrow and is still fine. Luke Van cracked his knuckles and took the lead, saying, "Let's all attack, finish it." He raised his hand to gather his power. Ha! Luke Van raised his fist and charged forward towards the armored Beetle King. As he threw a punch, he yelled, "Taste my golden heavy fist." Just then, the armored Beetle King raised its head and flapped its wings as if to fly away. Li Tu, with his sharp senses, saw this, snapped his fingers, and asked, "Trying to run?" Several stone arms erupted from the bare ground, firmly gripping the armored Beetle King's limbs. Luke Van seized the opportunity to leap high and punch it in the head. Luke Fong also raised his hand and shouted, "4 times gravity!" The armored Insect King was pulled back to the ground by the gravity. Lu Wen didn't let up, swinging his arm back, preparing to land another punch. Ma Song stood behind them and said weakly, "Everyone, let's just ignore it. It's not right." It seemed no one was listening, as the armored Insect King's eyes suddenly flashed. Li Xiao crossed his arms and looked at him with contempt. "Ha, Ma Song. You're the only coward here." Ma Song frowned anxiously and quickly explained, "Brother Xiao, it's different this time. It's not like the other enemies we've faced." Li Xiao gave a sinister smile and raised one hand, replying, "If you say so, then it seems it's no simple foe." However, with a wave of his hand, Li Xiao instantly summoned a giant puppet several feet tall. He said arrogantly, "But in front of me it's nothing more than prey." The giant had a rugged body, but its eyes were incredibly sharp, and it wore a blue scarf around its neck. Li Xiao punched forward and ordered, "Crush it." The giant was 2 to 3 times taller than the armored Insect King, and it clasped its hands together into a fist, clearly intending to smash down from above. A flash of light streaked by, and with a deafening crash, the giant puppet was sliced by the armored Insect King's claws. Into 2 pieces, Li Xiao exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" Ma Song ran over, grabbed his arm and urged, "Run, run now. This thing is on a completely different level than us." While they were still stunned, 2 more arrows flew in. Lu Shui, positioned up high, shouted loudly, "Everyone retreat now. My light arrows have the most power. I'll cover the rear." Unfortunately, before she could even finish her sentence, the armored Insect King flew up behind her. Ma Song couldn't bear to watch, covering his eyes with his hands and screaming, "Ah!" Lu Wen also yelled in terror, "Xiao Shui!" Lu Shui was too horrified to speak, as the armored Insect King's claws were just a few inches away from her. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu had escaped the house and were heading this way. Hearing Xiao Yu's voice, the armored Insect King froze. Lu Wen hurriedly tried to stop them. "Who are you people? Get out of here. This monster is incredibly strong." Li Xiao said maliciously, "Brother Lu, let's get going. We can let these 2 hold it off for us." The armored Insect King flapped its wings and flew up to look at Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Lu Wen stubbornly called out, "Hey, little girl, do you have a death wish?" Only Ma Song stammered, They're so strong." The armored Insect King landed on the ground, and Xiao Yu quickly patted its head comfortingly. "Good boy. I'm sorry. I won't leave you alone again." Li Xiao was completely dumbfounded by this scene. What is happening? This monster isn't attacking her, and it's even... Lu Wen ventured a guess. Could this monster be a pet she trained? Li Xiao seemed to understand a little. "Maybe she has an ability like mine. This is a pet," she summoned. "But why is this insect so much stronger than my giant puppet?" Xiao Yu stood next to the armored Insect King, hands on her hips, and demanded, "Why were you attacking him? He didn't do anything to you?" Lu Wen waved his hands and smiled appeasingly. "Ah, we're truly sorry. We didn't know it was your pet." Xiao Yu wasn't listening, turning to continue stroking her little armored Insect King. Qin Yu asked coldly, "Who are you?" Lu Wen smiled and introduced himself. "Ah, my name is Lu Wen." He pointed behind him and said, "This is Li Xiao. The slightly older one is my cousin, Lu Feng. The youngest is Ma Song, and is my sister." After Lu Shui's introduction, Lu Wen said curiously, "You 2 don't look like locals." Qin Yu replied, "We're from Shengjing City." Upon hearing the words Shengjing City, the expressions on Lu Wen's group's faces changed. Xiao Yu found their reactions hard to understand, tilting her head and asking, "Is something wrong?" Lu Wen quickly composed himself and answered, "Oh, it's nothing. We were planning to go to Shengjing City to seek refuge, but luckily, we were blocked by the monsters in the Red Pine Forest. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip." At this point, he unconsciously lowered his voice. "This isn't a good place to talk. Follow us. As an apology, I'll treat you all to a meal. Food is very hard to come by here now." Xiao Yu couldn't help but recall the sight of Tong Mu and Qing Qing eating in that house. She ran to a corner and retched violently. Although Lu Wen didn't understand what was happening, he still asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Xiao Yu wiped her mouth and waved her hands dismissively. "Ah, it's nothing. Mentioning food just made me remember something disgusting I saw." The group headed towards a large residential complex. Lu Wen led the way and explained, I'm really sorry about this. Our people were scared when they saw your pet, so that's why we came out to eliminate it. Qin Yu said understandingly, I get it. No one would feel safe with a monster so close to home. Hearing that, Lu Wen was relieved and continued, the five of us are all locals. Not long after the apocalypse started, we killed a zombie and accidentally discovered a strange crystal inside its body. It looked very alluring. I was the boldest, so I tried eating it. Xiao Yu was surprised. Huh? You guys actually dared to eat something from a zombie's corpse? Weren't you afraid it was dirty or poisonous? Lu Wen scratched his head and explained sheepishly. I used to like reading web novels, and don't the main characters get stronger by eating things like internal cores? So I worked up the courage to eat it, and unexpectedly, I actually gained superpowers. Qin Yu pointed at him and said, if I'm not mistaken, your ability is Golden Body, a type of steel body reinforcement, but the strength of the steel transformation is a bit higher. That girl's ability is the most outstanding among all of you. The power generated by her bow is not just considerable, it also has strong piercing properties, making it very effective against opponents with tough armor. As he was speaking, the door suddenly opened. Liu Shen, peeking from behind the door, called out, Xiao Wen, you're all back! But instead of Xiao Wen, she saw the armored beetle king and screamed in terror. Lu Wen touched her arm to calm her down. Hey, don't be scared. That's their pet, it's not dangerous. Liu Shen was so scared she could barely speak. Monster! Lu Wen quickly urged her. Liu Shen, prepare some food, the best we have. The six of them gathered and sat down. Xiao Yu happily opened a food container. Ah, it's been so long since I've eaten anything this good. Lu Wen turned to ask seriously. Qin Yu, you mentioned earlier that you're from Shengjing City. What's the situation like over there now? Xiao Yu was focused on the important business of eating, so only Qin Yu replied, Shengjing City now belongs to zombies and mutated beasts. Soon, it will also be attacked by the insectoids. It's already a dead city. He tilted his head and asked, I'm very curious. What's the situation like for you guys here? Why are there so few people? Lu Wen sighed and said, to be honest with you, after the apocalypse began, first a large rift opened in the sky, and countless imps came down from it, killing anyone they saw. He frowned as if pondering something. Then something strange happened. The people here just seemed to vanish into thin air. Qin Yu asked doubtfully, vanished? Lu Wen nodded. Yes, they really just vanished. No trace of them, dead or alive. They just disappeared like that and never reappeared. Qin Yu rested his chin on his hand, thinking, could it be a dimensional ruin? A dimensional ruin could make people disappear like that, so the danger must be immense. He asked curiously, if you all know that many people have disappeared here, why are you still not leaving? Lu Wen replied sorrowfully, because we've discovered the reason for their disappearance. We believe it's caused by a monster. Qin Yu was surprised. A monster? Lu Sui saw her brother fall silent and quickly added, it is that monster. It secretly ate all of them. Our little sister, Lu Mang, was also eaten by it. Lu Wen said decisively, the reason we're not leaving is because of that monster. I have to avenge my sister. He clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. Qin Yu silently observed his reaction. He said thoughtfully, a monster that can eat everyone in the village. Its strength is not weak. With your current strength, can you defeat it? Li Xiao, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Humph. Last time we fought it, we injured it and made it flee in panic. The next time we meet it, we will definitely kill it. Qin Yu was intrigued. Describe the monster's appearance to me and tell me about the battle you had. Lu Wen recalled that time, about half a month ago. That day, the five of them went into the forest together to fight a monster. Phew, we finally defeated it. Lu Wen took the crystal from the monster's body. Mang, this is for you. Lu Mang took it with both hands. Suddenly, several strange sprouts appeared on the ground. Vines quickly shot out from the ground and grabbed Lu Mang. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned. Mang, what's happening? Lu Mang's arms and legs were bound by Ru Hua. She cried hysterically and struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. She was swallowed whole by Ru Hua. The ground around them shook again, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone ran towards Ru Hua's location, but it had already vanished without a trace. Only a large pit remained, proving it had once been there. After hearing the story, Qin Yu muttered, a mutated plant. Lu Wen looked at him and asked, Qin Yu, do you know any more information about man-eating flowers? Qin Yu quickly shook his head. I don't. As if remembering something, he said, by the way, have you guys seen a troop of over 100 people pass through here? He answered without a second thought. No, if that many people passed by, someone would have known. They weren't eaten by the man-eating flower, were they? Qin Yu hadn't seemed to consider this possibility. He said nothing. Lu Wen gathered his courage and spoke up. Qin Yu, you guys are like us, people with special abilities. I hope you can help us kill that monster. Qin Yu thought to himself. This man-eating plant. No matter how powerful, it couldn't have eaten them all. Qin Yu always felt this matter wasn't so simple. But despite his thoughts, he agreed out loud. All right, we'll help you. Lu Wen shot to his feet. He said joyfully, That's great, but the county town is so big, where can we even find it? Qin Yu speculated. According to what you said, there were 6 of you back then, and it swallowed your little sister. I'm guessing she wasn't its prey. Lu Wen still didn't quite understand what he meant, so Qin Yu explained, Whether it's a zombie or a mutated beast, hunting for evolution energy is their instinct. Its target was probably the evolution energy she had. At this, Lu Wen agreed. What you're saying makes sense. Qin Yu crossed his arms. If it's coming for evolution energy, then we don't need to find it. We have evolution energy. It will naturally come to us. With that, Qin Yu turned to look at Ma Song and asked the teenager, Your ability is sensory. Can you sense zombies and mutated beasts? The well-behaved Ma Song replied, Ah, I can. Lu Wen interjected, We'll go with you. This place is dangerous. Before he could finish, Qin Yu cut him off. No need. We'll be back soon. Li Xiao scoffed, Do whatever you want. Who cares? Ma Song began to focus his senses. Then he looked at Qin Yu and said seriously, There are 2 zombies in that 2-story building over there. The 3 of them went to the building. As they walked down the hallway, Ma Song suddenly stopped and pointed to a room. It's in that room. Just as he finished speaking, 2 zombies burst through the door. Qin Yu watched them stagger forward. Ma Song cried out in terror, Brother Yu, what are you doing? But Qin Yu didn't even have time to hear him. He dashed forward and grabbed the zombie's head with his bare hands. Qin Yu slammed it straight into the floor. The 2 zombies that were alive a second ago were now a pile of bloody pulp. Ma Song stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, Even Lu Wen, the best fighter among us, would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with 2 zombies. This guy won with just his bare hands. He's a real monster. Over here, Qin Yu suddenly shouted. Ah, lucky. Both of them have one. Ma Song went to the window and looked out. He pointed in a direction and said, There's an evolved zombie over there. The 3 of them ran down to the courtyard, where a tentacle grew out from a wall. Ma Song frowned and warned, Be careful. This one's really strong. Qin Yu grabbed the tentacle and gave it a powerful tug. The zombie hiding inside the building was dragged out. It bared its claws and stared fiercely at Qin Yu. He still held its tentacle firmly in his hand, endless flames. The zombie was incinerated by the raging fire. Ma Song was shocked speechless. This level of power was too terrifying. Xiao Yu took the zombie's evolution energy and said happily, Ah, got the goods. Qin Yu glanced at Ma Song. Continue. He obediently replied, Okay. The 3 continued their hunt, and another zombie was knocked flat on its back. Xiao Yu ran over to its corpse with a bag to search for the goods. Soon enough, they had collected a bag of evolution energy. Only then did Qin Yu say with satisfaction, This should be enough. He took the bag from Xiao Yu. Duplicate? Another bag of energy appeared instantly. Qin Yu took out 4 evolution energy crystals and gave them to Ma Song. Here, you earned this. Eat it quickly. Ma Song cautiously took them, still in disbelief as he held them in his hand. For me? I've never gotten so many at once. Thank you. Everyone returned to the gathering point. Lu Wen looked at the bag on the table and said in astonishment, Over 20 evolution energies in less than 2 hours? That's way too fast. Qin Yu gestured with his chin towards Ma Song. It was thanks to Ma Song's ability that we found so much prey in such a short time. Unexpectedly, the boy disagreed. It wasn't even 2 hours. Most of that was just travel time. They seemed to kill the zombies in an instant. Hearing them praise each other, Lu Wen didn't know what more to say. All right, what do we do next? Qin Yu gave orders. Everyone will take turns on watch, in teams of 2. Report any movement immediately. Night fell, and the moon began to rise high in the sky. It was Qin Yu and Xiao Yu's turn to stand guard. Xiao Yu sat on the watchtower and asked, Brother, will it come? Qin Yu answered nonchalantly, Maybe, but it's not 100% certain. Over in their building, it was unusually quiet. Lu Shui sat next to Lu Wen. She said sharply, Big brother, I don't think those 2 are sincere about helping us. After hearing this, he didn't argue. In the apocalypse, who would sincerely help a stranger? They must have other motives, but I don't think they want to harm us. As long as we can get revenge for Xiao Meng, none of this matters. Lu Wen clenched his fist decisively. When the time comes and the monster is lured here, we must do everything we can to kill it, Lu Shui obediently replied. The night deepened, the moon hanging high in the sky. Lu Wen, who was resting, suddenly sat up and said, Careful, wake everyone up. Everyone came out, still sleepy-eyed. Someone rubbed their eyes and asked, What's wrong? Lu Wen warned in a loud voice. We have enemies. Hearing this, everyone became wide awake. Lu Wen gave orders. Xiao Shui, Li Xiao, Yu Ma Song. Let's go outside and check. The rest of you, be ready to run at any moment. From the sounds of it, there are quite a few enemies. The 5 of them stepped out into the courtyard together. where countless mutated beasts surrounded the pile of evolution energy. Li Xiao stammered, tugging on Lu Feng's sleeve. So many. While they haven't noticed us, let's just run, Lu Feng replied coldly. If we run, what about the others? Lu Wen was a bit hesitant and asked, Ma Song, observe those things. Can we win? Ma Song put his hands together and focused his observation. Horrified, he said in fear, Brother Lu, we can't win without taking casualties. A mutated cat beast suddenly turned its head and screeched, Meow! It roared and lunged forward. Meow! Lu Wen grabbed it and shouted, This is bad. There are countless cats gathered here. They all meowed in unison. Lu Wen gritted his teeth and yelled, Get into formation. The enemy has spotted us. The 5 of them gathered together as the horde of cats began to surround them. Lu Wen shouted, Xiao Shui, get to high ground now. Lu Shui immediately jumped onto a roof, drawing her bow and saying worriedly, Got it, big brother. Be careful. Lu Feng spread, his arms wide to concentrate his power, gravity suppression. The pack of cats was set ablaze by a fireball, screeching in agony. Lu Wen used his golden heavy fist to punch one away. Ma Song stood watching with his blade as the horde of cats surged toward the group again. Li Xiao let out a long shout and smashed them to death. A giant rose from the ground at Li Xiao's call, immediately joining the fray and crushing the cats with its fists. The two, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, were still standing on the watchtower. Xiao Yu asked curiously, Brother, aren't we going to help? Qin Yu observed the situation below and replied, Don't be hasty. Let's wait and see. A large cat beast managed to grab Lu Wen's arm, but he threw his arm and sent the cat beast flying, but it took the opportunity to slash Lu Wen's chest. 3 bloody claw marks appeared on his chest, and he angrily kicked it far away. Get lost! Lu Wen clutched his chest and collapsed, coughing up blood. The cat beast coiled itself to build momentum, pouncing to attack the injured Lu Wen. Li Xiao saw through its intentions and growled, You'll have to get through me first. The giant caught the cat beast with both hands, but unexpectedly, it immediately used its claws to shred the giant's face. Li Xiao frantically turned and shouted, Sister Lu, my puppet is about to give out. Hurry and shoot it now. As Lu Shui's arrows flew, flames erupted around the giant, blazing fiercely. And yet, the cat beast leaped from the fire completely unscathed, furiously charging toward Lu Shui's position. The situation was dire. Lu Shui crouched and stared intently, while Ma Song, overcome with terror, screamed, Out! It's not something we can defeat. Everyone scrambled to run. Hearing the sound, the cat beast's eyes widened and it switched targets. Ma Song shrieked in fear, Help! Help me! A light from nowhere suddenly flashed, startling the cat beast. It was pierced through by a pillar of light, and the cat beast stretched out with a final, agonizing cry. The cat beast's shriek fell silent as it was pinned to the ground by Qin Yu's spear. On the ground, a dumbfounded Li Xiao stammered, Qin Yu, he's that strong? The other cat beasts were also sent flying, and it turned out to be Xiao Yu, who had jumped down riding the armored insect king. The cat beasts were drawn to her, and they pounced toward Xiao Yu. The armored insect king flapped its wings to evade, then counterattacked the cat beasts with its claws. They stood up on their hind legs as if to chase after Xiao Yu. She gave them a cold, sidelong glance. Xiao Yu leaped down from the armored insect king's back. She drew her blade and with a single slash, sent cat beasts flying in all directions. Xiao Yu landed on the ground, her blade sweeping in an arc, and several more cat beasts were slashed in half. She swung her blade relentlessly, tearing the cat beasts to shreds. Li Xiao, standing beside his giant, stammered, Doesn't she just rely on summoning beasts? How can she also fight like that? Ma Song's eyes lit up. He clasped his hands to observe and then let out a sigh. With this level of combat, we're safe now. There's no need for us to help. Amidst the pack of cat beasts, something suddenly zipped past, and the perceptive Qin Yu spotted it, a level 2 mutated shadow cat beast. He thrust his spear at it, but the creature dodged. The shadow cat beast transformed into a snake and wrapped itself around his arm. It changed shape continuously, this time forming a clawed arm to attack Qin Yu. He used his free hand to grab its neck, but it turned into a gooey sludge. The shadow cat beast slipped from Qin Yu's grasp and fled. He watched it weave through the pack of cat beasts with contempt. Humph, thinks it's so clever. He pointed his spear at the ground, and the surrounding cat beasts were instantly incinerated by purple flames. The night shadow cat launched a sneak attack on Qin Yu from behind, but its intention was seen through, and he spun around to meet it with his spear. The shadow cat beast was stunned. It swiped its claws to the left, and when that missed, it swiped to the right. The image of Qin Yu in its eyes became distorted and hazy. It stood on all fours, squinting and darting its eyes around as it was surrounded by several versions of Qin Yu. 4 afterimages raised their spears to strike it. The real Qin Yu watched from the side as the night shadow cat stood on its hind legs, swiping wildly in confusion. He held out his hand, and a flame suddenly erupted. Qin Yu unleashed the purple flame at the night shadow cat, incinerating it completely. As it burned to a crisp, a light flashed from within its body. It was an evolution energy crystal. Qin Yu quickly snatched the evolution crystal as it fell. Seeing this, the surrounding cat beasts backed away, watching him warily. Lu Wen's group stared in amazement as the beasts fearfully retreated. He clutched his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, we're saved. Qin Yu summoned a flame to his hand and said casually, "Next, let's see what we've harvested." The fire incinerated the corpses of the cat beasts scattered on the ground. When the burning was complete, the flames died down, revealing several gleaming energy crystals. Lu Xue said in astonishment, "So many evolution energy sources, this is a pretty high yield." Xiao Yu suddenly pointed in one direction. "Brother, there's a disturbance over there." On the flat ground, a crack suddenly appeared, opening up like a flower blooming from beneath the earth. Lu Wen furiously clenched his fists and said, "That's it, the monster that devoured Meng Meng." Lu Feng raised his hand, and a vortex appeared in his palm, gravity suppression. The flower-like bud was pressed down by the gravity, unable to rise any higher. Its vines, which were still hidden underground, were now also revealed. Its entire body was now out of the ground, an ugly yellow flower bud. It suddenly bloomed, revealing countless sharp teeth inside its pistil. Qin Yu frowned, and Xiao Yu stared as the flower spread its petals wide, siphoning the evolution energy. Lu Van gritted his teeth and unleashed a golden heavy fist, intending to kill it while it consumed the evolution energy. A pitch-black vortex appeared in Nu Hoa's mouth. Luke Van grimaced as he was sucked inside. Li Te was terrified beyond belief. It ate him again. Tan Vu was stunned, and Luke Tuet was also dazed. Ma Teng's mouth hung open in horror, unable to speak. Luke Fong screamed furiously, "I'll kill you!" Just then, Tu Vu pointed and said, "Look over there." In the direction she pointed, another Luke Van fell out of thin air, landing headfirst on the ground. Pff! Tan Vu silently deduced it was a space-time ability. Luke Tuyet leaped down from the roof. She drew her bow, aiming straight at Nu Hoa. Don't even think about escaping this time. Nu Hoa's petals spun like fan blades, showing no intention of dodging her arrow. The moment the arrow hit, it created a massive explosion. When the dust settled, Nu Hoa was completely unscathed. It resumed forcefully, sucking evolution energy into its mouth. Tan Vu's eyes flashed as he muttered, "Got it." He retracted his spear into his ring. Then, Tan Vu crouched down and started picking up the evolution energy crystals. Tu Vu cried out, "Brother, are you really that greedy? Now is not the time." Still picking them up? Seeing its tasty meal being snatched away, Nu Hoa grew enraged. Watching Tan Vu clutch the pile of energy, it couldn't wait any longer and lunged at him. Nu Hoa lashed out at him with a vine. The energy crystals scattered everywhere, and it immediately sucked them into its mouth. Tan Vu fell onto the ground, rubbing his head as Tu Vu ran over to chide him. "I told you not to be so greedy." Suddenly, Tan Vu raised a hand to his lips and smirked deviously. Watching Nu Hoa intently, he announced cheerfully, "I got it." The moment he spoke, the creature began looking all around itself. Strangely, Nu Hoa saw 6 figures of him surrounding it. Suddenly, a circle appeared in the sky, gradually expanding. It was a space-time rift. While Nu Hoa was still searching for something, the rift began to radiate power. Then, the creature froze in place as if hypnotized. A moment later, Nu Hoa saw another 6 figures of Tu Vu staring intently at it. While the illusions continued to multiply, her voice was heard. "Brother, what's wrong with it?" It was Tan Vu who had made his move, and he explained calmly, "It's been hit with my ultimate hallucinogenic toxin. It's currently in a state of uncontrollable hallucination." Seeing Tu Vu raise her sword, he quickly put out a hand to stop her. "Hold on. This thing's ability is incredibly rare. It would be a shame to kill it outright. Let's subdue it first." Tu Vu seemed to be struggling. "Brother, it keeps wiggling around. I can't restrain it." Hearing that, Tan Vu instructed, "No problem. We'll beat it up a bit first. Just be careful not to kill it." Right after, he eagerly landed several kicks on Nu Hoa. She immediately joined in, kicking with all her might. "Take this, and this." After being beaten for a while, it lay flattened and trembling on the ground. In a flash, he gently picked it up in his hand. "Okay, now let's control it." Amidst her excitement, the space-time rift grew even larger. Suddenly, Nu Hoa's resistance put Tan Vu on alert. "This is bad, don't let it get away." The rift was now larger than ever, continuously emitting a powerful suction that threatened to pull everything in. He yelled in confusion while holding it tightly. "What's going on?" The moment he spoke, he, Nu Hoa, and Tu Vu were all yanked inside. Without any hesitation, the rift sealed shut as if it had never existed. All 3 of them, Luke Van, Li Tie, and Ma Teng, were stunned by the sight. Despite this, the armored insect king quickly flew in pursuit. Fortunately, it managed to enter just in time, into the space-time rift. Inside the dimension of the rift, Tanvu, Tuvu, and Nu Hoa were in freefall. Despite falling, he angrily clutched Nu Hoa in his hand, threatening it. "Stop struggling, or I'll roast you for a meal." After they landed, Tanvu asked curiously, "Where are we?" Looking up, Tuvu spotted the armored insect king helicopter. "Did you get sucked in too?" After a moment, Tanvu theorized, "This is likely this thing's ability, creating a subspace. Tuvu, control it now and have it take us out of here." Hearing this, she immediately pricked her fingertip for blood. To Nuhoa's astonishment, the drop of Tuvu's blood flew towards it. The droplet quickly adhered to one of Nuhoa's petals. Then, the colored patterns on its petals began to fade. As Nuhoa shrank down, Tuvu's voice was heard. "Done," she happily announced to the armored insect king. "Helicopter, you have a new friend now. What should we call you?" "We'll call you Nuhoa, okay?" Without waiting for an answer, Tuvu quickly commanded, "Nuhoa, take us back." Before Nuhoa could obey, Tanvu lunged forward, swinging his spear and yelling, "Watch out!" His attack created a huge explosion. Before them stood Tuet Kong, firmly gripping the spear. "How did you find me?" His appearance put Tanvu on high alert. "Get back!" It seemed the loud commotion had terrified Nuhoa more than ever. It trembled and hid behind Tuvu, prompting her to say, "Brother, look! This guy scared Nuhoa into this state." While holding his battle stance, Tanvu demanded, "Who are you?" Or should I say, "What are you?" Ignoring his question, Tuyet Kong calmly ordered, "Give me the world-devouring flower." To me, his words made Tanvu silently wonder. What's a world-devouring flower? That must be the thing Tuvu just tamed. For this guy to show up here, he must have space-time abilities too. Right after, Tuet Kong pointed at Tuvu and explained, "It's that thing behind her. It constantly eats the dimensional walls of our world, causing our space-time to chaos. I'm under the king's orders to hunt it. Hand it over to me, and as for you all," he finished his explanation with a sick smile, "just be good and become my sweet treats." Suddenly, Jukong stared intently at Xiao Yu and remarked, "Your blood is unlike anyone else's. It smells so good, so alluring. Eating you will make me evolve again." Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately made a judgment. "You're a zombie." His deduction quickly sent the man into a rage. "Zombie? How dare you lump me in with those mindless beasts? I am of the immortal clan, the ever-living immortal clan." It seemed Qin Yu had figured something out, pondering to himself. The immortal clan. Hearing that, a confused Xiao Yu asked, "What's the immortal clan?" The next second, he immediately explained that they are zombies evolved to their absolute peak. They possess intelligence and call themselves the immortal clan. The difference between them and regular zombies is like the difference between a human and an ape. Jue Kong remained incredibly arrogant as he threatened, "Obediently hand over the world-devouring flower to me, and I'll grant you all a comfortable death." His confidence made Qin Yu burst out laughing in derision. "What damn immortal clan? That's just a fancy name for a zombie, you brainless creatures. You sure know how to flatter yourselves." His contemptuous attitude infuriated Jue Kong. What did you say? We are the perfect race. A filthy ant like you dares to disrespect us?" Qin Yu continued in a provocative tone. "Then why don't you tell me, how many of you perfect beings are there?" Unaware that he had fallen into a trap, the man boasted with great pride. "About 5 of us." As soon as he heard this information, Qin Yu quickly analyzed it internally. The apocalypse only just began, yet zombies evolving into the immortal clan have already reached this scale. That's even faster than he had imagined. Then Qin Yu asked again, "What's your name? And what's your king's name?" Jue Kong still foolishly answered, "My name is Jue Kong, and my king's name is..." Before he could finish his sentence, he realized what was happening and roared, "You filthy ant! You dare trick me into talking!" Seeing this, Qin Yu slowly denied it. "What do you mean, trick you? I just need to know the name of the enemy I'm about to kill." Qin Yu's nonchalant attitude made him snort in frustration. Such shameless boasting. Do you have any idea how great of a being you're facing? Not letting Jue Kong brag any further, Qin Yu pulled his spear back, causing him to stumble. As if to save face, he immediately sat up and started muttering, "Not bad, huh? You've got some power. I bet you've never met an opponent stronger than me, have you? No wonder you talk so arrogantly. Like that." Ignoring Jue Kong's smugness, Qin Yu readied himself. "A physique 60 times the norm, far surpassing my own. But unfortunately for you, even if you are 60 times stronger, you're still no more than a level 2. He immediately raised his spear high and charged forward to attack. "Take this." In the next moment, Jue Kong decisively caught the head of the spear. Jue Kong's expression slowly darkened, and he looked extremely annoyed. "Don't you get it yet? With your level of strength, you can't possibly..." He paused for about 2 seconds, then something suddenly shocked him, and he yelled, "What? Qin Yu powerfully unleashed a move towards Jue Kong ultimate incineration. A purple flame began to burn continuously on his arm, startling him. This is no ordinary fire. As soon as he sensed the danger, Jue Kong quickly swung his arm with great force. It turned out he had opened a spatial rift to suck the flame into it. On the other side of the rift was a horde of zombies, gathered for some reason. The moment the flame poured down from the rift, they were all incinerated. Back in the battle, Jue Kong looked at his smoking arm and exclaimed, "Your power is clearly weaker than mine. Yet you can unleash such a powerful flame. Interesting." After a moment of observation, Qin Yu also offered some praise. "So you really do have a spatial ability." Then, Jue Kong opened another portal and said confidently, "But unfortunately, no matter how strong your fire is, it's no match for me." After a 2-second pause, Jue Kong swiftly appeared behind him. "Can you appear and disappear unpredictably like me?" Luckily, Qin Yu detected him in time and spun around to defend. He seemed a bit worried, analyzing in a low voice, "My opponent's physique is nearly 60 times stronger, while mine is just over 30. In terms of raw power alone, my opponent has an absolute advantage and can completely overpower me." Qin Yu's voice continued. "Moreover, this space doesn't feel solid. I can't get any leverage, so I can't use my full strength." Hearing this, Xiao Yu began to cast a spell from a distance. "Brother, enhance!" Before she could finish, he immediately stopped her. "Not yet. This time I want to see if my skills alone can defeat an enemy physically stronger than me." Qin Yu's calculation made Jue Kong sneer. "Kid, I don't know if I should call you clear-headed or just plain stupid. If you already know you're weaker than me, how do you still dare to run your mouth?" Despite the man's scorn, Qin Yu quickly retorted, "Don't get it twisted. My physique may be weaker than yours, but my skills." Then Qin Yu unleashed a burst of energy, asserting, firmly, "Are more than enough to beat you 10 times over." In an instant, he sent Jue Kong flying, making him stumble backward. As Jue Kong opened a spatial rift, he gritted his teeth and sneered, "Cheap tricks." His figure flew into the rift and vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Qin Yu became more vigilant than ever, constantly looking left and right. Suddenly, Jue Kong appeared with his claws raised, right behind him. But unfortunately for him, Qin Yu had already detected it and dodged the sneak attack. It seemed Qin Yu was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to deal with Jue Kong's troublesome ability. Wisps of smoke constantly drifted around, making Jue Kong think angrily to himself, "You damn brat, your fire has filled the entire space with dust." After thinking for a while, Qin Yu realized something. "I get it now. Your cheap tricks." As soon as he identified the attack point, he lunged toward it. The tip of the spear shot straight for where Jue Kong was hiding. It was exactly as Qin Yu had predicted. His attack successfully landed a hit on him. Jue Kong hastily cast a spell to stabilize his body. The next second, he furiously ground his teeth. This guy's combat skills are truly superior to his own. If he didn't go all out, he was afraid he would lose. He then flew in front of Qin Yu and praised him. "All right, I admit your skills are superior to mine. You're the only one I'll kill who gets to. See this move." Jue Kong soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of shards aimed straight at Qin Yu. Seeing this, he quickly put up a defense, the flame barrier. But suddenly the shards flew in and cracked Qin Yu's defensive barrier. This turn of events made him widen his eyes in shock. Qin Yu's surprise brought a satisfied laugh from his opponent. "These aren't glass shards, these are shards of space. No matter how tough your bones are, getting sliced by space itself will turn you into soft tofu." Jue Kong then used his hands to tear open a new spatial rift. The shards of space relentlessly rushed in, as if trying to annihilate him. Not stopping there, he caused the surrounding space to fracture even more. It seemed Jue Kong had decided to play for keeps with Qin Yu. He used every ounce of his strength and let out a great roar. Right after, the shards continued to surround him. They moved swiftly, managing to land a few stabs on Qin Yu. Yet, he endured the pain and glanced back, wondering, "Isn't it working yet? Taking effect?" The next second, Jue Kong formed a black orb between his palms. He quickly clasped his hands together and yelled, "Shatter!" The moment he finished, even more shards shot forward with determination. Qin Yu calmly ignored their assault. Suddenly, Jue Kong's power completely vanished. "Why has my power suddenly disappeared?" Just as planned, Qin Yu let out a triumphant laugh. Hearing Qin Yu's laughter, he furiously demanded, "What did you do, you ant?" A flashback of Jue Kong's earlier taunt appeared. "Damn you, your fire is kicking up dust." Qin Yu quickly reminded him, "Remember what you said? That my fire was kicking up dust all over the place." Then, Qin Yu immediately explained, "My fire incinerates everything. It doesn't produce a single speck of dust. What you saw was something else." Waving his hand, he continued, "I originally wanted to use a hallucinogenic toxin on you, but its color is too bright, and I was afraid you'd notice. Fortunately, the degenerative toxin has a dull color, which was perfectly concealed by the gloomy surroundings and my flame ability." Without giving Jue Kong a chance to reply, Qin Yu quickly curled his lip into a smirk. That's why I said, even if your power is greater, when it comes to just battle tactics and combat experience, you're still leagues below me. His absolute confidence enraged Jue Kong, who threatened, You just wait. When my king gets here, he'll make sure you die. Without a complete corpse, in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's spear slashed forward. You won't get that chance. His firm declaration made Jue Kong's brow furrow deeply. What did you say? Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of power shot through him, killing him instantly. Afterwards, Qin Yu clutched his face in pain and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Yu rushed over anxiously. Brother, are you hurt? A moment later, he struggled to get up and instructed her. I'm fine, it's just a minor wound. It will heal quickly. Xiao Yu, hurry and get the evolution energy. This place is endlessly dark. If that guy gets too far away, he'll be hard to find. She immediately obeyed his command. To Ruhua, hurry and bring back the evolution energy. Ruhua obeyed, holding the energy on its leaf with a covetous look. It seemed Xiao Yu knew exactly what it was thinking. Ruhua. After she scolded it, Ruhua dejectedly handed over the evolution energy. Upon receiving it, Xiao Yu noted with curiosity, this orb looks a bit different from the previous ones, while Xiao Yu held the evolution energy orb in her hand. Qin Yu confirmed, of course it's different. This one orb is equivalent to 5 of the ones we got from the Great Serpent's scales. Hearing that, her eyes lit up. So that means if we use our replication enhancement, it'll be 20 times more effective than the serpent's? He suddenly scratched his head and said, we also used replication enhancement on the one from the Great Serpent before consuming it, so it's actually still only 5 parts. Seeing Ru Hua drooling over the evolution energy, Xiao Yu ran over and scolded it. You want to gulp it down again? If my brother didn't protect you, you would have been captured already. Go, the zombie corpse over there is what's for you. The moment she finished her sentence, it immediately began to radiate a power that enveloped its entire body. Seeing Ru Hua's eagerness, Xiao Yu snapped, Hey, you have to wait until after the replication enhancement to eat that, can't you? Have a little patience. After being scolded, it turned away in a huff. Seeing Ru Hua's little rebellion, she flew over and teased it. What's this? Still pouting? It's not like I'm not letting you eat at all. Suddenly, it opened its petals wide and let out a huge roar, and a swirling vortex appeared, shocking Qin Yu. That's space-time turbulence. This revelation made Xiao Yu excited and curious. What's space-time turbulence? Can it be used to travel through space-time? He quickly shattered her dream. In your dreams, you'll be torn to shreds. Run! Qin Yu's terrifying warning sent Xiao Yu scrambling to grab hold of Ru Hua. Next, he waved his hand, pulling Jue Kong's corpse into his spatial ring. The moment he finished, Ru Hua wrapped its vines around Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and the armored insect king. It immediately shot off in the opposite direction, as if trying to escape the pull of the space-time turbulence. As Ru Hua fled with all its might, he commanded, a little faster. Xiao Yu quickly shouted an explanation. Ru Hua says it has reached its limit and can't go any faster. Brother, we're about to be torn apart. Following that, it shot like a bolt of lightning toward a specific point, shocking Qin Yu. Ru Hua, what are you doing? In an instant, Ru Hua forcefully spat out an enormous burst of energy. Its action made both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu cry out in alarm. On the other side of the portal was a place teeming with plants, mutated ones. A large crack suddenly appeared in the bright red sky. From within the crack, Qin Yu and his group were in freefall. Fortunately, the Insect King armor managed to catch him and Xiao Yu in time. As she observed their surroundings, she asked curiously, Brother, where are we? Looking down from above, they saw swarms of mutated plants gathered together. It seemed they had already spotted Qin Yu and Xiao Yu. After a moment of observation, she realized something and asked Ru Hua, Is this your home? Xiao Yu's conversation with it made him ask curiously, You can understand what it's saying? She quickly denied it and explained, Of course I can't understand it, but I can guess its thoughts. Ru Hua is saying this is where it was born, a small world. It was being hunted in that space-time, which is why it fled to our world. Hearing this, Qin Yu caught the key point and repeated, A small world? Noticing his curiosity, Xiao Yu turned to warn him, You can be surprised later. Countless mutated plants below are all staring at us. After a long moment, Qin Yu calmly asked, Xiao Yu, quickly ask your flower if it can take us back to our world. She then listened to Ru Hua for a moment before replying. Ru Hua said getting us back is no problem, but it overexerted itself in the space-time turbulence and needs at least 1 week before it can travel again. Moreover, it's about to collapse. He carefully observed the strange land around them, choosing a safe place to land first. Just 1 week, that's not too long. We have plenty of food and water in our spatial ring, so survival won't be an issue. Xiao Yu looked around at the scenery in bewilderment. Brother, are we still on Earth? Hearing that, Qin Yu pondered for a moment and replied, yes and no. It's hard to explain where we are, but it's not the Earth you're familiar with, but rather a different plane of Earth. The horned people and the rending demons we've encountered before are probably from places like this, creatures that exist on another plane of Earth. As he began his description, an image of the universe appeared. For example, the universe is like a book, and the world we live in is like one of its pages, with Earth located in a special position on that page. We have to punch a hole through the page to get back to the previous one. This information left her stunned. I don't get it. Qin Yu knew she wouldn't, and chuckled. It's okay if you don't understand. I don't really get it either. I just heard someone else explain it. They mentioned something about gravitational dynamics. It's like getting zapped. Makes no sense. Suddenly, Xiao Yu pointed in a direction and exclaimed, Brother, look over there! Following her finger, he saw the sight of clothes hanging out to dry. He quickly turned, confused. Are those clothes? Why would there be clothes here? Then, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered. Something, brother. Have you forgotten? Weren't the people from the village missing? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu made a deduction, so they were sucked into this world. In that case, it seems Li Wei's army was likely sucked in here too. He immediately instructed the Insect King armor, let's fly a little lower and see if there are any survivors. A moment later, she exclaimed happily, it looks like there are no mutated plants over there. Let's land! As soon as they touched the ground, Xiao Yu let out a sigh of relief. It feels so good to finally be on solid ground again. Then she touched Ru Hua and said, get some rest. You worked hard. For us. Just as Xiao Yu finished speaking, it began to shrink. In an instant, Ru Hua had turned into a small flower. She pinned it to her hair and asked, how does it look? Do you think it's pretty? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu threw cold water on her excitement. It's too tacky. His dismissive attitude made Xiao Yu huff. You have no taste. As if to change the subject, he looked around. By the way, where are your insects? They disappeared the moment I looked away. She calmly pointed at Ru Hua and replied, Ru Hua ate them. It seemed Xiao Yu was very proud of this strategy. Inside Ru Hua's stomach, there's a small space that belongs to it, which can hold a lot of things. So, still think it's tacky? It's much better than your spatial ring. Suddenly, she let out a small cry, pointing ahead. Look, there are people! After a closer look, Xiao Yu was overjoyed. This is great! We've finally found other people! While they were still celebrating, a voice roared, Stop right there! It was Gu Yong and his cronies approaching them. Who are you two? Qin Yu calmly replied. We mean no harm. Just like you, we were sucked in here. Their appearance made Shen Zhang curious. Another two people. Has this god-forsaken place become a tourist attraction? Or something? Suddenly, their attention fell on Xiao Yu's beauty, making her step back nervously. Just as expected, Tao Ye crudely unbuckled his belt, remarking, What a lucky day. This girl is gorgeous. Seeing the situation, Shu Nuo immediately stepped forward to stop him. Tao Ye, don't scare her. His courage frightened Kong Wei. Hey, there are a lot of them. Let's not get involved. That Tao Ye guy completely ignored Shu Nuo's attempt to stop him. Why don't we just have some fun first, then kill them? It'll be like they were never here. Right after, Shen Zhang licked his lips in agreement. I like the sound of that. Despite their persistence, Shu Nuo kept trying to persuade them. Hey, have you forgotten what Boss Zhou said? We're supposed to bring any survivors we find back. There's strength in numbers. It's the only way we'll survive here. But it seemed his words had no effect on them. Shen Zhang's eyes widened as he threatened him. Nonsense. Stop trying to use your Boss Zhou to scare me. You should know that Boss Jin is the real one in charge here. So this is none of your business. Get lost. But I'm warning you, if you dare say a word, you'll regret it. As soon as he finished, they began to approach with sinister smiles. Next, their troublesome behavior caused Qin Yu to became annoyed and coldly warned, I'll only warn you once. Back off now and you won't have to lose your worthless lives here. It seemed Shen Zhang had never met someone so confident. This kid's got some nerve, huh? After we're done here, we'll kill you all. Then Gu Yong sneered and added, if you're in such a hurry, we'll just kill you first. Gu Yong's entire body began to harden, his skin turning a stony gray color. Petrification. Attack. He used his petrified arm to grab Qin Yu by the throat. Not letting Gu Yong have his way, he immediately punched and shattered his stone arm. The blow caused Gu Yong extreme pain, making him scream continuously. While he was stunned, Qin Yu quickly rushed forward. Gu Yong managed to recover and transformed his entire body into stone, completely petrifying himself. Just as he finished transforming, Qin Yu came up and struck him once. Immediately after, Gu Yong's entire body shattered into pieces. The horrifying scene before them left Shen Zhang and Tao Ye completely stunned. Then, an agitated Shen Zhang transformed. Tao Ye also changed his form, stubbornly saying, the two of us will attack together and kill him. After that, Shen Zhang used his lightning-fast speed to run circles around Qin Yu. Can you keep up with my speed? His eyes remained calm but held a look of contempt as he glanced at him. Surprise. Since when did Tao Ye get close to Qin Yu? Time to suffocate you. He then sprayed a sticky liquid onto his face. Shen Zhang seemed very pleased, rushing forward to praise him. Nice one, now watch me. But unfortunately for him, Qin Yu managed to grab Shen Zhang by the face, terrifying him. What? Before he could recover, Qin Yu slammed Shen Zhang's entire body into the ground. Seeing this situation, Tao Ye panicked and screamed, Shen Zhang! Suddenly, Qin Yu's eerie voice rang out, confusing him. What did you say? As if wanting to explain it clearly to Tao Ye before he was wiped out, he slowly replied, I said, you're about to die, yet you still have time to talk nonsense. However, Tao Ye remained stubborn. I'll let you die in my sticky fluid. As soon as he finished speaking, the fluid from his body enveloped Qin Yu. A moment later, his entire body was covered by Tao Ye's sticky liquid. The sight made Xiao Yu unable to resist commenting, You're so disgusting. After that, the eyes of Qin Yu flashed with a red light. He calmly waved his hand, and in the next second, a spark of fire completely incinerated the fluid. Qin Yu's terrifying power made Shu Nuo tremble. You guys. Qin Yu quickly noticed their fear and comforted them. You're not like them, don't worry. As long as you don't have any malicious intent, I won't kill the innocent. Suddenly, from a distance, panicked voices rang out. What happened? How did you do that? While the flames were still burning fiercely, he spoke calmly. I hope you can explain it to me. I really don't want to kill innocent people due to a misunderstanding. Although Qin Yu had explained, Shu Nuo was still afraid. Brother, man, don't get agitated. We're not bad people. Those three were the exception. Hearing this, he quickly made a request. All right, please explain the situation here to me. He immediately began to speak. It's like this. Everyone here are survivors who were swallowed into this world. Everyone wants to survive, so they help each other out. Boss Joe, Boss Jin, and Boss Sunday. Suddenly, a group of people arrived, asking in a loud voice, What's going on? It turned out to be Boss Jin who had arrived. He threatened in a low voice. Who did this? Without any fear, Qin Yu quickly answered, I did, but fearing he would get angry, Shu Nuo anxiously spoke up, wanting to explain. Boss Jin, it's like this. Before he could finish, Boss Jin raised his hand to cut him off. Those three people, I know what they're like, but what about you, kid? You killed my men, which is like slapping me in the face. Hearing this tone, he completely understood and asked back, What do you want? While observing the tragic state of his men, he said in a raised voice, Those three were terrible, and they did a lot of bad things. I understand all that, but if you have the strength to take on three at once, and win so easily, it shows that your strength cannot be underestimated. But they had their uses and helped with quite a few things. Now that you've killed them, we've suffered a loss in combat power. The next second, Boss Jin's calculations were clearly visible on his face. As long as you're willing to work for me, we can consider what just happened as them bringing it on themselves. I won't hold it against you. How about it? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu shook his head and refused. I won't work under anyone. Boss Jin seemed to have anticipated this answer. The strong should have the pride of the strong. But let me remind you, when facing a powerhouse stronger than yourself, a certain amount of respect and caution is still necessary. Despite this, he was annoyed and released his power. Qin Yu quickly identified him as a level 2 evolved. Boss Jin praised them condescendingly. Very good. It seems you two can tell the difference in strength. I was one of the first people to arrive here. I became a level 2 evolved more than 2 months ago. More than 10 days ago, I went through another upgrade. The strength I have now is something you can't even imagine. His excessive arrogance made Xiao Yu unable to hold back a loud laugh. Her mocking attitude made Xia Fang indignant, who snorted coldly and loudly boasted, You little brat, you dare be disrespectful to Boss Jin? Do you have any idea how many mutated beasts Boss Jin has killed? Xiao Yu didn't bother to care and whispered, I don't care how many he's killed. In any case, it's not as many as us. While she was childishly taunting them, Qin Yu issued a challenge. How about this? You fight me. If you win, I'll follow you. If I win, the matter with those three people is dropped. It seemed Boss Jin was just waiting for these words from him. Fine, no problem. Immediately after, Qin Yu turned to leave and reassured her. Don't worry. I'm not interested in killing indiscriminately. I'll know when to stop. I won't take your life. His firm tone made the man grow fearful, thinking to himself, to speak so arrogantly even after knowing Boss Kim's strength, it seems this kid really has some skills, but there's no way Qin Yu is stronger than him. Suddenly, from a distance, a steady footstep approached. It was Boss Zhou, who looked confused by the scene before him. What's going on? Upon seeing his arrival, Shu Nuo ran over joyfully. Boss Zhou, you're here! Boss Zhou looked back and forth, asking Han. Old Kim, you're here early? Shu Nuo, Kong Wei, what's going on? Where are Gu Yang and his men? Hearing this, he glanced at Qin Yu and hesitantly explained, Boss Zhou, Gu Yong, and his men were killed by that guy. They wanted to. After finding out what happened, he finally understood the full story. I get it. Old Kim, are you about to make a move on them? As if to reassure him, Boss Kim calmly said, Old Zhou, stay out of this. Don't worry, I won't kill them. I'm just going to teach them a little lesson so they'll willingly join me. Despite this, he still wanted to get involved. Boss Kim seemed to notice, and Boss Sun quickly stopped him. Old Zhou, he killed his people after all, so even if it's a matter of face, he has to do something. Since Old Kim said he won't kill them, you don't need to worry. Back with Qin Yu, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, waving enthusiastically. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. In a flash, Xiao Yu recognized him and waved back. Little Taoist, is that you? It was Dao Yi who had spotted them, exclaiming, This is great. Everyone was worried about you. I knew it. One big snake is no match for the two of you. Seeing that he was alive, he quickly asked Han, It's great that you're okay. How are Commander Li and his people? Just as Qin Yu finished his sentence, Li Wei approached, calling out to Qin Yu. Before he could say more, Lin Feng laughed heartily and exclaimed, Qin Yu, you two really are all right. Their familiar exchange surprised Boss Zhou. Old Li, you all know each other? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Wei confirmed, We do. Qin Yu helped us a great deal on our journey. Next, Lu Yun sidled up to Boss Kim and advised with a laugh, Boss Kim, planning on fighting him? You're no match for him. Don't say I didn't warn you. His warning made Boss Kim break out in a cold sweat as he thought, Li Wei's subordinates are all masters. Originally, the three factions have over 1,000 people, yet Qinglun, Old Zhou, and Old Sun only have 6 level 2 evolvers among them. But Li Wei, with only a few dozen men, has 4 level 2 evolvers, he observed while thinking continuously. Li Wei's arrival has drastically changed the dynamics. Though they don't show it, they've secretly formed a 4th faction. This Lu Yun's strength isn't much weaker than Boss Kim's. If Lu Yun says I'm no match for this kid, Boss Kim's tension was quickly spotted by Li Wei. It clearly shows this kid's strength is exceptional. He's probably a level 2 evolver too. If he were to lose to Qin Yu, it would be a great loss of face. It seemed Li Wei also wanted to defuse the situation. Boss Kim, there must be some misunderstanding. Give me some face and let this go. Qin Yu, what do you say? Seeing this, Qin Yu also feigned politeness, scratching his head as he spoke. Boss Kim, it truly is a misunderstanding. As for becoming your subordinate, I can't agree to that, but if there's anything this one can help with, I'll do my best. Seeing the olive branch they extended, Boss Kim immediately took it. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Qin Yu, since you've put it that way, I won't be unreasonable and make things difficult. We'll do it your way. Their phony act made Xiao Yu roll her eyes and mutter, You guys are such good actors. But fearing she would cause trouble, he nudged Xiao Yu and whispered, Don't talk nonsense. Keep it down. Boss Kim watched Qin Yu, while thinking to himself, He easily defeated Gu Yong and his men, and he's treated this way by someone like Li Wei. This kid is extraordinary. I need to manage my relationship with him carefully. Right after that, he put on a friendly demeanor and spoke up, You must be Qin Yu? Before Boss Kim could say another word, Boss Zhou made an offer. You two were pulled in by a spatial rift as well, right? Since you can't get out right away, why don't you stay here? And we can figure things out together? Boss Sun chimed in as well. It's dangerous outside. There are many powerful death beasts, and we have to struggle just to survive in this brutal place. If we stick together, we can overcome these hardships. The entire group then headed towards the makeshift village they had built. Along the way, Dao Yi came up to him and said to Qin Yu, I was really worried about you. You have no idea what we've been through. His words piqued Xiao Yu's curiosity. What happened? He then lowered his head sorrowfully and began to explain. It was brutal back then. A lot of our fellow soldiers couldn't make it. Then, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky and sucked us into this strange place. It was gloomy, with no end in sight. We had no idea where we were when we were attacked by a bizarre force. An image of the force flashed through his mind as Dao Yi spoke. That power was incredibly strange. Anyone caught by it was turned to dust before they could even scream. Those of us who were left desperately tried to escape, only to be sucked into another rift. After that, he stopped, his brow furrowed with sorrow. Out of a troop of over 100, only 20 or 30 of us made it out. It was a complete tragedy. Just as Dao Yi finished his story, Boss Kim cheerfully introduced their settlement. This place may be simple, but we poured our blood and sweat into it. Qin Yu quickly responded, building a gathering place in somewhere. As brutal as this must have been incredibly difficult for all of you. Hearing this, he enthusiastically suggested, Not long ago, we found a bunch of wine berries. Old Sun, Old Zhou, it's been a while since we all got together, hasn't it? Why don't we use Qin Yu's joining us as an excuse for a feast? Ignoring Boss Kim's casual demeanor, Xiao Yu pointed in one direction and asked curiously, I've noticed that many of the people on guard duty here are often targeted by an enemy attack? Her question made him let out a long sigh. What else could it be? Every 3 to 5 days, a corpse beast attacks. We never get a moment of peace. This was new information. It made Xiao Yu even more curious. Corpse beasts? Boss Sun, who was behind them, immediately answered her question. They're incredibly tough creatures, a bit like mutated beasts, but more like zombies. They are extremely ferocious and don't fear death. They're a huge headache for us. His description reminded her of something. So, they're zombie beasts? We once encountered a massive zombie dragon. Then, Qin Yu turned to ask Boss Joe. Boss Joe, are the corpse beasts the main threat here? No zombies? Before he could answer, Boss Sun cut in. Almost none. Not enough to feed those plants, but there are exceptions. Pausing for about 2 seconds, he continued in a low voice. We've encountered 4 of them. They weren't normal zombies, more like monsters, terrifyingly strong, and they could even speak. They called themselves the Undying. Hearing this, he realized it was them. Qin Yu's strangely calm attitude caught Boss Sun's attention. Qin Yu, have you met them too? The 4 of them forced dozens of our elites to flee miserably. If it weren't for 2 masters helping us, I'm afraid our entire force would have been wiped out. Hearing his account, he thought to himself that these masters must be incredibly powerful. It took Qin Yu a great deal of effort just to handle the weakest of them. For 2 people to take on 4, they truly couldn't be underestimated. In the next second, Boss Sun said as he walked, Perfect, I'll introduce you to them in a bit. The scene shifts to inside the base, where everyone has settled around a fire. Once everyone was gathered, Boss Sun instructed the person beside him to invite the 2 masters and Mr. Lan over. His subordinate quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. A moment later, a hearty voice suddenly rang out. Boss Sun is so kind to invite us for a meal. Just hearing it, Xiao Yu hesitantly recognized the voice. Why does it sound so much like that guy? As if to confirm her suspicion, Xiao Feng and Xiao Na walked in. It's you, Di Xiao Feng, and Xiao Na too. Seeing Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, Xiao Feng's voice rose with joy. Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, what a coincidence. The appearance of the other party made both Xiao Na and Qin Yu shyly glance at each other. She quickly went over to Xiao Yu's side and greeted her. Xiao Yu, we meet again. As if unable to contain her excitement, she threw her arms around Xiao Na. This is great. I thought I'd never get the chance to see you again. The sudden burst of enthusiasm from Xiao Yu made her blush. Xiao Yu, there are a lot of people here. Seeing this, Xiao Feng quickly stepped forward and demanded, I want a hug too. Without a second's hesitation, Xiao Yu yelled, In your dreams, get lost. The lively scene surprised Boss Sunday. You all know each other? Upon hearing the question, he immediately replied, Of course, Qin Yu saved my life once. Boss Joe smiled and called out, Mr. Lan, come sit over here. From outside, Mr. Lan walked in with an imposing air. Qin Yu observed him seriously as he walked past. After just a brief look, he realized from the way the man walked that he was definitely an ancient martial artist. Next, Boss Joe announced loudly, Bring out the food. A group of lovely girls quickly brought in plates of food. Xiao Yu quickly picked up a strange fruit and asked curiously, What is this? I've never seen it before. Hearing her question, he explained sadly, There are no animals here. Besides us, there are only zombie beasts and mutated plants. We can't just eat zombie beasts all the time. We have no choice but to eat these mutated plants. It seemed this hardship had rendered Qin Yu speechless. Nevertheless, she still took a curious bite. As soon as she ate it, Xiao Yu quickly spat it out, complaining, This is awful. It's bitter and hard. Boss Jin also sighed deeply. We have no choice. There's really nothing else. This stuff tastes terrible, but it's very high in energy. But fearing that Qin Yu and Xiao Yu would be offended, Boss Zhou immediately spoke up. We may not have fine food, but we have fine wine. Bring out the wine fruits. In a flash, the girls brought the juicy wine fruits to them. The appearance of the wine fruits made Xiao Feng extremely happy. Here it comes, the wine fruit. This strange fruit made Qin Yu suspicious. Wine fruit? Right after that, Boss Zhou's proud voice rang out. This wine fruit is very rare. It's risky to harvest it. As the juice slowly trickled out, he continued, The aroma is rich, and it even has the scent of wine. It's a rare delicacy. Boss Zhou's description made her excited. It smells so good. I want to drink it. Suddenly, he raised a hand to stop her. Wait, Qin Yu's vigilance angered the man. He questioned loudly, Qin Yu, what do you mean by that? Are you afraid I've poisoned you? This old Zhou might not be some great hero, but I pride myself on being an upright and honest man. Not wanting to anger Boss Zhou further, he quickly explained, Boss Zhou, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying you poisoned it. I'm saying there's a problem with this thing itself. Qin Yu's judgment confused Boss Sunday. A problem with this fruit? We've eaten it several times. It's not poisonous. He pondered for a moment before offering his theory. If I'm not mistaken, this fruit grows on piles of zombie and zombie beast corpses, with its vines and roots twisting right through the bodies. Just the first sentence startled the man. That's right, so what? Is there a problem? As expected, Qin Yu's face darkened as he stated firmly, this thing isn't a wine fruit. It's called a corpse blood fruit, a poisonous fruit formed from the corpse blood vine. Everyone immediately became anxious, stammering. What? What is that? In the next second, he described it. When large numbers of zombies, zombie beasts, or mutated beasts die, their bodies pile up and rot. The viruses or mutation sources within them can reorganize, giving rise to all sorts of corpse blood vines. It's not a plant, but the source of mutation taking on a different form. Others latch onto the host's body. In a sense, they are an extension of the corpse. Like a true teacher, Qin Yu continued his lecture. There are iron vines covered in poisonous thorns, and getting pricked by them will infect any nearby animals or humans. Some spores spray poison into the air, some leach toxins into the water, and others bear fruit that is both poisonous and infectious, but are incredibly delicious. Hearing this, they were so horrified they dropped the wine fruits onto the ground. This information terrified Lin Feng beyond belief. My God, how could this be? But Gao Jiao quickly regained his composure and asked, but we were fine when we drank it? The terrifying nature of this fruit made Xiao Yu stop drinking, not wanting to keep them in suspense any longer. He crossed his arms and reassured them, if a normal person drank it even once, they would have already turned into a zombie. You are all evolved, so you have a strong resistance to it. But if you consume it regularly, you will eventually be unable to resist it, and turn into a zombie. Looking at the wine fruit in his hand, Xiao Feng said dejectedly, what a shame we can't drink it anymore. Boss Jin angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, there is nothing good in this godforsaken place. And now the wine fruit is useless too. It is just one bad thing after another. After a moment of lamenting, Li Wei spoke up with a question. We have only just arrived and know nothing. Is there anything else worth knowing about? Also, is there any way to escape this place? Boss Sun recounted sadly. It is impossible. We have searched everywhere, and every path leads to either an endless void or a boundless sea of mutated plants. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. It was Xiao Feng, raising his hand like a good student. There is one other way we can try. Hearing this, the faces of the three bosses, Zhou, Jin, and Sun, became incredibly tense, as if all three were hiding something. Li Wei noticed the strange look on their faces and let out an, oh, bosses, if you know some vital information, please do not keep it from us. We are all in the same boat now, and I believe everyone wants to get out. No one wishes to be stuck in this godforsaken place forever. Boss Jin sighed, made a decision, and shared the information, figuring there was no harm in telling everyone. 1 month ago, our people were out hunting and ran into some strange individuals. They looked very human, but they were actually zombies. They called themselves the Immortal Clan, attacked us on sight, and said they wanted to devour us. He frowned, still terrified at the memory. Their strength is horrifying. 4 of them made 70 to 80 of our elites run with their tails between their legs. Many of our brothers died by their hands. Zhu, Boss continued. We received the news, and I and Old Sun led over 100 men to provide backup. By the time we got there, only Old Jin and a few stragglers were left, running for their lives. If we had not previously met, those 2 masters, my squad of 100 men, would have likely been annihilated by them. Li Wei stroked his chin and thought, these zombies calling themselves the Immortal Clan are powerful, but what does that have to do with us? Leaving this place? Boss Sun explained, looking pretty resentful towards that Immortal Clan. Those zombies are incredibly arrogant. They said that by devouring us, they could conquer more worlds. So, they definitely know how to leave this place. Li Wei stood up resolutely. If that is the case, it looks like we cannot avoid a run-in with the Immortal Clan. Boss Jin, fearing he might make a rash decision, moved to stop him. We need to think this through carefully. You have not encountered them. You do not know how terrifying they are, especially their king, who from beginning to end, never even lifted a finger. His strength must be even greater. Li Wei was very confident in his own thinking, analyzing, the 4 level 2 evolved in our group are all top tier masters. The 3 bosses are also extremely powerful, and that is not even counting the Qin Yu siblings and the 3 other experts here. We will not necessarily lose. Xiao Feng crossed his arms scornfully and interjected, Boss Jin, you are way too timid. You were only defeated by them that time. You guys had not even reached level 2 back then. Now you are all level 2 evolved and much stronger than you were. Do not underestimate yourselves so much. Xiao Na agreed with his words. That is right. Back then, Di Xiaofeng and I were able to hold off 3 of them, just the 2 of us. This time, with so many masters, defeating them is not impossible. Boss Jin was persuaded, his confidence growing. You all make sense. Our strength is on a different level now, compared to being trapped in this hellhole forever. It is better to go all in. Qin Yu, who had been quiet this whole time, suddenly asked, I have one question. What is their king like? Xiao Feng pointed to his head, suggesting the immortal clan was mentally unhinged, and said, those guys probably have their brains fried by the virus. They have been brainwashed by some cult. Every other word out of their mouths is about their all-knowing supreme king. I think he is called Ming Ling or something. Hearing that name, even Qin Yu was stunned, a bead of sweat trickling down, revealing his tension. Xiao Yu noticed her brother's state and immediately asked, what is it? You know something? Do not you? Qin Yu did not answer immediately, silently combing through the information he remembered about this person from his past life. Ming Ling, one of the most powerful zombie kings of the apocalypse, whose strength could be even more monstrous than the undying zombie king who once devoured Di Xiaofeng, perhaps even the most powerful zombie king of the apocalypse. In the future, many even called him the zombie emperor. The Ming Ling zombie king was mysterious and unpredictable, with unknown origins. During the raid on the Radiant Holy City, Ming Ling killed an S-class evolved, the fifth war god of the Radiant Holy City, in just a few moves. Famous. At that time, the Lord of Radiant City, ranked 14th on the powerhouses list, led the experts of Radiant Holy City to besiege the Nether Spirit Corpse King's nest, but still couldn't kill it. The fact that it could escape shows just how terrifying its power is. You have to understand, the S-Rank Radiant Holy City is one of the 10 great holy cities of humanity in the apocalypse, and it's immensely powerful, compared to an A-Rank force like Li Wei's Tianmeng City. Xiao Yu worriedly shook his arm. What's wrong? You don't look so good? Qin Yu mumbled a reply. It's nothing. My mind is just a mess. I just never expected the king they were talking about was the infamous Nether Spirit Corpse King. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, lost in his own thoughts. Its constitution can't just be 60 times stronger. The Nether Spirit Corpse King could be much stronger, maybe 80 times. It might even break through to level 3. Should we fight it or not? Qin Yu's thoughts remained unanswered. Setting that aside for now, after the meeting, everyone returned to their simple thatched hut. There were now 5 people in the room: Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, Dao Yi, and the 2 newcomers, Xiao Na and Xiao Feng. Xiao Yu handed some food to her best friend, Xiao Na. Here's a spicy cake for you. I hid it. I usually can't even bear to eat it. Seeing this, Xiao Feng sighed with emotion. Xiao Yu, you guys have it so good here, with so much delicious food like this. But Xiao Yu didn't take it as a compliment and replied naively. Her answer was enough to drive anyone living in the apocalypse mad. Good? We're about to run out, and even if we don't, it's about to expire. Qin Yu crossed his arms, letting his sister get away with it, and said with a small smile, I couldn't say much earlier, but I really think it's better not to openly provoke that Nether Spirit Corpse King. Xiao Feng didn't understand his worries and asked, then how are we supposed to get out? Xiao Yu raised a hand to reassure him. Don't worry, I have a way out. I'll get you guys out when the time comes. He was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Dao Yi then wondered, what about the others? Xiao Yu shrugged. Can't be helped. My ability can't take that many people. Then she brought up what had been bothering her. Oh right, big brother. Why did you space out when the Nether Spirit Corpse King was mentioned? Did something happen that night? Qin Yu hesitated, then made up his mind. Xiao Yu, I have something to tell you. She was stunned to see her brother so serious. What is it? Qin Yu confessed earnestly. Actually, I had a very, very long dream. A dream that foretold the future. Everyone in the room fell silent for a long moment. Xiao Yu found it a bit hard to believe and reached out to check the temperature on Qin Yu's forehead. Brother, you have a fever. He caught her hand and said seriously, don't interrupt. I'm being serious. He began to recount his past life in the guise of a dream. In my dream, I was a survivor 100 years after the apocalypse began, struggling to survive every day. Before the plague broke out, I already knew the end of the world was coming. Xiao Feng scoffed. Qin Yu, your jokes aren't funny at all. If I told one, everyone would definitely laugh. Xiao Yu clapped her hands but then had a realization. Ah, so that's it. No wonder you know everything. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Feng laughed loudly. Xiao Yu, that's a great way to cover for him. Xiao Yu walked over and bonked him on the head, all righteous and justified. Who's covering for him? I'm being serious too. Xiao Na chuckled softly at the scene. Xiao Feng clutched his head and whined. Ouch. Xiao Yu stepped forward to explain, fully trusting her brother. No, everyone listen to me. My brother really did warn me before the apocalypse. He even bought a ton of supplies beforehand, and when the plague started, he already knew the effects of evolution energy. I mean, it's something from inside a zombie. Who would dare to eat it if they didn't know? Thinking back on everything, she blushed. Her admiration for her brother reaching a new level. I knew it. That's why, everything and do things so efficiently. So, my brother time traveled from the future to save me. I'm so happy. Xiao Na listened silently without a word, while Xiao Feng started acting up again. Asking for it. He whispered, "Oh, I get it now. Sister Na, we'll follow your lead. Should we go through the motions or just start laughing now?" Qin Yu ignored everyone's reactions and continued his story. The dream of my future also has some differences from what we've experienced. For example, the zombie that defeated Xiao Feng was supposed to eat him, gain his immortality ability, and become a corpse king, ruling over a territory, but we interfered and killed it. Xiao Yu chimed in. That's right. And during the blood rain, if my big brother hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would have been bitten to death by my zombie classmate. Qin Yu continued to share his concerns. That Nether Spirit Corpse King also becomes a super overlord who rules a territory later on. To be honest, we've already killed one of its subordinates. That guy had a constitution 60 times stronger. As their king, I'm afraid its constitution is 80 times stronger. That's a powerful level 3 enemy, and with our current strength, I'm really not confident we can win. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu reminded him, "Oh right, big brother, we still haven't consumed Jue Kong's energy core. We were so focused on escaping that we forgot." He then remembered, that's right. He took out Jue Kong's energy core and duplicated it from 1 into 2. Ru Hua, who was on Xiao Yu's head, suddenly moved. It jumped off her long, smooth hair and grew in size. Ru Hua looked at Xiao Yu, communicating in a language only she could understand, though it was unclear what it said. But Xiao Yu vehemently objected. No way, something this precious. Qin Yu took out a purplish energy core from his storage ring. That's right, this is from the Night Shadow Cat. Although it can't compare to this one, it's still a rare energy source. Let it eat this, so it can recover faster. Seeing the evolution energy, Ru Hua drooled with delight, its petals trembling with excitement, as Xiao Yu offered the purple energy for it. Quit playing dumb, this is for you. Ru Hua used a leaf as a hand, tossing the Night Shadow Cat's energy core into its sharp-toothed mouth and swallowing it whole. Its body began to absorb it. Evolutionary energy, unlike Qin Yu's usual over-the-top screaming sessions, its entire body emitted a faint golden light. A moment later, the process was complete. Qin Yu crossed his arms and looked at Xiao Yu, asking curiously, "Oh right, this guy has a small, independent space in its belly. Can it let us go in and have a look?" Ru Hua understood and opened its space. A light blue vortex appeared in front of the Qin Yu siblings. He reached out his hand to probe it, and immediately after, both siblings were sucked inside. Dao Ye and Xiao Feng were still sitting in the room, watching the two leave so suddenly, without much explanation. They could only exclaim, "Oh," with their curiosity needing to be satisfied. The entrance to the space inside Ru Hua's body had no stairs, nor was it a direct path. Instead, it was a fall from the sky. Qin Yu held his sister tightly, despite her screaming her head off in his arms. Ah! Just as they were about to hit the ground, he twisted his body to hold Xiao Yu in a bridle carry, landing cleanly on his feet. Qin Yu looked around, unable to see an end, so he tentatively remarked, "This place is really big." Xiao Yu tried shouting and heard an echo. She was a bit surprised. There's an echo. Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression changed. Something was approaching very fast. It turned out to be the mini-sized armored beetle king. It flew over to act affectionately towards Xiao Yu. She held it in her arms and comforted it. There, I know, you've had it rough." It obediently folded its wings and lay still in her arms, chirping pitifully. After comforting the armored beetle king, Xiao Yu surveyed the space. "Brother, with such a large space inside Ru Hua's belly, maybe we can bring everyone out." Qin Yu looked around and agreed. "Yeah, if we fill this place up, it wouldn't be a problem to fit 200 to 300 people. We could get everyone out in just a few trips." After saying that, he knelt down to check the ground. "I wonder if it can let sunlight in. If so, we could grow some plants here. Then we wouldn't have to worry about food." After inspecting the space, the Qin Yu siblings and the armored beetle king went outside. He squatted down and stroked Ru Hua's petals. "I'll definitely give you what I promised." With that, Qin Yu took out the corpse of Yue Kong, an immortal clan zombie he had defeated earlier, from his space ring. "Here, eat up." Ru Hua was startled when it saw the body. It couldn't believe it was really allowed to absorb this corpse. It was extremely elated and immediately sucked it into its mouth, devouring it greedily. Right after, a rainbow-colored light emanated from its body. It was as if it was about to achieve apotheosis. Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, Ru Hua is..." Both siblings stood frozen stiff, watching Ru Hua transform. The process didn't take too long. After emitting the rainbow light, it suddenly drooped. Its petals folded down, and its entire stem shriveled up, looking extremely weak. Xiao Yu panicked. "What's wrong with Ru Hua?" She knelt down and held it. "Isn't it supposed to be evolving? Why is it withering?" Suddenly, a vibrant green sprout fell onto Xiao Yu's head. Looking at the strange sprout in her hand, Xiao Yu was bewildered. Then, the sprout suddenly opened its eyes, and sensing a familiar feeling, Xiao Yu gasped in realization. It turned out Ru Hua had evolved. Qin Yu didn't overthink it, grabbing 2 evolution cores and handing one to Xiao Yu. It's evolved, now it's our turn to get stronger. He swallowed one of the evolution cores. As usual, every strengthening session for Qin Yu involved him screaming his lungs out. This time, Xiao Yu found it amusing. There it is, his dramatic performance. After absorbing it, he let out a breath. His physique had increased tenfold in an instant. Xiao Yu's strengthening process was much gentler. She felt the power within her and said, "Brother, my physique has now increased 40-fold." Qin Yu took a few deep breaths. "I'm at 41 times now." He assessed the current strength of the 2 siblings. "Next, with your buff, I'll have at least an 80-fold physique. Adding the effects of that potion from before, we can be considered genuine 3rd-tier evolvers." Just then, the sound of a beast roaring came from outside. Along with the clash of weapons, the chaotic sounds of a fight rang out, immediately drawing the siblings' attention. They walked out of the thatch hut and saw everyone gathered in front of a large pit where some people were arguing. "You're courting death. According to the rules, this thing's energy core belongs to me." Qin Yu led a curious Xiao Yu over to take a look. Looking down into the large pit, they saw the corpse of a mutated lizard. Xiao Yu was surprised. "It's a beast corpse," someone ordered. "Everyone, pull it up together." The people tied ropes around the lizard and began pulling it out of the pit. Qin Yu sighed. It was just a pity that its corpse wasn't edible. Otherwise, they would at least have some meat to eat. Once it was pulled up, Xiao Yu saw a group of people approaching and quickly called out to her brother. On the other side, Xiao Feng and Xiao Na were leading 3 other people over. Recognizing them, Xiao Yu smiled warmly. "Xiao Na, where are you all headed?" Xiao Na replied. "We were looking for food." Xiao Feng stretched a little, looking completely exhausted and sleep-deprived. He made an offer, "Just stretching our legs a bit." "This damn place is too boring, so what do you say? Want to come with us?" Xiao Yu, always up for some action, agreed without hesitation. "Sure." It was only then that Xiao Feng remembered the 3 people he was with. He introduced them from left to right. "These 2 are Shu Nuo and Kong Wei, and this long-bearded uncle is Qian Li Ping." When Shu Nuo saw Qin Yu, he seemed a bit frightened. He just stayed silent and on guard, not saying a word. Xiao Yu, being perceptive, noticed this and immediately spoke up for her brother. "Don't be scared, you 2. My brother's not a murderous maniac, don't worry." The group formed a team and started wandering around this space where the sky was perpetually blood red. Since Qin Yu was new and didn't know the situation, he asked, "How strong are the zombie beasts here?" Xiao Feng shared what he knew. "Most of them. They're level 1, and there are level 2 monsters, but they're very rare. We've seen less than a few in over 1 month. As long as we don't go to the border, it's usually not dangerous." Just then, Kong Wei's eyes sparkled like stars. He joyfully exclaimed, "It's star jade rice." Xiao Yu followed his gaze, but she only saw a patch of red earth. There were no plants in sight, so she immediately retorted, "There's no corn." Xiao Feng calmly explained that of course she couldn't see it. Little Kong has 1,000-mile eyes. He can clearly see a mosquito flying over a mile away. Hearing about such an ability, Qin Yu praised him, saying it's an incredibly useful ability. Xiao Feng chuckled and casually snitched on Kong Wei, who was scratching his head beside them. Qin Yu, this kid is really unhappy with his ability, feeling that while everyone else is fighting, he can only be on lookout duty, complaining that he's useless. Qin Yu found this hard to understand, crossing his arms and pointing out the advantages of this ability. "Isn't a scouting ability more useful in the apocalypse than direct combat?" Xiao Feng had to chime in right away. "See, even Qin Yu says so." Kong Wei led everyone to a vast field of star jade rice. Xiao Yu walked over to check a few plants and pointed in dissatisfaction. "This isn't corn. Are you picking on me because you think I can't tell them apart?" Xiao Feng stood aside with his arms crossed, chuckling. "Nobody said it was corn. We just call it star jade rice, that's all. This stuff is pretty common here, and while it's not delicious, it's edible." "Shu Nuo, you're up," he replied. "Yes, Brother D." A light breeze began to swirl around Shu Nuo's arm, forming a small whirlwind. Qin Yu was surprised. "Oh, a wind ability?" Shu Nuo held out both hands, and the 2 whirlwinds merged, creating an even larger one. However, the vortex didn't uproot the plants, instead gently harvesting only the produce. Qin Yu made an objective assessment. It only took the fruit without harming the plants. This kid's got some real skill. Despite his weak constitution, he has a solid grasp of his ability. He's quite skilled. He must have practiced a lot. Shu Nuo's group of 3 went to collect the star jade rice. Xiao Feng generously praised their abilities, also mentioning that this rice grows back very fast. As long as the plant isn't damaged, it'll bear fruit again in a few days. Xiao Yu was also helping gather the rice when she suddenly caught a strange scent. Huh, what's this smell? The sharp-eyed Kong Wei frowned. It's a zombie beast. In the distance, a cloud of dust was approaching them. Judging by the size of the dust cloud, they knew this zombie beast was going to be big. Sure enough, as it drew near, it was a zombie rhinoceros with two massive horns and fierce red eyes. Xiao Feng stepped up, eager to show off his strength. Leave it to me, Xiao Yu teased him. If you get knocked back to your original form in a minute, I'd like to see how you'll hide your shame. Xiao Feng snorted, full of cocky confidence. To deal with this thing, I can handle it easily even without transforming. The quiet Xiao Na coldly reminded him, if you talk any more, it's going to run away. Xiao Feng immediately sprang into action. He really didn't transform, using his raw strength to block the rhino, grabbing its horns with both hands. This zombie rhino was pretty strong, and he was pushed back a good distance, unwilling to be outmatched, especially after boasting. How could he embarrass himself in front of the girls? Xiao Feng let out a roar, putting all his strength into his arms. With a mighty effort, the rhino's feet were slowly lifted off the ground. Xiao Yu's eyes went wide with surprise. Whoa, this guy is way stronger than before. After gathering his power for a moment, Xiao Feng violently slammed the rhino into the ground, sending earth and stone flying, finishing it in one move. He grinned, flexing the muscles beneath his clothes. How's that? Pretty powerful, right? Qin Yu nodded in praise. Yeah, not bad. Shunuo walked over to the huge rhino's corpse with a dagger. Brother D, I'll go get the spoils. However, the beast's hide was thick and tough. A normal dagger was useless against it. Shu Nuo struggled to cut it, only creating sparks from the friction. Xiao Feng came over, his hand transforming into a demonic claw. Let me, its hide is tough. You guys won't be able to cut it. With that, he thrust his hand through the zombie rhino's hard skin, and a disgusting green fluid gushed out. After digging around for a moment, he retrieved the evolution energy core. He gallantly offered it to the women first. Any of you ladies want this? Xiao Na scoffed, uninterested. You can have it. Xiao Yu complained that it stank, pinching her nose. Get away, take that thing somewhere else. Xiao Feng wasn't discouraged by the rejection. He kept the evolution core for himself. Fine, if you don't want it, I'll eat it when we get back. Let's go. We're heading a little deeper into the danger zone. Hearing this, Shu Nuo said worriedly, but there are only a few of us. Kong Wei, standing beside him, waved his hands to protest. We really shouldn't take the risk. Xiao Feng reassured them. What are you two so afraid of? I'll protect everyone. Suddenly, a shriek echoed across the blazing red sky as a massive eagle appeared. It circled over where they stood, screeching incessantly, making the atmosphere even more frightening. Xiao Feng raised a hand to block the light, squinting up at it and said angrily, What are you squawking at? If I had wings, I'd fly up and rip you to shreds. Xiao Yu said grimly. It's calling for backup. She turned to Qin Yu. Brother, shoot it down. Qin Yu sized up the situation and replied, It's too high. I can't hit it. Ru Hua, who was on Xiao Yu's shoulder, suddenly began to sway and chirp. Startled, Xiao Yu looked at Ru Hua. She placed Ru Hua in her palm and told Qin Yu happily, Brother, I think Ru Hua is done evolving. Xiao Yu unexpectedly put Ru Hua on the ground and encouraged it. Ru Hua, I choose you. A magical golden light flared, and Ru Hua evolved into a flower beast that glowed with a hopeful green light. Shu Nuo and Kong Wei were stunned by Ru Hua's new form. Kong Wei exclaimed, My God, what is that thing? Xiao Yu pointed to the eagle in the sky and commanded, Ru Hua, take that thing down. Ru Hua then opened a time rift and crawled inside. Shu Nuo and Kong Wei screamed in terror, quickly jumping aside. Ru Hua suddenly appeared behind the hawk. It immediately locked onto its target, ready to strike. From Ru Hua's mouth, a continuous stream of green arrows fired at the target. The hawk swiftly dodged, but no matter how it tried, it couldn't escape the shower of arrows. Each arrow quickly transformed into ropes that tightly bound the hawk. Xiao Feng stammered in amazement. Such a powerful summoned beast! The hawk was completely tied up and crashed to the ground. Xiao Feng stepped on it and said smugly, So much for being smug. Did you think no one could touch you way up there? Shu Nuo quickly drew his knife and offered, I'll help everyone get the evolution energy. Xiao Feng sighed. Man, little Shu, you don't have to serve everyone like that. Shu Nuo scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. It's okay, I'm used to it. I don't mind getting dirty. Qin Yu unleashed his flames and said, No need, stay back. Shu Nuo tried to advise him, This body won't be incinerated that quickly. Ignoring Shu Nuo, Qin Yu used his flames to burn the hawk. Seeing Qin Yu's flames, Li Xin was completely shocked and asked curiously, Why are Qin Yu's flames purple, and how are they so strong? Qin Yu explained, With a flame ability, the color of the fire changes at different stages of evolution. Xiao Feng whined petulantly, Qin Yu, you're the worst. Why didn't you burn the last one for me? I got stinky blood all over myself. Qin Yu calmly teased back, Wasn't I just too stunned by your dashing good looks to remember? A moment later, Kong Wei pointed towards a grove of trees, warning everyone, "Up ahead is the territory of man-eating plants. Be careful." The group continued onward. Ahead, mutated plants appeared all around them. They began to surround the group with their vines. Xu Nuo and Xiao Yu led the charge into battle, with the others following close behind. Suddenly, a green vine covered in dense thorns shot out in another direction. It quickly grabbed Kong Wei's leg. Kong Wei was yanked to the ground, and he looked up to see the mutated plant opening its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth. He let out a terrified scream. A blade flashed, slicing the mutated plant in half. Xiao Yu put her hands on her hips and snapped, "You don't need to yell that loud. I heard you. You're making my head buzz." Kong Wei scratched his head, flustered, and stammered, sorry." Qin Yu walked forward and stepped on a piece of bone. He seemed to hear something, murmuring in surprise. Qin Yu's eyes turned blood red as he yelled with a serious face, "Be careful, danger's coming." Suddenly, countless vines whipped through the air, shooting towards them. In a panic, they all dropped to the ground, covering their heads. "Get down!" The vines extended, revealing their sharp thorns. Qin Yu quickly unleashed his flames, warning everyone, "Stay down and be careful." He used his fire to incinerate the swarm of mutated plants. Under the might of his flames, the mutated plants quickly withered away. White bone fragments emerged from the ashes. Xiao Yu pointed, shouting in shock, "Whoa, look, human bones." Xiao Na picked up a piece of bone and after examining it for a moment, she confirmed, "This isn't human. Human bones have 12 segments, but this one has over a dozen." Xiaofeng picked his nose and joked nonchalantly, "So what? It just grew a few extra pieces." Qin Yu said gravely, "If I'm not mistaken, these were likely the original residents of this place." Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes flew open as he yelled, "Careful, another enemy!" A ripping demon shot out from the tall grass, charging at them. It threw a powerful punch towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu swiftly blocked the blow. The ripping demon was stunned by Qin Yu's strength. Furious, it immediately switched tactics and swiped its claws at Qin Yu. On high alert, Qin Yu dodged the follow-up attack. Then, he grabbed the ripping demon's arm. Qin Yu dropped his stance and violently slammed the creature to the ground. Xiao Feng quickly rushed in, shouting, "My turn, my turn!" He unleashed his power, and a green light completely enveloped the ripping demon. It died without a chance to react. Qin Yu picked up the ripping demon's hand and held it up for Xiao Yu to see. Xiao Yu said calmly, "I recognize this. Isn't this the same kind of ripping demon we fought in that village?" Qin Yu stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. It's not exactly the same." He continued, "Its two arms clearly don't belong to this ripping demon." Xiao Yu asked, "Is it a mutation? We've seen plenty of weirdly shaped zombie monsters before, so it's not that surprising." Qin Yu quickly dismissed the idea. "No, this one is different. At the joint there are obvious stitch marks. This was probably done by a person." Kong Wei asked in astonishment, "Who would do this? You think there are some mad scientists around here?" Xiaofeng sensed something was off and cautiously said to the group, "Hey, hold on a sec. Do you guys feel that? I think we're being watched." Xu Nuo scratched his head anxiously. Where? I can't see anything." Xiao Na added, "I feel it too. Something is definitely paying attention to us, but it's weird. When I try to focus on it, I can't pinpoint its presence, like it's intentionally concealing itself." Xiao Yu also sensed something strange. She confirmed, "I noticed it the moment we got here, but I didn't detect any hostile intent, and nothing happened, so I didn't pay it any mind." Hearing that, Qin Yu advised everyone, "Let's head back now to avoid running into trouble." Later, after the group had returned to camp, the two siblings sat down to talk. Xiao Yu asked, "Bro, did you discover something today, didn't you?" Qin Yu replied, "I did. I suspect this world may be the territory of the evil sorcerer clan." Xiao Yu asked, confused, "The evil sorcerer clan? What's that?" Qin Yu explained, "Like the war god clan, they are an ancient race. But the difference is that the evil sorcerer clan is incredibly vicious. They are obsessed with becoming stronger and achieving perfection, even resorting to ruthless and bloody internal struggles to eliminate the weak among their own people, tribe." Qin Yu added worriedly, "To obtain power, the evil witch tribe even modified their bodies and genes. Remember the five-venom beast? It's said to be an experimental product they created. The five-venom beast escaped, so the evil witch tribe must have faced a great danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let these creatures survive this long. I wonder if any of them are still alive." Xiao Yu comforted him, "Don't panic. After the flower fairy's evolution, her power has recovered significantly. We can leave here any time now." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside. "Who goes there? Identify yourselves." Xiao Chuo stared at the group of figures ahead. He continued to warn, "You there, don't get any closer, or we will attack." In the distance, a horde of demonic puppets advanced in a wavering line. They wore black cloaks, obscuring their faces, not making it clear if they were human or mutated beasts. Xiao Chuo vigilantly gripped his gun and threatened, "Are you new survivors who got trapped in here? Answer me, or we'll shoot." A cold face with a pair of glowing blue eyes slowly came into view. Everyone fearfully wondered, "Do they look like zombies?" Another person said in disgust and annoyance, "Damn it, there are so many of them. Call for backup." The soldiers raised their guns to fight, shouting as they fired to hold them back. The creatures kept advancing, their glowing blue eyes looking increasingly eerie. Suddenly, they rushed toward the soldiers. Xia Fang stammered in fear. "No, they're not zombies. Are they wraiths?" The demonic puppets charged forward with increasing speed, causing everyone to scatter in panic, screaming for their lives. "Help! Save us!" One of the puppets grabbed a soldier by the neck. The soldier let out a horrifying scream of terror. A moment later, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling into the back of his head as he gasped his last breath. Then, a black mist seeped out of the soldier's body. The expressionless demonic puppet greedily inhaled the black mist. Seeing this, the other soldiers were frozen in terror, unable to speak. The demonic puppet then moved on to attack another soldier. He was horrified, his face as white as a sheet. He screamed in terror, "Help me! I don't want to become one of them!" Xia Fang charged in and cut the demonic puppet in half. She rallied the others. "It's working! Use the evolved one's offensive powers. It'll be effective." But moments later, she became the target of the puppet horde. They all attacked her. Xia Fang shrieked in terror, and then she was assimilated by the demonic puppets, becoming one of them. The others kept fighting. Xu Nuo summoned small whirlwinds that ripped several demonic puppets apart. In his combat stance, he asked with dread, "What the hell are these things?" Xu Nuo sensed imminent danger as a frenzied demonic puppet charged at him. It launched an attack that sent Xu Nuo flying backward. Xu Nuo hit the ground hard in pain. He scrambled in a panic, trying to escape. The demonic puppet raised its arm, ready to strike a fatal blow. Xu Nuo trembled as he cried for help. "Help! Save me!" Boss Jin rushed over and landed a punch on the demonic puppet, saving Xu Nuo in the nick of time. Xu Nuo gratefully said, "Boss Jin." While activating his combat power, Boss Jin yelled, "Go find cover." The demonic puppet howled in pain from the blow, but then it quickly turned to retaliate. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Boss Jin prepared to counter. He threw a punch straight at the demonic puppet. The puppet realized it was no match for Boss Jin. It clutched its wound and fled in pain. Boss Jin was surprised that the puppet would just run away. He yelled, "Where are you going? Stop it!" The demonic puppet rushed past the soldiers. It quickly ran towards the house. Everyone shouted in fear, "This is bad! It's going after the survivors!" The demonic puppet phased through the wall. The survivors inside jumped in fright, exclaiming, "What was that?" It pinned two of them to the floor, strangling them. After a moment, the two survivors' eyes rolled back, drool and snot streaming from their faces as all life left them. Boss Jin rushed to the house and kicked the door in. As the main door flew open, the demonic puppet split into two more of itself, ready for battle. Boss Jin charged toward them, cursing, "You sons of B times Chis!" But the demonic puppet swiftly dodged his attack. Two of them stayed to fight Boss Jin, while the third one phased through the wall to get outside. It flew into the air, looking down at the house with a gleeful smile. Then it proceeded to fly through the walls into every room. The survivors cried out in terror, "A ghost! A ghost! Save us!" Boss Jin was furious. Where did that monster go? He spotted the demonic puppet and said with concern, "This thing has evolved." The puppet sneered disdainfully and rushed toward Boss Jin. Boss Jin raised his fist and shouted angrily, "You dare to face me directly? You've got a death wish." The demonic puppet shot forward, dodging Boss Jin's punch. Seeing this, Boss Jin grew very tense and cried out, "So fast!" He glanced at the puppet attacking from behind and said contemptuously, "You think I can't keep up with your pace?" Boss Jin blocked the demonic puppet's punch and simultaneously hit it with his elbow, sending it flying back several meters. Boss Jin's face paled in shock. It had taken a direct hit from him without any damage. The demonic puppet suddenly appeared right in front of Boss Jin, and he shouted in panic, "Oh no!" The demonic puppet grabbed Boss Jin by the neck and lifted him high into the air. He struggled, desperate for air. "Cough! Cough! Is this how I die?" The demonic puppet sensed an approaching danger. It turned its head and saw Qin Yu watching. Qin Yu took a gentle step forward, then suddenly accelerated into a sprint, his hand ready for combat. Qin Yu thrust his hand straight through the demonic puppet's body, and it shrieked in pain, instantly releasing Boss Jin down. Boss Jin fell to the ground, coughing and gasping for air. He said happily, "I'm saved!" Qin Yu frowned and unleashed his skill. Endless burn! A blaze of fire erupted, creating a small explosion that blew the demonic puppet away. Xiao Yu ran over and asked, "Are you all right? Are these things tough?" Qin Yu held out his arm to stop her and said warily, "Be careful. The corpse king Mingling might be around here. Stay close to me." Xiao Yu nodded softly. Okay. Then the puppet demon turned back, raising its claws to continue the fight. Boss Kim clutched his wound and warned, Qin Yu, cough, be careful, this thing is strong. The puppet demon charged forward, and Qin Yu unleashed his flames. Ready to fight it, Qin Yu launched an attack at the puppet demon, which it quickly dodged. The puppet demon swiftly counterattacked from behind. Qin Yu quickly dodged to one side, then ran behind the puppet demon. He seized the opportunity to attack it. Flames blazed on both of Qin Yu's hands. He quickly grabbed both of the puppet demon's hands. A crack echoed as Qin Yu gripped the puppet demon's hands and pulled hard, ripping both its hands clean off its body. Seeing this, Boss Kim couldn't help but be amazed. He knew this Qin Yu was skilled, but he never expected him to be this powerful. The puppet demon was stunned. It never expected to encounter such a powerful opponent. It hastily tried to flee. Qin Yu quickly used his spear to pierce through its body. The puppet demon dissolved into wisps of black smoke, and from within, a spirit stone appeared of a brilliant red color. Qin Yu looked at the spirit stone in his hand and asked in surprise, "What is this?" "The battle is over." Boss Kim hurriedly thanked Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, thanks to you just now, you saved my life." "Thank you," Qin Yu advised. "Boss Kim, quickly organize a counterattack. These things are puppet demons. We can't spare them. We must destroy their nest before they get stronger and multiply." Meanwhile, Kong Wei was also fighting a puppet demon, terrified. "Stay back, stay back." The puppet demon raised its claws, about to attack. Kong Wei swung his knife and shouted, "You forced my hand!" He swung the knife at the puppet demon, but it dodged easily. It quickly grabbed Kong Wei by the neck. The puppet demon bared its hideous mouth, threatening him. Kong Wei cried in fear, choking and coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Shunuo quickly rushed over to save Kong Wei. He swung his knife, splitting the puppet demon in two. The puppet demon shrieked in pain. Shunuo held on to Kong Wei and asked worriedly, "Kong Wei, are you okay?" Kong Wei's eyes rolled back, his mouth hanging agape. Suddenly, a puppet demon burst out from inside Kong Wei's mouth. Shunuo was too horrified to speak. He collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. "Ah, this is bad." The puppet demon unexpectedly turned back and immediately attacked Shunuo. Shunuo used his knife to block its attack. Suddenly, several puppet demons flew towards Shunuo all at once. He panicked. "This is bad, I'm a goner." Suddenly, a surprise counterattack appeared, saving Shunuo from danger as the puppet demons were frozen solid. Mr. Leng chided irritably, "Get up. If you get killed by them, it's not just your own life you'll lose, you'll also become one of them, creating an even greater burden for our comrades." Shunuo nodded in agreement. "Yeah." Mr. Leng swung his sword, slashing the puppet demons in half. Qin Yu was surprised and thought to himself, "Oh, an ancient martial artist with an evolutionary ability." A puppet demon suddenly attacked Mr. Leng, who quickly countered with his sword, but the demon dodged swiftly. Mr. Leng was annoyed and thought, "So fast." He unleashed his ability, creating an ice shield, but the puppet demon quickly shattered it and slashed at Mr. Leng with its claws. Mr. Leng clutched his wound and cried out in pain. "Arg!" he snorted angrily. "There's poison in these claws." The puppet demon continued its attack. Mr. Leng blocked it with his sword. It raised its claws, laughing triumphantly, ready to end Mr. Leng's life. Suddenly, the puppet demon collapsed. Qin Yu had killed it with his spear. Mr. Leng awkwardly thanked him. Thank you," Qin Yu reminded him. "Its poison is potent, but you can neutralize it with your evolutionary energy," Qin Yu replied. "Got it." Qing Feng burst out from a house, shattering a wall, holding a puppet demon in each hand. He laughed loudly. "A bunch of weaklings." Jingling used vines to restrain the puppet demons, laughing smugly. "Gao Jiao, are these guys your brothers or something?" Gao Jiao slashed a puppet demon to death with his sword. He warned angrily, "Cut the crap before you get yourself killed!" Lu Wen transformed into a porcupine beast and threw a punch at a puppet demon. Xiao Feng watched Lu Wen and exclaimed, "Hey, my brother, the two of us really get along." Xiao He happily said to Xiao Na, "These guys are the perfect meal made just for me." Xiao He charged in to fight the puppet demons. Boss Kim watched everyone fighting the puppet demons from a distance, and in his heart, he felt a mix of emotions. He thought thankfully, it's a good thing these people are here. The Nether Spirit Corpse King watched the battle from a high mountain, saying with annoyance, "There are too many new, strong people here." He ordered his subordinates, "It's about to appear, and time is short. Everyone, attack together, leave no one alive." His subordinates, their faces ferocious, gave a sinister smile as they received the order. "Yes, my king." At that moment, down below, Boss Zhou, Boss Sun, and their men ran over. Boss Zhou asked worriedly, "Qin Yu, is everyone all right? We're here to help." Qin Yu calmly replied, "It's rare for everyone to gather the remaining survivors. We're fine. Just leave the demon generals to us. The rest of you can work together to handle the others." Boss Zhou and Boss Sun agreed. "All right." Qin Yu then sensed danger. He warned. "Xiao Feng, watch out." Xiao Feng didn't understand what was happening. Surprised? Huh? A boulder came hurtling from the sky towards Xiao Feng. He couldn't dodge in time and was crushed by the boulder. Suddenly, the rock slowly began to crack, and then a large fissure opened up. Xiao Feng jumped out from the crack and greeted, Shishan, long time no see. Shishan stepped closer to Xiao Feng and said irritably, Brat, we didn't settle our score last time. This time, I came specifically to take your life. Xiao Feng charged forward, laughing scornfully. Bring it on. I'm just afraid you don't have what it takes. He leaped up, aiming his claws at Shishan. Let's see who takes whose life. Shishan raised his fist and blocked Xiao Feng's attack. The force of their clash was immense, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth. He was shocked that this guy possessed such immense strength. He lifted Xiao Feng into the air and slammed him hard onto the ground. Xiao Feng was severely injured, spitting blood from his mouth, only managing to let out a single cry. Shishan lifted Xiao Feng again and threw him towards the house. A loud explosion erupted, blowing a huge hole in the roof. Xiao Feng emerged from the rubble, clutching his chest in pain. Shishan followed up with another kick, sending Xiao Feng flying and crashing flat onto the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Yu worriedly called out to Qin Yu, You have to help him, he's about to be beaten to a pulp. Xiao Feng kept fighting, lunging forward to grab Shishan by the throat and yelling, Had enough yet? Xiao Feng grabbed Shishan's neck and slammed him violently to the ground. Shishan kicked out, striking Xiao Feng in the chest. He flew back several feet. Xiao He and Xiao Na stood watching. Xiao Na snorted coldly. Same as always. He won't fight seriously until he's taken a few hits. Xiao Na noticed something unusual and called out in surprise. Huh, Xiao He? Xiao He replied. Master, Xiao Na said sternly. Don't stop me. Follow me in. A cluster of mutated grass shot out from the ground, enveloping Xiao Na and Xiao He, twisting them into a large ball of grass. A moment later, the grass ball slowly unfurled, revealing a different space. Xiao Na saw Heitan standing with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree. Seeing Xiao Na, he grinned and said, Welcome to the withered wood space. Heitan waved his hand, and a mass of thorny vines appeared. Xiao He grew angry. You think you can harm Master with this pathetic little trick? He unleashed his power, and the vines surged out from the ground in greater numbers. Xiao Na used a curse, causing the vines to gradually wither and die. The vines dried up all at once. Heitan exclaimed in surprise, Oh, a withering curse. Xiao He flew behind Heitan, but he was detected. Xiao He lunged to attack Heitan, but he swiftly dodged. He sneered, You think you can sneak attack me? Xiao He quickly attacked again. He placed a curse on Heitan. Heitan clenched his fist, crying out in pain. A pain curse. He quickly retreated backward. Heitan raised his hand and began to use his ability. He used the vines to create a giant grass golem. It grabbed hold of Xiao He. Heitan stood with his hands on his hips, watching with disdain. Humph, all brawn and no brains. Xiao He quickly counterattacked. He cast a curse. The grass golem's arm began to corrode. Heitan was stunned. A corrosion curse. This guy has evolved all 3 types of the Calamity System abilities. At the same time, Xiao Feng and Shishan were fighting like mad. Lu Yun fought the demonic puppets while encouraging Xiao Feng. Hang in there, brother. I'll help you. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind Lu Yun, and a figure loomed within the thick cloud of dust. Jingling said in frustration, Who is it now? From the dust, Mad Dog emerged, laughing gleefully. Then he got on all fours and activated his ability. In a moment, 2 more heads sprouted, his bloodshot eyes fierce. Then he completely transformed into a 3-headed dog. Lu Yun cried out in shock, Heavens, what is this thing? Mad Dog opened his mouth, slowly forming lava. A moment later, he spewed a stream of lava. Lu Yun quickly dodged to the side, but some of the lava still splashed onto his arm. He screamed, Ah, hot, hot, hot. Then, the ferocious Mad Dog continued to spew lava at the victims. They screamed in terror, Help! Save us! Then, a spatial bubble appeared, blocking the lava. This move was named by Lin Feng. Vacuum burst! Lin Feng shouted, Everyone, get back! Stay as far away from this thing as possible. Leave this to us! Mad Dog continued to open his mouth, creating lava. Lin Feng was terrified. He raised his hands and continued to use his ability. Vacuum! Mad Dog frantically spewed lava, and Lin Feng struggled to block it. He yelled, Burst! Loud explosions rang out, kicking up a cloud of dust. Mad Dog charged out of the dust, frantically searching for Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted, This is bad! Suddenly, vines shot towards Mad Dog, clamping one of his mouths shut. Jingling continued to pour in more power. Jingling used the vines to pull Mad Dog's middle head and pin it to the ground. The mouths of the 2 side heads were also bound tight by vines. At that moment, Lu Yun rushed forward and punched Mad Dog hard in the head. Mad Dog roared in anger. Filthy ant! You dare to anger me! Mad Dog roared, tearing the vines apart. Then he let out a roar as if showing off his strength. Look, they're in a tough fight. Should we go help them? Gao Jiao took this opportunity to quickly attack Mad Dog. With a ferocious look in his eyes, he roared and counterattacked. Qin Yu glanced into the distance and said, "We have a tougher nut to crack over here." The Nether Spirit Corpse King floated in the air, watching the battle with contempt. "Tremble, you filthy ants." The Nether Spirit Corpse King suddenly vanished. Qin Yu gripped his spear tightly and called out cautiously, "Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu used her ability and replied, "Don't worry." The Nether Spirit Corpse King charged at Qin Yu with his sword. Qin Yu quickly parried the blow. The force was so great that the ground around them caved in. Qin Yu was shocked. This guy is definitely level 3. Qin Yu continued to use his burning attacks. Flames erupted, enveloping Qin Yu as he shouted, "Annihilation!" Qin Yu asked coldly, "You're the Nether Spirit?" The Nether Spirit Corpse King didn't answer Qin Yu, calmly stating, "I can smell Jue Kong's aura. It seems you've already dealt with him." Xiao Yu raised her hands to her head to hide Ru Hua, stammering and waving her hands. Jue Kong who?" I don't know him." The Nether Spirit Corpse King spoke with cold anger. "Oh, world-devouring flower, I told Jue Kong to capture you. But now it seems Jue Kong was not only dealt with, but you also ate him, didn't you?" Hearing this, Ru Hua quickly hid deeper in Xiao Yu's hair. Flames swirled around Qin Yu. "You," he angrily demanded, "are you the Nether Spirit?" Only then did he reply, "Indeed. It is I, your majesty. Your strength is quite impressive. To be able to block one of my strikes, no wonder Jue Kong fell to you." The Nether Spirit Corpse King pointed his sword at Qin Yu and said softly, "Mortal, your strength is impressive. Why not serve under me? I can grant you eternal life. How about it?" Qin Yu raised his spear, ready to fight, and replied, "No thanks. I'm not ready to become a zombie yet." The Nether Spirit Corpse King frowned in anger. "Not a zombie, but a member of the eternal undead race." Qin Yu said nonchalantly, "I don't need that either. I prefer being human." Unable to persuade Qin Yu, the Nether Spirit Corpse King's tone changed. "If that's the case, then you can pay for Jue Kong's life with your own." He swung his sword, charging from behind Qin Yu. Qin Yu quickly raised his spear to block. The Nether Spirit Corpse King's strength was so immense that it pushed Qin Yu back several meters. Pressing his advantage, the Nether Spirit Corpse King charged forward again, and Qin Yu quickly fought back. He powerfully thrust his spear towards the Nether Spirit Corpse King, who blocked it with his sword. The tip of Qin Yu's spear ground against the Nether Spirit Corpse King's blade. Qin Yu exerted his strength, and flames flared up, causing a massive explosion. Then Qin Yu noticed the demonic puppets behind him. He quickly flew up and incinerated them with his flames. The Nether Spirit Corpse King suddenly emerged from the rubble, swinging his sword to attack again. Caught by the surprise counterattack, Qin Yu quickly raised his spear to block the Nether Spirit Corpse King's slash. Qin Yu glanced behind him, where Xiao Feng and Xishan were still evenly matched. Xiao Feng noticed Qin Yu's gaze, turned to look, and huffed. Suddenly, a red flash of light struck him in the face. He clutched his face in anger and yelled, "Don't hit the face when you fight! Have some class, will you?" Xishan attacked angrily. How dare he get distracted? Xiao Feng and Xishan locked hands, blocking each other's moves. Xishan angrily let go. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and replied, "You let go first." After a moment, with the stalemate unbroken, Xiao Feng furiously shouted, "So you won't let go, huh? You'll regret this." Xiao Feng slammed his head hard against Xishan's. A dented crack appeared on Xishan's head, and he cried out in pain, "Ah, you brute!" He also angrily slammed his head back into Xiao Feng's and said, "My head isn't made of dough." Xiao Feng fell flat on the ground, struggling to get up while screaming miserably. "Ah, it hurts like hell." By now, Xishan was exhausted, panting heavily and muttering in annoyance, "This brute can sure take a beating." Mingling relentlessly slashed with his one-handed sword, and Qin Yu raised his spear to parry. The clash of their weapons was absolutely deafening. Mingling struck down with all his might, and Qin Yu leaped to the side, dodging as the spot where he just stood was shattered into rubble by the sword. Seeing this, Mingling sneered, "Humph, mortal, you've proven your strength, being able to withstand my assault for so long. You are the first." Qin Yu wiped his mouth, panting, "If this keeps up, he's going to kill me." Mingling stared at him coldly. "It's just a shame you were foolish enough to decide against joining us, which leaves me no choice." With that, he charged straight at Qin Yu with his sword. "Die." Qin Yu was startled and dodged to the side. Mingling sneered, and while Qin Yu was distracted, he reached out. Ah, an opening. His pale hand shot towards Qin Yu's face, who only had time to yell, "Crap!" Mingling brutally grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. Xiao Yu cried out in fear, "Brother, let him go!" Mingling then grabbed his head and yanked him off the ground. Qin Yu coughed violently as Mingling taunted, "Well, do you understand what it means to be weak now? It's not too late to repent." Replied, "Humph, I'd rather you kill me than become one of you. A zombie." Mingling corrected him coldly, "We are the immortal clan." He threw Qin Yu aside, shouting, "The noble immortal clan!" Xiao Yu rushed forward from behind with her knife, yelling, "Brother!" Mingling simply flicked his wrist, and she was thrown to the ground. He smirked, resting his sword on his shoulder. "Don't be hasty. Just watch as I slowly kill your brother. You'll be next." With that, he aimed his sword straight at Qin Yu. "Die!" He was stabbed through the chest, fresh blood gushing out. Mingling said triumphantly, "See that? This is the difference in our power." But to his surprise, Qin Yu smiled weakly. "I see it. This is the difference in our intellect," Mingling exclaimed in shock. "What?" Qin Yu's hands were gripping the sword's blade, and a faint smoke began to radiate from him. The smoke coiled around Mingling's arm, and he was stunned. "Damn it, what did you do? My power, it's fading." He went berserk, slashing his sword wildly. "You filthy ant! You ambushed me! I'll cut you to ribbons and see what you can do then." Just then, Qin Yu's voice uttered a single, cold word, "Ignite." Mingling was confused. "What?" Qin Yu's eyes turned completely white as his body began to fade away, while Mingling continued to curse venomously. "Damn you, you filthy ant. How dare you?" In his last moment, Qin Yu forced out one more word, "Endless." A fierce flame erupted from his body. Mingling dropped to his knees, his body scorched and his clothes burned to tatters, and he collapsed face first, completely drained of strength. Boss Kim clutched his shoulder, asking in disbelief, "Did we win?" "We won!" Xiao Yu ran over excitedly. "Brother, you were amazing!" Qin Yu suddenly yelled, "Stay back!" She looked at him, confused. What is it?" Qin Yu glanced over, answering with uncertainty. "He's not dead yet." Boss Zhou asked in astonishment. "He got burned like that, and he's still alive?" Xia Wei, who was standing among the crowd, suddenly spoke up. "What is that?" Qin Yu also looked up at the rocky cliff before them, where a long crack had suddenly appeared. He hastily jumped back. The Nether King beast crawled out from the fissure. Boss Kim and the others gathered together, and he asked curiously, "What in the world is that monster?" The Nether King beast walked over to Ming Ling, its body radiating a powerful energy. Green energy. Ming Ling was enveloped by the energy and lifted high into the air. He had just woken up and spoke haltingly. You managed to kill me one more time?" Elsewhere, He Tan was fighting with a swarm of mutated plants, dodging as he moved closer to Xiao He. A vine wrapped around He Tan's arm. He glanced at it, snorted coldly, then suddenly stopped and looked back over his shoulder. Someone else had reached this stage. He looked at Xiao He coldly. It ends here. Prepare to die." He Tan spread his arms and unleashed a powerful blast to both sides. Seeing Xiao He return, Xiao Na asked, "You're out?" It returned to her side and replied, "Master, take a look." Scene change. Mingling had fully recovered, and someone asked, "Is this an awakening?" He tilted his head and replied, "Oh, you have a good eye. It seems you're no ordinary person." Xiao Yu didn't understand and asked, "What's an awakening?" Qin Yu explained in detail. When one's ability to control pure flames reaches its peak, the highest realm is to comprehend its awakening. For example, the awakening of my flame ability is to become an incarnation of fire. He turned to look at Ming Ling. "If I'm not mistaken, the giant beast behind you is your awakening. What's it called?" "The Undying Nether King Beast." Ming Ling was a bit surprised. "Oh, I named my awakening in my heart and have never told anyone." "How did you know?" He sneered and said, "But whatever, from this day forward, I officially declare its name is the Undying Nether King Beast." Haha, the Undying Nether King Beast? Finish him. Qin Yu, seeing the dire situation, turned and called out, "Xiao Yu, this guy is far beyond our capabilities. Quickly have the world-devouring flower get us out of here." Xiao Yu asked, confused. "But what about the others?" Qin Yu glanced around and immediately decided, "We can't worry about them. Just take whoever is closest." Ming Ling pointed and sneered. "Running? You're far too optimistic. None of you are getting away today." Thunder roared in the crimson sky, and a fierce wind swept through. Ming Ling looked up, annoyed, and cursed, "You damn ant, interfering with this king's important business." In the middle of the sky, a massive ship appeared, and everyone looked up, some asking about it curiously. He Tan rushed over and urged, "My king, you must conserve your strength. The main business is what's important." Ming Ling looked at Qin Yu with a disdainful smile and warned him, "You ant, you're lucky to have escaped with your life, but don't celebrate too soon. You're all just delaying the inevitable." After speaking, he boarded the ship, and his subordinates followed him. "Are we leaving?" Dao Ye, holding a burning talisman, frowned and asked, "Are those guys gone?" Boss Zhou, hearing this from behind, said, "It's good that you're still alive." Everything else can be rebuilt. Boss Sun was a little worried. What do we do if those people come back? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu touched her head in surprise, then rushed over to Qin Yu and said, Ruhua's ability is being suppressed. It can't get us out of here. Qin Yu was stunned and asked, how can that be? Xiao Yu pointed to the ship still hovering in the air and guessed, I think that thing is suppressing Ruhua. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then recounted what he knew. Legend says that wherever the corpse king Mingling goes, a massive ghost ship follows, bringing devastation to all living things. He secretly glanced at the departing ship. Now that they've left, they've likely boarded that ship. When they return, they'll probably be even harder to deal with. At the same time, Xiao Na and Xiao He, who were elsewhere, also sensed something unusual. Xiao He reported worriedly, Boss, I just sensed an extremely powerful force. I'm afraid even we wouldn't be a match for it. Scene change. Everyone gathered and thought in silence. Suddenly, a voice rang out, There's only one way now. Li Wei stepped forward, his hands clasped behind his back, and said decisively, We attack first. Huang Ke asked, puzzled, Attack first? How do we attack first? Shu Nuo was also confused. Li Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Everyone heard what he said just now. That big ship originally belonged to us, but it was likely lost for some reason. Remember what that guy's subordinate said? He told him to conserve his strength, that the main business was important. So, I'm guessing that ship is fraught with danger, and even they have to be extremely careful. We might as well take this chance to follow them and strike while they're preoccupied with the ship, Shunuo replied apprehensively. Will this even work? Qin Yu also agreed with Li Wei's method. It's worth a brave shot. Boss Jin, standing nearby, quickly reminded them. But even if we can defeat them, what's the use? Don't forget that guy can resurrect. Li Wei disagreed. He said, Nothing is unkillable. As long as we defeat him one more time, I'm confident I can finish him for good. Qin Yu asked curiously, Oh, you have a way? He replied, Yes, but speaking of it now might jinx it. As long as everyone kills him again, I will definitely make sure he can't come back. Li Wei clenched his fist with determination. We can't delay. Let's quickly select our elites and set off immediately. The ship remained motionless as everyone cautiously approached. Xiao Yu rubbed her forehead and said, It's all carnivorous plants up ahead. How do we get through? Qin Yu didn't seem concerned. He raised his hand, summoned a flame, and replied, This is easy. Just burn them. Seeing this, Li Wei raised a hand to stop him, saying, Qin Yu, you should save your strength. Leave this small matter to us. 5 people lined up and unleashed a torrent of fire, the massive blaze incinerating the carnivorous plants. The ship gradually came into view, and Xiao Yu exclaimed, Wow, that ship is huge. The burned carnivorous plants revealed a path, and everyone continued to move forward. Ming Ling, waiting by the ship, sensed their approach and said coldly, The time remaining is, but you didn't appreciate it, and came here to die instead. He turned, waved his hand, and called out, Come forth, immortal Nether King beast. The ground suddenly began to shake, and someone screamed, What? What's happening? Min Lin pointed at Qin Yu's group and loudly demanded, What did you do? He nonchalantly replied, I was about to ask you the same thing. Weren't you the one putting on a big show? Qin Yu looked towards his people and instructed, It seems our opponent doesn't understand the situation either. Everyone, be extra careful. The motionless ship suddenly lit up, emitting a light so intense that no one could look directly at it, everyone shielding their faces with their hands. What is the situation now? Qin Yu peeked through his fingers and exclaimed in surprise, Ah, it looks like we've all been transported into a space inside the ship. Mad Dog looked around. My king, what is this? Min Lin calmly replied, This king does not know either. On the other side, Boss Kim asked in confusion, Where? Where is this? Weren't we just on that ship? Qin Yu pondered for a moment and said, Could this place be? Before he could finish, the guidance system appeared. It announced robotically, Welcome to the experimental field of the heretic shaman. Upon hearing the name, Min Lin blurted out, How is that possible? Weren't the heretic shamans of this world already extinct? How are there still survivors? Unlike his astonishment, Qin Yu was extremely calm, just as I predicted. This is a ruin from another dimension. The mechanical system explained, I am not a heretic shaman. I am the intelligent guidance system of the warship. To enter the heretic shaman warship, you must pass my test. Min Lin was skeptical. A test? What kind of test? The system quickly replied, It's very simple. Under the relentless assault of the experimental entities, you must survive. Several test chambers appeared before everyone. The chambers were made of glass, so they could clearly see what was inside. The system said nonchalantly, Everyone, good luck. A one-eyed entity's eye flashed, and Xiaofeng said with a forced smile, These things look so strange. The one-eyed entity shattered the glass chamber and rushed towards him. Boss Kim signaled to his subordinate behind him, Be careful, they're coming. Zilan drew her sword and took a stance, saying with determination, They're coming from all directions. There's no retreat. We have to fight. She raised her sword and slashed down, and blood splattered from the entity, pitch black. Qin Yu was surprised. Huh? Zilan also realized something and shouted, Everyone, these things are just intimidating in appearance. They're very weak. An entity lunged to grab her. Someone cried out in alarm, Watch out! Having experience now, Zilan swung her sword and slashed it several times. With Zilan setting an example, the others confidently joined the fight. Ha! So they're all just paper tigers. Watch me. Qin Yu, relieved, turned to his side and ordered, Leave the experimental monsters to them. The few of us, the main fighting force, will find a chance to deal with Min Lin's group. The three of them replied in unison, Right. On the opposite side, Mad Dog and Heitan were busy annihilating the experimental entities. Min Lin sensed an entity rushing towards him and said while standing still, Behind me. Shishan immediately flew over and kicked a hole through its stomach. Min Lin spoke with a disdainful tone. So weak. Unworthy of being my opponent. Suddenly, the entities started to tear each other apart. Shunuo was puzzled. What are they doing? Slaughtering each other. One entity bit off the head of its own kind and chewed voraciously. Xiao Yu watched in shock as they devoured one another. After an entity finished eating its own kind, it became much stronger. It reared up and let out a loud roar. Huang Kui, with sharp perception, immediately shouted, It's evolving! Kill them quickly before they can evolve. Huang Kui was impaled by an evolved entity and cried out in pain. Boss Kim noticed its change and said, The rate at which it's getting stronger is too fast. Qin Yu took his spear and stabbed it through the heart of the entity that had just attacked Huang Kui, shouting, Endless burn! After dealing with it, he turned and said in a stern voice, Don't just stand there. Those with abilities, go deal with the highly evolved test subjects. We can't let them evolve again. Shishan jabbed his finger into the face of one, unaware of another one behind him. It eyed his fair shoulders greedily and lunged forward, taking a huge bite. Shishan exclaimed in surprise, Huh? He gave a terrifying smile, his hand gripping the entity's neck with force. You want to eat? Fine, I'll let you eat your fill today. Shishan grabbed another evolved entity and mercilessly shoved the smaller one's head into the mouth of the larger one. Looking at the evolving entity in his hand, he laughed with amusement. Haha, so eating your own kind really makes you evolve, huh? He glanced at the other entities behind him and let out a savage laugh. Ha ha. Shishan got it in a headlock and dragged it away. Eat another one. A moment later, he grabbed the evolved entity's neck and assessed it with satisfaction. You've been raised quite well. He then grabbed its chin and said loudly, Let me give you all a little show. Just as he finished speaking, Shishan swiftly threw the evolved entity to the other side. Go, keep them company. Boss Kim was busy fighting. Shu Nuo saw it and shouted a warning to him. Boss Kim, watch out. Boss Kim looked up with a start, but he was a step too slow. The evolved entity's sharp arm had already pierced through his body. Shu Nuo screamed tragically. Boss Kim! He reached out his hand but only grasped at empty air. The evolved entity dropped Boss Kim's corpse. It stood with its back to Shu Nuo. Suddenly, it turned its head, its eyes flashing crimson. Shu Nuo's eyes widened in horror. His hands felt as if they were being held back by something. He struggled, but it was useless. The entity lunged forward as fast as lightning. Shu Nuo was cornered by it. He screamed his lungs out. Right at that moment, Xiao Feng intervened, skewering it with one strike. He used his bare hands to tear its body into two pieces. Arg! Kill! Shishan took advantage of his opening and lunged forward, throwing a punch. Xiao Feng was sent flying into a wall, and a sharp spike appeared out of nowhere, from behind him. Stabbed him in the chest. He let out a horrific scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Na cried out in panic for Huo Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng grabbed the sharp spike, coughing violently as he arched his back and screamed. Startled, Xiao Na went in front of Heitan and gave a command. Xiao He, kill him. Xiao He charged forward on command, but before it could even get close to Heitan, it was blocked by a mass of vines. Qin Yu watched them from the side, pondering, could this Bai Xiao Na have a thing for Huo Xiaofeng? Shi Shan, thinking he was distracted, suddenly lunged from behind. Qin Yu swiftly gripped his spear, spun around and counterattacked. Shi Shan easily caught the spearhead, grinning menacingly. As they clashed, Qin Yu immediately realized, and his face darkened. His physique is about 70 times stronger, a far cry from my own before Xiao Yu enhanced me. Shishan forcefully yanked the spear toward himself, pulling the off-balance Qin Yu along with it, then threw a punch. Qin Yu leaned to his right to dodge it. The punch smashed into the wall, creating a round hole. Shishan roared in anger. This punch was no joke. If it were a normal person, their bones would have been shattered. With that, he rushed forward, throwing a flurry of punches, but Qin Yu easily parried them all. He scoffed. With only this much strength, you're a huge disappointment. He aimed the spear tip at Shishan's face, and a bloody line immediately appeared on his not-so-handsome face. He frowned and cursed, "Damn it, you dare hit my face!" As he was speaking, Qin Yu unleashed a burst of flame. Purple flames engulfed Shishan's entire body. He tensed up, gritting his teeth and saying, "No matter how strong your fire is, what can it do to a rock-hard guy like me?" Not even a few seconds later, he was suddenly shocked. Why is this fire so intense? He ignored the burning flames and charged toward an opening in Qin Yu's defense. His strong arm grabbed his neck and squeezed tight. Qin Yu groaned in pain. "Ah, ah!" Shishan effortlessly lifted him high into the air by his neck. "Ha, this is the price for being overconfident in your abilities, blind spot." To his surprise, Qin Yu smirked. "I'm very confident in my ability, but I wouldn't be so confident as to leave an opening." This time, it was Shishan's turn to be stunned. "You. What did you say? Could it be?" Qin Yu created a clone, which pierced through him with a burning spear. At his command, both bodies erupted in flames. Qin Yu shouted, "Endless!" Over on the other side, Heitan summoned a cluster of mutated vines covered in sharp thorns. Xiao Hei nimbly weaved through the gaps. It successfully charged and got face-to-face with Heitan, but he just calmly smirked and said, "You fell for it." Heitan's eyes flashed red. He gestured to the side, and a giant treant appeared behind Xiao Na, its arm like a sharp drill aimed straight at her back. Xiao Na was stabbed from behind, and she screamed in pain. "Ah! Ah!" Heitan, in his moment of victory, suddenly had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He asked in confusion, What's happening?" Xiao Na, who was just bleeding profusely from the stab wound, was now completely unharmed and told him, "I'm revived." Xiao Feng grabbed Heitan's body in his hands and lifted it high. He said with some anger, "You guys killed me again. It's pissing me off." After saying that, he ruthlessly threw Heitan to the ground. He lay sprawled on the ground, coughing weakly, his chest oozing black blood. Shishan's situation was no better. He collapsed to his knees in pain, clutching his chest. "Ah!" Quang Quan was beaten back into his original form as a three-headed hellhound. From the beginning, Ming Ling had just been standing by silently, not lifting a finger. An evolved entity raised its fist to attack him. Ming Ling calmly raised his hand, and the mutated entity's body shattered into pieces. A halo of light surrounded Ming Ling as he stepped to the side. The Nether King beast appeared, opening its mouth in a loud roar. Shishan stood protectively in front of Ming Ling. "King, take care of them." Heitan also struggled. He clutched his chest, coughing violently, and said, "Humph, you're all dead meat. Just wait to become the king's food." Ming Ling, who had been silent until now, finally spoke coldly. "Leave them to me. Shishan, Quang Quan, the three of you can rest in peace." They were startled, and Heitan looked confused. "King, what are you saying?" "You." Before he could finish, he was pounced on by the Nether King beast. Pinned to the ground by its claws, Shishan questioned resentfully, "Why, King? Why, when we've been so loyal?" "Ah," Ming Ling explained clearly out of consideration for their long service, "you all were just vessels. I used to cultivate evolutionary energy from the very beginning. Now, it's almost time to harvest, so die in peace. You don't need to feel wronged. From the moment you gained consciousness, haven't you always thought that one day, when I was weak, you could devour my power? You think this king didn't know?" Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is devouring his own comrades. He's truly worse than a beast." Qin Yu also showed contempt. "This is the immortal race. Even if they evolve intellectually, they have no humanity. For immediate gain, they can sacrifice anyone." The Nether King beast, having eaten its fill, let out a satisfied roar. Xiao Hei watched and muttered incessantly, "This is going to be troublesome. It's evolved a golden bloodline. I originally thought I had a 30% chance of taking it down with me, but now I don't even have 10%. Its voice accidentally reached Qin Yu's ears. He thought in confusion, how does this guy know about the golden bloodline? Plus, he said he had a 30% chance of taking the Nether King beast down with him. This thing is definitely not simple. Xiao Feng, fearless of death, growled and charged forward. "Take this." Qin Yu quickly tried to stop him. "Hey, don't go! That thing's physique is 100 times stronger." It was too late. Xiao Feng was sent flying by the Nether King beast. It lowered its body to build momentum, its sharp claws pouncing on Xiao Hei. Xiao Na cried out in terror. "Xiao Hei," Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "so fast." Xiao Mei was so scared she couldn't form words. This monster." The bald guy was also shocked. It defeated two strong fighters in just one move? Best among us. No one paid any attention. Li Nigi stood in the corner, laughing sinisterly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Li Nigi's eyes shot open, and he let out a horrifying loud laugh. Seeing his unusual state, Lu Yun spoke up worriedly. "Commander Li, sir, what's wrong with you?" Li Niu's loud laughter puzzled the Nether Spirit Corpse King. "What are you laughing at?" He immediately replied, "I'm laughing at how stupid you are." This contemptuous answer enraged him, causing him to retort, "You filthy ant, are you insane?" Lin Jui's strange behavior quickly caught Qin Yu's attention. Something was wrong with this guy. Then, he began to radiate a source of dark energy, starting to say strange things. The golden bloodline of the immortal Nether King beast outside, plus the warship, wasting so many days seems to have been worth it after all. This surge of power made the Corpse King speak up. No matter who you are, I acknowledge your strength. For the strong, I can spare your life. Take your subordinates and leave now, or else. His arrogant words made Lin Gui scoff. Spare my life? Can't you see the reality of the situation? Right now, you should be the one kneeling and begging me to spare yours. Unable to contain his rage any longer, the Nether Spirit Corpse King ordered the Nether King Beast to kill him. Upon receiving the command, it immediately lunged forward, raising its claws towards him. This critical situation made Gao Jiao extremely worried, and he yelled, "Commander Li, be careful." Just as he finished speaking, the Nether King Beast slammed a powerful blow down where Li Ning'ai was standing. But not as it had hoped, he had managed to dodge the terrifying attack in time. Without hesitation, the Nether King Beast swung its tail at him again, but in a flash, Li Ning'ai had already flown to another spot. His agility and combat power baffled Qin Yu. How did Commander Li suddenly get so strong? Long Feng, standing beside him, answered hesitantly, "I don't know either." Immediately, he made a deduction in his mind. Something was wrong with Li Ningui. If he had this kind of strength, saving all the survivors of Shengjing City would have been no problem, yet he chose to leave with only the elite troops. Furthermore, how did Li Engi get so strong? Is he even human anymore? Then, the Nether King Beast continued its assault, striking out with its claws. It seemed that Li Nui had grown tired of running, as he stood his ground and held out a hand. Lu Yun was stunned by the sight before him. He could block a direct hit from this monster. Lin Gai showed no fear, raising a single finger tauntingly. "I'll give you one chance. Use your strongest form, so you won't have any excuses when you lose." Hearing this, the Nether Spirit Corpse King smirked, as if mocking his overconfidence. "As you wish, Nether King Beast, release your full power." The next second, it unleashed its full strength, lunging forward with a massive roar. After observing for a moment, Gao Jiao finally realized something. You're not Commander Li. Who are you? What have you done to Commander Li?" Upon hearing this question, the being inside Lin Gui's body gave a cold laugh and slowly turned. "Who am I? That night, you all already saw me, and as for your Commander Li, he's gone, of course." His vague words made him grit his teeth and shout in anger. "What do you mean that night? Who the hell are you? Stop hiding and tell us." Baxa proudly introduced herself. "My name? You can call me Baxa." Her conversation with Gao Jiao quickly made the Nether King Beast even more aggressive. The Corpse King also couldn't stand this disrespect. "Filthy ant. You'll pay the price for your arrogance. Nether King Beast, tear him to shreds." Hearing the command, it shot forward like a flash. Before anyone could react, the Nether King Beast landed a powerful kick on Baxa. Then, a figure was sent flying far away. It turned out to be Li Nugi's body, which was now embedded in the wall after the attack. But it didn't have to wait long, as his entire body began to deform. Immediately after, Baxa emerged from Li Nugi's body. Her presence terrified everyone there. The Nether Spirit Corpse King immediately understood upon seeing Baxa's true form. "No wonder you're so strong. I was wondering how a human could have evolved to the point of being an even match for the Nether King Beast. So you're not human, you're from another race." Hearing this, she denied it. "Human? I am not one of those lowly creatures. I am a great creator, a world-creating god who has given birth to countless lives." After discovering the truth, Gao Jiao immediately became enraged. "You bastard, I'll kill you." Fortunately, Long Feng managed to stop his impulsive move. "Calm down." While trying to hold Gao Jiao back, he tried to explain, "Don't be reckless. Don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. We must avenge Commander Li, but not now." Qin Yu also quickly stood in front of them and said, "Don't be afraid." However, Xiao Yu remained calm. "I'm not afraid." A moment later, the Corpse King asked in confusion, "If you're not human, do we still have a reason to fight?" Baxa immediately replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "Even if I were human, what reason would you have to fight me? But I want your Nether King Beast and your ship." As soon as he heard this, he instantly prepared a fighting stance, saying, "If that's the case, then let's settle this." The Nether King Beast quickly obeyed and charged forward to attack. Without a moment's hesitation, the Corpse King shouted, "Soul Guard!" Then, it opened its mouth and let out a massive roar, making everyone around clutch their heads in pain. While everyone was suffering, Baxa just watched calmly. Immediately, she focused her mind, causing everything around her to tremble. A colossal wave of power erupted from Baxa's body, striking the Nether King Beast head-on. Her terrifying magic horrified the Nether Spirit Corpse King. How? How is this possible? The Soul Guard failed. Your spiritual power is even stronger than the Nether King Beast's. As expected, Baxa snorted coldly and retorted, You know nothing. What a coincidence. Spiritual power happens to be my area of expertise, controlling a few. Tens of insectoid races? Could their mental power be weaker than yours? After observing and gathering information for a while, Qin Yu voiced his question. You are the insect queen. Lin Feng, along with Gao Jian and Lu Yun, also seemed surprised by this information. This is the target of the decapitation strike we failed to complete last time. The broodmother? Your deduction earns my praise. Little boy, your knowledge is vast. No wonder Li Wei thought so highly of you, but I'm just a clone, not the main body. In a flash, Qin Yu realized, I told you so. It's a good thing you listened to me. Otherwise, that decapitation strike would have been on our own heads. Without a trace of fear, he turned to ask, what about Shengjing City now? Baksat slowly replied, Shengjing City has been conquered by me. Don't worry, most of its residents are still alive. They are prime natural seeds, and soon, Tianmeng will also become my territory. Just as she finished speaking, the growling of the Nether King beast drew her attention. Baksat raised her hand and cast a silencing spell. Then, it fell silent, no longer making a sound. Seeing the situation, the Corpse King worriedly and hesitantly questioned, You, what are you trying to do? As if to answer his question, the Nether King beast let out a heaven-shaking roar. It seemed the Nether Spirit Corpse King had sensed something. He couldn't believe it. How could the link between me and the Nether King beast be severed? The next second, it bowed its head as if it had submitted to Baksat. Its attitude gradually turned hostile towards the Corpse King, leaving him speechless. It turned out she had seized control of the Nether King beast. This is perhaps the most promising body I have ever controlled. It immediately let out a ferocious roar, as if responding to Baksat's praise. The Nether King beast's bloodlust terrified Shunuo. Stammering, we're dead, the Nether Spirit Corpse King. Right after his words, it decisively turned and stared at them, making them tremble in fear. Despite his worry, Boss Sun quickly stepped forward to shield everyone. You, what do you want with us? Baksat spoke smugly. Turns out I should be thanking you all. If it weren't for you, I would have left here long ago, and I wouldn't have met these guys, let alone captured the evil witch warship and the Nether King beast. Then she looked at Xiao Yu and said, Your performance along the way has greatly intrigued me, especially you. It seemed Xiao Yu's uniqueness had made Baksat extremely excited. You are not like those of the lower races. You are like me. You possess a noble bloodline. These words immediately put Qin Yu on high alert. What does she mean? Could it be she sees that Xiao Yu is from a different race? The next second, she widened her eyes and summoned power around herself. Seeing this, he quickly shouted, Be careful! Suddenly, Ru Hua, who was on Xiao Yu's head, became agitated, making her curious. Ru Hua, what's wrong? It turned out the armored insect king from inside Ru Hua wanted to break out. Seeing its appearance, she offered praise. To be able to make my precious insectoid children escape my control, truly skillful. If that's the case, pausing for about 2 seconds, Baksat swiftly flew over and roared, Then I have even more reason not to spare you. Fortunately, the armored insect king managed to block her attack in time. Its astonishing power made Baksat exclaim, Just a mere armored insect king in your hands can evolve to such a level of power. Not simple at all. I'm starting to get curious. Just how much stronger will killing you make me? Right after she finished speaking, she swatted the armored insect king away, making Xiao Yu anxious. Her attitude earned Baksat's contempt. You still have the mind to worry about it? Just die. Suddenly from behind, Qin Yu, who had appeared out of nowhere, flew in to attack, but it seemed she had sensed him and quickly dodged. Without waiting another second, he shouted, Xiao Yu! Full power enhancement! She immediately complied. Enhance. After Xiao Yu enhanced Qin Yu, he instantly exhaled sharply and was enveloped in an immense aura of power. While observing him closely, Baksat commented on his potential. Little boy, to be able to evolve to this level in such a short time and possess more than one ability, if I let you live, you would surely become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. You might even threaten me. But unfortunately for you, you've met me. Before she could finish, Qin Yu charged with his spear, but not as intended. The spear only pierced the wall next to Baksat. He then launched a series of attacks as if to provoke her. Suddenly, Baksat grabbed Qin Yu's face, and in a flash, she slammed him to the ground. Just as he wanted, Baksat's face darkened with rage. What are you thinking? Do you arrogantly believe you can be my opponent? The next second, he smirked, looking as if he had achieved his goal. Surprisingly, a figure of Qin Yu holding a spear appeared, thrusting straight down at her. However, Baksat calmly exposed his trick. Ha! What's this? Could it be you've forgotten that mental power is my specialty? A sliver of killing intent approaches. You think I wouldn't sense it? Instantly, the Nether King beast destroyed Qin Yu's clone. As if to vent her anger, She stomped hard on him, causing Qin Yu immense pain. Baksat approached, raising her hand to finish him off. So, your other ability is creating clones? Despite her confidence, Qin Yu slowly corrected her. It's not cloning, it's copying. His nitpicking made Baksat scoff. What's the difference? In this situation, even with two abilities, it's unlikely you can escape the fate of being killed by me. Not letting her rejoice for long, Qin Yu reached up, placed a hand on his shoulder, and corrected her once more. Wrong again. Not two abilities, but three. A faint scent entered Bakaksat's nose. She was stunned for a moment. Ah, what did you do? 8. Countless versions of Qin Yu appeared before her eyes as a wave of dizziness washed over her. Bakaksat frowned. A hallucinogenic toxin. Don't forget. She summoned the Underworld King Beast. I still have another body here. The Underworld King Beast roared furiously and lunged forward, merging with Bakaksat, who then controlled it. It stomped a foot down hard on the ground, and he had to retreat to escape a fatal blow. Ah ha ha, Qin Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a nuisance. This Underworld King Beast was ultimately created by an ability. If it's created by an ability, he considered something, then thrust his spear forward. Bakaksat, controlling the Underworld King Beast's body, stomped angrily, pinning Qin Yu underfoot. You cunning rat, you dare take this chance to strike at my clone? Xiao Yu charged forward with her knife. Let him go, Bakaksat growled. Your brother's spear can't deal any real damage to me. This tattered knife of yours is countless times weaker than that spear. How could you even dream of hurting me? She raised her claw and swiped viciously, cutting the knife in Xiao Yu's hand in two, and she stumbled backward in shock. She then laughed arrogantly. Don't. Be in a hurry. I'll eat your brother first and then deal with you. Halfway through her sentence, Bakaksat froze. What's going on? My control is weakening. What's happening? Qin Yu, pinned beneath the Underworld King Beast's foot, smirked slightly. I guessed right. Your main body is over 100 kilometers from Shengjing City. Being able to control such a powerful Underworld King Beast is all thanks to the power boost from your clone's ability. Now, I will use a degenerative toxin to seal your clone's ability. This Underworld King Beast will naturally break free from your control. Bakaksat staggered back a few steps. She shook her head, trying to regain control. Humph. You beast? You dare resist me? A faint figure appeared as a crazed laugh echoed. Ha ha ha, as long as the Underworld King Beast breaks free, I, Mingling, can be revived. But whether it was Mingling or Bakaksat, Qin Yu didn't want to drag this out. He swung his spear. Why don't all of you just take a nice long rest? With that said, the sharp spearhead plunged straight into the Underworld King Beast's head, and green blood gushed out. The Underworld King Beast growled in pain, and Mingling's newly formed body vanished into thin air. Ah, no, those were also Mingling's last words. The Underworld King Beast exploded, turning into a puff of green smoke before disappearing. Qin Yu stood up after the battle, having successfully obtained Mingling's evolution energy. Bakaksat's clone reverted to its original form, and she snorted in anger. Damn it, you brat, you dare pull a trick like that on me. After that, the clone ran out of energy, and Qin Yu easily used one spear thrust to split her in two. In a distant place, a loud explosion echoed as Bakaksat's main body coughed up blood. She licked her lips, tasting the saltiness of the blood around her mouth, and muttered menacingly, Qin Yu, I'll remember you. Her monster subordinates stood silently in rows below, not daring to make a move. On the airship, Qin Yu clutched his chest, kneeling on one knee and coughing violently. Xiao Yu rushed over. Brother Qin Yu. He was more concerned about his sister, asking after a few coughs, Are you okay? Xiao Yu looked at the difference in their conditions. Don't worry about me, brother. I'm fine. Compared to your injuries, this little scratch of mine is nothing. Boss Chao walked over to thank him. Qin Yu, we were lucky to have you. Otherwise, we all would have died here. As Xiao Yu helped him up, Qin Yu replied modestly, It was also thanks to Mingling being here. If that guy hadn't been greedy for the Underworld King Beast's power and diverted more than half his strength to control that beast, I'm afraid I wouldn't have won, no matter how lucky I was or how many tricks I had up my sleeve. Looking back at Bakaksat's gruesome corpse, an ivory-white energy orb flew out. Xiao Yu cried out in fear, Brother! As the orb drew closer, she stammered, Brother, look at that! Qin Yu caught the energy orb in his hand and analyzed it. This Bakaksat is from the insectoid race, so this isn't an evolution energy source. Just as he finished speaking, the energy shattered into a white liquid that stuck to his hand. The sudden event caught him completely off guard, leaving him to stare wide-eyed. A disgusting sensation ran through his body as Qin Yu frantically shook his hand to get the substance off. What is this stuff? Xiao Yu gasped in horror. Get it off quickly. After shaking his hand for a while, he saw the sticky substance was still there. Xiao Yu's eyes widened. Did you get it off? Did you? Unfortunately, Qin Yu's answer was no. He looked at his hand and accepted his fate. It stuck to my palm. Suddenly, a strange sensation coursed through him, causing him to freeze for a few seconds. What's going on? Why do I feel power flowing through my body? Xiao Yu shook her brother worriedly. Brother, what's wrong with you? Please don't die. Qin Yu struggled to answer. Don't shake me. I'm not going to die. He regained his composure to comfort his sister, but his spiritual power had become stronger than before. Xiao Yu let out a confused "oh." Recalling when Bakak Sat controlled the underworld king beast, Qin Yu gently explained, spiritual power is a crucial attribute. The ultimate move, Soul Devourer, that she used to subdue the underworld king beast, relied entirely on spiritual power. Now, all of her immense spiritual power belongs to me, Qin Yu mused. I don't have much experience with spiritual power, so I wonder if there are any other benefits. He walked over to pick up his spear and suddenly let out a cry. He was a bit surprised as he felt the change in the spear in his hand. The Bloodflame Spear's rank was D class, and it had directly evolved to triple D class. The system guide appeared as a projection and said, "Congratulations on passing the test. You are now qualified to board the Evil Witch warship." Behind them, Xiao Feng sat up, recovering from his motion sickness. He still looked dazed and not fully aware. Stunned. Where's that beast? Was it defeated? Seeing the composed and handsome Qin Yu before him, Xiao Feng felt resentful at being defeated by him again. Qin Yu just smiled and gestured. Let's go. Qin Yu led the group onto the warship to take a look. Of course, the system guide went first because she was the one who granted everyone permission to enter. As Qin Yu's group walked, they observed their surroundings and exclaimed, "Whoa, this place is so eerie. You can tell at a glance it's not a place for good people." The system, leading the way, explained, Evil Witch Warship 233 has a total of 3 floors. Each floor is over 21,000 square feet. Qin Yu wondered, what's the meaning of Warship 233? The system replied, in the beginning, during the golden age of the evil witch people, they were immensely powerful. A-class evil witch warships like this one numbered no less than 2,000, and you are on number 233. The massive warship flew through the sky, with the voices of people echoing inside. This warship has the ability to traverse dimensions and lock down space. It has 3 main cannons and 12 secondary cannons. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned back to ask the group with him, are you all still going to Tianmeng? Lin Feng sighed and scratched Chen Chu's head. We were originally escorting Commander Li Si there to join up, but now Commander Li Si is dead. They still had no idea when Commander Li Si's body had been possessed. Lin Feng felt ashamed. How could we possibly show our faces there? Qin Yu comforted them gently. I also feel that Commander Li Si's death is a great pity, but the living must keep looking forward. Why don't you all build your own settlement? Becoming the overlords of your own territory wouldn't be a wasted life, right? Boss Zhou suddenly shouted. Mr. Qin. Boss Sun and Boss Zhou looked at each other, then said in unison, if you're willing to be our leader, you can definitely lead us to build a powerful faction. However, inside the cabin, Qin Yu refused. I have no interest in being a leader, and I'm not suited for it. With that said, he looked towards Lin Feng and proposed, Lin Feng, you're a better fit to be the leader than I am. Lin Feng was taken aback. Young Master Qin, you don't want this evil witch warship? Qin Yu said indifferently, a man with great ambitions doesn't stay in one place. He explained, this evil witch warship can become a strong foothold and a residence for everyone. It doesn't have much use for me, but for all of you, it's very important. With its help and support, he looked at Lin Feng, encouraging him with sincere trust. You can definitely make the cause you always wanted to pursue even greater. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly seemed a bit confused. What was it that I originally wanted to do? Qin Yu just smiled. Oh, it's nothing. Never mind. He casually deflected. I just feel you're more suited to be a leader than I am. Do you have the confident.ce? Being trusted by a powerful expert like Qin Yu, Lin Feng couldn't help but blush. He was moved. I am confident. Qin Yu thought to himself with satisfaction, maybe this can change his fate of eventually dying in the dark forest? Lin Feng puffed out his chest and pledged, I will definitely build a powerful faction to help more people. After everyone finished their conversation, the system suggested, this warship also holds a treasure. It's the ultimate weapon that we evil witch people spent 10 years of effort to research, but it's a shame it's only a prototype. Follow me. Qin Yu was intrigued. He perked up. Oh, an ultimate weapon? Do tell. The system led the 2 siblings into a sealed room. Inside was modern technology, completely out of place for this time period. In the center of the room was a weapon containment field, inside which a blade was floating. Qin Yu reached out, but his hand only touched the protective barrier. Xiao Yu scoffed. This is supposed to be the ultimate weapon? It's pitch black and I can't see a thing. My broken blade is better than this. but it seemed Qin Yu didn't agree, because he sensed something was off. The moment his hand was about to grab the blade, there was a sudden jolt of electricity from the blade. Instantly, Qin Yu was zapped and thrown backward. Ah! He crashed to the ground with a thud, writhing in pain. Xiao Yu's heart ached seeing this, her eyes welling up with tears. She rushed to his side and asked, "Are you okay?" Traces of lightning still crackled on Qin Yu's body as he lay sprawled on the ground. "I'm fine." The system guide finally spoke up, a little too late, in a flat voice. "This weapon is no ordinary object. Without its recognition, you cannot become its master." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned to look at the system and thought to himself, "Its master?" Looking back at the blade in the containment field, he was slightly surprised. This black blade is a soul weapon. Qin Yu stroked his chin, trying to remember what he knew about such weapons. A soul weapon is in existence even more powerful than an S-class weapon. Every single one possesses world-shaking power. Among the people he knew, very few could control a soul weapon. The system explained, "This blade is named the King's Thunder Edge. It was the personal blade of the great hero of our evil witch tribe, Lord Mo Kai-sa. He was later defeated in a great war. This blade was also damaged, and although we tried to repair it, its power is greatly reduced from what it once was." She added with regret, "The King's Thunder Edge can now only be considered a little over half of a soul weapon." Qin Yu was impressed. "Even if it's just half a soul weapon, that's still enough to overpower most S-class blades." She agreed, naturally. Gazing at the King's Thunder Edge in its containment field, the system said, "If you can wield it, it's not impossible to unleash power comparable to a full soul weapon." Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, for now, it doesn't seem to have taken a liking to us." From behind, Xiao Feng was eager to give it a shot. "This great master will give it a try." He also stuck his hand in, trying to grab the King's Thunder Edge. Despite being zapped relentlessly, he refused to let go, praying internally, "Hehe, come into my embrace." "Xiao!" Fu cheered from the sidelines. "Tu Feng, you can do it! You can do it!" But obviously, the blade didn't like Tu Feng, unleashing a more powerful electric shock than ever. Tu Feng was zapped and sent flying far away. Cursing damn it in his head, he landed hard on his butt with a thud. The pain was agonizing. His soul let out a few groans as his entire body smoked, looking like he was about to become someone's barbecue. Tu Feng was completely dejected. He lamented. "Man, he looks so dazed, like he just took a trip to the underworld and back. This thing is so powerful, even I can't resist it." Long Feng also gave it a try, only to be zapped until he saw stars. Luke Van and Hua Nuo were also not accepted by the blade. They were scared off by its bolts of lightning as soon as they approached. The wise Tuna didn't try, just smiling wryly. "Haha, I don't need this thing." Tuvu looked at it and remarked casually, "So many people, and it hasn't chosen any of them. How arrogant." Tanvu remembered that his sister hadn't tried yet. He encouraged her, "You're the only one left. Tuvu, will you give it a try?" She sighed and stated firmly, "I'm not going." Tuvu pouted. "When you used that igniter on me, it was already painful. This electricity will surely be worse." Tanvu patted her head to reassure her. "Whatever challenges we encounter, we must not be afraid." He gently pushed her forward, smiling at her. "Go on." Tuvu sulked and sighed wearily. "You just want to see me make a fool of myself." Tuvu stepped forward, closing her eyes as she reached for the regal blade, the Thunder King's edge. She cheered herself on in her head, thinking the best way to overcome fear is to face it head on. She gripped the hilt tightly in her hand. She told herself that persistence is key to victory. "You can do it, Oliver." Finally gripping the Thunder King's edge, Tuvu was shocked to find she wasn't zapped like everyone else. She froze in a daze for a few seconds. Then joy and happiness washed over her, and she immediately turned to show off to Tanvu. "Really? Ha ha, brother." The blade in her hand vibrated as lightning burst forth while she was still celebrating her new weapon. "Out with the old and in with the new. I've got another new weapon." She wasn't being shocked, but the uncontrolled lightning made her a little panicked. "Ah, what's going on?" The system suddenly exclaimed. "How can this be?" Tevu was now uncontrollably lifted into the air, spinning around while enveloped in lightning. The guide system was incredibly surprised. The most crucial factor for the Thunder King's edge to choose its master is the death and lightning attributes. This evolved girl seems to have no connection whatsoever with these two abilities. Why is it performing such an unorthodox master recognition ritual? Tevu yelled in embarrassment. "Ah, I'm just like you, brother. This is way too flashy and so embarrassing." A moment later, the master recognition ritual concluded, and she landed gently. Feeling stronger and healthier than before, she checked her wounds and gasped in amazement. "My injuries are completely healed. I never expected the lightning effect could also heal wounds." After saying that, she turned to Tanvu with the blade in hand. "Brother, I'll heal. You." This caused Tanvu to back away in terror for a few steps. but the room wasn't large, leaving him nowhere to retreat. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the electrocution. After the shock, smoke started rising from Tan Vu's head. It felt as if his soul had just gone wandering and hadn't quite returned to his body. A moment later, looking at the wound on his hand, he marveled, "It's true. It feels like every cell in my body was activated by the electricity." Tu Vu immediately lit up with excitement and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, I'm going to open an electrotherapy clinic. I'll be the next Professor Yang. Ha ha." Watching his sister gaze at the blade with such fascination, Tan Vu mused. "From what I know, using electricity for healing requires an incredibly high level of skill. Tu Vu has never had any electrical abilities, yet she did it so effortlessly on her first try." He then said to Tu Vu, "The Thunder King's Edge also has a death attribute. Any wound it inflicts will certainly have a contagious, spreading effect." He then mused to himself, "This death attribute is pretty much on par with the lethal venom of the five-venom beast. Without any life force defenses, once the toxin spreads, it's a guaranteed kill. As expected of a soul weapon, it's truly powerful." Thiufeng sheepishly approached Tu Vu and offered himself up. "Hey, I'm injured too. I need treatment. Ask and you shall receive." Tu Vu didn't refuse and immediately started zapping him with the Thunder King's Edge, making him twitch uncontrollably. Thiufeng had to stop her. It's healed. Don't zap me anymore." But his face was just begging for it, so she didn't stop, laughing as she generously offered a friendly discount, 2 more sessions on the house. Tan Vu let his sister have her fun, then turned to the guide system. He asked if there were other rewards. She replied flatly, "You sure are greedy. The final treasure is also the most valuable one, the records left behind by our evil shaman tribe. From our many years of research into genetic modification, having had her fun with the Thunder King's Edge, Tu Vu snorted coldly, and here I thought it was something good." The annoyed guide system snapped, "Mortal, do you have any eye for quality? At all? You don't recognize this magnificent technology?" "It can." Tan Vu cut her off before she could say more. All right, just take it out." A while later, back in the small village where they had been temporarily staying, Li Thien noticed something was wrong. He alerted everyone. "Look!" A massive airship was slowly flying toward them. He looked up at the sky with suspicion. "They're back. Is it our boss and the others, or the Immortal Clan?" When the airship landed, everyone erupted in joyful cheers. "Ha ha, this is great. We're saved." Standing on the deck and looking down, Thiufeng remarked, "This thing is pretty fast." Boss Xiao stood next to him and shared the good news with everyone below. "Don't be afraid, everyone. That other group has been dealt with, and today we can finally leave this wretched place." The people below cheered, "Oh, that's fantastic." In another place, in a bright, sunny village, Luke Tuyet gazed at the sky with a worried expression, wondering how the others were and if they were still alive. Suddenly, Li Tue spotted a spatial rift. I shouted, "Everyone, be careful. A spatial rift just appeared." The rift gradually transformed into a massive spatial vortex, as dark as a black hole. Ma Teng stood frozen in shock. "What is that?" From within the spatial vortex, a massive spaceship emerged, thundering down onto an open field in the village. Lu Van cautiously pulled Li Zhao behind a wall and signaled, "Shh, be quiet, hide well. Whatever's on that thing is definitely not something we can handle." He peeked out to check the situation and was shocked to see it was Tan Vu. The 2 siblings had just stepped off the spaceship when someone gleefully called out to Tan Vu, "Tu Vu!" Tan Vu looked up. Tu Vu stepped forward to greet the person, who turned out to be Luke Tuyet. "You're all still here? That's wonderful. Everyone is safe." Luke Tuyet was overjoyed for them. "This is great. You're finally back." Tu Vu took a deep breath, savoring the air of her familiar world. Even in an apocalypse, it felt so much better than the other side. It's good to be home. That evening, the siblings returned home. Tan Vu took out their spoils of war, ready for the usual routine, copy and enhance. Tu Vu followed his lead, but noticed something was wrong. "Brother, my enhancement has no effect." Tan Vu crossed his arms, deep in thought. His copy ability didn't work either, likely because the item was too powerful. This was the evolution energy that possessed the golden bloodline. So, Tu Vu offered the evolution energy to her brother. "You use it then. I just got a powerful weapon, and besides, you did most of the work to get this." Tan Vu didn't refuse. "All right then." Saying that, he took the golden bloodline evolution energy and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, a terrifying power surged through his entire body, causing such unbearable pain that he screamed out loud. "Ah!" Tu Vu asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Tan Vu propped himself up with his hands on his knees and panted heavily. Once the pain from the enhancement subsided, he stood up straight, wiping the sweat from his face. His physique level had leaped directly from 41 to 46, truly remarkable. He bragged, "Plus, I now possess the power of the golden blood." Tan Vu could feel the new power coursing through his veins. The golden blood energy could multiply his physical strength by 5, and on top of that, his entire body felt completely different. He then decided to test it out by condensing the golden blood to his fingertip, concentrating its power into a single point. Then, he procured a moderately thick iron plate, concentrated the golden blood, and fired it at the plate. It shot out like a bullet from a gun, piercing through the iron plate and a distant window. The hole it left in the plate was clean and small. Tanvu remarked with satisfaction that such a thick iron plate was pierced with just a simple flick. The power of the golden blood was truly impressive. Tuvu came over and asked, "Check again. Did anything else improve?" Tanvu did as his sister suggested and checked himself over. He summoned a few purple flames and noted that the synergy between his abilities had also grown much stronger. If he kept training, grasping their profound meanings wouldn't be impossible. The next day, Lamfang cautiously asked, "Mr. Tan, are you all really leaving this place?" Tanvu replied, "We have to. We have another mission." He then looked at Dao Diek and said, "Brother Dao, this place is teeming with masters and is protected by the evil shaman's worship. You should stay here. It'll be safer." Dao Diek knew that tagging along would only cause them trouble. He agreed to stay and bowed respectfully. "Tanvu, Tuvu, please take care of yourselves." Lamfang then turned to Tu Fong and Tu Na. "Mr. Hoak, Miss Bach, what are your plans?" Tu Na decided quickly, "I'll stay here for a few days and then leave." Tu Fong was quite reliant on Tu Na. He asked intimately, "Sister Na, where are we going?" Tu Na wasn't keen on traveling with him at all. She answered bluntly, "You go east, I'll go west." Seeing that everyone had their own plans, Lam Fong didn't press the matter. "In that case, I can't force you. If you ever change your minds in the future, you are always welcome here." After saying their goodbyes, the Tan Vu siblings headed for Thinmang City. The place was desolate, with zombies wandering the streets. Everywhere they went, they could hear their groans and shrieks. Arg, erg. Tanvu and Tuvu walked brazenly into the zombie-infested city, paying them no mind. Seeing fresh prey barge into their territory, the horde of zombies immediately charged forward. Tanvu didn't make a move. Tuvu brandished her lightning sword. "Perfect. I'll use you all to test my new blade." With a single, clean slash, as easy as slicing fruit, the fodder zombies were incinerated by lightning. Tuvu was pleased with her performance, casually collecting the evolution energy they dropped. "Nice, we got some loot." It was time for the old routine. Copy and enhance. As she consumed the spoils to increase her power, she lamented, "This entire trip, you've let me have them all, more than 10 orbs, and it's still a far cry from that one golden orb you had." Tanvu didn't respond to her complaint, simply urging, "We're almost at our destination, let's hurry." They had to find a place before night fell on Thinmang City. He glanced around and remarked, "It's been a while since I've seen zombies. Thinmang City must have a disciplined army that conducts regular patrols." He then pointed to an abandoned store. "We'll take shelter here for the night and enter the city proper tomorrow morning." The place they chose was an abandoned supermarket. Tuvu went inside to prepare some food and drinks for them, and then announced, "Brother, there are people upstairs." Tanvu had sensed them as well. He confirmed, "Yeah, 3 men, 3 women, and 1 child. Don't worry, their auras are weak. They can't threaten us, so you can relax." Tuvu wasn't really concerned anyway. Right now, she just wanted to eat. "Let's eat, let's eat." As they were eating, she saw a figure approaching. It was a little girl with green hair, which looked full of life, but her face was gaunt with hunger. Tuvu felt pity for her and asked Tanvu, "The poor thing. Can I give her some chocolate?" He nodded. "Sure." She walked up to the girl and offered a bar of chocolate to the little girl. "Are you hungry? Here, eat this." The little girl devoured it as if she was afraid someone would snatch it away. Slow down. Nobody's going to fight you for it." In her haste, she accidentally bit Xiao Yu's hand. She yelped, "Ow, you're practically feral. You even bite hands?" The little girl immediately got flustered. I'm sorry." Just then, a loud voice shouted, "Hey, you too!" Behind them was a group of rather thuggish-looking men, and they were holding knives. Their leader ordered, "Hand over your food to us." The man demanded, "Give us the food now." Xiao Yu wasn't afraid. "We don't have any, and we wouldn't give you any even if we did. If you want to eat, find it yourself." The leader yelled, stepping forward menacingly. "You two don't look like you're starving. You definitely have food on you, so hand it over." One of his gaunt-faced cronies added a threat. "If you don't hand it over, we'll just have to treat you two as our next meal. So fair-skinned and clean, you must be delicious." But in the face of absolute power, such threats were meaningless. Qin Yu raised a hand crackling with purple fire, tilted his head, and uttered a single menacing word, "Scram." The group was terrified, and a girl among them exclaimed, He's one of the blessed." Seeing that they weren't moving, Qin Yu threatened, "If you don't get lost, I'll burn you all to a crisp." The group, being ordinary people, immediately scrambled to leave. "We were wrong. We're leaving now. Please spare us, sir." After they had gone, Qin Yu turned to check on Xiao Yu's injury. How is it? Is your finger all right? She replied. Yes, it's already healed. Right away, he directed. Let's pack up and get going. We need to reach Tianmeng before nightfall. As they were about to leave, he suddenly detected people outside. The rumbling sound of a vehicle engine grew closer. Qin Yu told his sister, prepare for a fight. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Outside was a military vehicle. A soldier reported, Captain Lu, this is the place. There are 7 people. They look like survivors. The man called Captain immediately gave an order. Go, check it out. Bring them back. Several soldiers approached with their rifles, entering the building. One of them reported, we're inside the building, clearing the corners now. At that moment, Qin Yu and his sister walked out. A soldier who saw them gave the command. Survivors spotted. Don't move, put your hands in the air. Not wanting to complicate matters, Qin Yu raised his hands and said, we're not zombies, we're human. Seeing this, the soldier immediately turned around to stop his squad. Hold your fire, they're survivors. Just then, Captain Lu arrived and greeted them politely. Hello, we're the search party from the 3rd Squad of the City Center's 9th Division. We'll take you 2 back to the center. You're safe now. After saying that, he asked, there are probably 5 people inside. Xiao Yu replied, what do you mean there are about 5 people inside? There are 7 of them. Be careful when you go in. They're all starving mad. They even tried to attack us last night. Seeing the discrepancy, the captain turned to question his subordinate, Xiao Zhang. Didn't you say there were 7 people inside? The other soldier didn't know how to explain, just scratching his head embarrassedly as he fumbled. My ability must have glitched. After rescuing the survivors, the vehicle took everyone into the city. The city walls were incredibly thick and high, and a voice announced from inside the vehicle, we've arrived. Stepping out of the vehicle, Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel at this massive structure. Wow, this is magnificent. With a wall like this, we won't have to fear more zombies, Captain Lu said proudly. This wall is 3.4 meters thick and made of steel. Even if you used artillery shells, it would be fine. This is all thanks to the wise leadership of Li Sailei. Xiao Yu secretly sensed something and whispered to Qin Yu, brother, I can feel it. Something inside seems to be attracting us. He remembered the words the old woman had warned him. Go south to achieve ultimate evolution, and also, leave quickly. Danger is coming. He couldn't help but think to himself, looks like that old woman made sense. Captain Lu was more concerned with health and safety above all, as this was the first step before entering the city. He directed, hurry inside. Someone will arrange things for you too. A soldier outside immediately came forward to guide them. Please proceed to the safety check. That guy, Du Kun, who had the guts to try and rob the Qin siblings yesterday, was now timidly saying, Sir, I wasn't touched by any of them. I'm definitely not infected. I don't need to be tested, the soldier explained. It's not just bites that cause infection. The virus is also airborne. If your constitution is weak, you could be infected by breathing it in. Line up and get tested one by one, Xiao Yu said nervously. Brother, my blood. He gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry. The pink-haired nurse drew blood for the required test and suddenly noticed Qin Yu's blood had a faint golden sheen. She blinked and looked again. Huh. Was I just seeing things? For a moment there, I thought his blood had a golden tint. After the test results came in, she announced right away, Qin Yu, test complete. You're not infected. Next, Qin Xiao Yu. Seeing that Xiao Yu was nervous, the nurse gently reassured her. Don't be scared, young lady. It's just a little blood. It won't hurt. Nurse Liya was startled as she looked at the results on the screen. She's infected. Qin Xiao Yu is infected. Hearing the test result, Xiao Yu clutched her chest in panic. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not infected. Qin Yu stood in front to shield Xiao Yu, retorting, You're mistaken. My sister is absolutely not infected. 2 soldiers quickly moved in, their guns raised and ready to subdue them. You're infected. Do not resist. Don't force us to open fire. Qin Yu couldn't believe the result and demanded, Please test her again. There must have been a mistake. Suddenly, Xia Ling quickly spoke up. Wait, that's a mistake. She's not infected with the zombie virus. Immediately, one of the soldiers angrily rebuked her. How could this be a mistake? If they had resisted and we had opened fire, would you take Ha Lin apologetically twirled a strand of her hair, answering flusteredly, I'm sorry, it was our oversight, but she is indeed infected. Not with the zombie virus, but with the blue death virus. Qin Yu exclaimed in shock. What? Xiao Yu didn't know what that was either, so she pressed, What is this blue death virus? Ha Lin explained seriously. In the apocalypse, it's not just plants and animals that mutate. Microorganisms do too. The zombie virus and the blue death virus are types of mutated evolutions among diseases. She lowered her head, hesitantly adding, Patients with the blue death virus will gradually lose their strength. Their skin and blood will slowly turn blue, and they will eventually die from exhaustion as their trachea liquefies. This is a virus with no known cure. but the infection rate is very low. Usually, only children with weak constitutions get it. Qin Yu suddenly turned around. In front of him was Tu An, a little girl with blue hair and a gaunt figure, who looked exhausted. Behind Tu An stood a man with a cold expression, his intentions unclear. A red glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he dashed towards the two of them. Seeing this, the soldier was completely stunned. He's an evolved? Qin Yu quickly grabbed Tu An, lifting the little girl into his arms. The child screamed in fear. The soldier hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? Tianmeng has laws. Let her go. He carried the girl over to the nurse, softly asking her to check if she also had the Blue Death virus. The nurse raised a syringe and immediately agreed. Oh, okay. A short while later, the nurse returned with the test results. She confirmed that the girl also had the Blue Death virus, and it was very severe. She probably won't live for more than 5 days. Tu An's face turned pale with fear. No, you're lying. I'm not going to die. I don't want to die. Tears welled up at the corners of Xiao Yu's eyes. She said sorrowfully, It must have been when I was feeding her. She must have bitten my hand and gotten infected. Qin Yu lost his composure and rushed forward, grabbing the nurse's shoulders. Is there really no cure for this disease? You can see that we're evolved. Just cure my sister, and I'll work for Tianmeng. The nurse tried to console him sadly. I'm sorry, it's not that we won't treat her. Our hands are truly tied. Not long ago, a general's son died from this disease, and we still couldn't save him. Xiao Yu lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. She said in anguish, Brother, it's all my fault. If I hadn't fed her, she wouldn't have gotten infected. Qin Yu stroked her head reassuringly. It's okay. How could this be your fault? Don't worry, we'll find a way. A soldier gently advised the siblings, Please come with us. Given your condition, you can receive special care. Qin Yu replied, That's not necessary. I'll take care of her myself. Hearing this, the soldier was very surprised. He instructed, all right then, but you must make sure to come for a checkup every 3 days to monitor her condition. Once she enters the critical stage, you must cooperate with us for quarantine and observation. You can go now. Someone at the entrance will arrange work for you all. After that, they left, while the noisy and chaotic examinations continued. Over on one side, a nurse read out the results. This person is infected with the zombie virus. Please follow us to the quarantine observation area. The patient screamed in terror. Impossible! I'm not infected! The soldiers quickly aimed their guns to control the troublemakers. Please cooperate with us. If you continue to resist, we will open fire. The sun rose high, casting its brilliant rays across the base. Lieutenant Gong stood supervising the newly arrived evolved. They were working diligently. Suddenly, his subordinate approached to report, Lieutenant Gong, these are the evolved who were recently tested. Among them are a few with special circumstances. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were mixed in with the crowd of evolved, looking around blankly. Lieutenant Gong's sharp gaze locked on to the two of them. He stepped forward to greet them. May I have your names? Judging by your appearance and accent, you're not locals, are you? Qin Yu quickly introduced them. My name is Qin Yu, and this is my sister, Qin Xiao Yu. We're from Shengjing City. Hearing Shengjing City, Lieutenant Gong hurriedly inquired. You're from Shengjing City? What's the situation like over there? Qin Yu shook his head and replied, We left a while ago, so we don't know the specifics, but it didn't look good. Afterwards, Lieutenant Gong stood sternly before the group of evolved and presented 2 options. All right, everyone, listen up. We are now in an unprecedentedly difficult time. Each of you must prove your worth to have a chance at survival. You are all young and able-bodied, and you have 2 paths before you. 1, stay within the base and do manual labor. It's tough, but it's safe. 2, join the army. It will be dangerous, but you will have more resources and a higher status than others. As soon as Lieutenant Gong finished speaking, an evolved immediately raised his hand without hesitation, choosing the second option. I want to become a soldier, kill those damn monsters, and avenge my family. Lieutenant Gong praised him and then asked, Good. Anyone else like him? Another person joined, and then one more quickly voiced their opinion. I want to join the army too. At this moment, Lieutenant Gong gestured towards Qin Yu, inviting him, Qin Yu, aren't you going to state your intentions? You have the ability to survive the journey from Shengjing City without being killed by zombies. That makes you battle-hardened. Don't you want to become a soldier? Qin Yu replied calmly. I'm not interested, Lieutenant Gong said with annoyance. If you're not joining the army, then are you volunteering to do hard labor in the base? Qin Yu crossed his arms, not even bothering with Lieutenant Gong's words, and replied indifferently, I don't have time for that either. Lieutenant Gong warned in a stern voice, Qin Yu, you need to face reality. If you want to survive here, you have to contribute. Tianmeng doesn't support idlers for no reason, even if you are an evolved. Qin Yu took out 2 evolution energy crystals, saying coldly, Of course we won't be freeloading. No. 2 evolution energy cores in exchange for a spot for me and my sister to live here. Is that enough? Gong Xiaoyi looked at the object in Qin Yu's hand, surprised. Evolution energy? His expression changed, and he continued to persuade him. Qin Yu, I know you're worried about your sister's condition, right? As long as you join the army, there might be a chance for a cure in the future. Qin Yu replied scornfully, doesn't your base have the son of some big shot who also has this illness? He wasn't cured, so why should I believe you can cure my sister? Gong Xiaoyi hurriedly tried to salvage the situation, continuously making attractive offers. There's something you don't know. Our Tianmeng's scientific capabilities are developing at an unprecedented rate. We've even researched the lone drug, which can increase a person's physical constitution several times over, and especially H, which can enhance muscle mass. Your sister's illness might be curable soon. Qin Yu pressed his lips together in thought. The drug he mentioned was probably no ordinary thing, but a gene-tempering drug. For Tianmeng to be able to create it, there was only one possibility. They had a dimensional relic in their possession. If he could get into that dimension, Xiao Yu's illness might be cured. After a moment, Qin Yu finally agreed to join. If that's the case, my sister and I will join you. Gong Xiaoyi replied happily. Great. Everyone who is joining the army, follow me. Then they got in a vehicle and headed to the barracks. The streets of Huhat were no longer bustling and crowded like before. In the car, Gong Xiaoyi sat in the passenger seat, crossing his arms and probing. In the Tianmeng base, we've restored most of human civilization's order. Although life is tough, it's considered secure. What do you think? Qin Yu didn't answer, instead asking, right now, the leader of Tianmeng is Li Hongming. Commander Li, right? Gong Xiaoyi said. Basically, Tianmeng's highest command consists of 3 people, Commander Li Hongming, Commander Kong Dingguo, and especially Commander Zhao Xingrui. Commander. Qin Yu was surprised. 3 leaders? Xiao Yu sat in the back, listening quietly. Gong Xiaoyi continued. All 3 leaders are very sharp. They started gathering people to build an army in the early stages of the outbreak. After most of the zombies and mutated beasts appeared, the 3 leaders wisely collaborated to jointly manage this Tianmeng army. But Commander Li's power is a bit greater than the other 2 leaders. Sooner or later, Commander Li will be the sole one in charge of Tianmeng. As he spoke, Gong Xiaoyi glanced back at Qin Yu and made an offer. To be frank, I'm with Commander Li's faction. Join us, and I guarantee you'll have a boundless future. Qin Yu crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful. We'll see. Gong Xiaoyi didn't say anything more. He waited silently for Qin Yu's decision. Soon they arrived. Second Lieutenant Gong instructed, in there is the registration area for joining the army. Everyone go through the check and you'll be able to join. Everyone entered one by one, and finally, it was their turn. Walking up to Qin Yu said, I want to register to join the army, she exclaimed in surprise. Oh, she then explained. My station here is for registering evolvers. Please follow me. As long as you can prove you're an evolver, you can qualify to join the army. Then she led the 2 of them into the testing area. The people inside looked at them curiously. Someone greeted them cheerfully. Ha! Finally, some new faces are joining. But someone else sneered. Not so fast. It could be some fool who just snuck in here for the good treatment. After that, Qin Yu began the ability test. Let's begin. First is the physical strength test. Punch this machine, and it will display your punching power. 200 kilograms or more is a pass. Qin Yu threw a powerful punch at the machine. Seeing the result, Qin Yu was utterly shocked. 1,000 kilograms, and that's just from a punch. Could you be a Tier 2 evolver? Qin Yu scratched his head. Qin Yu said humbly, no. My ability just happens to enhance my punching power. It can increase the strength of my fists. Qin Yu praised him. All right. A normal person's punch is only about 50 kilograms, so it seems your constitution is 10 times stronger. Very good. Next. Just as Qin Yu finished speaking, a hat somehow appeared on Xiao Yu's finger, which she played with excitedly, looking confident. And my ability is speed. Seeing the hat in Xiao Yu's hand, a man on the other side reached up to his head, searching. My hat? Qin Yu's eyes crinkled as she smiled happily. Excellent. You 2 have proven you are evolvers. Welcome aboard. A man named Shou, sitting in a chair, crossed his arms and laughed loudly. Haha, not bad at all. Then Qin Yu led the 2 siblings to meet a superior. She saluted Second Lieutenant Zhou seriously. These 2 are newly joined evolver soldiers. Please take them to the barracks to report. Zhou Gong replied, all right, let me handle it. He introduced himself. Hello, you 2. My name is Zhou Gong. From now on, you'll be members of the evolver barracks. You will undergo a period of training, and if you perform excellently, you will be directly awarded a military rank. Qin Yu remained silent. Xiao Yu whined softly. We still have to train? Zhou Gong briefly introduced the training content. The training includes physical training, combat techniques, reconnaissance skills, wilderness survival, and weapons control. Don't worry, for evolvers like you 2, this will be nothing. After that, he led the way. He continued to instruct, let's go take care of the paperwork, then you can go back to your dorm. The army had specially arranged dormitories that were clean, tidy, warm, and comfortable. Although they couldn't compare to before the disaster, they were much better than the ruins outside. Oh right, the people in the squad are a mixed bag. They did all sorts of things before becoming evolvers, so you must be careful. I'd better be careful and not cause trouble. Qin Yu quickly went to his assigned dorm room, abruptly throwing the door open. Everyone inside was startled and turned to look. He exclaimed in annoyance. Huh? They sent a new guy this quickly? He pointed at a bald man sitting on a chair and sneered menacingly. Heh, you. Yeah, you. Newbie. Aren't you going to come and greet Brother Shu? Qin Yu ignored him and pointed to an empty bunk to confirm. That empty bed is mine. He flew into a rage and shouted, Kid, do you not understand the rules? I told you to come and greet Brother Shu. He immediately grabbed Qin Yu's shoulder, snarling through gritted teeth. You arrogant brat. How dare you ignore us when we call you? You think this military camp is the same as the outside world? Anyone can beat you up here. Qin Yu's eyes turned cold, his expression dangerous. He growled, let go. Enraged, he raised his fist to punch Qin Yu. You've got guts. Today, I'll teach you some manners. Qin Yu swiftly grabbed Hei's hand, stopping the punch. Hei was shocked. You. Qin Yu twisted his arm, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! Let go! Let go! Brother Shu, with a grim face, roared angrily. Stop! Qin Yu let go. Hei trembled in pain, blowing on his injury and whimpering. Phew, it hurts so much. So much, Hei shouted from behind. Brother Shu, teach him a lesson. Leda added, show him who's in charge here. Brother Shu approached Qin Yu threateningly. You might have some strength, but in front of me, you'd better be humble. His face was furious as he quickly unleashed his spiritual power and cracked his knuckles. Or should I just cripple you? Qin Yu saw the flow of spiritual power surrounding the man and said in surprise, oh, a creation-type ability. Brother Shu pointed to the ground, looking at Qin Yu with contempt. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and say, Brother Shu, I was wrong, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you can't even beg for mercy. Qin Yu's expression was cold, his eyes sharp, as he growled, I'm not in a good mood. Stop causing trouble, and don't make any more problems for me. Enraged, Brother Shu raised his fist and rushed at Qin Yu, but unexpectedly, before he could even touch him, he was sent flying into a wall with a kick. His body then slid down, as if he was lifeless, managing only a single cry. Ah, Lei Day's face turned pale. Did you see that? He took down Brother Shu in one move. Was he scared? The next morning, Qin Yu woke up, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. He looked in the mirror, adjusted his clothes, and remarked with admiration, the material is excellent. It's not restrictive, very absorbent, and perfect for high-intensity combat. The army of a major city really is different. Qin Yu waited for Xiao Yu in the dormitory hallway. A moment later, Xiao Yu came out of her room. She looked Qin Yu up and down admiringly and praised him shyly. You look so handsome in that uniform. Qin Yu coughed awkwardly. Ahem, let's go. Get something to eat first. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she nodded quickly. The two siblings quickly made their way to the dining hall. Xiao Yu stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth and praised it lavishly. Ah, the chefs here are so skilled, even mutated. Meat can be made to taste this good. Just then, Sun Yan approached them from behind. Xiao Yu said with disgust, it's them again. Qin Yu glanced over and asked in surprise, oh, you know them? Xiao Yu replied, they're my roommates. They're so annoying. The one in the front is Sun Yan. She's the most troublesome. Sun Yan and her roommate walked over, pretending to be friendly as she greeted, oh, what a coincidence, Qin Xiao Yu. Shall we eat together? Xiao Yu didn't give them the satisfaction. Her eyes held a mocking smile as she replied, you go ahead and eat your meal. We're almost done. Sun Yan continued, Xiao Yu, I have some good news for you. Young Master Kong asked me to tell you to come to the 3rd floor for a meal. Only people with his status get to enjoy the food there. Xiao Yu frowned, clearly annoyed and uninterested. Sun Yan turned to leave, but looked back to add a few more words. Don't blame me for not warning you. In Tianmeng, very few people dare to refuse the young master. Don't you regret it? Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Huang Feng raised his glass for a toast. Come, young Master Kong, I toast to you. It's truly an honor for Tianmeng to have a talented young man like you. Ru Feng delightedly raised his glass. Old Huang, you're being too polite. You are all my father's brothers, which also makes you my brothers and elders. I respect you all. Suddenly, a coquettish voice called out. Young Master Kong Ru Feng glanced toward the door. Sun Yan threw herself into his arms. He looked at her lustfully. My dear, what brings you to me? Sun Yan recounted what happened downstairs to Ru Feng, who listened intently. Ru Feng said smugly, forget it. She's just a woman. It's her loss for not showing up. With my status, am I lacking women? Besides, he licked his lips and lecherously slapped Sun Yan's bottom. Don't I still have you? Sun Yan replied coaxingly. Young Master Kong, I'm not trying to be modest, but that girl is as beautiful as a goddess. More importantly, she's pure, completely untainted by the atmosphere of the apocalypse. Trust me, besides her, you won't find another one like her in all of Tianmeng, Ru Feng said. You really know what's on my mind. Don't worry. Once I succeed, I won't go back on what I promised you. Sun Yan was delighted. Of course, young Master Kong will succeed if you handle it personally. He then quickly excused himself. Gentlemen, Kong Ru Feng is going to get acquainted with that young lady, so I won't be staying. Huang, Feng said fawningly. May you be victorious, young Master Kong. You'll surely win the beauty's heart. Another man chimed in. When that time comes, let us have a look too, so it won't be a waste following you, young master. After that, Ru, Feng, Huang Feng, and Sun Yan quickly left. Su Yuan watched them go with contempt. Kong Ru Feng is a real good for nothing. His head is only filled with thoughts of women, and he has no real skill at all. Yes, Baldy added. It's not our problem, he has a powerful father. Let's stay out of it. Suddenly, Su Yuan shot to his feet. Let's go, we're going to watch the show. Downstairs, the siblings Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were still eating. Qin Yu put some food onto Xiao Yu's tray. She exclaimed in annoyance, Brother, I'm not a kid. You don't have to keep putting food on my plate. Sun Yan led Ru Feng over to their table. She pretended to ask Qin Xiao Yu, Didn't you say you were almost done eating? How come you're still not finished? Qin Yu retorted, Why do you care if I'm finished or not? What the hell does it have to do with you? Ru Feng pushed Sun Yan aside. He introduced himself with a sleazy smile. This girl, not bad, huh? I'm Kong Ru Feng. You must have heard of me. Xiao Yu glanced at him, answering sharply, Never heard of you. We're eating. Can you please not bother us? Ru Feng laughed out loud. Haha, are you new here? How could you not know who I am? No matter, allow me to introduce myself. Kong Ru Feng, son of Commander Kong Ding Guo, one of the 3 great leaders of Tianmeng City. In this city, my words carry a lot of weight. Sun Yan advised with false sincerity. Qin Xiao Yu, young Master Kong is a big shot in Tianmeng City. If you go with him, you'll have everything you could want. Otherwise, you'll suffer later. Be smart about it. Ru Feng looked at Qin Yu's food tray. He pointed a finger towards the 3rd floor, trying to pull Xiao Yu along. The food here is terrible, and there's no wine. Why don't you come up to the 3rd floor with me for a chat? Xiao Yu sighed in annoyance. Hey, young Master Kong, I'm not interested. Could you please leave? Don't bother us while we're eating. Ru Feng was speechless with anger, while Huang Feng, trying to suck up, shouted loudly. You little brat. It's your honor to be invited by young Master Kong. Do you really think you're someone important? You can do this the easy way or the hard way. Xiao Yu crossed her arms and replied firmly, Sorry, easy way or hard way, I'm not interested. I don't drink alcohol. Su Yuan, witnessing everything from a distance, cursed as he was about to rush forward. This Huang Feng is so shameless. A man ranked on Tianmeng's top 100 strongest list is threatening a girl. Just then, Baldy grabbed his arm and whispered, trying to calm him down. Su Yuan, stay out of trouble. You're about to become a candidate for Great War God. Don't mess things up at such a crucial time. If you offend Kong Ru Feng, he won't let it go. Don't ruin your own future over some strangers. Besides, her brother hasn't even said anything. Why are you butting in? Su Yuan looked at Qin Yu and thought angrily, That guy is her brother. His own sister is being bullied. Why isn't he saying a word? At that moment, Sun Yan moved closer to Xiao Yu and warned her, Qin Xiao Yu, don't think that just because you're pretty, men will flock to you. In the apocalypse, no one is going to treat you like a delicate flower. Pissing off young Master Kong will lead to a fate worse than death. Qin Yu could no longer hold back and spoke up. Are you talking from your past experience as a madam? A few words and you can't seem to leave your old profession behind? Stop being so arrogant here. Get lost. Hearing this, Sun Yan's face turned purple with rage. Her eyes widened as she shrieked, What did you say? Qin Yu slapped Sun Yan hard across the face. She cried out in pain, her eyes welling with tears as she pointed a trembling finger at Qin Yu. You, are you even a man hitting a woman? In a room dimly lit by a chandelier, the voice of Kong Ru Feng rang out, breaking the silence. He started questioning, He's her brother? Xiao Yu seemed not to care much. She crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and turned her face away. Then Ru Feng took a step forward, his voice threatening again. You'd better come with me now, and I might spare him, otherwise. He was in mid-sentence when the annoyed voice of Qin Yu cut him off. Otherwise, my ass, crawl back to whatever hole you came from. Hearing this, Ru Feng's face twisted in anger as he growled an order to Huang Feng. Huang Feng, take care of that punk for me. At this, he narrowed his eyes and added, Don't hold back. Huang Feng acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Then he began to walk step by step toward Qin Yu. When he got in front of Qin Yu, Huang Feng suddenly tilted his head and cracked his neck as a show of force, then said with a sinister smile, "You stinking punk, you really picked the wrong day to mess with young Master Kong." Seeing this, Qin Yu, unfazed, crossed his arms and asked back, "What do you want?" Huang Feng suddenly smirked slyly and said, "What do I want?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he threw a punch at Qin Yu, but not without arrogantly adding an explanation. "To send you on your way, of course." And yet, in a flash, Qin Yu slightly leaned back, dodging Huang Feng's punch. Huang Feng's fist, which seemed sure to hit Qin Yu, only hit thin air, causing him to lose his balance. Thinking fast, he planted one hand on the ground for support and aimed a sweeping kick at Qin Yu's legs, trying to trip him. But it wasn't that easy. Qin Yu anticipated Huang Feng's move and quickly leaped into the air. An onlooker exclaimed in amazement, "So fast!" Su Yuan, who was watching the fight from the side, suddenly spoke with a voice full of displeasure. "Huang Feng, that bastard is clearly going for the kill. It's lucky his opponent reacted quickly and narrowly escaped death." At this point, he suddenly raised his voice in anger. "This is too much. Just because of a few disagreeable words, you're trying to kill someone?" The bald guy quickly came over and pulled Su Yuan's arm, reminding him in a low voice, "Hey, this has nothing to do with us." Then he turned his eyes back to the fight, adding softly, "Don't get angry." After a moment, Su Yuan walked into a room, furious, sat down on a chair, and said through gritted teeth, "What kind of world is this? Are we just going to stand here and watch this brother and sister get tormented to death by Kong Rufeng?" Back to the fight, Qin Yu launched another powerful attack, while Huang Feng exclaimed in frustration, "This punch is too much. Are you really trying to kill me?" Qin Yu once again. He leaped up, driving his knee hard towards Huang Feng's head, but luckily, he quickly blocked the blow with his hand. At the same time, Qin Yu's voice rang out, "If it were anyone else, they would have been slammed to the ground by you." His words successfully enraged Huang Feng. He swung his arm and yelled nonsense. "You think you can survive after messing with young Master Kong, huh?" Huang Feng grabbed Qin Yu's hair, lifting him high into the air and said, "You regret it now, don't you? If you hadn't luckily dodged my last punch." The hand gripping Qin Yu's hair tightened its grip. He continued, "You might have had a painless death." Suddenly, as if sensing something was wrong, Huang Feng's face paled as he shouted, "How is this possible? Your head!" Qin Yu's ice-cold voice suddenly rang out, "My head." At that same instant, Qin Yu's fist shot out and slammed directly into Huang Feng's face, sending him staggering backward and crashing into a wall. Then Qin Yu continued, "Is not made of dough." After landing the blow on Huang Feng, Qin Yu dropped to one knee, supporting himself with a hand, while Huang Feng slammed hard against the wall, in agony. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, then lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. The onlookers who witnessed the scene were astonished, continuously exclaiming in amazement, "What's his background? How could he take down someone with a constitution 20 times stronger like Huang Feng in one blow? Could he be a level 2? What did he do? I couldn't see a thing." In contrast, Ru Feng angrily gritted his teeth and growled, "You!" In an instant, a layer of demonic energy radiated from Ru Feng as he continued, "So lawless, I'll have to kill you myself. Being able to kill Huang Feng means you have some skill." Then he slightly lifted his foot and took a step forward, his foot shattering the stone floor. As he walked, he said coldly, "But you should know." With that, Ru Feng leaped up and launched a kick, simultaneously saying, "Level 2 and Level 1. He then kicked forcefully straight at Qin Yu's face, adding, "Are completely different realms." Seeing this, Qin Yu seemed to anticipate Ru Feng's move, leaning back smoothly to dodge the attack. Then, he calmly took an offensive stance, once again clenching his hand into a fist and swinging hard towards Ru Feng, delivering a picture-perfect uppercut, catching him off guard and sending him reeling backward. A moment later, Qin Yu's deep, cold voice resounded, "To be honest." He slightly lowered his long eyelashes, casting a sharp, cold gaze at Ru Feng, and slowly added, "You're the weakest level 2 evolver I've ever met." Hearing this, Ru Feng instantly flew into a rage, struggling to sit up as his unruly mouth shouted loudly, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you, and your sister too." Then he raised his head, resentfully saying, "I'm going to chop you both to pieces." Before he could finish his sentence, a shiny leather shoe came into his view, steadily approaching him. Just as Ru Feng growled out the last two words, Qin Yu simply placed his foot on Ru Feng's shoulder, pressing down with immense force, forcing him to his knees on the ground. Ru Feng was pressed down hard, to the ground, shocked and furious, his pupils constricted and veins bulged on his forehead. He angrily snapped, "Bastard, you dare make me kneel before you?" One would have thought Ru Feng would unleash his inner power, his inner strength to get up and keep fighting, but no. Instead, he screamed at his lackeys, "What are you useless bums waiting for? Aren't you going to save me?" One of his underlings heard this and tried to dissuade him. Don't be reckless. If you kill him, you won't survive either. Another, too scared to get close, shouted from a distance. What are you doing? Let young Master Kong go now. Suddenly, from outside, a loud voice announced, make way, make way! Lord Tian Chang has arrived. Ru Chang entered majestically, approached Qin Yu, and said with a displeased frown, Kid, I advise you to. Let him go. Hearing his voice, Qin Yu didn't turn around, but merely glanced over his shoulder. Su Yuan, seeing this from afar, exclaimed in horror, this is bad, no matter how strong this kid is. He can't be a match for Gu Tianyang, one of the 10 great war gods. Qin Yu said nothing, simply twisting Ru Feng's arm behind his back, making him cry out in pain, while calmly replying, is that so? Seeing this, Ru Chang cried out in alarm, let go, stop. In response, he received Qin Yu's cold stare. He simply continued to twist Ru Feng's arm. His actions had successfully infuriated Ru Chang, who roared, let him go! At the same time, in his rage, he created small blocks of ice at his feet. Qin Yu glanced over with his sharp crimson eyes and thought to himself, this guy. He released Ru Feng, turned to look Ru Chang straight in the eye, and thought, his constitution is probably about 30 times stronger. No wonder he's so arrogant. Just then, footsteps were heard approaching, followed by Gao Yuan's voice suddenly ringing out, why is it so lively here? What happened? Hearing the familiar voice, everyone was stunned, turning in unison to exclaim, Lord Gao Yuan! Even Lord Gao Yuan is here! Seeing Gao Yuan approach, Ru Chang frowned in annoyance and asked, Gao Yuan, what are you doing here? Gao Yuan, with his hands coolly in his pockets, walked and said, where I go is my own business. He simply walked past him. Seeing this, Ru Chang's face darkened as he said, I haven't broken any rules. In the quiet room, Ru Chang's voice continued to echo. Where you go is your business, but I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. I think you know that. Ru Chang glanced at the battered and struggling figure of Ru Feng sitting on the floor and continued with a reminder. If Kong Ru Feng dies here, how angry do you think Commander Kong will be? Gao Yuan heard this and spoke up helplessly. Young man, hold on a second. He gently made a suggestion. Could you spare Kong Ruo Feng? If you kill him, this will become very troublesome. Qin Yu's response to Gao Yuan was a sneer. He laughed coldly and said, you want me to spare him? Before he could even finish his sentence, his limbs were itching for action. In a flash, his foot was already right in front of Ruo Feng's stunned face. Qin Yu executed a clean kick, sending Ruo Feng flying backward. At that moment, he also finished his sentence. All right. Ruo Feng slammed backward into the wall, and his men outside all shouted, Young Master Kong, are you okay? Gao Yuan frowned, marveling inwardly at his audacity. Yet, on the surface, he cracked an indulgent smile. Qin Yu lost his patience and asked coldly, can we leave now? Ruo Feng clutched the arm that Qin Yu had broken and slowly stood up and said resentfully, leave? You wish. Then he screamed out an order. Go Tian Chang, kill him! Faced with the tense situation, Gao Yuan put his hand out and said loudly, that's enough. He stood blocking the hostile gaze from Tian Chang directed at Qin Yu and said sternly, each of you take a step back. This drama ends here. Seeing that things weren't going as he wanted, Ruo Feng ground his teeth in fury. Then he roared, you just wait. I'll make you suffer a terrible death. Qin Yu ignored his threats, and as he pushed the door open, he said gently, Xiao Yu, let's go. Gao Yuan glanced over at Qin Yu, watching him for a moment before sighing to himself. If only he hadn't provoked Kong Ruo Feng, he's a real talent worth recruiting. What a pity. 3 days later, at the outdoor training grounds, Xiao Yu cheerfully ran over to Qin Yu and called out, brother, are you done with your training too? Seeing her, Qin Yu immediately asked, Xiao Yu, how have you been? That Sun Yen hasn't been bothering you again, has she? Xiao Yu tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then replied, no, she moved out a few days ago. She probably got scared after seeing you kill that Feng guy. Hearing this, Qin Yu became thoughtful for a moment, then said in a low voice, it's the same for me. I don't know if everyone is afraid of me because I killed that guy, or if they're avoiding me because they're scared of getting dragged into my conflict with Kong Ruofeng. Suddenly, Xiao Yu cheerfully changed the subject, smiling brightly as she said, oh right, look at this. At the same time, she held up the small potion bottle in her hand. Qin Yu looked at it and said in surprise, this is a Tier 1 potion that can increase one's physical attributes. Qin Yu nodded in response and then explained, we had a competition today. After a pause, Xiao Yu placed a hand on her hip and said with a proud smile, I won first place. Hearing his sister say this, one would think Qin Yu would praise her endlessly. Yet, he said, you won first place with your level 5 combat techniques? Hearing that, Xiao Yu protested loudly. What do you mean? I'm very strong. I beat them with almost no effort. But Qin Yu just curled his lip disdainfully and continued, isn't that obvious? Your physique is 40 times stronger, while others are considered strong if they're just 10 times stronger. You fighting them is like an adult fighting a bunch of preschoolers. After hearing that, Xiao Yu puffed out her cheeks angrily and said, I'm not letting you have it. I'll enhance it and use it myself. Suddenly, Qin Yu turned to Xiao Yu and said urgently, wait. Hearing him call out, she asked with wide eyes, what is it? Qin Yu warned her with a serious tone, don't just use it recklessly. If a low-level evolver uses this Tier 1 potion, it can increase their physique by 3 to 5 times. For people at our level, it's practically useless. More importantly, this thing isn't like evolutionary energy. It will cause a conflict between your evolutionary level and your physical enhancement. Hearing this, Xiao Yu raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes in surprise, saying, then why are so many people fighting over this? Then, as if a thought occurred to her, she asked suspiciously, turning to Qin Yu, are you sure you're not just tricking me because you want to use it for yourself? Seeing this, Qin Yu smiled, a mix of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts fond exasperation. When have I ever tricked you? He then had to explain, they're fighting over it because evolutionary energy is too precious for them, so they have to resort to substitutes. After hearing her brother's explanation, Xiao Yu waved her hand and, as if casting a spell, said, all right, Ruhua, you put it away. A while later, in the cafeteria, Qin Yu was moving food from his plate to Xiao Yu's when Su Yuan suddenly approached their table. Qin Yu didn't look at Su Yuan, his hand still steadily placing food for Xiao Yu, and started the conversation. Is something the matter? Su Yuan heard him and asked, is this seat taken? May I sit here? Qin Yu replied indifferently, be my guest. Su Yuan sat down, and without beating around the bush, he said directly, you two are in trouble. Xiao Yu was opening her mouth, waiting for Qin Yu to feed her. Hearing what Su Yuan said, she immediately shot back. What trouble? Hearing her question, Su Yuan's face suddenly filled with worry. He said, what other trouble could it be? It's Kong Rufeng. You two have offended him, and with his personality, he definitely won't let you off. There are rules and laws within the base, so they're still being cautious, which is why you two have been safe for now. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu remained silent, focusing on what Su Yuan was saying. But in 2 days, new recruits like you two will have to go out to kill monsters and undergo a practical combat test. As he said this, his voice hesitated slightly. Xiao Yu became uneasy and quickly spoke up, asking, are you saying he's going to pull some strings during the test? Su Yuan frowned and said, pull some strings? You two are being too optimistic. It's more than just that. Let me explain it clearly to you. Su Yuan's deep, steady voice echoed in the quiet cafeteria. He said, there are 3 top figures in Tianmeng City. They are Li Hongming, Kong Dingguo, and Zhao Xingrui. Among them, Li Hongming's faction is the strongest, but Kong Dingguo and Zhao Xingrui can suppress him when they team up. Tianmeng City is very fortunate. Ever since the disaster, several elite leaders quickly gathered resources and manpower, establishing a fortified base. Now, this place has a new order. Murder is not tolerated here, and people maintain a minimum level of morality and civilization. As he said this, Su Yuan's voice deepened. He continued, but outside the city, nobody pays attention to that. Taking advantage of missions to seek personal revenge, vie for credit, or eliminate rival factions through murder is actually not uncommon. Su Yuan looked over at the siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, paused for a moment, and then continued. The practical combat exam this time requires going outside, and Kong Rufeng will definitely use his connections to assign you two to an area where his people are. At that point, your opponents won't just be zombies or mutated beasts, but also all the evolved individuals, whose factions will surely try to curry favor with Kong Rufeng by hunting you down. After Su Yuan finished speaking, Xiao Yu's beautiful face didn't show the slightest bit of worry at all. She merely raised an eyebrow in surprise and let out a soft "oh." Seeing Xiao Yu's contrary expression, Su Yuan was stunned, breaking out into an anxious cold sweat as his eyes widened in astonishment, asking, aren't you too worried? I can tell you're powerful, probably level 2. But don't forget, the other side has level 2 evolvers too, and more than a few. You two can't possibly be a match for so many enemies. Seeing his concern, Qin Yu smiled reassuringly. Thanks for telling us this. What's your name? Hearing the question, Su Yuan replied, I'm Su Yuan. Then he added anxiously, take my advice, don't confront them, avoid them if you can. If you can't, just run straight out of the examination zone, leave Tianmeng City, and don't ever come back. Qin Yu looked at Su Yuan with appreciation and said sincerely, thank you. Su Yuan got up to leave, but still feeling uneasy, he turned back to warn them, you two absolutely must be careful. After Su Yuan left, Xiao Yu couldn't help but turn to Qin Yu and ask, brother, what do we do now? Qin Yu gave a bitter smile and replied, what else can we do? If it really comes down to it, we'll just have to unleash a bloodbath, We can't just sit and wait to die. At the barracks, in front of the formation of perfectly aligned soldiers, the captain announced loudly, I'm sure you've all heard. Today we will be conducting the practical combat test, and all of you must participate. After a short pause, the captain continued, the test is very simple. Outside the center of Tianming City, there are still many uncleared areas. Your mission is to go to your designated zones and do your best to kill zombies and mutated beasts. Your final score will be calculated based on the quantity and quality of the evolution energy sources collected. Don't worry, all the evolution energy sources will be your personal spoils. No one will take them away. The person with the best score can enter the Tianming City Treasury at any time and choose one treasure as a reward. All right, I will now announce the designated zone for each of you. A moment later, the captain pointed to the military vehicle lot in the distance, shouting urgently, let's go, find the vehicle corresponding to your zone. Heeding the captain's command, groups of people went to find their vehicles, when suddenly a person rushing forward bumped into Xiao Yu. The young man with deep blue hair looked surprised to see who he had bumped into and quickly turned to say, I'm sorry, Xiao Yu snapped irritably. Why are you so careless? But forget it. You've already apologized. The young man seemed even more remorseful at that, but could only hurry off, repeating, I'm really sorry. As he walked away, Xiao Yu frowned and said, so mysterious and rushed. Qin Yu heard her and added, these guys are definitely up to something. Hearing him say that, Xiao Yu let out a surprised oh and asked, what do you mean? Qin Yu explained in a low voice, that guy who just bumped into you did it on purpose. I sensed the flow of evolution energy on him. It must be a perception type ability. He left a mark on you to make you easy to track. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu instinctively wrapped her arms around herself and said angrily, then aren't they just asking to die? A moment later, the young man rushed back to his guildmates. One of them asked, so, did they notice you? The young man rubbed his chin and answered with a smirk, it's done. Those two are total idiots. I left a tracking mark and they didn't notice a thing. A guy with green hair exclaimed excitedly, this is a gift from the heavens. Killing that dude will get us on the reserve war god list. Then the guy with brown hair asked, and what about the girl? Are we taking her alive? The blonde guy shot back, do you have a death wish? That's young Master Kong's girl. Don't mess up the bigger plan for a minor detail, or else, on the next mission, you'll be the target. After a while, as Xiao Yu and Qin Yu were settled in their vehicle, a blonde girl approached from afar. She walked up to the truck where the two were sitting and asked, hello, you two. Are the empty seats in this truck taken? Qin Yu shot her a cold glance and said flatly, they're empty. Go ahead. Just as she was about to climb in, suddenly a rough hand landed on her shoulder. The man said, wait a minute. A group of 4 tough-looking guys swaggered over. The scar-faced man in front gestured with his chin and ordered, find another truck. This one is ours. After chasing the blonde girl away, the whole group boarded the vehicle. Seeing this, Xiao Yu leaned close to Qin Yu and whispered, brother, there are sure a lot of people with a death wish today. Once the 4 of them were on board, their faces showed cunning expressions as they exchanged glances, silently settling on a scheme. A long while later, the truck they were in turned down a road and came to a stop. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu stepped out. While doing some stretches, he said excitedly, let's get started. It's been a while since I've gotten to loosen up. Suddenly, someone growled loudly, hey, making both Tan Vu and Xiao Yu turn around in surprise. The scar-faced guy stepped forward again, leading his gang of lackeys with a wicked smirk. You two are pretty calm, Tan Vu asked suspiciously. What do you guys want? One of them was stroking a cold, sharp knife and said, young Master Kong sent a message. Whoever takes your head gets a spot on the supplementary war god list as a reward. Tan Vu frowned and said in a low voice, he's quite generous. What a pity. As he spoke, his whole body began to emit a faint, cold aura. Immediately after, Tan Vu approached the knife wielder, throwing a powerful, angry punch and saying, this reward isn't just for you guys. Yet, to his surprise, the fist he thought would connect only hit empty air. The knife wielder had leaped back, landing lightly on his feet, and let out a cold snort, sneering, I'm very confident in my speed. Suddenly, from the side, the scar-faced man's voice yelled, hey, get out of the way. What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Hearing this, the knife wielder was stunned, unable to understand. He suddenly muttered, like an idiot. He touched his forehead, frowning in thought, and wondered, what's going on? Was that an illusion just now? At that very moment, Tan Vu's fist swung forward, punching him straight in the face. The knife wielder was unable to defend against the attack and was knocked unconscious to the ground. The scar-faced man watched his ability, unconsciously stroking his chin in thought, while the young man with green hair standing next to him shook his head in dissatisfaction and said, this guy dared to brag about his superior speed, And this is his reaction time. The blonde guy drew his knife from its sheath, aggressively stepping forward and saying, "Let's all go, kill them." Immediately, the blonde guy dashed forward, followed by the scar-faced man wielding a huge iron baseball bat. The blonde guy went first, slashing his knife at Tanvu's neck. Seeing how easy it was to attack him, he smirked gleefully and said loudly, "With such weak strength, you still dared to offend young Master Kong." Suddenly, the scar-faced man's angry voice rang out, "Hey, are you crazy?" Hearing those words, the blonde guy snapped out of his daze and turned his head to see his brother, the green-haired guy, clutching his neck in pain as he collapsed. He screamed in horror, "How is it you?" The scar-faced man growled angrily and suspiciously. "Are you trying to take all the credit for yourself?" The blonde guy quickly refuted. "No, it's not like that, I swear." The scar-faced man tightened his grip on the baseball bat, roaring in anger. "Stop trying to fool me. I won't fall for it. I'll deal with you first." The blonde guy also became enraged. He frowned and said, "I think you're the one who wants to take all the credit." As soon as the blonde guy finished speaking, the scar-faced man's baseball bat came crashing down on his head. Seeing his underling collapse at his own hands, the scar-faced man's face darkened, and he muttered repeatedly, "This isn't right. This isn't right." Then the scar-faced man pointed at Tanvu. Xiao Yu shouted angrily, "It was you two!" The two of them had bewitched their minds, causing them to hallucinate. Then he clutched his head and screamed, "What is going on?" Seemingly due to extreme anger, the scar-faced man fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and passing out. Xiao Yu put her hands on her hips, kicked the scar-faced man in the head, and commented, "They say men die in pursuit of wealth, and birds for food. They were willing to kill for a spot on the selection list, only to end up destroying themselves. It really serves them right." Tanvu turned and said, "Let's go." An unknown amount of time passed, as the two of them traveled down many roads. In a certain alley, Xiao Yu used her hand to flick the face of a corpse lying on the ground and said with a smile, "Found something." The young man with green hair sat coolly on a rooftop balcony, smirking. "Surprised? It was me who left a mark on you, people." Tanvu's face darkened. He looked up at them with his demonic, blazing red eyes, then pushed off the ground and shot forward. The green-haired guy saw this and exclaimed in shock, "So fast, where did he go?" Then Tanvu suddenly appeared, in front of them, as if to answer the guy's question. Tanvu just stood there in midair, unleashing his magic to attack them. After a long moment, Tanvu landed lightly on the ground. Xiao Yu closed her eyes and sighed helplessly. "We've barely hunted any zombies this morning, but you've already killed 30 or 40 evolved. Are you even leaving a chance for others to compete?" While she was chatting idly with Tanvu, a zombie suddenly appeared. So Xiao Yu quickly cut the conversation short and unleashed a punch that shattered the zombie's head. It only had time to let out a cry of "ah" as another zombie sneaked up to attack Xiao Yu from behind. Xiao Yu suddenly froze, completely unaware of the danger behind her. Tanvu shouted in alarm, "Watch out!" The zombie closed in on Xiao Yu, but she didn't react at all. Tanvu quickly used his spear to kill it. At that moment, Xiao Yu's face was pale, and she clutched her chest tightly with both hands. Tanvu asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you? Why were you so distracted during a fight?" She was in so much pain that she broke out in a sweat, groaning in fear. I suddenly felt like my body was being pierced by countless needles." Xiao Yu clutched her chest, doubling over in pain and groaning. "It hurts so much." Tanvu rushed over and held her arm, gently reassuring her. "I'm here." Suppressing the pain, Xiao Yu replied, "Don't worry, it's past. I'm okay now." Tanvu looked at Xiao Yu with concern and asked, "How many days has it been like this?" With her head lowered, Xiao Yu answered, "It started 2 days ago. But it wasn't this intense. This is the first time it's hurt this much." Tanvu frowned, annoyed, and thought to himself, "It must be the Lam-2 virus starting to take effect. It's faster than I thought." After that, the two of them quickly returned to the dormitory. By the time they got back, it was late afternoon, and the blazing red sunset cast a melancholic mood. Tanvu knelt in front of Xiao Yu and said gently to his sister, "Xiao Yu, you rest here. Don't waste your energy unless it's a dangerous situation. I'm going to hunt for evolution energy." Xiao Yu sat resting on a chair and gently reminded him, "You have to be careful on your own." That very night, the moonlight. The full moon shone brightly, illuminating the dark night. Qin Yu was running alone to complete his mission. He was determined to get first place in this test, to gain the recognition of Tianmeng City so he could get more intel, so that Xiao Yu's illness could be cured. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of hushed whispers. "Killing 20 zombies should be enough to get some evolutionary energy. Let's work hard tomorrow. We'll definitely get more. And eventually, we'll get noticed by Commander Kong and stand out. It's a shame we didn't run into that kid, Qin Yu." The group of people was getting closer, and Qin Yu quickly hid behind a corner, eavesdropping as they discussed him. That kid only has one head. How can it be enough for so many people to share? I'm afraid someone else has already gotten to him by now. Then they realized someone was listening. Lan Cheng barked out in a harsh voice, "Who's there? Come out!" Qin Yu stepped out from his hiding spot, his cold gaze sweeping over them. Chuachak chuckled sinisterly and said, "It's him." Lan Cheng looked at Qin Yu, his eyes as sharp as if he were looking at prey. It was truly a case of searching high and low, only to find him without any effort. Qin Yu's face was cold with anger. "I'm not in a good mood, and I have more important things to do. If you don't want to die, then get out of my sight right now." Hearing Qin Yu's tone, Lan Cheng immediately scowled, propping a hand on his hip and jutting out his chin arrogantly. "Is this kid crazy? Talk nicely, and I might give you a quick death, but if you keep this up..." Before he could finish his sentence, a kick flew straight at his face. Lan Cheng was sent flying, even denting the wall behind him. Lan Cheng's teammates were terrified, trembling as they stammered, "How is this guy so strong?" Chuachak couldn't believe his eyes, standing there in a rage. But Qin Yu unleashed his flames, his eyes flashing with fire as he angrily charged into the fight. The men cried out in pain, hastily begging for mercy. After a short battle, the group was on the ground. Qin Yu was pleased. At this rate, becoming number one probably wouldn't be a big problem. From a distance, Qin Yu spotted zombies, a whole horde of them. A large number of zombies gathered in front of a building. Qin Yu thought to himself, what are these zombies doing? Could there be living people inside? He unleashed a fire attack, incinerating the zombies. He stood in front of the building's door, knocked, and called out loudly, "The zombies have been burned to a crisp. Everyone is safe now." The door slowly opened, and Da Fei peeked outside, unable to believe his eyes. He asked in astonishment, "You alone, did you take care of all those zombies?" Qin Yu answered, "I'm a soldier from the Tianmeng base city. You're safe now. Someone will be here soon to escort you to the Tianmeng base city." Da Fei hastily refused. "No, that's not necessary. If there's nothing else, please leave. I need to rest." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned to leave, calling back over his shoulder, "If that's how you want it, fine." This was exactly what Da Fei was waiting for. He quickly slammed the door shut, but suddenly, a desperate plea echoed from inside. "Sir, please don't go. Help us." This was followed by Da Fei's angry shout, "Shut up. Make any more noise and you'll regret it." Qin Yu immediately spun around and pounded on the door. "What's going on? I think I heard a cry for help." Da Fei's voice came from inside. "That's my daughter. She's just joking around." "It's getting late. You should leave now." Qin Yu glared at the door and shouted, "Open up!" But there was no answer from inside. The door stayed firmly shut. Enraged, Qin Yu lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick. The door warped, broke off its hinges, and slammed to the floor. Da Fei was stunned, his face draining of color. Countless zombies couldn't break that door down, yet this guy did it with one kick. He quickly tried to block Qin Yu, putting on a brave face. "Hey! You can't just barge into a private home like this." Qin Yu forcefully shoved him aside. Da Fei yelped in pain. "Ah!" Qin Yu strode past him and started up the stairs, heading for the second floor. A panicked Da Fei scrambled after him. "Are you looking for a place to stay? It's really messy up there. There's a room downstairs. I'll show you." But the moment Qin Yu reached the second floor, he saw numerous survivors sitting, huddled together, their faces grim and their heads bowed low. At that moment, Da Fei finally caught up. Qin Yu asked him coldly, "What's going on here?" Da Fei tried to cover it up. "They're all survivors. We're just living, by relying on each other, barely getting by in this apocalypse." Hearing this, Qin Yu said gently, "Everyone, you're safe now. Tomorrow, soldiers will arrive to escort you to the Tianmeng base, where your survival is guaranteed. And it's much better than here." Suddenly, a brave young woman stood up and pleaded, "That girl is Ling Xin. Sir, please don't go. If you leave, we won't last until morning. He will kill every single one of us." Qin Yu frowned in suspicion. Ling Xin quickly added, "Sir, watch out. He's about to ambush you." Startled, Qin Yu glanced at Da Fei, who looked momentarily confused, but then suddenly whipped out a knife with a ferocious expression and charged toward Qin Yu. Yet, Qin Yu wasn't scared at all. He stood there calmly, assessing the attack. As Da Fei got close, Qin Yu dodged to the side, causing Da Fei to stumble and fall forward. Qin Yu then swiftly raised his hand and chopped the back of his neck. Da Fei dropped dead on the spot. Seeing this, Ling Xin was in disbelief, stammering, "You killed him with just one hit." Qin Yu realized something was unusual and turned back to ask, "Miss, you knew he was going to attack me before he even moved. How did you know?" Ling Xin replied shyly, looking flustered, Sir, a few days ago I suddenly gained a strange power. I can sense what other people are thinking." Hearing this, Qin Yu's brow furrowed. "You can read minds? Try reading mine then." Ling Xin grew extremely nervous. She shook her head, her fingers fidgeting constantly, tapping against each other. "Sir, you're much stronger than most people. I can only read a rough outline, like when you were about to leave." or when that man was going to attack you. Qin Yu reached his hand out to Ling Xin. Miss, come with me. Hearing this, Ling Xin was shocked and exclaimed, Ah, what about the others? Qin Yu answered calmly, Someone will come for them tomorrow to take them to the base. I'm sure you can tell that I'm not lying. Lying, Lin Tam said timidly. I can't read you. Tan Vu gently explained. Don't worry, I have no reason to lie. One of my missions is to search for and rescue people in danger. By the way, miss, besides reading minds, do you have any other abilities? Lin Tam replied. I can also influence others' thoughts to a certain degree. That scumbag would eat people every few days. He was going to eat me. But I used my power to influence him and stop him. Qin Yu glanced at Ling Xin, thinking to himself that it was a type of psychic control. I'm proposing you follow me from now on. Do you agree? Lin Tam smiled and quickly agreed. I agree. You're a good person. You can protect me. I'll do anything. Then Tan Vu asked Lin Tam, What's your name? She stammered, My name is Lin Tam Ni. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the distance, walking towards them. Isn't that Tan Vu? Lin Tam sensed the danger and worriedly urged, Sir, they want to kill you. We have to run. Tan Vu quickly drew his spear and unleashed flames, his expression dark and cold. Lin Tam Ni, get back. A moment later, the group was defeated, and they were all screaming in agony. Lin Tam looked around in confusion, while Tan Vu silently glanced at her. He said coldly, Do you still think I'm a good person now? Lin Tam placed a hand on her chest, wondering, I could feel their greed. They were truly determined to kill you, but she hesitated before continuing. If they didn't have any killing intent towards you, would you have spared them? Tan Vu calmly replied, Perhaps. Then he turned and continued walking forward. That's enough for today, let's head back. Lin Tam hurriedly followed, asking doubtfully, Back? Back where? After a while, the two of them arrived at the dormitory. Tan Vu reached out, opened the door, and went inside. Lin Tam shyly followed with her head down. Tu Vu happily ran out to greet him. You're back! Seeing Lin Tam, Tu Vu pointed at her and asked Tan Vu, Who is this girl? Lin Tam fidgeted nervously and quickly stepped forward to greet her politely. Hello, my name is Lin Tam Ni. Having been outside for a long time, Tan Vu wanted to take a quick shower. He turned to the two of them. You two get acquainted. I saw a water heater downstairs. I'm going to see if there's still water for a shower. After washing up, he immediately returned. As soon as he reached the stairs, he eagerly asked, So, did you two get to know each other? At that moment, Lin Tam was in Tu Vu's arms, her eyes filled with tears. Tu Vu stroked her head comfortingly, then said sympathetically, Brother, she's so pitiful. Let's take her in. Tan Vu corrected her. Watch your words. That's called adopting her. Meanwhile, in Din Kwok's room, he was leisurely enjoying himself with a beauty on each arm. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and he yelled, Come in! With his fun interrupted, his face darkened as he angrily shouted, What is it? Couldn't it wait until morning? His subordinate reported fearfully, Commander Kong, it's a disaster. You need to see this right away. He then quickly went to his office. On the computer screen, Tan Vu stood firm, spear in hand, single-handedly defeating a crowd of people. Din Kwok frowned, asking skeptically, Is this Tan Vu? The subordinate looked up the information and stammered, Yes, he's killed many of our men. Din Kwok shoved his hands in his pockets and asked irritably, How many? The subordinate replied, Nearly 500 to 600 people have lost contact. Din Kwok furiously scolded, 5 to 600 people. District D only has a total of 8 to 900 evolved ones, and he's killed 2/3 of them. Why wasn't this reported sooner? The subordinate answered fearfully, That Tan Vu, he leaves no survivors, so no distress signals ever got out. Din Kwok immediately ordered, Halt the assessment, call back everyone who's still alive. We can't afford any more losses. Get Kauthian Shuang, Jiang Hoan, and Fan Van Vo in here. I'm going to make that kid's life a living hell. The next morning, as sunlight streamed into the dormitory, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled. Tu Vu and Lin Tam were still sleeping soundly in each other's arms. Tan Vu quickly pressed the button to listen, and an announcement came through. The combat assessment has ended early. All personnel are to return to your original positions and await orders for helicopter transport back to the Thinmong base. The noise woke Tu Vu. She asked Tan Vu, Brother, was this the good thing you were doing? Tan Vu turned off the device and replied cheerfully, Let's go. A moment later, numerous helicopters appeared over the dormitory. Down on the rooftop, a black liquid entity suddenly materialized, exclaiming in surprise, Finally awakened. The entity gradually transformed into a primal demon and looked at itself. Just as I expected, all my power has been wiped out, not even 1,000th of what it was at my peak. But even so, compared to the others, I'm considered lucky. I wonder how humanity has progressed in this era. The primal demon looked up at the countless helicopters in the sky, amused. So many aircraft. Looks like a show is about to start. I'll go check it out. I might even find an excellent spokesperson. A while later, the helicopters landed one by one, and everyone gathered at the assembly point. Timwen and Baldy were talking. He asked Baldy doubtfully, "This is strange. What's going on? Why did the test end early?" Baldy replied in confusion, "Yeah, this is a first. What happened?" Tinwen grumbled, "What a pain. This was a perfect opportunity to show off my skills." Baldy continued to wonder, "This has never happened before. Why?" Tinwen replied, "My guess is it probably has something to do with that Tan Vu." Baldy frowned and quickly retorted, "You've got to be kidding me. That guy was assigned to District D. That's Commander Kong Din Kwok's turf. He must have been killed ages ago." The two of them stopped talking. Tun Yuan looked around and muttered irritably, "The people from District D are so late. All this time, and less than half of them have returned." Suddenly, a girl pointed and shouted, "Hey, everyone, look!" Everyone followed her gaze to see Ding Guo leading a squad of his men. Murmurs erupted from the crowd. "Commander Kong is here. What's going on? Is something big happening?" Everyone whispered amongst themselves, eager to see what was happening. Jiang Heng turned to Ru Shuang and asked, "Brother Gu, who exactly is this Qin Yu?" Nearby, Gao Feng stroked his chin in thought, wondering what on earth he had done to make Commander Kong immediately stop the evaluations in all the other zones. Just then, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and Ling Xin finally reached the gathering area. Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly, "They've gathered all the examiners here. Are there always this many?" Ling Xin sensed the danger and urgently warned Qin Yu, "Sir, that man over there wants to kill you." Qin Yu felt it too, murmuring, "Oh." Just then, a group began to walk toward them, led by Ding Guo. His expression was cold, emanating a subtle killing aura. Qin Yu turned to his companions. "You two wait here for a moment." Xiao Yu replied with concern, "Be careful." From another direction, a different group was approaching, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. "Look over there, Commander Li and Commander Zhao are also here." Zhu Yu propped her chin on her hand, studying Qin Yu judgmentally. "So that's him, Qin Yu? After killing so many evolved ones, he still has the guts to return. This fellow is incredibly bold." Ding Guo stood with his arms folded, a smug grin on his face. "Well, have you come to get on your knees and beg for your life?" Qin Yu replied with sarcasm, "Beg for my life? No, I'm here to have you announce the final scores." Ding Guo was rendered speechless. Hong Ming, who was standing nearby, sneered, "Announce the scores? This kid is actually still worried about that." With his hands in his pockets and a cold look in his eyes, Qin Yu spoke again, his voice serious. "The evaluation may have ended early, but the results still need to be tallied, don't they? You previously stated that whoever collected the most evolution energy of the highest quality would be allowed to enter the Tianmeng city's vault and select one treasure. Well, here's what I got. I've already counted them, 1,231. Feel free to count them yourself." With that, he slammed a small sack onto the ground. The top came loose, spilling out countless evolution energy cores. Ding Guo was in utter disbelief, his brow knitting in shock. How could this be? How could you have gathered this much evolution energy all by yourself?" Qin Yu smiled and began to explain. "Well, it wasn't completely. Mine, plus the evolution energy from the hundreds of evolvers I killed, over 1,000, isn't that much. But even so, no one could possibly have more than me, right? All right, hurry up and announce the scores." Ding Guo immediately raised his voice, his brows furrowed as he shouted an accusation at Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, are you aware of the crime of killing other participants during the combat assessment? Out of more than 900 people from the embankment zone, you killed 600 of them. They were the future of Tianmeng City. How could you be so heartless? You are a demon, a traitor to humanity." Hearing this, all the students from the embankment zone immediately erupted in an uproar. One person said in fear, "This kid killed 600 people by himself. How did he do it?" Another added, "No wonder there are so few people from our zone." Qin Yu retorted irritably, "Stop trying to frame me. Your son started trouble for no reason and wanted to kill me, and those people wanted to suck up to him, so they ran to their deaths. How is that my fault?" Ding Guo was furious, and he continued to accuse Qin Yu. "Over 600 people, and you killed them all. Do you feel no remorse?" Qin Yu growled in response, "Nonsense. If I didn't kill them, they would have killed me. It's not like I was slaughtering the innocent. What do I have to be remorseful about?" Ding Guo's aura flared with rage, and he pointed at Qin Yu and commanded, "Seize him for me. I will execute him in front of everyone. Burn him to death." Hearing the order, his subordinates quickly raised their weapons and surrounded Qin Yu, each one filled with killing intent. Qin Yu swiftly activated his spirit energy, which coiled around him before spreading outwards. The spirit energy enveloped the men, and they panicked, only realizing the danger for a moment before the subordinates collapsed one by one, falling to the ground, clutching their throats and gasping for air. Zhu Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, so this is his ability, a hypnotic illusion that causes paralysis." Ding Guo ground his teeth in anger, grabbed a subordinate, and ordered, "Open fire! Open fire for me! Kill him!" Ling Xin stood nearby, worried. "Will brother Qin Yu be okay?" Xiao Yu comforted her, stating with absolute certainty, "Don't worry, these people can't even touch a single hair on his head." Qin Yu's spirit energy grew stronger and stronger, gradually forming a vortex that swirled around him. The terrified subordinates aimed their guns at him. Hong Ming's eyes widened, and he stammered. Two abilities. This guy is a level 2 evolver." Hong Ming raised his hand and ordered his subordinates to keep firing. "His evolution energy will run out eventually. Fire at will." Zhu Yu watched with a cold expression, while Gao Yuan stood beside him, stroking his beard in praise. "This Qin Yu is truly formidable. Against such a dense and intense barrage of bullets, I'm afraid even I would have a hard time avoiding injury." Qin Yu stood in the middle of the spirit energy vortex, and he shouted coldly, "Tell them to stop, or I will counterattack. Don't force me to go on a killing spree." Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Hong Ming turned to advise Ding Guo. "Stop, Commander Ding. Tell your men to stand down. To deal with an evolver, you must use an evolver." The subordinates continued to fire nonstop. Ding Guo coldly raised his hand and ordered, "Cease fire, cease fire." He turned to give an order to 3 evolvers, Gao Feng, Jiang Hong, and Ru Shuang. "Which one of you can capture him? I'll double your evolution energy supply for the last half of the month." Jiang Hong stepped forward as fast as lightning. "Let me." Su Yuan stood with his arms crossed, assessing the situation. "Jiang Hong is ranked 5th among the 10 great war gods of Tianmeng." A bald man added, "This kid is toast. How can a lone evolver be a match for the 5th-ranked war god?" "What a shame," another person shouted. "It's Lord Jiang Hong. That kid is definitely dead." Xiao Yu looked at the crowd, cheering with fervor. One man shouted, "Lord Jiang Hong, go for it!" Another roared, "Take down the traitor of humanity!" Yet another yelled excitedly, "Get rid of that demon!" She became utterly furious, her eyes flashing with a fire that wanted to, incinerating them. She screamed curses. "How can you all be so stupid? Those guys wanted to kill him, so he fought back. He was forced to do it, can't you hear?" Seeing this, Ling Xin quickly grabbed Xiao Yu's arm, comforting her in a low voice. "Sister Xiao Yu, don't yell at them. They're caught up in the mob mentality. Their reason is almost gone. In this situation, anything you say is useless." Xiao Yu angrily cursed again. What a bunch of cowards. Meanwhile, Jiang Hong spoke to Qin Yu with a smug, arrogant tone. "Kid, you must have some skill to be able to kill so many evolved individuals, but you need to understand that the power of a war god is not something a person like you can defy." Qin Yu's eyes were cold as he shot him a disdainful smirk. Jiang Hong became furious, grinding his teeth. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Yu said with contempt. "Honestly, you might not like to hear this, but all of you are trash. None of you are worthy of the title, War God." Hearing this, Jiang Hong was enraged, his eyes turning bloodshot as he unleashed his power. Streams of red energy surrounded him as he growled, "Arrogant fool, you're courting death. I was going to grant you a swift death, but your little speech made me change my mind." Jiang Hong stomped hard on the ground, shattering the earth. He launched himself towards Qin Yu. "I'm going to torture you slowly." Seeing Jiang Hong's power, Qin Yu exclaimed in shock, "This is incredibly strong. Although I'm also a level 2, compared to a true war god, my strength is still worlds apart." Jiang Hong threw a punch at Qin Yu with all his might. "Die!" Qin Yu swiftly blocked the punch. Jiang Hong couldn't believe his eyes, stuttering. How is this possible?" A dangerous glint appeared in Qin Yu's eyes as he smiled confidently and said, "The strength is there. My physical constitution is about 35 times the norm, and through ability enhancement, I can throw a punch with nearly 40 times that power." "What ability is it?" Berserk. Jiang Hong hurriedly leaped backward. He couldn't believe what had just happened and was incredibly disturbed. "This guy can block my punch. How could he? How is this possible? How can a lone wolf deal with a formally trained war god like me?" He furiously unleashed a barrage of punches at Qin Yu. It must have been a fluke. Qin Yu quickly dodged the blows, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. Then, Qin Yu caught one of Jiang Hong's arms, thinking to himself, "If I had faced this guy before consuming the golden bloodline, without using my abilities and the blood flame incense, I really wouldn't have been his match." Qin Yu swiftly and decisively grabbed his other arm. Jiang Hong was completely surprised. Then Qin Yu leaped up, driving his knee hard into Jiang Hong's chest. He lost his balance, stumbling backward before collapsing in pain. The crowd started murmuring, and one student stammered, Jiang Hong is no match for him." Another student's eyes widened in shock. "Just how strong is this Qin Yu?" Jiang Hong was seething with rage. He enhanced his power, grinding his teeth in fury. "You brought this on yourself. You're forcing me to use this move." A moment later, Jiang Hong's eyes became bloodshot, and his entire body transformed into scorching magma. He raised his arms and roared, flaunting his power. "Ah!" Jiang Hong quickly shot from his spot, rushing towards Qin Yu. He scowled, gritting his teeth as he threw a punch at him. Come on, if you don't value your hands, then try and catch my fist. Qin Yu granted his wish, decisively grabbing his hand. The molten magma quickly spread over Qin Yu's entire arm. Jiang Hong snorted. You fool! The onlookers cried out in horror and disbelief. Is that guy an idiot? He didn't even dodge. Getting hit by Jiang Hong's magma will melt you down to the bone. But just then, Qin Yu used his flame spirit energy to incinerate Jiang Hong's magma. Seeing this, he was utterly terrified. How is this possible? Qin Yu replied coldly. Looks like you picked a fight with the wrong guy. When it comes to heat, do you really think you can win? He raised his hand and unleashed an immense, endlessly burning flame. Jiang Hong was forced back several steps by the flames, his arm completely incinerated. Qin Yu suddenly closed the distance, and before Jiang Hong could react, Qin Yu grabbed him by the throat. Jiang Hong cried out in fear. What are you doing? Qin Yu forcefully lifted him into the air. A moment ago, you said you wanted to torture me slowly? Unable to breathe, he struggled to get the words out. Just now. Before Jiang Hong could finish, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold, triumphant light. Never mind. It's too annoying to listen to you. Flames erupted, scorching Jiang Hong's face as he screamed in agony. Everyone outside stared with wide eyes and gaping mouths, completely panicked. Then, Qin Yu dropped Jiang Hong and slowly retracted his spiritual power, saying, I think we've seen enough of the celebratory fireworks. It's time to tally the rewards. Ding Guo immediately glanced behind him and ordered, Qin Sen, check Qin Yu's constitution. Qin Sen quickly accepted the order. Yes, sir. He opened his eyes wide, his eyeballs shining with a radiant light. His eyes were full of color. He scanned everyone around. There was nothing unusual about them, but Qin Yu alone was emitting a golden aura. Qin Sen was shocked, thinking to himself, this Qin Yu is really strong, but what's with this golden color? The aura became increasingly blinding, forcing Qin Sen to shield his eyes and cry out, Ah! He then collapsed to the ground, trembling violently, clutching his eyes as everyone cried out in alarm, Qin Sen, what's wrong? Qin Yu glanced over and snorted coldly. Qin Sen was quickly helped inside to rest, while Ding Guo frowned and continued to issue commands. Contact Asura immediately and tell them to return. Rushuang frowned. Is that really necessary? Ding Guo replied, I have a feeling something big is about to happen. It's better to call them back and be prepared. He then ordered the two remaining evolved individuals, both of you, attack together. You must capture him. Rushuang gave a meaningful look to Gao Feng, who understood and nodded in agreement. Qin Yu, annoyed and displeased, asked, Are you guys finally going to fight for real? Ru Chang and Gao Feng approached, standing before Qin Yu, ready for a life-or-death battle. Ru Chang admitted, I acknowledge that I underestimated you. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, I hope I haven't overestimated you. Ru Chang and Gao Feng sped towards Qin Yu. Gao Feng warned Ru Chang, Don't hold back. Ru Chang replied without hesitation, Understood. Ru Chang gritted his teeth and activated his ability, his hands emitting a chilling ice aura. He slammed his hands on the ground, and countless ice spires shot up from the earth, hurtling towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu also quickly unleashed his flames, which flared up intensely. They managed to block Ru Chang's ice spires just in time. Qin Yu smirked contemptuously. Is that all? Ru Chang's eyes glinted menacingly. He laughed coldly. Suddenly, countless towering earthen spikes appeared behind Qin Yu. He realized something was amiss. Atop one of the spikes, Gao Feng said smugly, Qin Yu, no matter how strong your fire is, can it burn through solid rock? Qin Yu thought to himself, so it's telekinesis. Gao Feng clasped his hands together, focusing his will, and the two masses of ice and earth merged, forming a sphere of rock and ice that trapped Qin Yu. Inside, Ru Chang turned to Gao Feng and urged, Hurry! Don't let him escape! Gao Feng replied, Relax. In less than 1 minute, we can crush this kid to death. Outside, Ling Xin anxiously asked Xiao Yu, Will brother Qin Yu really be okay? Xiao Yu worried, If only I had buffed him a bit earlier. Suddenly, the sphere of ice and earth began to crack, and streams of golden light shone out from within the fissures. Then the golden light grew increasingly intense, and the cracks widened. Ru Chang and Gao Feng were horrified. Gao Feng gritted his teeth. How is this possible? Suddenly, a massive explosion rang out, and the sphere shattered into fragments, sending Ru Chang and Gao Feng flying backward. A golden aura enveloped Qin Yu as he walked up to the two of them. Gao Feng lay, sprawled on the ground, looking up at Qin Yu, and gasped in pain. You. Qin Yu was furious, his eyes bloodshot, a powerful golden spiritual energy enveloping him as he sneered. Is this pathetic display all you've got? Seeing this, Ding Guo was furious, his face darkening as he cursed, Trash! You're all trash! Then he turned and waved his hand, ordering his remaining subordinates. All of you, get up there and finish this kid. 4 auras of red, white, blue, and pink spiritual energy quickly leaped in front of Qin Yu. The 4 auras revealed 4 individuals: Qing Yan, Gao Yuan, Li Jiang, and Zhu Yu. Qin Yu looked at the group, his gaze sharp and cold, and said arrogantly, "All of you, come at me together. That's great. It'll save me some time." Gao Yuan calmly tried to negotiate. "Kid, you should still consider surrendering. No matter how powerful you are, you can't possibly defeat all of us when we team up. Just lay down your weapon, and I can put in a good word for you." Hearing this, Ding Guo, standing on the side, angrily, ordered Gao Yuan, "Why are you wasting words on him? Hurry up and kill that kid for me." Qin Yu smirked. "It seems your master doesn't want to talk." Over here, Qing Yan had already drawn her spirit sword. Li Jiang reluctantly went along. He proposed a plan. "Looks like we have to fight. Let's attack together. I'll use my plants to restrain him first, and then it'll be up to you, Dong Qing Yan." Qin Yu gripped his spear, ready for battle. "Hurry up and come at me. I'm getting bored of waiting." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait!" Hong Ming had been observing the matches from the very start. He crossed his arms and praised. For one person to evolve to this degree on their own is indeed a rare sight. Using a mix of praise and persuasion, he proposed, "If you swear your loyalty to me, I can take charge and pardon your past actions." Hearing this, Ding Guo was utterly enraged, veins popping on his forehead. He cursed, spitting as he yelled, "No way! He's a demon who kills without blinking an eye." Commander Zhao, standing behind Hong Ming, gently advised, "He's killed over 600 evolved ones, and he crippled Jiang Hong too. Li Hongming, you must think about the consequences before you speak." Hong Ming snorted coldly. Hong Ming slowly walked closer to Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, I hold your abilities in very high regard. Jiang Hong is gravely injured and can no longer fight, so if you just nod your head, you will become the new war god of Tianmeng." The crowd was outraged and began to murmur. One person said fearfully, "But he's killed hundreds of people." Another added indignantly, "Did all those people die in vain? On what grounds?" At that moment, a golden light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he silently assessed the situation. "This old fox isn't afraid of the crowd's outrage and still wants to pull me in. Isn't he worried his 2 enemies will use this chance to overthrow him?" Hong Ming waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. He spoke to calm them. "Everyone, there's no need to worry." Then he turned back to continue laying out his terms for Qin Yu. "Of course, you will need to be like the other war gods and have a few devices implanted in your body," he said half-jokingly. "This way, you won't be able to betray Tianmeng City. I'm sure everyone will be willing to forget the past and accept you." Finally, he asked again in a serious tone, "Qin Yu, what is your decision?" Qin Yu's lips tightened, and he replied with contempt, "Mr. Li, you've really got it all figured out, trying to put a dog's leash on me," he answered seriously. "Mr. Li, you are mistaken about 3 things, Hong Ming asked, puzzled. "And what 3 things are those?" Standing amidst the crowd, Qin Yu retorted sternly, "First, I am not the one who was wrong. Those people wanted to trade my head for status and rewards, so their deaths don't even begin to cover their crimes. I was simply defending myself." His eyes grew cold. "Second, this whole war god thing is nothing special, and I have no interest in becoming one of you." Hong Ming interrupted Qin Yu. "All right, even if you don't become a war god, you can still stay. So, what's the 3rd thing?" Qin Yu pointed confidently at Hong Ming. "The 3rd thing is that today, I, here to demand justice." Hong Ming was thunderstruck, completely stunned by Qin Yu's words. After speaking, Qin Yu began to channel his power. He shouted coldly, "Words are useless. Make your move." At that moment, Qing Yan rushed forward, drawing her sword to shield Hong Ming. Gao Yuan angrily charged in to fight Qin Yu, protecting Li Si Li. Qin Yu's eyes were sharp and cold, his lips pressed into a thin line, clearly showing his determination. He lunged forward, using the shaft of his spear to strike Gao Yuan's arm with immense force. Gao Yuan was killed in a single blow, his body slamming hard into the ground, sending rock and debris flying. "Over here," Hong Ming angrily continued to curse. "Qin Yu, you will regret this." He made a gun gesture with his hand and confidently retorted, "Regret it? With this bunch of useless subordinates of yours?" Hearing Qin Yu's words, the of Hong Ming's subordinates seethed with anger, grinding their teeth. He shot them a challenging glare. Li Jiang was astonished, his lips trembling as he was unable to speak, while Qing Yan was rendered speechless, her gaze turning razor-sharp, and Xiao Yu ground her teeth in frustration, her face wrinkled in discontent. Li Jiang charged forward in a rage, channeling his spirit energy as his arm shot out to grab Qin Yu. "You'll pay for your arrogance!" Qin Yu nimbly dodged to the side, simultaneously striking back at Li Jiang's hand with his spear. But unfortunately, he was still hit. One of his hands turned to stone, causing the spear to slip from his grasp. Qin Yu was stunned, sweat beading on his temples. Standing behind him, Xiao Yu crossed her arms and smiled in amusement, her eyes glinting with mischief as she taunted, "Hey buddy, how does it feel to be petrified?" Not to be outdone, Qingyan also made her move, unleashing her power to create countless blazing firebirds. At her command, they shot forward. The firebirds flew straight at Qin Yu like bombs. Upon making contact, they triggered massive explosions. Qin Yu gripped his spear, standing firm amidst the fiery barrage. The firebirds crashed into him one after another, creating billowing smoke and flames, sending sparks flying everywhere, and forming a massive explosion that engulfed Qin Yu in a sea of flames. Ding Guo shouted with glee, "Great job!" Afterward, thick smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the view. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, with one person asking doubtfully, "Is he dead?" Another replied, "I don't know, I can't see clearly." Someone else confidently stated, "I just incinerated him, there's no way he survived." Suddenly, a figure shot through the smoke. "Wait, there's someone in the smoke!" Qin Yu walked out of the dust cloud, disdainfully brushing off his shoulder as he stared at the subordinates with ice-cold eyes. "You're all so weak, you can only kick up a little dust," Qingyan exclaimed in horror. "How is that possible? The heat from that last attack was enough to melt steel." Qin Yu accelerated, charging forward. He raised his spear and with a single thrust, killed another man. His eyes were bloodshot as he glanced sideways, a dangerous glint in his sharp gaze, and his spear shot forward. Without hesitation, Qin Yu thrust his spear through Xiao Yu's chest. She didn't even have time to react. Xiao Yu collapsed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Qingyan glanced nervously at Xiao Yu, then back at Qin Yu. Qin Yu stepped in front of her and said angrily, "Of course you can melt steel, but I'm not as weak as steel." Qin Yu landed a flurry of punches on Qingyan's chest. Qingyan crumpled to the ground in pain. Qin Yu then looked mockingly at Hong Ming. "Commander Li, do you have anything else to say?" The crowd outside began to panic and whisper, one person stammering, "The great war gods, they've been defeated." Another, sweat pouring down his face, screamed in terror, He's definitely not human. He must be a demon." Someone else couldn't believe their eyes, asking, "How did this happen?" Hong Ming was so enraged he was speechless. You! Qin Yu glanced at him and calmly stated his demand. "Commander Li, I can give you 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, I can't guarantee any of your safety." Yuan Gui, who was hiding behind a wall and watching the entire fight, looked at the crowd and exclaimed with glee, "Interesting. This kid isn't an apostle or a spokesman for anyone, yet he's this powerful at this stage. How fascinating." Suddenly, it noticed something, its eyes widening as it exclaimed, "Huh?" Qin Yu turned his head toward the sound of the voice. "Sorry, I'm late." A portal opened in the air, and Asura and his comrades stepped through it. The crowd rejoiced as if they'd been thrown a lifeline. "You guys are finally back." Asura assessed the situation, his face contorting into a scowl as a dangerous light flared in his blood-red eyes. He let out a cold grunt. Asura walked over to stand in front of Qin Yu, sizing him up. Qin Yu thought to himself, "This guy isn't weak. In terms of pure physical strength, I'm afraid he's my equal." Ding Guo pointed at his subordinates and commanded loudly, "Deploy 10,000 Tianmeng guards for me. I'm going to skin this bastard alive." Qin Yu sized up the man in front of him one more time and wondered aloud, "Hey, with your level of skill, why are you selling your life to villains like them?" Asura didn't answer Qin Yu's question, instead retorting with his own, "You've always been a lone wolf, haven't you? Can't you hear the voices all around you?" Qin Yu lowered his gaze, a look of lonely sorrow on his face. The surrounding crowd began to cheer excitedly. A bald man roared, "Lord Asura, you can do it." The man next to him also cheered gleefully, "Lord Asura, avenge our comrades." Another person declared, "This blood-sucking demon is absolutely no match for Lord Asura." Asura pointed mockingly at Qin Yu and sneered, "See, you're all alone. You don't understand the meaning of responsibility." Suddenly, someone stepped in front of Qin Yu. It was Xiao Yu, her expression serious as she stood protectively in front of him. She stated firmly, "My brother has never been alone, because I am always with him." Qin Yu was stunned and touched, softly saying her name, Xiao Yu. Then he said, "Xiao Yu, don't waste your breath on him. He's no different from those other worthless thugs." Xiao Yu agreed. "I know, that's why I want to help you." Hearing the two of them talk, Asura found the whole situation laughable. He laughed, a booming laugh. Tanvu pushed Xiao Yu behind him, standing protectively in front of her, his hand gripping his spear tightly as he watched Tula defensively. "What are you laughing at?" Tula began to unleash his power, as if he had found a worthy opponent. "You're quite interesting. I want to have a proper duel with you." Tula's power was blindingly strong. Tanvu shielded his eyes, recognizing it as a domain ability. This guy. was truly formidable. Tu La's power grew even more dazzling, forcing everyone to squint in discomfort and shield their eyes from the light. His energy gradually condensed into a sword. His eyes flashed with a red light as he continued to look down on Tan Vu. You've got sharp eyes, but I wonder if your skills are as good as your sight. Tu La leaped up and charged at Tan Vu, swinging his blade. His face twisted into a savage grin like a demon from hell. Tan Vu quickly raised his spear to block Tu La's strike. Realizing his power was inferior, Tan Vu glanced back and called out, Xiao Yu, strengthen me. Xiao Yu replied, okay. She raised her hands, channeling her spiritual energy and urged, brother, you've been enhanced, hurry. Tan Vu frowned, focusing intently as his strength surged dramatically. And he used his power to fling Tu La away. Gaining the upper hand, Tan Vu charged forward again. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, clashing over and over. Tan Vu raised his spear to block Tu La's slash. Tu La quickly dodged Tan Vu's spear thrust, but was still hit by the force. Tu La hastily retreated a few meters. Tan Vu was shocked. What's going on? His wound has healed. Right before his eyes, the wound on Tu La was slowly closing. Tu La winced but said confidently, you are indeed powerful, but within this domain, no one can kill me. Then his face darkened, his expression becoming menacing. You're a dead man. He swung his sword fiercely towards Tan Vu. A massive wave of spiritual energy shot towards Tan Vu. Standing behind him, Xiao Yu clasped her hands to her chest anxiously. Tan Vu glanced back. Calculating silently, he couldn't let Xiao Yu get hurt. I have to risk it. He quickly swung his spear to block the torrent of energy. A loud explosion erupted. Tan Vu was thrown back, landing sprawled on the ground. Xiao Yu quickly ran over in a panic. Brother! She helped Tan Vu sit up, asking worriedly, are you okay? Tan Vu gritted through the pain and replied, I'm fine. Tula slowly approached, to be able to take one of my blows, and still stand up. You truly don't disappoint me, Tan Vu retorted sarcastically. Too bad you've disappointed me a little. Enraged, Tula gripped his sword tightly and channeled his spiritual energy. Preparing to attack, Tan Vu clenched his fist, unleashing his own power, and taunted, your regeneration ability is pretty strong, isn't it? He quickly rushed forward to attack. I want to see. If my spear is faster than your flesh can regrow. Tula deftly parried the blow, thinking to himself that this wasn't a solution. He would die of exhaustion. But in that moment of distraction, the tip of the spear of Tan Vu's spear lunged forward again. Terrified, his eyes widened, but he let out a savage laugh and caught the spear with his bare hand, blood splattering from his palm. Tan Vu's jaw dropped in surprise as Tula counterattacked, swinging his sword. Tan Vu hastily dodged to the side as the sword slammed into the ground, shattering it. Tan Vu lost his balance and fell heavily. Tula quickly pulled his sword from the earth. Tan Vu admitted grudgingly, not bad. Tula shot back. Attacking so relentlessly must have tired you out, right? At this point, if you took another one of my strikes, would you be able to get back up? Tan Vu explained. Same to you. Your regeneration speed has also slowed down quite a bit. Tula, while using his spiritual energy to heal the wound on his palm, said, it's true. My regeneration ability is reaching its limit. He continued to channel his energy, roaring. But I'm no longer injured. Tan Vu was surprised. What is this guy planning? Xiao Yu, get over here quickly. He might be trying to use a mist to obscure our vision. The energy is too immense. Tula panted, energy spilling from his mouth. As the power grew stronger, Tula cried out in pain. Arg! Suddenly, he began to evolve, his muscles bulging and ripping through his clothes. His feet transformed into monstrous, three-toed claws that gripped the ground, and two sharp horns sprouted from his head. Tula now looked exactly like a monster. His eyes blood-red and his brow furrowed in anger. This is the first time I've used this move against a human. You should feel honored. He swung his sword, roaring smugly, so you should be grateful and die. Tan Vu's face turned pale with fear. Tula's immense power rushed towards Tan Vu, creating a violent explosion that engulfed him. The ground shook violently, and thick dust billowed everywhere. Tula's eyes were vicious as he gritted his teeth in anticipation, but he was bound to be disappointed. Because as the dust slowly cleared, Tan Vu was still standing tall. He had caught Tula's flaming blade with just one hand. Tula exclaimed in shock, You, how do you still have so much strength? Tan Vu tightened his grip slightly, and the fire blade dissipated. He looked at Tula with a smirk. I originally wanted to have a proper fight with you, but he trailed off, ignoring Tula's hateful, teeth-grinding glare, and looked in another direction. It seems they don't want to give me that time. Hongmin pointed and ordered. His subordinates, shoot Tan Vu immediately. Don't give him a chance to escape. Fu Yi quickly tried to intervene. Commander Hong, at this distance, Tu La will also be affected. Hongmin growled, yelling, Can't you see? Tu La is no match for him. If we let this kid escape, the consequences will be dire. With that, he decisively gave the order to fire. The first bullets were fired. the muzzles flashing brightly. The resounding gunshots tore through the air, and with a boom, thick smoke obscured everyone's vision. Sun Yan asked uncertainly, "With such powerful guns, that guy, he must be dead," the bald guy yelled anxiously. "Where is Lord Asura?" "Nothing happened to Lord Asura, right?" Feng Nia replied uneasily. "I can't see clearly. The fog is too thick, and the sunlight is everywhere." The dust and smoke gradually settled, and only then could they see clearly. Tun Vu was protected inside a barrier, while Asura lay motionless outside, his condition unknown. Tun Vu ceded, saying that this Li Hongmin was truly ruthless. "If there's another attack like that, I won't be able to withstand it." Hongmin also saw it clearly, his eyes widening in shock. "What? You couldn't kill him? Quickly prepare the second volley." Tun Vu looked at Tio Vu and instructed, "Tio Vu, it's your turn to act now." She raised her hand and conjured a small flower bud. The bud landed on the ground and began to take root and grow rapidly. It turned out to be Nu Hoa. Tio Vu held its petal and said, "Flower beast, help us." Nu Hoa used its leaves, one on the left and one on the right, to lift the two of them up. Seeing their figures gradually disappear, Feng Nia exclaimed in alarm, "It's a spatial ability. Take them out quickly." He waved his hand and ordered, "Hurry, reload and fire the second volley." Feng Nia was so frantic he lost his composure, cursing them as a bunch of useless trash. Hongmin stood beside him, saying nothing. Thin Lin opened a black vortex near where he was standing, and something began to emerge. Feng Nia sharply noticed the anomaly. A single glance revealed a familiar figure appear. He screamed in horror, "Watch out, protect Commander Li." Before Feng Nia could even react, Tun Vu punched him square in the face. He went tumbling to the ground. Tun Vu smirked, flexing his wrist. Hongmin asked in terror, "How did you guys get over here?" He frowned and pointed, shouting, "What are you standing around for? Take them out already." The subordinates immediately knelt down, shouldering their guns. Countless gun barrels were aimed at Tun Vu and his companion, Tio Vu. Seizing the opportunity, Tio Vu gripped her blade and lunged towards Hongmin. The subordinates held their guns tightly, not daring to pull the trigger. "Commander Li," Tio Vu closed in on him. She shot a sharp glance around and warned everyone not to move. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Tio Vu pressed the blade against his neck and asked, "What's wrong? You want to go boom? You idiot, you want Commander Li to get blown up along with him?" Din Quoc came running from out of nowhere, questioning him. His neck was being squeezed tightly. Din Quoc struggled to speak, asking, "What are you trying to do?" Tun Vu didn't answer. He grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high into the air. He cried out in pain, "Ah, ugh, ah." Din Quoc's neck was being crushed. He was foaming at the mouth, his voice breaking off. Then, with a crack, Din Quoc's eyes rolled back, and the sound faded and then went silent. "Ah!" Tun Vu threw him to the ground. Hongmin shouted in shock, You killed him?" Tun Vu turned back coldly and called out, "Commander Li," he said sharply, "I advise you to reconsider your attitude." Hongmin's brow furrowed, his face covered in sweat. I surrender." He raised both hands and said through gritted teeth, "I admit defeat." Tun Vu grabbed Tio Vu's shoulder to stop her. "Tio Vu." He smiled, holding the tip of her blade, and said, "Don't be disrespectful to Commander Li." Hongmin gave a placating smile and held out his hand to negotiate. "This was our fault. Your requests. Whether it's entering the treasury to choose a treasure or entering the ruins, we agree to all of them." Tun Vu smirked. "I'm very glad you could make such a wise decision. Looking at the chaotic battlefield of rubble and earth," he replied obsequiously. Of course, of course." Hongmin glanced at a subordinate and ordered, "Quickly take Mr. Tun to the VIP lounge to rest." So Lam immediately replied, "Yes, sir." He bowed respectfully and gestured, "This way." Tun Vu walked a short distance and didn't see Tio Vu. He turned back to look. It turned out Tio Vu was fuming, stomping her feet on the spot. "You're the one who told me to attack, and you're also the one who told me to stop." She was angry, her brow furrowed and cheeks puffed out. "I'm not your tool." Tun Vu gently patted her head and said, "I'm sorry. It's my fault." Tio Vu immediately blushed and stopped making a fuss. The scene changes, and the three of them are brought to a lounge. Tio Vu rested her chin on her hand, brooding. "Is that Li Hongmin up to something?" Tun Vu casually peeled a tangerine and replied, "Probably not." He explained while peeling. He already bowed his head in front of everyone just now. If he goes back on his word now, how will he command respect in the future? He fed Tio Vu a slice of the tangerine and added, "Besides, Li Hongmin should be thanking me." She asked curiously, "Thanking you? Why?" As they were talking, the door suddenly opened. Hongmin entered and said politely, "You three, my apologies for the long wait." As soon as he sat his butt down, he said, "Mr. Tun, I truly thank you." Tun Vu raised his chin smugly. Tio Vu and Thin Lin were completely baffled to see him speaking so politely. Hongmin's face was full of cunning as he began to speak slowly. "Mr. Tun, you know as well as I do that the person who could threaten me in Thianmong City is now dead. If you can help me stabilize the situation, I will definitely be grateful to you, Mr. Tun. Unexpectedly, Tun Vu slammed the table and said, I'm afraid not. He shot up, his expression stern, and replied, I refuse. It seemed Hong Min hadn't expected this outcome. He asked in shock, why? He frowned and said hurriedly, with you overseeing things, we can definitely minimize unnecessary bloodshed and sacrifice. If you feel my sincerity is lacking, before he could finish, Tun Vu cut him off, because I don't like killing people. He turned to leave. Hong Min quickly stood up, about to go after him when he heard Tun Vu say, Don't worry, I won't interfere in the power struggles of Tianmong City. Reaching the door, he turned back and asked, Can you take me to the treasury to pick something out now? Hong Min replied almost instantly, Of course. Tio Huang, take Mr. Tun to the treasury. Tio Huang, who was right there, immediately replied, Yes, sir. Hong Min watched Tun Vu's retreating back and muttered under his breath, What a strange guy. The scene changes, the door to the grand hall opened, and a brilliant golden light filled the entire room. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed in awe, Whoa, so this is the inside of the resplendent golden jade room. Xiao Yu looked around and gasped in amazement. Come look at this! She ran over to a glass case preserving a stone, smiling as she pointed at it. Tan Vu recalled that an old woman had once given a similar stone to Xiao Yu. Don't refuse. Please keep it safe for me. Not knowing what else to do, Xiao Yu politely accepted it. Thank you. Tan Vu looked at the stone in the glass case and thought to himself, This stone looks just like the one the old woman gave Xiao Yu, he asked curiously. About this thing, even Xiao Huang is stumped. We don't know what it is. This stone is incredibly hard. She explained that even Shura couldn't damage it in the slightest with his full strength, which is why they keep it here. Xiao Yu took the stone out of the case, holding it in her hand to compare it with the one she already had. She smiled and said, These two stones are exactly alike. As Xiao Yu focused on observing the two stones, Tan Vu watched her, just as curious. What could those black stones be? Unexpectedly, when the two stones were brought close, they suddenly pulled together. Xiao Yu let out a surprised cry. Ah! An incredibly intense light burst forth and fiercely. It was so blinding that no one could look directly at it. When the light faded, Xiao Yu opened her hand. The two separate stones from before had somehow merged into one. She exclaimed in astonishment, Look, what is this? Tan Vu came closer to look for a moment, then replied, I don't know either, but this thing is definitely not simple. As if suddenly remembering something, he turned his head and exclaimed, Oh, right. He looked towards Ling Xin and asked caringly, Ling Xin, is there anything you want? She hesitated for a moment. Then, Ling Xin pointed to a glass case on the opposite side. Tan Vu followed her gaze and let out a small, Oh, Ling Xin said decisively. I want that. Xiao Huang was full of praise. You have a good eye, young lady. That sword is said to be an ancient weapon that can cut through iron as if it were mud, she said while taking the sword out of the glass case. Its special properties allowed it to be stored spatially. Xiao Huang respectfully held the sword with both hands and offered it to her. Ling Xin took it, and noticing two characters carved on the hilt, she asked curiously, Oh, what do these two characters mean? Now in her area of expertise, Xiao Huang began to ramble on. The ancient characters on this sword were examined by a professor of ancient scripts. It's the sword's name. As Ling Xin cherished the sword in her hands, she heard Xiao Huang continue, I believe it's called Ling Xin. Xiao Yu, who was standing nearby, overheard and cheerfully came over to put an arm around Ling Xin, saying, This sword was truly fated to be yours. Seeing that the two girls had chosen items they liked, Tan Vu finally spoke up. We'll take these two things. When do the nearby ruins open? Xiao Huang immediately replied, Mr. Tan, the ruins will open in 2 days. We have arranged rooms for the three of you to rest. Please follow me. The scene changes to the building where Xiao Huang arranged for the three to stay. The night was quiet and still when Xiao Yu softly called out, Honey. The two of them were still awake. Tan Vu held her close as he heard her ask slowly, Tell me, am I going to die? Tan Vu gently turned so that Xiao Yu could press her face against his chest. He soothed and reassured her, Don't say such foolish things. You're not going to die. As the two were sharing an intimate moment, a strange sound was suddenly heard outside. Someone holding a gun shouted, What is that? A tall, dark figure stood before them. A guard holding a gun tried to remain calm and yelled, Where did this thing come from? Is it a mutant beast? Yuan Gui tilted its head, pulling a wide grin that stretched from ear to ear. Heh, a mutant beast? This great one is no such thing. Hearing the commotion, Tan Vu quickly dressed and ran out, shouting, Who are you? Yuan Gui didn't answer, instead repeating, Who am I? It laughed with amusement and introduced itself. Heh, I am Yuan Gui, the Great Lord. After hearing its grand name, huge question marks seemed to pop up over Tan Vu's head. He was bewildered, thinking that even words themselves were becoming monsters these days. Yuan Gui, having been misnamed, was both embarrassed and angry. It ground its teeth and said, "It's Yuan Gui, the original demon." Xiao Lu frowned, raised his gun, and yelled, "I don't care if you're a turtle or a ghost, brothers. Fire!" Xiao Lu urged them to take down this monster, and immediately, countless bullets tore through the air, flying straight at Yuan Gui. It calmly let out a cold snort. The bullets that hit its body were stopped, spinning in place, unable to penetrate its flesh. Yuan Gui spoke with a contemptuous tone. "You think you can deal with the great Lord Yuan Gui with these things?" The guards kept firing, emptying a full clip in the blink of an eye. One of them said urgently while reloading, "Hurry!" They aimed their blazing muzzles at Yuan Gui, preparing for a second wave of attack. Yuan Gui slowly stepped closer and sneered. "Such a boring play. There's no need for a second act." It stretched its body, and a ring of dark energy surrounded it, releasing all the countless bullets that had accumulated in its body. Xiao San saw that the situation was bad and quickly shouted, "Ah, this is not good." Xiao Lu immediately turned and ran for his life. "Find cover, quick!" A tragic scream rang out. "Arg!" Xiao Yu asked worriedly. "Tanvu, who is this?" Tanvu held her, pressing against a wall. "I don't know. I've never seen a monster like this before." He watched as the guards, riddled with their own bullets, screamed in agony. "R," Tanvu speculated. "It's probably from another race. A high-ranking one." Just then, Yuan Gui's gloomy voice rang out, "You two little devils." It chuckled as it walked towards the two, waving its hand arrogantly and speaking, "You could never comprehend what a noble existence this great one is." With that, it snapped its fingers and said, "So don't make wild guesses." Instantly, a barrier from Yuan Gui enveloped the entire building, leaving no gaps. Tanvu frowned. "A barrier?" he demanded loudly. "What do you really want?" Yuan Gui was surprisingly communicative now, explaining, "My purpose for coming here is very simple." Yuan Gui's eyes flashed with a strange blue light as it smirked, revealing its serrated teeth, and answered, "I, the great Lord Yuan Gui, have chosen you." Tanvu and Xiao Yu didn't, stared at it blankly in unison. Qin Yu regained his composure and shouted first, "What do you mean?" The origin ghoul answered curtly that it meant exactly what it said. A scene appeared in its mind, of Qin Yu holding a spear amidst a sea of flames. "You are the ability user who can advance the furthest in this era." It gestured and said, "As long as you become my subordinate." The origin ghoul leaned in close to Qin Yu, tempting him, "I will help you become the overlord of this world." To its surprise, he coldly replied, "Sorry, I refuse." Qin Yu then turned to leave. "I don't have time to play games with a psychopath." This time, it was the origin ghoul's turn to be stunned. "Huh, you're really not going to think about it? Following me comes with great benefits, full insurance, paid leave, and bonuses." Qin Yu decisively cut it off. "No, I'm not interested in that stuff. Xiao Yu, let's go." As they left, the origin ghoul glanced at Xiao Yu and thought to itself, "Wait, there's still this girl." It flew over to Xiao Yu to continue its persuasion. "Young lady, you're quite excellent as well." Xiao Yu crossed her arms and asked nonchalantly, "What are you looking at me for?" It rubbed its hands together as if to negotiate. "Will you agree to be my subordinate?" Unfortunately, Xiao Yu's stance was just as firm. She yelled, "Get lost! Only a devil would want to work for you." The origin ghoul watched their retreating figures and let out a long, disappointed sigh. It said regretfully, "What a shame." The origin ghoul transformed into a plume of black smoke, flying toward the pair. As they walked, the black smoke grew denser, and the origin ghoul's voice became sinister. "If that's the case," in a flash, it appeared in front of Qin Yu, roaring ferociously. "Then I can only kill you." The origin ghoul reached out with its pitch-black hand to seize them, but Qin Yu wasn't about to let it have its way. With a single slash, the origin ghoul's extended arm was severed completely. And yet, it laughed in excitement and praise. "You really are amazing." It looked up at Qin Yu and leaped high, but it still wasn't powerful enough. Xiao Yu cursed in anger. "You coward, daring to use such a despicable sneak attack." Things seemed to be spiraling out of control. The origin ghoul maintained its dark, expressionless face, but internally, it was in a total panic. "Hey, you can't do that. Aren't you supposed to ask me why I'm not afraid of your blood flames?" Seeing Qin Yu charging ferociously with his spear, it panicked internally. "You're not following the script at all." With a loud boom, the origin ghoul's body was blown apart in all directions. Xiao Yu ran to his side and asked, "Brother, is it dead yet?" Qin Yu's spear was still stuck in the ground as he replied, "Not yet. Even though I landed a hit, I feel that it wasn't a fatal blow." In a place no one noticed, the origin ghoul had turned into smoke, hovering near the ground. It laughed gleefully, "Hey hey," and slipped through a crack in a door, sneering to itself. "The great Lord Origin Ghoul can't be killed by a mere human. I'll just revert to my original form and rest for a bit." But just then, Ling Xin appeared, staring at it in shock. "You? Who are you?" The origin ghoul almost instantly reverted to its wicked expression. It smiled with narrowed eyes and coaxed, "Little girl, you're pretty amazing too. Wanna come with Uncle?" Terrified, Ling Xin's hands trembled as she clutched her sword, her voice stuttering. Don't come over here." The origin ghoul gave a demonic smile, agreeing as it reached a hand toward her. "Okay, Uncle will stay right here. I won't move." Panicked, Ling Xin couldn't help but swing her sword wildly. She screamed, "Stay back!" The origin ghoul instantly grabbed her sword, overpowering her. All Ling Xin could do was scream, "Ah!" It then seized her arm, slowly lifting her off the ground, exclaiming, "Well, what a surprise." She struggled instinctively, her body dangling in midair. The origin ghoul was excited to find someone here who could capture people's hearts. Ling Xin was terrified, her entire body restrained by the origin ghoul, cradled in its ink-black palm. She then screamed hopelessly for help. "Brother, sister, Xiao Yu." Her screams reached Qin Yu's ears, and he instantly recognized Ling Xin's voice. She was screaming for her life. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu immediately rushed toward the building where her voice was coming from. Xiao Yu called out anxiously, "Ling Xin!" Both of them quickly entered the building. Qin Yu roared in fury. "Let her go!" He shouted its name. "Origin Ghoul!" It casually turned to reply, "Why should this great one listen to you?" While swinging his great spear with all his might, he cursed at it. "You resort to taking hostages when you can't win a fight. So much for pretending to be so profound and mysterious." Carrying Ling Xin, it instantly leaped into the air, successfully dodging his lethal blow. The origin ghoul scoffed in reply, "Hostage? You look down on me too much." It tightened its grip on Ling Xin in its hand, retorting flatly, "When this great one makes threats, I have never needed a hostage." Before Xiao Yu and Qin Yu could compose themselves, it swiftly spread its wings and flew high into the air. The origin ghoul fled the scene, not forgetting to say goodbye. "Farewell." Xiao Yu urged him impatiently. "Brother, attack the origin ghoul quickly." Qin Yu stopped her. "Don't." It was the sound of Ling Xin getting hurt. Suddenly, an intense, sharp pain shot through Xiao Yu. She collapsed to the ground, grabbing her own neck. Seeing this, he called out in alarm, "Xiao Yu!" Her whole body was drenched in sweat. Xiao Yu clenched her jaw, bearing the pain as she stammered, I'm okay. Ling Xin is hurt." He walked over and scooped her into his arms, comforting her. "She's going to be okay. That origin ghoul, from the looks of it, won't harm Ling Xin for the time being." After speaking, he headed toward the rooms, soothing her with gentle words. "Let's go back to our room to rest, get you healed, and then we'll go save Ling Xin." Lying dazedly in Qin Yu's arms, she said with determination, "I will absolutely save Ling Xin." The next day, Lord Huang gestured towards the ruins gate. He asked Qin Yu one more time to confirm, "Mr. Qin, are you really not taking that girl into the ruins with you? The ruins open once every 3 days, so the next opening is in 3 days." He just replied coldly, Seeing this, the man didn't ask anything else and just guided Qin Yu to the gate. "All right, then please enter the ruins." He walked up the steps one by one. Lord Huang offered him a word of encouragement before he entered the ruins. "Good luck." After reaching the ruins gate, Qin Yu suddenly paused for a moment, calling his sister's name, Xiao Yu. He looked at the ring on his hand, thinking to himself, "I will definitely cure you in these ruins." From the stone set in his ring, an image of Xiao Yu appeared, lying there, convulsing and barely breathing. Suddenly, from deep within the ruins, a swirling vortex of light emitted a powerful suction force. A strong tremor shook the ground as Qin Yu approached the gate. He was directly pulled by that light, sucked into the ruins as General Huang and the bald man with him watched. The bald man asked worriedly, "General Huang, do you think this guy with the surname Qin can make it out of the ruins?" He just replied indifferently, "Who knows? It'll be good if he comes back alive." General Huang said this as he turned to leave. "It would be even better if he doesn't return." The scene shifts to another location within the ruins. Qin Yu was lying on the floor, groggily opening his eyes. All the other people who had been pulled into the ruins were also stirring and sitting up at the same time. As soon as everyone regained consciousness, immediately, not far from there, a conflict erupted between a group of men and a group of women. A man named Mang shouted, "Why are there other people in the ruins? Who are you?" Feng Yu, unafraid, shot back a question of her own. "And who are you?" Qin Yu stood to the side, observing and carefully analyzing. "They don't know each other. Could it be?" He turned to look back at the entrance, coming to his own conclusion. "These ruins don't just have one entrance." Feng Yu gave a slight, awkward cough, then cheerfully extended her hand to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Wang Feng. We're from a hunter branch in Guiwang City." Yang Shi, standing nearby, raised his gun and said, "Boss, intel says there's a lot of treasure in these ruins. Why don't we just take care of them? Might as well." Meng's henchmen immediately aimed their guns, surrounding Feng Yu and her companions. A panicked Wang Xuan quickly waved his hands and explained, "We have no grudge against you. There's no need for this." A voice cut through the tension. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, everyone, All eyes turned to Qin Yu. He spoke up, asking, "Can you let me pass first?" Hearing this, Yang Shi flew into a rage and immediately raised his gun, aiming it at Qin Yu. "You brat!" Just as Yang Shi was about to pull the trigger, Meng stopped him. "Yang Shi, we're all civilized people here. Let's not spoil the atmosphere." He stood in front of Yang Shi and cheerfully introduced himself. "We're from Zhongwang City, and you can call me Ba Meng." Qin Yu's expression turned cold upon hearing where Ba Meng was from. He thought to himself, Zhongwang City, a lawless place. Suddenly, many different faces flashed through his mind, one after another. In the future, Zhongwang City would become a powerful stronghold among the A-rank factions. There's no order there. The strong make all the decisions. To survive in Zhongwang City, this guy must be tough to deal with. Ba Meng stood before everyone and extended his hand, proposing his idea. "Everyone, no need to be so tense. We can make a deal. I wonder if any of you are interested," Feng Yu asked suspiciously. "A deal? What kind of deal?" He held up a notebook in his hand, saying confidently, "According to the records in this book, there's a treasure inside these ruins called the Spirit Scepter." She asked curiously, "What is this Spirit Scepter?" He immediately gave an answer that caught even Qin Yu's attention. "They say the Spirit Scepter can bring the dead back to life." Anxious, Qin Yu hurriedly asked him, "What about a mutation disease? Can it cure that?" Ba Meng just shook his head, chuckled, and replied, "I can't confirm that. Bringing the dead back to life is likely an exaggeration, but as for restoring a severely injured person to their original condition, that's probably not a problem," he added excitedly. "The Spirit Scepter's healing power is immense. Our city lord of Xiongwang is collecting treasures with healing abilities." So, Qin Yu decisively turned and walked away, ignoring Yang Shi's intense glare. Seeing him leave, Yang Shi was stunned for a moment before turning to Ba Meng and shouting, "Boss!" Ba Meng calmly said, "It's not a problem, just let him go." Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Yu walked with decisive steps, heading straight deeper into the ruins. A voice called out, immediately grabbing Qin Yu's attention. "Hey brother, wait up." He stopped and turned toward the voice. Duan Xin ran up behind him, waving and saying, "Are you heading into the ruins by yourself?" "That's too dangerous. Take my advice. Those other guys don't seem like good people. You'd be better off coming with us." Yang Xiu showed his disgust openly, crossing his arms arrogantly and sneering. "Do you really want him coming with us?" Duan Xin was about to intervene, but Yang Xiu kept talking. This kid's clearly got something wrong with his head. Qin Yu didn't say a word after hearing his grumbling. He just furrowed his brow. When Yang Xiu saw Qin Yu's expression, he was stunned, and his bruised pride instantly flared into anger. He shouted, "What's that look for? You got a problem with me?" But Yang Xiu had no idea that look was for the massive beast right behind him. It had opened its jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and was charging toward him at high speed. Qin Yu he replied, "I have no problem with you, but I can't say the same for it." A drop of the beast's saliva dripped down. When Duang Tu turned to look, he froze in place. He was stunned so much that his jaw dropped, and the beast lunged forward for a bite. Luckily, Duang Tu dodged to the side just in time, screaming in panic, "Ah, help me!" Seeing this, Doan Tan quickly called out to him, "Duang Tu." Fuang Vu's eyes turned red as a blue light enveloped her. A pair of new ears suddenly sprouted on her head, her eyes blazed, and she lowered her stance, one hand extended, unleashing a white flame. The white flame erupted and scorched the beast, which screamed in agony. "Ah!" Duan Tan rushed over worriedly, asking, "Duang Tu, are you okay?" He just sat on the ground, completely stunned, his eyes fixed on Puang Vu as she charged the beast. Vuong Huyen quickly joined Puang Vu. He told old Duan, "Get Duang Tu out of here," then leaped at the beast. He raised his fist high, which was clenched tight. Vuong Huyen swung his arm and delivered a devastating blow right to the beast's face. The huge beast crashed to the ground as Nam Keat hovered behind them and urged, "Everyone, let's end this quickly." Then he immediately warned everyone, "More than 10 monsters are closing in." Just then, from a distance, a pack of smaller beasts identical to the large one on the ground began to approach. He quickly shouted out, calling to everyone, "We need to run ahead on the main road." Duan Tan, carrying Duang Tu on his back, told Tan Vu, "Brother, you'd better come with us." Surprised, he still agreed. "Oh, all right." Everyone quickly made their escape. They all headed forward together. Nam Keat looked around and said, "This is a dead end." Tan Vu introduced himself to Duan Tan. "I'm Tan Vu, from Thien Mong City." He was surprised. Thien Mong City. That's a long way from our Kwai Vong City. Then, Duan Tan quickly introduced his teammates to Tan Vu. "Brother, let me introduce my squad. This is our captain, Phuong Vu, and behind her is her younger brother, Vuong Huyen. We also have Nam Kiet, who's in charge of scouting. Their abilities, you just saw for yourself." Vuong Huyen happily chimed in about his power. "My ability is rock control, so if there's any danger, I'll protect everyone." Hearing that, Doan Tan also introduced his own ability. As for me, I have a piercing ability, an enhancement type. Hearing this, Tanvu also shared a bit about himself. My ability is fire. Duong Tu scoffed in disdain. He spoke with obvious disgust. What a pathetic ability. Compared to my metal control power, yours is complete garbage. Tanvu merely glanced at him and smirked faintly, showing his unwillingness to bicker. Don't worry, I don't waste my time arguing with fools. Hearing that, Duong Tu flew into a rage and shouted, What did you just say? Nam Kiet touched a metal plate on an iron frame. He called out, Everyone, take a look at this. Could this be a dungeon? Vuong Huyen came forward, saying, Doesn't matter what it is. He rolled up his sleeves, cracked his shoulders, and said confidently, We'll know once we get in, won't we? Fuang Vu, standing nearby, advised him worriedly, Be careful. It might be dangerous in there. His fist turned to stone, and he replied, Danger just means there's treasure to be found. Vuong Huyen moved forward and threw a rapid series of punches at the iron frame, sending sparks flying. In just a moment, the solid iron frame was shattered into scrap. He said, satisfied, There we go. His eyes gleamed as he spotted a wooden box behind a zombie. Look, treasure, Fuang Vu reminded him. Be careful. Take care of that zombie first. This one looks like it'll be a tough fight. The zombie heard the noise and turned, breathing out a puff of smoke. Duan Tan patted his shoulder. Little Huyen, end it quickly. You're enhanced now. His footsteps became extremely powerful as a single hard stomp shattered the stone floor. In an instant, he charged directly at the zombie. Duan Tan cheered from the side. Let's go. Vuong Huyen threw a punch straight at the zombie's face. He yelled, Try this on for size. Soul-crushing punch. Tanvu gave a helpless laugh and said to Fuang Vu, Your brother's got quite the vocabulary. She looked confused, not getting it. His punch had no effect on the zombie's skin, which had turned to stone. He exclaimed in surprise, How can this be? In return, the zombie sent him flying with a single strike. He tumbled to the ground, crying out, Ah! Fuang Vu hurried over to her brother. She quickly helped Vuong Huyen to his feet. Gritting through the pain, he said, I'm okay. Its skin is just too hard. The zombie continued to breathe out clouds of smoke. Its fiery gaze would make anyone's skin crawl. It slowly advanced on Don Tan. Seeing this, Vuong Huyen yelled out a warning. Old Don, be careful. The zombie's eyes glowed red as it suddenly shrieked and lunged at Don Tan, swiping at him with its sharp claws. He deftly dodged aside, using his sword to block its lethal attack. Don Tan gripped his sword and zipped past the zombie, the tip of his blade slicing across its hip. He followed up with another chop to its shoulder. The zombie couldn't react in time and was instantly felled by Doan Tan, crashing to the floor. Fuang Huyen praised, Uncle Don, you're amazing. As Fuang Vu helped him up, he laughed sheepishly. I was just testing it. That zombie's hide is as tough as steel. Old Don's ability has a piercing effect that enhances weapons, making it the perfect counter for this kind of monster. The zombie was down on the ground, but its eyes still glowed with red embers. Doan Tan stopped the siblings. You two, stay back. It's still moving. He raised his sword to finish it off for good. Let me take care of this. He was taken aback. Huh? The zombie suddenly shot up, its mouth hanging slightly open. A black smoke suddenly emanated from its body. The siblings saw this and immediately ducked to avoid it. Doan Tan raised his hand to cover his face, suddenly realizing something was terribly wrong. His bloodshot eyes suddenly rolled back into his head. He stammered as he braced himself on the ground, struggling to speak. It's poisonous. The zombie's petrified hand rushed towards him. Everything in his vision turned red. As the zombie closed in, all he could do was cry out. Ah! It gripped Don Tan's entire head, and everything turned red, just as he panicked and could only scream, Ah! Another hand appeared and grabbed the zombies. Hold on! Tan Vu managed to save Doan Tan in the nick of time. He used his flames to burn its arm and asked curiously, Why is a first-floor monster this tough? Doan Tan looked at him worriedly and asked, Brother, aren't you affected by the poison bones? Engulfed in Tan Vu's flames, the zombie shrieked in agony. Ah! He calmly turned and replied, This poison isn't very potent. He stared at the scorched zombie with a cold gaze. You all are evolved humans, so you'll recover on your own after some rest. The creature lay on the ground. Suddenly, Tan Vu pulled a stone from its body. He was surprised. What is this? Tan Vu held up the stone to examine it. A star fate stone. Fuang Vu, also curious, approached and asked, A star fate stone? You know what this is? He proceeded to explain the stone to her in detail. The Star Fate Stone is the heart of the Starstruck clan. It's useless to us. As for the Starstruck clan, all you need to remember is to run immediately if you ever encounter them. Hearing this, Fuang Huyen and Fuang Vu could only look at each other in silence. Tan Vu's expression darkened as he pondered. Li Hongmin wouldn't deceive me about the intel on these ruins, but he said the first floor wasn't dangerous, and that an evolved human could clear the second floor alone. He glanced at the injured Doan Tan and the Vuong siblings. But Phuong Vu and Doan Tan are clearly level 2, yet their party was almost completely wiped out. He thought as he walked, if Li Hongmin has no reason to harm me, then... Tan Vu walked over to the wooden treasure chest. He stared intently at the chest and then it clicked. In that case. He then slowly lifted the lid. This chest must hold a secret. As he opened it wide, inside there was a blue vortex, just like the one at the entrance of the ruins. Standing nearby, Phuong Vu asked curiously, Tan Vu, what's in there? He replied, a path, I'm guessing it's some kind of shortcut, she asked in surprise. A shortcut? Vuong Huyen stepped forward excitedly. Can we go directly to the treasures on the higher floors? The voice of Duong Tu interrupted them, and everyone turned to look. I think you're getting pretty cocky, giving advice to everyone. Let's not get in Tan Vu's way anymore. Another voice chimed in. This fella's right. An Mang and his henchmen rushed forward. He crossed his arms imposingly and declared, hand over your stuff. Thanks for all the hard work. Now you can all just stay here for me. Doan Tan gritted his teeth in rage, and Phuong Vu was equally furious. She shouted, An Mang, you were following us. He scoffed and replied, following? I'd say letting you act as our guide dogs was pretty useful. Her face went pale with rage. Seeing his sister insulted, Vuong Huyen couldn't take it anymore and cursed, you bastard. Tan Vu stepped forward and sighed. What a pity, he explained. I only wanted to borrow the spirit scepter to heal someone. After hearing what he said, An Mang and Duong Sa exchanged a sinister smile. Duong Sha couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha ha. The boss just made up that stuff about the spirit scepter having healing powers. This kid actually fell for it. Don't tell me you have a seriously ill relative or something. He kept laughing boisterously. No wonder you got so excited when the boss said the spirit scepter could cure all diseases. His eyes blazed with fury. His face darkened as he asked coldly, you lied to me? Duongza lectured him smugly. Let me educate you. The spirit scepter can only summon a powerful spirit. He laughed arrogantly. Ha ha! Its power has absolutely nothing to do with healing. Without another word, Tan Vu charged straight at him. He threw a sudden punch right into Duongsa's jaw, then powerfully launched him into the air. Duongsa coughed up blood from Tan Vu's punch, sent flying a great distance from that single blow. He tumbled across the ground and crashed into a large boulder behind him, right in front of An Mang. An Mang was terrified, but tried to remain composed. He snatched a gun and yelled, You, how did you get over here so fast? Tan Vu's eyes were as sharp as daggers. His ice-cold glare struck fear into An Mang and his underling. An Mang quickly ordered all his men to raise their guns and prepare to fire at him. Hurry, get him! Tan Vu effortlessly dodged every single bullet. An Mang unloaded his clip, gritting his teeth. Damn it! He gracefully weaved through the gunfire with decisive movements, all while charging straight towards them. An Mang fired frantically until he ran out of ammo, then threw his gun down and cursed at his men. You useless bunch of losers! You didn't hit him once! Just as he switched to another weapon, Tan Vu suddenly appeared right in his face. He threw a punch at him, but An Mang blocked it with his weapon. An Mang said excitedly, You idiot, my ability is weakening. Right now, you can only use about 20 to 30% of your strength. An Mang laughed with glee. Now be a good boy and let me smash you into meat paste. The moment he spoke, large cracks spread from the point of impact between Tan Vu's fist and the weapon. A massive explosion erupted from Tan Vu's flames. He furiously landed another punch. The blow struck An Mang directly in the face, making his legs tremble and go weak, barely able to support him. He cried out, Ah! An Mang's face was completely swollen from the blow. He angrily tried to speak, but was immediately engulfed and incinerated by Tan Vu's purple flames. His charred body collapsed to the ground. Tan Vu's rage. Still not satisfied, he let the flames flare up, burning even Brother Mang's underlings. They screamed in agony. Duan Tan and Feng Yu were stunned when they saw the scene. She spoke up fearfully. Qin Yu, she asked softly, are you okay? At this point, Qin Yu's anger had subsided a bit. He replied, I'm fine. Then he turned around. Thanks. Duan Tan anxiously approached Qin Yu. What are you going to do next? Are you still going to take the risk? He just smiled and replied, Yeah, I've already come this far. He walked over to the wooden box again and said, I have to go and try. Qin Yu opened the lid and slowly climbed in, not forgetting to instruct everyone. I'll go down by myself. It might be very dangerous below. Everyone should go to the ruins entrance and wait for it to open. Everyone agreed. Okay. Feng Yu worriedly reminded him. Okay, be careful. He smiled. Watch the time. If it takes too long, you'll miss the chance for the ruins gate to open and send everyone back to their own cities. Only a single sound replied. He went down into the box alone. Below the door was a basement, with lit torches placed all around. Qin Yu walked down the stairway by himself, wondering, where does this staircase lead? He kept walking until he saw a door. Qin Yu was surprised. A wooden door? He reached out and touched the door. A light shone out from the opening door. Qin Yu's eyes widened in amazement. The basement door led him to a place high up. Qin Yu wondered, where is this? He turned and looked around, asking himself in confusion, how is this possible? I was clearly going down just now. He suspected, could it be a spatial ability? His gaze fell upon the chests arranged on one side. He approached, still wondering, why are there 3 chests here? Qin Yu stood before the chest in the middle. He looked at it for a long while, then suddenly used his spear to stab straight into the chest's opening. He was surprised because the spear didn't trigger anything, no reaction. He stabbed it again and then confirmed, no reaction. Qin Yu squatted down in front of the chest, still endlessly suspicious. Not a single trap, it's too safe. Then he used his bare hands to open the chest. Qin Yu carefully and slowly opened the lid of the chest. His actions were still a bit hesitant. He always had a bad feeling. As the chest lid slowly creaked open, a flash of green light shot out, immediately turning red. The red light shone straight out from inside the chest. A strange creature jumped out along with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! That strange creature was an immortal-type mutant beast named Olex. It rejoiced. Finally, this king has a chance to escape now. This king will make this world tremble at my feet. As soon as Oleg finished speaking, he was lifted up by Qin Yu's hand. It was bewildered. Huh? He brought it to his eye level and asked, you want to conquer the world? It smiled excitedly. Of course, this king is a genius, destined to become a supreme existence, the overlord of this era. It's a pity the timing was off. First I was captured as a slave, then became a burial object. It was so proud that smoke puffed out of its nostrils. Luckily, this king has obtained a new power, dying to be reborn. This era will definitely belong to this king. Qin Yu looked at it, rambling on and on with a suspicious gaze. Seeing this, it angrily shouted, what's with that look in your eyes? He placed it back on the chest, asking curiously, why were you in the chest? Qin Yu sat and chatted with it. Isn't there supposed to be an elven scepter inside? It answered his question. The elven scepter? Only a fool would believe that divine artifact would be hidden on the 4th floor. Ole continued with another answer. There is indeed an elven scepter in the spirit locking tower, but it's on the 8th floor. He was extremely surprised. The 8th floor is that high? Ole revealed another shocking secret. Furthermore, once the scepter is taken, it will alarm the one imprisoned on the 9th floor. At this current stage, if you dare to disturb him, you all can just wait for the world to be destroyed. It said this while drooling. But that guy will have his blood sucked dry by me sooner or later. Then it turned back to him and said, now what, little devil? For the sake of you releasing me, I'll grant you a less painful death. Qin Yu frowned, asking it seriously. Don't joke around, I'm busy. Is there anything in this ruin that can cure the mutation disease? Oleg replied. Of course, even the elven scepter can. This kind of thing is a must-have. He shouted excitedly, where is that treasure? It sat leisurely on the chest and laughed loudly. Ha ha, this king won't tell you. Qin Yu got angry. He raised his hand to swat it away. Hey, you're asking for a beating! Oleg took flight and flew along his arm. A proboscis grew out from its stomach, stabbing straight into Qin Yu's arm. He tried to burn it with fire. The flames flared up. You're asking for trouble. It smugly sneered. Heh. You think you can harm this king with just that little fire of yours? Oli started to suck blood from his body with its tiny proboscis. Qin Yu could no longer stand steady. He fell to his knees on the ground, realizing the threat. This is bad! He tried to steady his body, thinking to himself, this thing is sucking my blood, and the speed is very fast. A voice calling him reached his ears. Brother Qin Yu. Qin Yu struggled to open his eyes to look at Xiao Yu. His body couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Luckily, Xiao Yu caught him in time. She asked worriedly, Brother, are you okay? He lay on her lap, muttering faintly, Xiao Yu, why are you? Then Xiao Yu immediately noticed Ole clinging to Qin Yu's arm. She said in alarm, What's that thing on your arm? He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he answered her, It's a resurrected immortal-type mutant beast. It's very dangerous. You should run. Xiao Yu wasn't afraid. She remained calm and directly drew her sword. An immortal-type mutant beast. Don't worry, brother. My undead lightning ring is very suited for dealing with this kind of thing. Seeing her rash move, Ole got scared and backed away slightly. It yelled in a panic, Undead lightning ring! Wait a minute! It sat up, using its 2 legs to block the sword, and explain. Liked it. My being is linked to the nerves in his arm. If I die, his arm will be crippled. It broke out in a cold sweat, its voice trembling. How about it? If you don't want your brother to become a one-armed man, you'd better listen to me. Xiao Yu cheerfully swung her sword, and it asked fearfully, What are you going to do? Suddenly, a drop of blood fell onto Oleg's head, and it was bewildered. Huh. I heard you like to drink blood? Then she gently touched it with her finger. From now on, I'll call you Little Red. Got it? Oleg felt giddy, looking dazed and confused. Me? It was suddenly in a dazed state, so it immediately agreed with what Xiao Yu said. My name is Oleg, but Little Red is fine too. Strange. Why do I find this name acceptable? She smiled and replied, "That's not important. You'll get used to it." She gently ordered Ole, "Now, get out of his arm." It scratched its head, laughed, and replied, "That's a bit difficult." Ole explained that it and his nerves were intertwined, and if they were forcibly separated, his arm might become useless. Xiao Yu's expression suddenly darkened, her voice cold. "Then I might as well just kill you." It trembled and broke into a sweat, and Ole hurriedly tried to negotiate. "Don't. I can extract the pure golden blood king from his bloodstream, which is extremely beneficial for your brother." Xiao Yu asked for his opinion. "Brother, what should we do?" Qin Yu propped himself up and replied, "We can only leave it like this for now. We can separate it slowly later." He sat next to her, asking worriedly, "What about you, Xiao Yu? Are you okay?" She answered blankly, "I don't know either." Xiao Yu recounted the whole story to him. Earlier, she was resting when she heard someone calling her. The voice kept repeating, "Qin Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu." That voice then gave a warning that her brother was in danger, that he needed her. Xiao Yu then added, "But as soon as I woke up, I was fine." Qin Yu suddenly looked at her neck and asked in alarm, "Xiao Yu, where's your necklace?" Hearing that, she immediately looked down at her neck. Xiao Yu was bewildered. "Huh, why is it gone? It was here before." He put a hand to his chin and thought for a moment. The black gem was gone. Moreover, when Xiao Yu appeared, he tried to recall that before she appeared, a thick black smoke had emerged from his ring. He thought, there was a lot of black smoke around, which meant that the stone had saved Xiao Yu. Suddenly, strange sounds began to emerge, and the ground began to shake violently. Qin Yu was surprised. "An earthquake? This is bad!" Xiao Yu clutched her head and screamed, "Ah!" Oleg, clinging to his arm, spoke up. "Run, quick, run out of the spirit-locking tower." He asked it in confusion. "What's happening?" Oleg didn't explain, just urged him to hurry. "The spirit-locking tower's central brain is about to awaken." Qin Yu grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and fled, and a large boulder suddenly fell not far from the two siblings. He held her hand while running and said, "If it fully awakens, we'll never get out." A small stone fell from above and hit Xiao Yu on the head. Hearing that, she panicked. "We can't get out?" Qin Yu ran over and quickly touched the door. The door began to open, revealing a staircase leading up. He glanced around, checking for any abnormalities. Then he turned to Oleg and asked, "Why did this central brain suddenly awaken?" It replied, "Earlier, to escape my imprisonment, I tampered with some things and got discovered." It awkwardly scratched its head. Oleg looked away and replied, "Right now, in the eyes of the central brain, I'm a dangerous element. It detected that I escaped from my containment, so it will definitely hunt me down." Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were both furious, their eyes burning with fire. The two siblings scolded it in unison. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He turned to her and requested, "Xiao Yu, quickly tell that flower to get us out of here." She agreed, replying, "Okay." A large green branch shot past, and a giant blue flower appeared. Its vines wrapped tightly around Qin Yu's waist. Xiao Yu, sitting on its petals, commanded, "Flower beast, quickly take us away." In an instant, the flower beast, along with Xiao Yu and Qin Yu, vanished. They quickly reappeared in another place. Ole continued to urge him, "Quick, get out of here. The passage is about to close. You two need to escape now." The flower beast followed closely behind, and after running for a while, the two siblings jumped down together. A large black hole appeared, swirling in the sky. The flower beast, Qin Yu, and Xiao Yu were in free fall. A scream rang out. "Ah!" All three of them hit the ground. The ground was now covered in a thick layer of snow. Qin Yu sat up, curious. The two of them had ended up in a place where it was snowing. He looked around and asked, "Where are we?" The snowfall was very heavy. Xiao Yu couldn't see the scenery clearly. She shielded her eyes with her hand and said, "The weather is completely reversed too. Surely we didn't just go straight from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, right?" He replied, "I don't know. Maybe because the spatial passage closed in a hurry, there was a mishap." His voice sounded a bit helpless. "It seems we can't return to Tianmeng City." As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of feet suddenly appeared, walking towards him and Xiao Yu. That person was Da Luo. He was covered from head to toe. He approached from behind Qin Yu and shouted in a loud voice, "Who are you?" She was about to answer, "We," but he called out to Xiao Yu. She continued to explain, "We got lost and ended up here." "Where is this?" He answered her. "This is the Flying Snow Realm. You don't know where this is, yet you dared to come?" Qin Yu then added, "We didn't exactly choose to come here." He smirked. Daluo intended to lure the two siblings somewhere else, his face revealing a cunning expression, and he said, "This place is very dangerous. Follow me to the gathering point. It's quite safe there." Xiao Yu turned back to ask for his opinion. "Brother, should we go with him?" Without hesitation, Qin Yu flatly refused. "No, this guy is up to no good." Daluo walked a short distance, then turned his head back to look at him. "And Xiao Yu, then asked, "Are you two evolvers?" The siblings remained silent, and he looked at the man with a wary gaze. Daluo no longer concealed his intentions and directly drew a sharp iron sword from his jacket. He swung the sword forcefully, its blade seeming to tear through the air. Daluo shouted, "All evolvers must pass a test to earn the right to live." After speaking, he aimed the tip of his sword straight at Qin Yu. He swiftly dodged aside, his hand grabbing tightly onto Daluo's wrist. He was caught by Qin Yu and stammered, You. Qin Yu replied, "We don't need anyone's permission to live where we want." Daluo furiously roared, "The lives of everyone in Fei Shui territory belong to the king. You must come with me." Hearing that, he casually used a bit of force and broke the man's wrist. He screamed in pain. "Ah!" Qin Yu twisted his entire arm until Daluo's joint felt like it would snap in half. He asked him, "You said who is the king?" He trembled as he answered, "The king is the king. I am under the king's protection if you kill me." He threatened Qin Yu. "The king will not spare you." Daluo had barely finished his sentence when a fist was already flying at his face. Qin Yu punched him in the chin and cursed, "Lunatic!" Quickly finishing off the rambling Daluo, he slowly walked over to his sister and said, "Xiao Yu, let's find a place to rest first." She cautiously asked him, "Brother, you smelled that just now too, right?" Qin Yu turned to look at Daluo lying on the snow in a lifeless state, his mouth agape with a bit of blood trickling out. Then he answered Xiao Yu's question. Yeah, his mouth reeked of human flesh. Qin Yu led her away from the body and warned her that it seemed this place was not peaceful. It wasn't until it was pitch black that Daluo's body was discovered. A voice called out, "Found him. Daluo is dead." Another one of his teammates, Qi Yu, shone a light on the corpse and made an assessment. Daluo was killed in a single blow. It looks like he didn't even have the ability to resist. The other person, completely masked, said Daluo's strength wasn't weak. His constitution was 16 times enhanced. He then guessed maybe he ran into a second-level evolver from another hub, or was it an outsider? A girl's voice suddenly interrupted. "It doesn't matter. Whoever dared to kill one of our own must die." She then commanded the other two, "Give his body to the predators. In less than 3 days, we'll find who killed him." Qi Yu and the other man obeyed and carried the body away. The girl with purple hair who gave the command was Shui Lan. She raised an eyebrow, her voice dripping with contempt. "A mere second-level evolver wants to go against us?" A wooden door creaked open as Qin Yu and Xiao Yu stepped inside, glancing around. He said, "This looks like an emergency shelter for hunters in the forest." He did a sweep, checking all the corners of the room, then concluded, "It's so dusty here. It must have been a long time since anyone came." Suddenly, a sound was heard, a growl coming from Xiao Yu's stomach. She turned red with embarrassment, and Qin Yu, who was behind her, let out a stealthy chuckle. She whined, "Brother, I'm hungry." He replied cheerfully, "I'm hungry too. Let's eat." The siblings set up a simple makeshift stove, with him using an iron bar as a crossbar to hang a pot, with a few small logs underneath to start a fire. Xiao Yu rested her chin on her hands and asked curiously, "Brother, what's up?" Qin Yu was sitting next to her, searching for something from his storage space. He took out various food items and placed them on the ground before replying, "It's nothing. There's not much food left in my storage, maybe only enough for us for 2 days." She was surprised. "Then what do we do?" Qin Yu went to the boiling pot and, while lifting the lid, reassured her, "It's fine." He then dropped a block of noodles into the water, calmly telling her, "If we run out of food, we'll just go find more. It's not like this area is uninhabited anyway." A strange sound came from nearby, and he immediately looked over with caution. Xiao Yu also turned in surprise. Qin Yu yelled in a gruff voice, "Who's there?" The siblings stood up to investigate, and she spoke fearfully to her brother. The sound was coming from inside a room. Qin Yu led the way and said, "Let's go take a look." He and Xiao Yu quickly moved to another room. He glanced at the empty bed. The room contained nothing but a bed and a wardrobe. His attention shifted to the wardrobe, and Qin Yu walked over to open it, assuming someone was hiding inside. He swung the door open, revealing a little girl hiding inside. The moment he opened it, he yelled, "Did you think we wouldn't find you?" Qin Yu was surprised when he saw the little girl. It was Jie, the frightened girl, was cowering in the confined space. He took one look and remarked, "You've awakened a concealment ability. No wonder we didn't detect you earlier." Xiao Yu spoke softly, to comfort her. "Hey, little one, don't be scared." Qin Yu also reassured the girl, "We won't hurt you." Jie doubtfully stammered, You two aren't going to eat me?" Xiao Yu smiled and replied, "Of course not. We have food." Qin Yu pushed a large bowl of food in front of the little girl and asked, "What's your name? Are you from around here? Eat up, we can talk while you eat." Zijie saw the steaming hot bowl of food, the steam, wafting up with a fragrant aroma, and she couldn't stop her mouth from watering as her eyes lit up. Zijie hastily began to eat. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu exchanged a smile as they watched her. Once she had eaten, her fill, the girl shyly started to introduce herself. My name is Feng Zijie. I was originally a resident of a small city, not far from here. Xiao Yu asked in surprise. A small city nearby? Where are your parents? At the mention of her parents, Zijie's face fell. The little girl looked down and stammered, they, before finally answering, were eaten by those other people. An image, flashes of her father being killed. The horror resurfaced. They are devils. They captured us and took us to a camp, killing us one by one. Back then, ZJ and her mother could only helplessly cling to each other. She continued, saying they even stored them like food. ZJ choked up as she recounted everything, unable to hold back her tears. Then I took a chance and escaped in the dead of night, and I've been hiding here ever since. ZJ rested her head on the dining table, and then I met the two of you. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned and thought to himself, it seems we can't leave Fei Shuijing anytime soon. Those man-eating beasts are a threat. I might as well. Call her Xiao Jie. The little girl looked up, her face streaked with tears, and curiously replied, yes? Qin Yu leaned on the table and asked casually, can you take us to the nearest town? Zijie immediately shouted, out! The city is very dangerous. The entire town seems to be overrun by zombies. ZJ said that while there are some supplies, there are tons of zombies, and they're even stronger than the evolved humans. He just smiled and replied gently, it's fine. The more zombies, the better. I want to go where there are lots of them. The scene changes to outside the snowy landscape. A faint moon appears through the thick falling snow. Qin Yu said in a cold tone, hey, Old Lee, are you sure they went into the city? Old Lee calmly replied, don't worry, my tracking skill is never wrong. A man, a woman, and a child are definitely in this city. Shui Lan, standing behind with her arms crossed, said with a frown, everyone, be careful. Based on their tracks, one of the three can use fire. And what's more, they're a level 2 evolved human. She warned them beforehand, I have to save my ability to deal with him. If you guys get into trouble, don't blame me for leaving you to die. Qin Yu led the group and said, all right, brothers, let's start the hunt. Their whole group stormed into the city. Qin Yu spoke as they advanced. Old Lee, he asked, are you sure they entered this city? Qin Yu held a flashlight. Looking around, he scanned the entire room and replied, positive, they're not far, probably on the second floor. Suddenly, a bad feeling washed over him. He turned and said, boss, something doesn't feel right. Another guy also agreed with Qin Yu, chiming in, yeah, boss, I have a strange feeling I can't explain. Shui Lan's expression suddenly soured. She frowned deeply, then raised her hand to stop everyone. She yelled, stop, not another sound. Shui Lan then took the flashlight in her hand, shining it towards the stairs to search. Looking through the clear glass window, outside, the snow still hadn't stopped falling. Shui Lan found it strange. She wondered, how can this be? There isn't a single sound. The other guys looked at each other. Then one of them spoke up. What's wrong with there being no sound? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge chunk of the ceiling suddenly cracked and fell. One of them in the room noticed and yelled, the ceiling is collapsing! He quickly put up a protective shield and yelled to everyone, quick, get inside! The rock fell from above, shattering into smaller pieces that flew everywhere. Kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke, a strange foot suddenly stepped out. After, everyone hid behind the shield and dodged the falling rock. They pushed away the broken rubble and slowly crawled out. A zombie, its breath like white smoke and its eyes glowing red, was slowly approaching them. A voice screamed, ah, what is this thing? One guy, trying to push away the rubble to get out, said his mouth was full of dust and coughed violently. Qin Yu suddenly yelled, how can this be? He pointed in a direction and said, everyone, look, we're surrounded by zombies. Shui Lan was horrified by the scene before her, asking in fear, how is this possible? She wondered. Aloud, zombies are never still for a moment. Why didn't we sense any zombies nearby just now? Meanwhile, on the floor above, next to the hole where the rock had fallen, J, Xiao Yu, and Qin Yu were sitting and smiling smugly. He praised her. ZJ, you did a great job. The three of them looked down at the horde of zombies. Qin Yu said, if you hadn't concealed the zombies' sounds, they would have never been fooled so easily. The little girl felt shy from the praise. ZG modestly and gently replied, no, my ability isn't strong enough to completely hide the zombies' movements. I only temporarily cut off their senses from the outside world. While the three of them were chatting happily above, down below was a scene of chaos. One guy had been bitten by a zombie on the neck, with blood gushing out. Seeing ZJ being so modest, Xiao Yu continued to praise her. But you did it. You lured them into the trap. She added happily, this way, you've avenged your parents. Hearing that, ZJ also got excited. It's all thanks to you two for helping. Qin Yu looked at the cheerful little girl and couldn't help but think, ZJ's ability has many limitations, but it's very powerful. The little girl was filled with happiness, her face beaming. Thank you, big sister Xiao Yu. Thank you, big brother Qin Yu. He considered it carefully. Although she's weak herself, bringing her along will definitely be useful at some point. Moreover, Qin Yu, in a gentle voice, slowly sat up and said, if we leave ZJ here, I'm afraid she'll be eaten by zombies. All three of them stood up. Xiao Yu took ZJ's hand, and he smirked. Let's go. I don't want to watch the process of these scumbags being eaten by zombies. Suddenly, just as Qin Yu finished speaking, a yellow flame erupted behind him. Qin Yu sensed the sound, quickly turned around, and yelled, what is happening? Shuelan praised him mockingly. You're pretty good, kid. She flew up from the floor below, cursing angrily. You really messed us up. Qin Yu said nothing, just raised his hand to create a purple flame to attack her. His flame spread rapidly and engulfed Shuelan, but strangely, her flesh was completely unharmed by the fire he used to attack. Shuelan's entire body was enveloped in a faint blue light because her ability was ice. Shuelan laughed heartily. Haha, didn't expect this, did you? Our tracker's ability sensed that you would use fire. As she spoke, she hurled large, sharp ice shards at Qin Yu. That's why they specifically sent me to deal with you. My ability completely counters yours, so just lie down and die for me. He dodged the attack, using his hand to block an ice shard. Shuelan smirked. You dare block my attack with your bare hands? She cursed him. Fool. Immediately, something strange happened to his hand. She gloated. Did you think I'd attack so simply? Like a brute? He had fallen into Shuelan's trap, frozen on the spot. Shuelan shot towards Qin Yu like an arrow, creating more small ice fragments in her hand. He was immobilized, unable to move. This was careless. She leaped into the air, intending to finish him off with an ice sword. Qin Yu could only watch, unable to move. He gritted his teeth. Not enough time. Just as he was about to be struck by Shuelan's blade, Qin Yu suddenly vanished. She frantically slashed at the empty ground, only then realizing he was gone. Shuelan looked up to scan the area, wondering to herself, where did everyone go? Shuelan froze. She fumed with anger, furrowing her brow and clenching her teeth. What? I can't even make a sound? Shuelan suddenly felt strange. The sensation of her clothes, the scene before her, it all disappeared. What's wrong with me? Could it be that kid's ability? She was stunned. Qin Yu broke out in a cold sweat, having been saved and narrowly escaping death. He gently stepped to the side. Shuelan was standing frozen, seemingly unconscious. Qin Yu shattered her ice sword with a single punch. Xiao Yu ran over worriedly. Brother, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. Shuelan stood rigidly in one spot, unable to move a muscle. Qin Yu asked curiously, ZG, did you stop her? The little girl urged him. Hurry, she's about to regain her sight. Qin Yu grabbed a long iron bar and reassured her. Don't worry, I'll just be gentle. The iron bar pierced through Shuelan's torso, blood splattering everywhere. She won't get another chance. Qin Yu thrust the iron bar deep inside and then pulled it straight out, and at the same time, blood gushed from her body like a fountain along the rod. Shuelan stopped breathing and fell backward onto the ground as the three of them watched. He smiled gently and said, You saved me this time. I owe you one. ZJ quickly replied, No, it was nothing. Being praised again, ZJ remained shy and said timidly, I just did what I could. A familiar rumbling sound once again came from Xiao Yu's stomach, breaking the atmosphere. Qin Yu asked helplessly, Xiao Yu, are you hungry again? She answered embarrassedly, I can't help it. We've been gathering intelligence for the past 2 days, so I've been pretty active. He took out a metal box filled with steaming rice and meat. Eat first, but we need to find a base quickly. Xiao Yu happily sat down to enjoy her meal. He sat down and opened another metal box containing another dish and suddenly grew somber. The food supplies in this town have been taken. We need to find a new food source quickly. A day later, Qin Yu led Xiao Yu and ZGA through the night under a sky full of falling snow. He thought to himself that it had been half a day's walk since their last meal. Qin Yu looked at ZJ's figure, extremely worried about the little girl. Although his and Xiao Yu's bodies could go 2 or 3 days without food, Zijie was a child who hadn't undergone any physical enhancement. Just as he was thinking that she wouldn't be able to last much longer, her foot suddenly caught on a large rock. The little girl stumbled and fell into the thick white snow. Xiao Yu cried out in alarm. Zijie! She ran to the girl's side. Are you okay? Xiao Yu helped her up. Zijie struggled to answer. I'm okay, Sister Xiao Yu. The girl was drowsy in Xiao Yu's warm arms, murmuring, I'm okay. Xiao Yu quickly encouraged her. Zijie, don't fall asleep in the falling snow. Qin Yu squatted down and said with frustrated helplessness, I can't believe we've ended up in this situation. Suddenly, he saw something in the distance. Far away, there were 3 caves, and 2 of them were lit. Qin Yu quickly told her, Xiao Yu, give me ZJ. Hurry and run over there. There are people over there. He immediately carried ZJ on his back. Xiao Yu helped position the girl against him and asked cautiously, Brother, you're sure they're not enemies, right? Qin Yu's gaze was firm as he replied, We don't have time to worry about that. He quickly carried the girl and ran towards the caves. If they're enemies, we'll just kill them. The three of them tried to run as fast as they could to the caves. As they were about to arrive, a man holding a gun stopped them. He asked, Wait, who are you? He carefully scrutinized Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, wondering if they were part of the same group as those man-eating ghouls. Qin Yu spoke up, We're from another place. We have a child who has fainted from hunger. Please help us. I'm willing to trade items for some food. Another bald man stepped forward and snatched the gun from the other man's hand. He was very firm. No way. Anyone who wants to enter the cave must pass a test. The other guy quickly waved for someone to come out. Then, from inside the cave, an elf-like girl with blue hair slowly walked out. The little elf approached Qin Yu, who was carrying the girl on his back, and asked just one question. Have you ever eaten human flesh? He immediately replied, No. Her eyes, along with two glowing spots on her forehead, lit up at the same time. Her eyes stared straight into Qin Yu's face. The little elf had the ability to confirm if words were true or false. After confirming, she told the bald man, They're not lying. Let them in. The bald man lowered the gun in his hand and gave a bag of food to Qin Yu. Hurry and follow her inside. Take this food for first aid. He reached out to take it and replied, Thank you. Standing nearby, Xiao Yu couldn't help but ask curiously, Did she awaken a lie detection ability? Oh? He suddenly looked up, impressed. As they entered the cave, a scene of everyone working tirelessly unfolded. They were painstakingly digging. Qin Yu walked past, looked around, and marveled, I never would have thought that this cave, which doesn't look big from the outside, is so spacious inside. Xiao Yu was about to say something, but she saw the hardship of the people living in this cave. Xiao Yu said, Seems very tough. There aren't many evolved people here, and it's all ice and snow outside, so it's normal for life to be a little hard. A voice suddenly called out, Hello. A man, tall and with white hair, accompanied by a young boy, introduced himself, I'm Xie Rui, the leader of this place. He also introduced himself briefly, My name is Qin Yu. Behind me are my sister, Xiao Yu, and Zijie. We came from another place and ran into trouble during the blizzard, so we had no choice but to bother you. Xie Rui waved his hand. It's all right. The three of you are evolved, aren't you? We're short-handed, so please stay. As he was explaining the cave's rules, we periodically distribute some food. All you have to do is complete our weekly tasks. Suddenly, there was the sound of other footsteps, and someone suddenly rushed in with an urgent report. He announced, We're under attack, he asked in shock. What? He turned to see that Fat Mao had already stormed the place, with 5 to 6 of his henchmen behind him. Xiao Yu also turned to look, seeming to have noticed something. Xiao Yu immediately said, Brother, they smell of human flesh. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Xie Rui became enraged. Damn it. He stepped forward to block Fat Mao and said, They must be from the same group as the others. Why is that fatty here again? He sneered and replied, To collect the protection fee, of course. Fat Mao's words infuriated him even more. We just gave you supplies 4 days ago. It hasn't even been a week. He was still smiling, his two hands raised, feigning ignorance as he replied, Times are getting tougher now. Food is scarce, so the boss says the protection fee is now twice a week. Zirui's anger was about to boil over as he heard those grating words, and he retorted, How are we supposed to come up with that much? Fat Mao kept that disgusting smile on his face, turning to look at the other people who were working hard. Your camp feeds this many people, yet you claim you don't have enough food? Xie Rui could only reply in a yielding tone, We don't have any food, and don't try to threaten me with your boss. We don't have it means we don't have it. You won't get anything even if you kill us. His face suddenly darkened, as if he had an idea. Then he said, We aren't unreasonable. If you people don't have food, he shouted, then hand over people instead. 5 will be enough. Seeing him, Zijie trembled in fear and clung tightly to Qin Yu's shirt. Her brother didn't understand and asked, Zijie, what's wrong? The little girl said, It's them. She stared directly at Fat Mao. They're the ones who killed my parents. He stood with his arms crossed, apparently losing patience. What are you people waiting for? Xiao Yu turned to ask his opinion. Brother, should we? Qin Yu stopped her. Not yet. If we act now, innocent people will get hurt. Fat Mao became even more pushy. We're not here to talk terms with you, he declared firmly. This is an order. Hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing. They let go of a cart filled with earth and stones, causing it to fall and spill its contents. Everyone was terrified, running for their lives so they wouldn't be captured by Fat Mao. Xie Rui tried to shout an explanation. Everyone calm down. Don't panic. A hand suddenly landed. on his shoulder. Qin Yu, with a cold expression, patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and said, "Looks like you've got some trouble here." The orange-haired guy suddenly stepped up from behind and urgently asked, "Boss, look, aren't these the two people the boss is looking for?" Fat Mao immediately turned around, holding up a scroll on which was a portrait of Qin Yu and Xiao Yu. He held it up to take a look. A perfect match. He was stunned, his voice faltering. You. Fat Mao clutched the scroll tightly, saying excitedly, "I can't believe I found them first." He let out a hearty laugh. "I'm finally gonna make a name for myself today." Qin Yu frowned and asked, "Who is your boss, and why are you looking for me?" He walked towards him step by step. "Our boss is naturally the leader of the evil wolf base." Fat Mao pointed at himself with his thumb and answered in a loud voice, "We don't know why we're looking for you, but you'll find out when you come with me." His eyes blazed as his pupils constricted, and Qin Yu growled, "Fine, I'll make the trip." But then the man shouted, "But what?" Qin Yu's hand quickly shot out and grabbed Fat Mao by the neck. He lifted Fat Mao into the air by his tightly squeezed throat and shouted in a rage, "But not with you." Tears streamed from his eyes as he struggled and cried out, "Ah!" Just as he was about to suffocate, Qin Yu released him, tossing him to the ground. He sat up, clutching his throat, and coughed out, "You're rebelling." ZG cursed in a rage, "You scumbag." The little girl gritted her teeth in anger, her gaze firm. "I'll chop you into 100 pieces." He looked at her and seemed to remember. "It's you?" Xiao Yu drew her sword, stood in front of him, and swung it hard. She slashed a strike straight through him. He instantly collapsed to the ground, and Fat Mao screamed in agony. "Ah!" He tried to say something. Xiao Yu handed the sword to the little girl, encouraging her. "Little Jie, I'll leave him for you to deal with." Zijie reached out and took the sword's hilt. The orange-haired guy frantically shouted to stop them. "Stop! How dare you lay a hand on one of our evil wolf men?" he ordered. The others, "Kill them!" Qin Yu didn't say a word, only smirking slightly. He raised his hands and unleashed his fire ability, and a purple flame instantly flared to life. It swept over all of Fat Mao's henchmen. He cheerfully encouraged the little girl who was trembling as she held the sword. "No one is stopping you now." ZJ slowly approached the fat guy, who backed away in fear, his voice trembling as he stuttered, Don't come over here." He begged the little girl to spare his life. ZJ gripped the sword tightly with both hands, raising it high into a ready stance as he screamed for mercy. The next moment, fresh blood splattered everywhere. ZJ's hands trembled. She looked completely stunned by what she had just done. Xiao Yu came closer to comfort her. "Was this your first time? Don't be afraid. They were bad people. They deserved to die." Shi Rui sat solemnly and spoke up timidly. "The three of you, do you have any requests?" Qin Yu replied warmly, "Mr. Shi Rui, you gave us food and saved my sister's life. I'm incredibly grateful. We won't make any demands of you." Then he suddenly asked a question, "But we're very curious about the evil wolf base. Do you have any intel on it?" Xia Rui replied, "I'm not too clear on the specifics myself." He slowly explained that the evil wolf base was the strongest one nearby. They have over 200 evolvers, and there's no evil deed they won't commit, from murder to pillaging. Qin Yu grinned. "Is that so? Then I'll have to go pay them a visit." The scene shifts to a luxurious and magnificent room where Hei Lang stood before a large mirror. He carefully examined his reflection. He opened his mouth to reveal sharp, iron-like teeth unlike a normal person's. He touched them, wondering to himself, "Why is this happening? Have I been eating too much human flesh lately?" He glanced over at a picture frame on the desk, a golden one, and grimaced, feeling an uncontrollable urge to bite something. Hei Lang looked at the family photo, unable to stop himself from stroking the faces of his wife and child as he lamented, "If it weren't for those bastards eating the two of you." Staring at the photo of his family who had been eaten, his expression filled with despair. "I wouldn't be like this now." As he held the frame, lost in the past, a voice called out, interrupting him. "Boss!" A man rushed in, panting. "It's bad news, boss. Really bad." Hei Lang put the frame back down and asked grimly, "What is it? Did zombies attack? Or a mutated beast?" The other man dropped to his knees, terrified. "It's neither, sir. We found the person you asked us to look for." Breaking into a cold sweat, he added, "He took out 80% of our men all by himself." Hei Lang was stunned. "That kid. Is that powerful?" He immediately started to leave, his presence menacing. "I'll go see him myself." The subordinate stammered, "Be boss." But just then, the door flashed with a blinding golden light and was instantly blown to pieces in a massive explosion. Smoke and dust filled the room. Hei Lang shielded his eyes as a voice spoke up, "No need to come out and welcome us." Xiao Yu and ZJ stood behind Qin Yu, who appeared with one hand casually in his pocket, looking incredibly cool. "We've come to find you," Hei Lang asked curiously. "You're Qin Yu?" He replied, "I am. How do you know my name?" The terrified subordinate hid behind He Lang, who confronted our hero. Lord Hung Xing wants to see you. Of course I'd know your name, Qin Yu asked wearily. And who the hell is Hung Xing? Suddenly, He Lang began to transform. Fur sprouted all over his face as he sneered. You don't need to know who he is. His body swelled, muscles bulging and ripping his clothes to shreds. He continued. Besides, I have no intention of handing you over. An evolver with your talent is a rare delicacy. His body finished transforming, revealing his true nature as a giant wolf. He Lang roared. How could I ever just hand you over on a silver platter? Qin Yu thought. A transformation type evolver. He frowned in annoyance. This guy's power wasn't weak. The subordinate tried to crawl away to escape, but He Lang grabbed him, leaving him to only scream. Ah! The man cried out. Boss! He Lang gripped him tightly, opened his sharp-toothed maw, and bit directly into his neck. The man shrieked in agony. Arr! As blood sprayed everywhere. Qin Yu spoke up. Do you guys have a tradition of sacrificing a teammate before you fight? After finishing his snack, He Lang wiped his mouth and replied, My apologies. He heartlessly tossed the now useless subordinate to the ground, saying, I lose a bit of self-control once I transform. He Lang then opened his jaws and charged at Qin Yu, swiping at him with his sharp claws, but was blocked by the iron bar in his hand. The beast lunged again, its long tongue shooting out, causing Qin Yu's eyes to widen in shock. How can this be? He struggled to dodge He Lang's attacks, thinking, this guy's physical enhancement is even greater than mine. ZJ raised her hand, forming a sphere of dark magic. Brother Qin Yu, I'll help you, he yelled back. Don't! You two, get back now! Qin Yu then imbued his fire ability into the iron bar. He retaliated against He Lang's attack. The beast quickly backed away, its long claws scraping against the floor. Hiding behind a wall, Xiao Yu asked, Brother, why is he like a madman? Qin Yu replied with his best guess. He's probably eaten too much human flesh, she asked, surprised. Eating a lot of human flesh drives you insane? Yeah, he replied, and then explained to Xiao Yu. After the apocalypse, everyone's body carries the virus, but the amount in a normal person is too small to have any effect. He's likely consumed a huge amount of human flesh. The crazed beast searched around as Qin Yu continued. That's how he turned into this monstrous half-man, half-wolf creature. Just then, the beast charged at him again. He Lang caught Qin Yu, pinning him and slamming him violently against the wall. Qin Yu cried out in pain as a sudden flash of golden light flared up. Xiao Yu rushed forward to save him. Brother, I'm coming to help, he shouted, trying to stop her. Stay back! The tail of He Lang immediately curled up. He swatted her away with it, and Qin Yu screamed in panic. Xiao Yu! From the side, a terrified ZJ cried out, Brother Qin Yu! She then used her ability, causing He Lang to momentarily lose his senses. His vision went completely black. ZG urged him on, telling him the beast could not see anymore. He immediately got into position, raised his leg, and landed a swift kick right in Black Wolf's face. He staggered, digging his fingernails and toenails into the ground. A tense atmosphere erupted between Black Wolf and Qin Yu. ZJ quickly helped Xiao Yu up, who had fainted from his surprise attack. The little girl warned him, Brother Qin Yu, be careful. He's too powerful. I can only temporarily seal his sight, but he can still use his sense of smell to locate you. He stood up, grabbing his spear, then replied, Sealing his sight is more than enough to fight Black Wolf. He grabbed the spear with his bare hands, and blood immediately gushed out. Qin Yu ran quickly to gain momentum, yelled, and then leaped straight up. Right in front of him, he landed on Black Wolf, then wrapped his arms tightly around him from behind, simultaneously using his flames to burn him. How do you like this move? He writhed in pain, and Qin Yu smirked, knowing that whether it was a zombie or a wild beast, they were all afraid of light. It roared, and Qin Yu immediately covered his ears with both hands. Although he is very strong, as long as I use my flames. It struggled violently, causing him to suddenly lose his balance. And fall, Qin Yu said in annoyance. He can still fight back. Black Wolf sucked all of his flames into its mouth, while he squatted, gripping his spear tightly. Black Wolf suddenly spat back the very flames he had used to attack it. The flames shot through the entire building, leaving a massive hole. He was lucky to have dodged its attack just in time. Qin Yu panted, covered in sweat. This is bad. The destructive power of his attack turned a part of the building into a pile of scrap metal. He looked at the aftermath and thought, the flames used the wind, and it actually ended up helping him. Oleg said, You're not doing so well. He stood up. Oleg's voice spoke up again. A measly werewolf can make you this pathetic. I guess this great one will have to help you out for once. Suddenly, Qin Yu's entire body began to emit a brilliant golden light. It said, I was originally created by the Star Clan to enhance bloodline power. He looked at his hands excitedly. You activated my golden bloodline? Oleg replied. I have strengthened your golden bloodline. Then, Black Wolf opened its mouth, preparing to attack again. He held his hand out towards it. Let's finish this werewolf. It unleashed a wide-area attack from its mouth. Qin Yu took the full force of its attack, but was completely unharmed, and even said cheerfully, "Interesting." This time, Qin Yu became extremely serious, his eyes glowing red. Is this the power of an enhanced bloodline? Then he continued to engulf its body in flames. Qin Yu praised Olek. "Little Hong, I didn't expect you to have such a grand origin." It replied smugly, and then warned, "You'd better be a little more careful." Then it explained, "The information he mentioned might be related to the Star Clan. I can't protect you every single time." As Qin Yu left the room, he said, "Let's go. We're going to meet that baleful star." Xiao Yu asked quietly, "Brother, do you know where the baleful star is?" He reasoned that a monster that could even subjugate man-eating ghouls couldn't be simple. Right after that, Qin Yu came to a conclusion. They could definitely find clues in the largest city of the Flying Snow Realm. Elsewhere, a foot stepped onto the street. A bald, bearded man named An Vien was leading a group of people forward. "It's our turn to enter the ruins today." The pink-haired girl named Cao Huang, walking right behind, turned to warn Xiao Nan, "You have too little combat experience. Don't touch anything recklessly inside the ruins." The young man who was warned immediately replied, "You and Brother Vien are both my seniors. I will definitely stick close to you two." But before they could even enter, the ruins gate opened. A light flashed from inside the entrance, as mystical as a galaxy in the universe. Someone shouted an order, "Wait." An Vien stopped his group, on high alert. "It looks like someone is inside the gate." No sooner had he spoken than a black wind flew out from inside. It formed a tornado that swept through the group. The black wind passed through An Vien, instantly taking his life. Cao Huang and Xiao Nan, along with the others on the team, were also hit by the strong black wind, unable to keep their footing. Thudding sounds rang out as people collapsed to their knees. The black tornado passed by, leaving corpses scattered all over the ground. Cao Huang now lay in a pool of blood, lifeless, and An Vien had already fallen before her. Amidst the scattered corpses, one person was still barely breathing, their hand reaching forward. "No, I have to." It was Xiao Nan. He dragged his heavy body forward, his whole body trembling from his fading strength, trying to finish his sentence. "I have to tell Commander Li." The black tornado flew on without stopping. Outside, only beginning to slow down when it reached a place with clear skies and green trees. When the black wind completely subsided, a silver-booted foot appeared. Augustus appeared with a majestic air and complained, "That old high priest was certainly no pushover. To escape, I had to use up almost all of my power." Augustus retracted the deadly black wind, but forget it. Augustus brushed his hands and walked away, setting a goal for himself after leaving the ruins. "As long as I find Olek, none of this will be a problem." Back in the snowy land, a group of people was slowly entering the city. Among that group were the siblings Qin Yu and Zijie. Looking at the massive city gate, Qin Yu asked, "Is this Flying Snow City?" Zijie replied, "Yes." The group moved slowly into the city, unable to speed up because everyone had to go through an inspection to get inside. While they waited, Zijie continued to explain, "This is the largest city in the Flying Snow Realm. Many people, desperate to survive, found all sorts of ways to take refuge here. In the city, the snow was falling quite heavily, and the high-rise buildings were still intact. They still hadn't entered the city proper." Xiao Yu wondered, "Brother, how are we going to find the baleful star?" Qin Yu replied, "In a city this big, there are bound to be some shady places." The group walked forward as he finished his sentence. "If no one really knows, we'll just go straight to the city lord." Outside the city gate, a soldier stopped Qin Yu, instructing, "It's your turn to register your names and basic information." The rumbling of a vehicle echoed from within the city. It was Mr. Shen Zhengcheng, with a military truck following behind him. Getting ready to leave the city, everyone hurriedly moved aside. "Make way for the army." The military truck carrying Shen Zhengcheng was heading out of the city, and as it passed by Xiao Yu, he suddenly froze for about 2 seconds, then immediately ordered the vehicle to stop. The truck, having just passed Qin Yu's group, came to a halt on Zhengcheng's command. When the man from the truck stepped out, the guard at the gate immediately saluted. "Sir!" Seeing the man approach them, Xiao Yu whispered a complaint. "Brother, another pervert." Zhengcheng held out a drawing, standing before Xiao Yu with a punchable look on his face. He smirked and asked, "Young lady, is the person in this drawing you?" Qin Yu glared at him unhappily. "So what if it is?" Zhengcheng shook the drawing in his hand, recounting an event. 2 days ago, we wiped out a cannibal stronghold and took this picture from their leader." Qin Yu stepped forward to protect his sister, crossing his arms and nodding, We also picked up a few of these along the way." Zhengcheng shouted, "Cut the crap!" His yell made the others turn and look. "Why is the Calamity Star looking for you?" Qin Yu disliked the man's interrogating tone. He replied coldly, "We also don't know why he's looking for us." Zhengcheng took a step forward, closing in on the two siblings. "You don't know? Anyone associated with the Calamity Star is never any good. Men, he ordered, arrest these three for me. The officers rushed forward, and Qin Yu and Xiao Yu drew their weapons to defend themselves. But before they could act, Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. Brother, I feel something drawing me in, and it's getting closer. A pair of white boots stepped onto the snow, and the newcomer said in a stern voice, "That's enough." It was a cold-looking girl with blue, icy hair. She was Mo Shui, the city lord's representative in Snowfall City. She frowned and scolded. "What are you all doing? Haven't you caused enough of a scene?" Zheng Cheng was surprised. "Xiao Yan, why are you here?" Mo Shui walked past him, warning with annoyance. "The people of Snowfall City are in a panic right now. I hope you can keep a low profile and not cause trouble." Zheng Cheng bit his lip, unwillingly, replying, "I understand." He then got into the vehicle. "Well, I'll be on my way. East Soil City has a large monster that needs to be dealt with." With that, the truck sped off down the snowy road. In the truck, Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth, veins popping, looking furious and annoyed. He seethed with resentment, scowling at the group in his rearview mirror. Mo Shui indifferently watched Zheng Cheng's truck leave. It was unclear what she was thinking. Qin Yu's group spoke up and asked the girl, "Who are you?" Mo Shui turned around, brushing back her hair that was being blown by the snowy wind, and introduced herself. "My name is Mo Shui. I am the lord of this city. The Calamity Star is an enemy of Snowfall City." Her expression was softer than when she spoke to Shen Zhengcheng. "You two are wanted by him, aren't you? Then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. May I invite the three of you for a meal?" Qin Yu didn't respond, looking indifferent. Xiao Yu whispered to him, "Brother, I can feel that thing that's attracting me. It's definitely on her." Hearing this, he agreed. "All right, then it would be rude to refuse." At the city lord's mansion, in a luxurious dining room, Mo Shui hosted them. "Everyone will be here soon." She tossed her hair back, accidentally revealing a necklace with an unremarkable black stone. She told a servant, "You may serve the food." Xiao Yu was immediately drawn to the necklace. Qin Yu also saw the necklace and thought to himself, the gem on that necklace. Looking closer, he remembered it was the exact same kind of black stone that had saved Xiao Yu's life before. Xiao Yu tentatively spoke up, "Miss Yan, can I see your necklace?" Mo Shui looked at the necklace around her neck, recalling some fond memory, her cold expression softening slightly. "I'm sorry, this was a gift from my brother when we were children. It's very important. To me, I can't just let others see it." Xiao Yu knew she couldn't force the issue, so she just let out a small "oh" in disappointment. After the food was served, Mo Shui suddenly asked, "Do you all really not know why the Calamity Star is looking for you?" Qin Yu answered honestly, "We truly don't know who the Calamity Star is. I want to find him too, to ask him why he's after us." Hearing that, Mo Shui's voice grew heavy with doubt. "Find him?" Seeing the bewildered expressions on the siblings' faces, she advised, "Then I suggest you leave quickly. The terror of the Calamity Star is not something you can imagine." On the top floor of the city lord's mansion, a pair of slender legs in white shoes walked up to a closed door. The person inserted a key into the lock and turned it. Inside the pitch-black room, the silhouette at the door was dark. It was unclear who it was. The person spoke, "Brother, are you all right?" In the room, a man's voice spoke softly. "Calamity Star." The man had long blue hair and was bound in chains. His upper body was bare, his chest and face covered in a chaotic mess of irregular patterns. He asked, "Have you found the Calamity Star yet?" It turns out this person was Mo Shui's older brother, Mo Bing. Mo Shui was the one visiting him. She gave him some water to drink, comforting him. "Brother, don't rush. We will find the Calamity Star." Mo Bing tilted his head back to drink, gulping down the water, his Adam's apple bobbing beautifully. After drinking, he lowered his head dejectedly. "Whether it's me or Snowfall City, we don't have much time left." Mo Shui really didn't want to believe it, brother. Snowfall. Will the realm really be destroyed? Mo Bing was somber. Until now, every prophecy in that book had come true, and he didn't want to believe it. But Mo Shui was worried, and she voiced her question. "But if the monsters are truly as the book describes, if they are that powerful, why didn't they just kill everyone in the flying snow realm immediately?" Mo Bing had no answer. He didn't know. With that, he sensed the situation within the city, and he could feel a powerful monster approaching the flying snow realm. As of now, the true identity of the Calamity Star was still a mystery. Mo Bing couldn't help but anxiously warn his sister that the Calamity Star had plotted against him, even causing him to be infected. "With a great enemy before us, we need to unite everyone in the flying snow realm." He suddenly asked, "What's the situation with the battle at Dongtu City?" Mo Shui replied, "It's not looking good." Recalling the intelligence reports about a giant octopus monster attacking the city, she mentioned that a large one had recently appeared. No one knows why those monsters specifically target Dongtu City. It's as if someone is commanding them. She stood up and twisted the cap on her water bottle, her face filled with anxiety. Shen Zhengcheng, the last of the four great generals, is currently heading to Dongtu City to provide reinforcements. If we can't hold it, we'll have no choice but to abandon Dongtu City. At that moment, below the city, military vehicles were leaving the city in a convoy. Someone was considering whether to hire some mercenaries. On one of the trucks were a few mercenaries and the three Qin Yu siblings. Xiao Yu was still thinking about the stone on the necklace belonging to Mo Bing. She asked, "Brother, what do we have to do for Sister Shui to give us the stone?" ZJ hesitated. "How about—" Qin Yu and Xiao Yu listened intently, wanting to know if the little girl had a bright idea. ZJ did not disappoint them. The little girl said, "How about we just steal it?" The moment she finished speaking, she received a big bonk on the head from Qin Yu. He took the opportunity to lecture her, saying that she's still young and shouldn't always resort to violence to solve problems. After lecturing ZJ, Qin Yu finally noticed the people sitting across from them, feeling a bit suspicious. These warriors. Beside him, Xiao Yu was also busy lecturing ZJ along with her brother. Besides, Sister Shui looks so pitiful, it would be too cruel for us to do something to her. ZJ listened obediently, just nodding and humming in agreement. The warriors across from them kept their heads down, staring at the ground, looking incredibly dejected. Qin Yu thought to himself in confusion, why are they so tense, looking as if they're facing a great enemy? He didn't think much of it and patted Xiao Yu's head. It's okay. Qin Yu smiled reassuringly. In a few more days, we'll find a chance to talk to her. Isn't the Flying Snow City lacking combat power right now? As long as we become soldiers and achieve great things, she'll consider agreeing with us. Instead of thinking about these things, we might as well learn about our destination first. Qin Yu opened a map and looked at it, taking the chance to share the news he knew with his two younger sisters. I heard the monsters attacking Dongtu City are very strong. ZJ wondered. Very strong? Isn't that really dangerous? The little girl's innocent voice echoed on the snowy road. At the same time, high above, the figure of a tiger appeared. It was a striped tiger with white fur, its piercing blue eyes flashing with deadly intent in the pure white snow. It wasn't an ordinary tiger, as it also had a pair of white wings on its back, making it both a master of the land and a ruler of the sky. They let out a roar and then leaped down in unison to attack the military vehicles on the road. The sound of a massive impact thundered out, and the people in the truck's cargo bed were thrown about. The vehicle was rammed hard from the side, flipping onto its roof and skidding for a distance before coming to a stop, unable to move. From inside the truck, a young, blonde-haired man crawled out, yelling, "There's a beast!" When they saw the tiger, everyone shouted, "It's a flying snow-white tiger! Prepare to defend yourselves!" The giant beast was twice the size of the truck. No wonder the vehicle flipped so easily. Seeing someone trying to flee, the tiger raised its sharp claws to strike. Just then, soldiers with guns began to open fire on the white tiger. Gunshots cracked and echoed through the peaceful, snowy landscape. But before they could even empty their clips, they were sent flying by a whip of the white tiger's tail, their fate unknown. Inside the overturned truck bed, Qin Yu steadied himself. He asked with concern, "Xiao Yu, ZJ, are you two okay?" Xiao Yu was shielding ZJ. She hadn't grasped the situation yet. "We're fine. What happened?" The white tigers didn't wait for them to understand the situation, as a tiger's paw stomped heavily on the ground. Immediately after, a tiger's roar echoed right behind Xiao Yu and ZJ. Xiao Yu whipped her head around in alarm, but before she could do anything, a spear had already pierced the white tiger. Qin Yu shouted, "Watch out!" He flew forward like a blur and forcefully knocked the white tiger back. It let out a pained roar, then crashed to the ground, dying instantly. Qin Yu pulled out the spear and warned, "These beasts are 40 to 50 times stronger than a normal person. Don't be careless." Elsewhere, Long Bao, a subordinate of Shen Zhengcheng, reported, "General Shen, look, it's the man wanted by the Calamity Star. Should we do it?" Before he could finish his question, Zhengcheng broke into a wicked smile. "A perfect opportunity like this is rare. Of course, we must eliminate him right here." Suddenly, a snow lotus floated through the air. Long Bao and Zheng Cheng were hiding behind a tree, observing the epic battle with the white tigers. The snow lotus flew behind him. He looked up, following it with his eyes, then suddenly said, "Wait." Zheng Cheng reached out and caught the snow lotus. Long Bao tried to confirm the order he just heard. "General Shen, you want us to wait?" He replied, "Yes." Then he stood up and added, "You all wait here for my command. Do not leave without my order." This strange command startled Long Bao, who didn't understand what the general intended to do. He began to ask a question. "Huang, General Zheng, what about those innocent soldiers over there?" Without turning back, Zheng Cheng walked deeper into the woods. "Pay them no mind. They're not from Flying Snow City." Once he was far enough away, he stopped and began to speak. The evil star, Zheng Cheng, raised the snow lotus. "You can speak now." The snow lotus lit up, and a deep voice echoed out, "Enough with the nonsense. How do you want me to help you?" Zheng Cheng flashed a cunning, malicious smile and began to lay out his plan. A moment later, as the snow fell even thicker, the evil star's deep voice spoke up. "I can agree to your terms, but I have one question for you." Zheng Cheng replied casually, "What is it?" the evil star asked, confused. Aren't they your comrades? How could you treat them like that? Zheng Cheng snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. Comrades? In my eyes, there are only those who submit to me. Then his expression changed, his killing intent flaring. And those who oppose me. The evil star instructed, all right, don't forget. After this is done, you are to feed me 100 evolved humans each week. The evil star could freely control this snow lotus for communication. The snow lotus flew up, preparing to leave. But before leaving, it didn't forget to add, and that person named Mo Bing, you must capture him for me. Zheng Cheng watched the snow lotus leave and promised, rest assured, it's a trivial matter. A moment later, he returned to where Long Bao was. He was overjoyed. General Zheng, you're back. Seeing his subordinate's expression, Zheng Cheng knew something was up and asked, what happened? Long Bao reported the results in full detail. Reporting, General. That person named Qin Yu is incredibly powerful. He killed all the white tigers. Zheng Cheng was stunned. What did you say? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, under the bright moonlight, Qin Yu held his hand out over the corpse of a flying snow-white tiger. Purple flames erupted, burning its body to ash. He also extracted the magic crystal from the white tiger's body, truly befitting the crystal of a mutant beast leader. Holding the magic crystal, he inspected it for a moment, then remarked, it has much more energy than a normal magic crystal. After collecting his spoils, someone approached. Brother, the newcomer was Dalan, one of the mercenaries traveling with him. He began with words of thanks. We really have you to thank this time. If it weren't for you, all of my brothers would have died here. Saying this, Dalan scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward about what he wanted to ask next. Well, you see. He glanced over at the vehicles. Our convoy's drivers are all dead, and our guide is too. Brother, could you possibly lead us away from here? Qin Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Based on his calculations, they weren't far from East Earth City. He put his hands on his hips and announced casually, I'm heading to East Earth City anyway. You can follow me if you want, but I'm not going to protect you. Qin Yu opened a map to check his bearings and prepared to set off. Long Bao quickly reported, those soldiers are leaving with Qin Yu's group of 3. He asked for orders. General Zheng, should we make contact with them? Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth, completely unreconciled. In the end, he stepped forward and ordered his men, you all return to East Earth City first. Do not make contact with them on the way. Long Bao's group replied, yes, sir. Zheng Cheng walked over to examine the burning white tiger corpse, sighing to himself. The leader of these tigers was brutally defeated. He called out to the evil star. While waiting for a response, he analyzed the body, finding it in a sorry state. Aside from half its head being burned away, its body and wings are also bent completely out of shape. The snow lotus reappeared in Zheng Cheng's hand, and he said in a low voice, I've found the 2 people you've been looking for. On the other side, Qin Yu's group moved fast, and it wasn't long before they reached East Earth City. Everyone said their farewells. Qin Yu cupped his fists. We've arrived. This is East Earth City. From here on out, you're on your own. Dalan stepped forward on behalf of the mercenaries to express their gratitude. Don't worry, brother. Thank you. After parting ways with the mercenaries, Qin Yu quietly assessed the situation inside the city. Security in East Earth City was tight. Everyone seemed busy and hurried, with soldiers patrolling the streets. He stopped in the falling snow, looking at the stern-faced guards, and Qin Yu remarked, calling this a city is an understatement. It's more like a fortress. Suddenly, the entire city began to shake, knocking people off their feet. Zijie saw something terrifying, and she quickly screamed, Brother Qin Yu, Sister Xiao Yu, everyone, look quick. The source of the shaking was a massive mammoth, like something straight out of the Ice Age. Everyone in the city erupted into chaos. This is bad. It's a monster. The mammoth was gigantic, crushing a tank with a single step as if it were an ant. Wherever it walked, the streets trembled and wrecked. Tanks were strewn about the military encampment. Commander Wang Zhan, the leader of East Earth City, yelled into his radio, Hurry, have the aircraft fire on that monster's head. The several fighter jets circling above the mammoth received the order. They replied, Understood. Immediately, the planes targeted the mammoth's location and dropped their bombs simultaneously. A series of deafening explosions erupted. Smoke and fire from the bombs erupted, but the mammoth was completely unscathed. It even blew out the flames with a single breath. It roared in fury, the sound waves forming a powerful attack. One of the fighter jets was caught in the sonic blast, and its engine exploded. The plane then spiraled down, slamming into a building. The crash caused the jet to explode, severely damaging the building as well. Wang Zhan and his comrades watched the scene unfold in horror. After the smoke cleared, the building and the plane's wreckage were nothing but a pile of ruins, and the pilot inside had surely died. Wang Zhan quickly ordered, Quickly, contact Flying Snow City. But before he could finish, The plane's wreckage slid off the building and crashed to the ground, causing another explosion as flames erupted once more. Wang Zhan despaired. We're doomed. In Snowdrift City, Mo Shui answered the phone with a grim expression. All right, I understand, she said, not noticing a figure standing behind her. Just as she hung up, the person behind her spoke. Has East Earth City been attacked by a giant monster? Mo Shui jumped and turned around. Brother, why are you out here? It turned out to be Mo Bing, his face pale, his mismatched red and blue eyes looking quite demonic. He coughed a few times and analyzed the situation. Right now, in all of Snowdrift City, I'm the only one who can defeat that monster. Mo Shui was worried, refusing to let him risk his life. But if you fight now, you'll definitely die. Mo Bing just smiled gently. I don't have many good days left anyway. I'm a man of principle, and doing something for everyone before I die is a good thing. Hearing this, Mo Shui's heart ached as tears streamed down her face. She hugged her brother in anguish, truly unable to bear letting him go. Mo Shui's tears soaked Mo Bing's shirt as she sobbed. Even so, she still couldn't stop him. Back in East Earth City, the mammoth was still on a rampage. Inside the city, wherever it went, destruction followed. Wang Zhan had lost all hope. Is this how East Earth City ends? He thought. Seeing the mammoth approach, the girl next to him ran away. But Wang Zhan stood his ground, dejected, as if ready for death to descend upon him. He closed his eyes, tilted his head up, and waited for the mammoth's foot to crush him, his heart unwilling to accept his fate, feeling like a wooden toy being pushed over, unable to withstand a single blow. Just as he had this thought, a figure dashed through the white snow. As the mammoth's foot came down, a heavy thud echoed. After a moment, realizing death hadn't come, Wang Zhan opened his eyes in surprise. I'm still alive, a voice next to him asked. Are you the leader here? Qin Yu had arrived just in time. Catching the mammoth's 1,000-pound foot and still having the strength to advise him, I suggest you leave quickly if you don't want to die. Wang Zhan was dumbfounded. Who are you? Qin Yu smiled. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can help you solve your problem. With that, he used his strength to lift the mammoth's foot. That large mammoth's physique had been enhanced 100-fold. The ground and rocks beneath Qin Yu's feet shattered, but he still managed to stand firm and lift the mammoth's foot. If you don't leave now, I can't guarantee your safety while I'm fighting. Wang Zhan understood that if he stayed, he would only be a burden. Since this man had saved his life, he had to cherish this chance. He scrambled to his feet. Brother, thank you for this great kindness. As he ran away, he turned back to urge him. You have to live. Qin Yu gave a confident smile and sneered at the mammoth. How could I possibly die at the hands of this overgrown elephant? Realizing it couldn't stomp its foot down, the mammoth went berserk and roared in fury. In a flash, it whipped its trunk at Qin Yu's stomach. The speed was so fast he couldn't react in time. The only thought that crossed his mind was, it's too fast. With a loud smack, Qin Yu was sent flying into a small snowdrift, sending frigid snowflakes scattering everywhere. He struggled to his feet and cursed, mindless beast, but its strength is no joke. The mammoth stomped its foot, cracking the ground, its voice deep and halting like someone just learning to speak. Mindless? It roared. You're the one who's mindless. Qin Yu was startled by this evolution. You can talk? He held his spear, his small frame a stark contrast to the massive mammoth. He lamented inwardly that monsters were already evolving to the point of speech so quickly. If more time passed, the Snowdrift realm would be destroyed by these creatures. Qin Yu prepared to fight, all the while blaming himself for never having heard of Snowdrift City before. The mammoth was no slouch either. It attacked first, whipping its trunk back and forth. Qin Yu could only leap up to dodge the attack, swinging his spear in the process. He then landed steadily on the ground, a streak of blood appearing on the mammoth's trunk. It growled, "This little brat." Seeing it approach, Qin Yu muttered his calculations. That last spear strike was at my full strength. The mammoth's voice was hoarse. Don't think you can escape. He felt a bit discouraged, thinking to himself, this guy's hide is way too thick. He gritted his teeth. His hand blazed with purple fire. No other choice. I have to try using fire. Xiao Hong. The mammoth began to raise its trunk high, seemingly preparing a sonic wave attack. Inside Qin Yu's body, Oleg was summoned, and was a bit surprised. Boss Qin Yu, you're calling me? As expected, the mammoth let out a long bellow, and sonic waves spread out. Qin Yu struggled to withstand it, his whole body swaying. Oleg wondered, why are you swaying like that? Qin Yu replied, no time to explain. Enhance me now. Oleg strongly objected. No way, boss. You just used enhancement a few days ago. If you do it again, you'll die. Qin Yu was determined. 1 second is enough. Hurry. Oleg obediently complied, but not without sighing. There's really no other way. As soon as it finished speaking, it enhanced him. Qin Yu's body lit up with a golden glow, and he immediately transferred the purple fire to his spear. Oleg also issued a warning. If something happens later, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Qin Yu launched himself high into the air from the ground. The speed and power of his jump surprised the mammoth because in the blink of an eye, it had lost sight of him. It looked around. Where did he go? Qin Yu appeared right on the mammoth's back, putting all his strength into plunging the spear deep into its neck. The intense pain made it roar and run around wildly, holding on to the spear embedded in the beast. The mammoth, Qin Yu mocked it. In the end, you're still just a beast. Despite having just gained rudimentary intelligence, the mammoth slowed down. Thinking it was about to give up, he added another taunt. Not so hard to deal with after all. Xiao Yu saw the mammoth was under control and rushed over. Brother, we're here to help you. Just then, the mammoth stomped hard on the ground, shattering it. Its body swayed, and it took this opportunity to throw Qin Yu off. He couldn't hold on any longer, screaming inwardly, "This is bad!" With a thud, the mammoth successfully threw Qin Yu from its back. He crashed hard onto the ground, as Xiao Yu and Zijie ran over worriedly. Brother, the elephant turned its head back, uttering a threat. You just wait, I will definitely kill you. Xiao Yu fearfully hugged Qin Yu, letting him lean against her. Brother, are you okay? Qin Yu was too exhausted at this point. He weakly replied, I'm fine. Watching the elephant run away, he whispered, I dealt a life-threatening injury to that guy, so he won't be a threat for a short while. Just as he finished saying that, a sharp pain shot through him, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Ah, Xiao Yu realized her brother's condition was not good and was horrified. Brother, what's wrong with you? ZJ immediately intervened. Brother Qin Yu, try to hang on for a bit. I'll seal your sense of touch right away. At this moment, Oleg appeared and stopped her. Stop! Seeing it was like a drowning person clutching at a straw for Xiao Yu, she immediately asked, Xiao Hong, do you know what's happening to him? Looking at Qin Yu, who was in so much pain that he was sweating in the cold snow, Oleg explained, Boss Qin Yu just forcefully used his bloodline and was also severely injured. It's a double injury. He's hanging by a thread right now. Qin Yu was in unbearable pain. He clenched his fists, unable to stop his body from trembling as he let out a low groan. Ah, ah! Xiao Yu was extremely anxious, her hands and feet fumbling. Xiao Hong, what can we do to save him? Oleg let out a sigh. It had warned him and tried to stop him before, but Qin Yu didn't listen, so its hands were tied. We can't help him. He has to save himself. Oleg explained more clearly for Xiao Yu. Because he forcefully used his bloodline power, his blood has mutated. If he can get through this, his strength will increase greatly. If not, exhausted, Qin Yu lay on Xiao Yu's lap, watching Oleg jump around and say something, but he couldn't hear, wondering what they were talking about. Forget it, I'm too tired. Before his eyes, everything went dark, and he officially passed out. Sometime later, in a bedroom, Qin Yu opened his eyes and woke up. By the bed was Xiao Yu, with tears streaming down her face. She was overjoyed. Brother! Also, there were Mo Shui and Zijie. Xiao Yu rushed forward to hug him. You're finally awake. As Xiao Yu helped him sit up, he struggled to speak. How long was I unconscious? Mo Shui replied, Mr. Qin Yu, you've been in a coma for 3 days. After she spoke, she stood up. It's thanks to your help. Otherwise, Dongtu City would have been in peril. If Dongtu City had fallen, then after Chengfei City lost its bridgehead, it would also have been quickly destroyed. She respectfully performed a salute, bowing 90 degrees to express her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. I'm truly grateful for your help. Faced with such a gesture, Qin Yu was a bit flustered. He scratched his head. Actually, I didn't really do much back then. Mo Shui reached up and took off the necklace from her neck. Previously, Miss Qin seemed to be very interested in this stone. She took out the necklace to express her gratitude. She offered it to Xiao Yu. I will give it to you all. Seeing the stone that had attracted her for so long, Xiao Yu was delighted. Really? Thank you, Sister Mo. Qin Yu felt a bit concerned and asked again just to be sure, since this was something she was unwilling to give up at first. Is this really okay? It's very important to you, isn't it? Mo Shui smiled gently. It's fine. She placed the necklace in Xiao Yu's hand. To me, it's just a memento. On my 10th birthday, my older brother gave it to me. Xiao Yu accepted the necklace, cherishing the mysterious black stone, overjoyed. She held the stone in her hand, feeling the familiarity it radiated. In her ear, Mo Shui's words continued. I believe that in Miss Qin's hands, it will be put to better use. Oh, right. My brother also wants to meet you all, but he's not well enough to come to you. She gestured invitingly. Would the 3 of you please follow me? Qin Yu was puzzled. Not well enough? He got out of bed. All right then. A moment later, the bone-chilling cold made Xiao Yu shiver. Sister Mo. She looked at the frost seeping out from the room, her teeth chattering. Is your brother inside? Mo Shui also felt embarrassed. I must apologize. My brother has a little trouble controlling his ability. She opened the door and stepped inside, calling out, Brother. She led Qin Yu's group of 3 inside. I've brought Mr. Qin. In the icy room, Mo Bing turned around, his first words an apology. Mr. Qin, My apologies. My condition has worsened recently, and I really can't control this ice. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu were startled and alarmed when they saw Mo Bing's condition. You're infected. Why did you turn out like this? Mo Bing's condition today was much worse than last time. Half of his body was covered in ice scales. The blood vein patterns had now spread down his arm and reached near his eye. He chuckled lightly. It's a long story. Let's not get into it. He suddenly asked, Mr. Qin, I heard from my sister that you're wanted by Hung Tin. Qin Yu didn't deny it, replying straightforwardly, That's right. Who exactly is Hung Tin? Mo Bing stated his intention. I called the three of you here precisely to tell you about this person. His expression became more serious and cold as he mentioned this. Hung Tin is a man-eating demon. Qin Yu wasn't surprised by this statement. He said, I know his subordinates are all cannibals. However, Mo Bing's meaning was not that simple. No, I don't mean that. What I mean is, before the apocalypse, Hung Tin had already started eating people. This shocking news made Qin Yu freeze for 2 seconds. He never expected Hung Tin to be so depraved and vicious as that. City Lord Mo frowned deeply, revealing gravely. Before the apocalypse, Hung Tin was a madman. He once murdered and ate a family of 3 and was sentenced to death. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly, rubbing his chin, and continued. After the apocalypse, eating people can make one stronger, but they gradually lose their sanity. For a cannibalistic maniac like him, the apocalypse is truly a paradise. He softly agreed with him, adding, Yes, and my current appearance was also a gift from him. Seeing this, he was a bit stunned and probed for more information. What is his goal? But City Lord Mo only lowered his head, answering with regret, saying, I don't know. We only know he's sparing no effort to destroy the flying snow realm. Qin Yu seemed to see through his intention to hide something, but he said nothing, choosing to let it slide. A moment later, the scene shifts to a snow-covered road where a gentle voice rings out, breaking the silence. Brother, what do you think of City Lord Mo and Sister Mo? Qin Yu answered without hesitation. They're good people, but they're still hiding something. City Lord Mo clearly knows something, perhaps something even more terrifying than the malevolent star, but he hasn't mentioned a thing to us. As he was saying this, he suddenly stopped walking, raising a hand to halt the other two. Xiao Yu, Ziye. Wait. In front of them was a group of people with strange expressions. Seeing them, one of the two quickly spoke up. Brother Qin Yu, are they zombies? He quickly refuted. No. Based on their expressions, he carefully came to a conclusion, but they're not living people either. With that, he summoned a purple flame in his hand, saying, Playing tricks. Without mercy, Qin Yu threw the flame at the eerie group in front of him and commanded, Take care of them. The flame gradually engulfed the entire group, fiercely incinerating them. Watching the brilliant flames, Ziye at his side praised him. Brother Qin Yu, you've gotten much stronger. Hearing this, he muttered with a hint of pride, Is this the power granted by the golden bloodline? Suddenly, a sharp piece of bone shot out from nowhere, hurtling forward. Qin Yu seemed to sense it, instantly using his power to block it, and then he looked up at a dark figure on a nearby rooftop and shouted, Who's there? The dark figure was revealed to be a man in a strange mask and a black cloak, letting out a few amused chuckles. Full of arrogance, he said to them, You should recognize me. Hearing his ridiculous words, Xiao Yu angrily yelled, You sneaky rat! Who the hell knows you? Hearing her insult him, he reached up and removed his mask. Little girl, this venerable one has been looking for you for so long, and you still don't recognize me? Seeing this face, Qin Yu was a bit shocked, stammering, This grotesque appearance. He looked at him and questioned sharply, You're the malevolent star? As soon as he heard his identity spoken, he conjured countless sharp bones. Good guess. As a reward, he controlled the pile of bones to fly towards them with a sinister smile. I'll grant you a painless death. Seeing the bones rushing towards him, Qin Yu quickly stepped back and shouted, Go! Immediately after, he quickly grabbed Ziye beside him. With one arm carrying Xiao Yu and the other holding Ziye, he frantically dodged each attack. He gritted his teeth and looked back, assessing the situation. Instantly, the flame from his golden bloodline appeared once more. Qin Yu placed his sister and Ziye on the ground, under the protection of that flame. Right after that, he carefully let go of them. Just as he turned to shield them, the sound of boots crunching on snow echoed. In an instant, the malevolent star had caught up to them. What a good brother. As Qin Yu shielded his sister, he suddenly realized a sharp bone was already pressed right against his chest. But somehow, the villain had gotten close to him and declared confidently, Kid, the game is over. But suddenly, Qin Yu's image began to blur and fade. Seeing this, the malevolent star exclaimed in surprise, What? He stared at the empty space before him, regained his composure, and cried out, It's an illusion! At that moment, the owner of a small glowing hand called out, Brother Qin Yu, the malevolent star is too powerful. And it was Ziye who had created the illusion to deceive him. I can't disrupt his senses any longer, she said. At this, Qin Yu immediately questioned him. Malevolent star, why are you so intent on finding the three of us? He grinned from ear to ear and replied, do you even need to ask? To eat your sister, of course. Hearing this, Xiao Yu exclaimed in shock. You want to eat me? He answered her as if it were obvious. Of course I have to eat you. This is the trial a god has given me. As long as I eat you, I can become a god. Hearing his words, Qin Yu grew even more disgusted, getting into a fighting stance and cursing. This guy's insane! Xiao Yu, Ziye, let's take this madman down together, she replied without hesitation. Right. The malevolent star also stepped forward, ready to fight. Say what you will, you're all just food to me. At that moment, someone watching from afar gritted their teeth and cursed. That useless trash, the malevolent star, still hasn't finished off those three, the person lamented inwardly. I originally intended to let him deal with Mo Bing, but it looks like I'll have to do it myself. Back to Qin Yu's fight. As the malevolent star unleashed a dangerous strike, Qin Yu blocked it with his spear, flipping in midair. He then landed smoothly, sliding back to create some distance between them. Xiao Yu looked at him with concern and quickly asked, Brother, are you okay? Qin Yu calmly replied, I'm fine. But his expression grew more tense as he warned, but this guy's physical strength is 100 times greater. You two must be careful. His ability seems to be related to bone and blood manipulation, a necromancy type. We need to figure out a way to restrain him. Suddenly, the malevolent star seemed to have come up with a plan as his body began to emit a strange smoke. In the next moment, he appeared behind Qin Yu, taking him by surprise. Normal moves won't work on you. Without a shred of mercy, he plunged the sharp bone straight through Qin Yu's body. In disbelief, Qin Yu glanced behind him. Spatial movement? You're finished. Ability. Xiongxing praised him with a sinister laugh. Yes, I'll give you that. You know your stuff. He tried to push the bone deeper and continued. Even though using spatial movement repeatedly will slow you down, but just stabbing you with this bone and letting you bleed out should be enough to finish you, don't you think? But as soon as he finished his sentence, the boy suddenly grabbed the sharp tip, piercing through his own body. Seeing his action, Xiongxing was a bit surprised. You can block my spatial movement. How did you do that? As he spoke, a hand that was slender and radiating power appeared. What do you think? In the direction he indicated, the one responsible was the lovely Xiao Yu. Did you think you're the only one who knows how to use spatial abilities? Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu summoned his flames again, then said, You can't escape now. He spun around powerfully, striking forward with the flames on his hand. Instantly, the flames erupted violently, engulfing Xiongxing and disintegrating his bone weapon. Being slowly incinerated by the fire, he screamed in panic, Let go of me! But the boy's words suddenly made him freeze. Let go? As the flames subsided slightly, Qin Yu was somehow already grabbing his collar with one hand, challengingly pointing a spear at him with the other. Are you sure? Right after that, he immediately stabbed Xiongxing with the spear. Taking the hit, his confidence wavered, and he initially growled in anger. I'm going to kill you, but the boy fearlessly retorted. As the flames blazed up again, You've lost your chance. The fire erupted violently, shooting toward the sky like a pillar of light. Inside that inferno, Xiongxing shrieked in excruciating pain. A moment later, the flames gradually faded, leaving only a pile of ashes in Qin Yu's hand, which scattered in the wind. He bowed his head slightly, watching the blackened debris float away. Just then, Xiao Yu and Ziye ran up from a distance, calling out, Big bro, is Xiongxing dead? Hearing their voices, he mercilessly crushed the dark remnants in his hand and replied, He's dead, completely and utterly. Hearing his answer, Xiao Yu quickly urged, Big bro, hurry and bandage your wound. As she was dressing his injury, Qin Yu voiced his regret. It's a shame. It's rare that someone with dual abilities doesn't follow the righteous path, she immediately countered. What's there to be ashamed of? It's a good thing he didn't cause a bigger disaster. The moment she spoke, something strange suddenly appeared before them, a strange black mass. Instantly, the mass shattered, and a resentful soul flew out. This is bad. Seeing the soul growing larger, Qin Yu quickly got up with his spear in hand. He frowned, biting his lip as he prepared to raise his spear, and muttered, It's a substitute doll. The moment the words left his mouth, he threw the spear straight through the giant's soul, but in the end, he could only watch helplessly as the spirit vanished into thin air. Qin Yu cursed in frustration. Damn it, he got away. Just then, a curious Xiao Yu asked, Big bro, a substitute doll? What is that? Hearing her question, he quickly explained, It's a very rare type of artifact. If you nurture it with blood every day, it can die in its owner's place once. Hearing this, she panicked and cried out, Will Xiongxing come back for revenge? In contrast to her panic, he calmly reassured her. Maybe, but he'll have to wait for some time. The side effects of a substitute doll are extremely potent, so Xiongxing won't be able to recover his strength anytime soon. At the same time, in another location, a resentful voice spoke. A substitute doll. Xiangxing clutched his missing arm and lamented. I had to sacrifice another arm. Should I find a god to heal it for me? But he immediately changed his mind with an angry expression. No, forget it. I can't let the god be disappointed in me. He continued walking, wondering to himself, but how will I get my revenge? Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on his face and he exclaimed, I've got it. In the flying snow realm, your species isn't the strongest. Just like that, Xiangxing traveled through the mountains under the falling snow, and with each step he took, several dangerous snakes slithered out from the ground. When he reached a towering mountain, he shouted out, Great Ice Serpent King, ruler of the flying snow realm, I beseech you to answer my call. I am Xiangxing. Seemingly in response to his words, a small snake among them with fiery red eyes and sharp fangs began to undergo a transformation. After a moment, the small snake had become a colossal serpent, shattering the mountain as it emerged. The tiny Xiangxing stood beside the massive serpent and said, Great Serpent King, I've come today to present you with a gift. Hearing this, the Serpent King's eyes widened in anticipation, and he listened with great interest. Meanwhile, in Flying Snow City, a squad of soldiers was patrolling the area. Suddenly, a soldier in a helmet sensed something odd and spoke up. Hey, do you smell that? The red-haired soldier beside him asked in confusion. Smell what? The soldier with the helmet replied instantly. The reek of blood. It's the smell of human blood. After saying that, he headed towards a nearby alley. Hearing that, the red-haired soldier asked with a doubtful look, Are you sure you didn't just smell someone cooking? In response, the soldier with the helmet retorted, Impossible. I have an enhanced sense of smell ability. He then decided to go investigate. Let's go take a look. The two young soldiers walked up to the front door of a house. As they were about to ask if anyone was home, a wolf, with a piece of food dangling from its mouth, snapped its head around. Anybody home? The young soldier in the helmet swung the door open and stepped inside, calling out, We're on patrol. Before he could even finish his sentence, but the monster before him made him scream in fear. It was a mutated beast. He raised his gun, signaling to the red-haired soldier beside him, Run! Instantly, the mutated wolf targeted them and charged forward. It stomped its paws powerfully on the ground to launch itself. Without hesitation, it opened its jaws wide and leaped at the two of them. Not far away, a familiar figure in a black cloak was observing from the roof of a building resembling a broadcast tower. The malevolent star clutched a piece of paper, a wide, amused grin spreading across his face. The first wave went very smoothly. The rest will depend on it. With that, he tossed the piece of paper into the air, and a strange light radiated from it. A giant eye materialized from within, angrily scolding, You brat! The space you tore open is too small. My children and I cannot pass through such a narrow gap. The malevolent star bowed respectfully to appease it. Great Ice Serpent King, please be patient. The portal will take some time to complete. Soon, you can lead your children to Flying Snow City to enjoy this grand feast. Then, he took out several more pieces of paper as he spoke, saying, Furthermore, I've taken the liberty of inviting a friend to dine with you. As soon as he finished, he threw the papers down below. The malevolent star's smile grew more wicked as he thought to himself, Qin Yu, wasn't it? Let's see how you'll deal with all the beast kings in the flying snow realm. From those spatial gates, hordes of mutated beasts stepped out one by one, including a beast with a blade on its beak that landed right in the middle of a crowd. At the same time, a massive, powerful hand appeared, smashing into a block of stone. The hand belonged to a giant King Kong-like gorilla. The mutated beasts appeared everywhere, their roars echoing through the sky. The malevolent star watched from the side with an excited smile. It was a waste of so much human flesh, but if it meant getting rid of that brat, I could complete the mission the deity assigned to me. It was worth it. He then noticed a long, sleek form beside him and exclaimed, Is this the strongest predator in the flying snow realm? Not only is it immensely powerful, but it can also speak the human tongue, truly terrifying. That form was revealed to be the Serpent King. It turned its head to look at him and issued a threat. If you lied to me about that girl, then you already know what the consequences will be. The malevolent star quickly reassured it. Rest assured, Serpent King, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Outwardly, he said this, but in his heart, he thought otherwise. A beast is still a beast, so easy to deceive. That treasure the girl possesses. He gracefully leaped across the rooftops, thinking, How could I let her leave it to a mere beast like you? Meanwhile, inside the city lord's manor, Qin Yu and Ziye were reading, while Xiao Yu, who had been watching them, was distracted by a noise outside. She immediately got up and went to the window. It's so noisy outside. What's going on? He chided her without looking up from his paper. Xiao Yu, don't be so hasty. It's not very composed. For better or worse, you're now one of the fastest evolvers. But she ignored his words. Upon seeing what was outside, her eyes widened in horror. When she didn't respond, he stood up. Xiao Yu. Qin Yu walked over to her, asking, What's happening outside? Why aren't you saying anything? When he reached the window, he saw a dinosaur-like beast right before his eyes. He hastily threw the window wide open and vaulted out. This is bad. Not only him, but Xiao Yu leaped out right after him. The mutated beasts have breached the city. Qin Yu raised his spear, aiming directly at the beast as he descended upon the dinosaur-like creature. He plunged his spear straight into its head from above, while Xiao Yu slashed her sword across its body from below. With their combined strength, the two siblings easily dealt with the mutated beast. But it wasn't over. There were many more. She turned to him with a slight frown and said, "Do you see this? So many mutated beasts have appeared inside the city." Qin Yu nodded slightly. "I see them." Looking at the chaos, he grew worried, wondering where all these beasts came from. Just then, Ziye called down to them from the room above, "Brother Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, City Lord Mo is calling for you." The scene shifts, and a pair of sneakers carefully steps into a room. Hearing the sound, Mo Shui turns her head. Seeing him, she rushed over as if clutching a lifeline. "Mr. Qin, you've come." The moment he saw her, he immediately asked, "Why are there so many mutated beasts in the city?" Mo Shui sighed helplessly. "We don't know either. It's as if the mutated beasts coordinated an invasion of Flying Snow City all at the same time." Ziye quickly spoke her mind. Could this monster attack on the city be related to the malevolent star? Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the young girl. Xiao Yu was the first to ask, "Why do you say that?" Just as the girl hesitated, saying, "Because," the ceiling suddenly trembled violently and came crashing down. The group coughed amidst the cloud of dust, failing to notice the new hole that had appeared above them. When Mo Shui looked up, her eyes widened in shock. "Everyone, look!" Above them was the giant Serpent King. The Serpent King lunged, attacking Xiao Yu, its mouth open wide to reveal its sharp fangs. Quick as a flash, Qin Yu dashed forward, blocking the attack with his spear. "Be careful!" Xiao Yu cried out in worry. "Brother!" The snake was agile. It cleverly whipped its tail, swatting Qin Yu aside. He was slammed to the ground, unable to fight back. Xiao Yu screamed in terror. "Brother Qin Yu!" Powerless, Qin Yu stared tensely at the approaching Serpent King, slowly approaching him. "Xiao Yu, Ziye, help me deal with this long beast." Ziye quickly moved closer, using all her strength to suppress the giant snake. "Okay, I'll hold it in place." But her actions had provoked the snake, its eyes turning bloodshot with killing intent. The Serpent King thrashed violently in resentment, breaking free from Ziye's restraint. While it was distracted, Qin Yu quickly escaped from the dangerous position. Xiao Yu saw that Ziye wasn't in good shape and rushed over. "Ziye, are you okay?" Ziye was in some pain but endured it to reassure her. "I'm fine." She looked towards the giant snake that was staring intently at them and said uneasily, "This monster is too strong. My ability doesn't work on it." The Serpent King looked at them like struggling ants and spoke in a disdainful tone. "Mere humans wish to control this king? Truly a fool's dream." Qin Yu urgently turned to Mo Shui and asked, "Mo Shui, do you have any real gar?" Mo Shui broke into a cold sweat at his unexpected request and exclaimed, "Mr. Qin, stop joking. Not every white snake is Bai Sujen." The Serpent King didn't give them any time to find a countermeasure. It quickly gathered energy to create a powerful ball of light. The orb shot straight towards Qin Yu's group, forcing them to scatter in a hurry. As fast as a flash, Qin Yu had somehow appeared above the snake. He raised the spear in his hand, intending to strike it down. The perceptive Serpent King quickly dodged to the side, nullifying Qin Yu's attack. Faced with such a powerful opponent, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel tense as he thought, its movements are agile, it knows how to use magic, and its hide is definitely thick. He looked at the ferocious snake and sighed internally. This snake is too difficult to deal with. It's a good thing there's only one. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted nearby, startling everyone. Through the white smoke, a paw with sharp claws gradually appeared. The Ice Wolf King, a ferocious and cold wolf, approached them, a sharp blade held in its mouth. "You dare to eat alone?" The Serpent King grew even more enraged at the criticism and snapped its head towards the wolf. "This little brat was my prey to begin with." The Snake King launched a fatal blow towards the wolf, but it nimbly dodged. "Your prey," the ambitious wolf continued. "The prey of the Flying Snow Realm." It lunged at the Snake King, to fight for the prized kill. "It all belongs to me." Suddenly, another monster appeared, shattering massive boulders and interrupting their fight. The huge bear slowly approached to stop the meaningless brawl. "You two fight every time you meet. Aren't you afraid the prey will escape?" "Let's kill the prey first," the rational bear advised. "We'll figure out how to split it later." Hearing this, the Snake King agreed. "Old Bear has a point. Let's do that." The other wolf also consented. "I have no objections." The appearance of two more enemies made Mo Shui anxious, and she turned to ask Qin Yu, "Mr. Qin, can you defeat these three beasts?" Qin Yu answered frankly, "One-on-one might be possible, but if all three attack at once, not even a god could stop them." Hearing this, Mo Shui was not discouraged. She gripped her weapon, ready to fight the ferocious beasts, saying, "In that case, it will be hard for us to escape death today." Suddenly, someone stepped forward and called out to Qin Yu, "Mr. Qin." In an instant, that person froze the three powerful beasts. Qin Yu turned to look at the newcomer, utterly astonished. Mo Bing struggled to control the beasts. "I'm counting on you to protect my sister," Qin Yu exclaimed in amazement. "Mo Bing." Mo Shui couldn't help but worry seeing Mo Bing step forward. "Come back quickly!" Mo Bing resolutely approached the aggressive beasts, trying to ignore his sister's advice. "You'll die if you try to fight them." He raised his hand, casting a spell, ready to take down the beasts. "But right now, in the flying snow realm, I'm the only one who can help everyone defeat these mutated beasts." He launched a massive shard of ice, aiming straight for the Snake King's head. The ice shard embedded itself in its head, creating deep cracks, but the Snake King quickly regenerated the wound, returning to its original state. The restraints on the other beasts were also quickly broken. The Snake King stared at Mo Bing and assessed him. "This kid is already half zombie, yet he can maintain a clear mind. His potential is quite good," the wolf added contemptuously. "Too bad zombie meat doesn't taste good." Hearing their words, Mo Bing retorted sarcastically, "You'll break your teeth trying to eat me." Mo Bing's magic enveloped the beasts. The Snake King casually glanced at him with a look of disdain. "Kid, is your ability temperature control? That move is useless against us." Suddenly, Mo Bing gave a strange, meaningful smile. A massive aura surrounded his body. "I suddenly want to ask you all a question. Do mutated beasts believe in science?" The aura seemed to momentarily obscure Mo Bing's figure, leaving the Snake King stunned. "Science?" The panicked wolf hurriedly looked around for Mo Bing. "What on earth is this kid doing? Or is he trying to run away?" The Snake King was calmer. It slowly scanned the surroundings and replied, "He's still nearby. Besides, the auras of the other four are still here." But then it suddenly sensed something and froze, screaming in agony. The other wolf felt it too and let out a deafening howl. The Snake King cried out in discomfort, shouting, "Hot! It's so hot!" Even the other wolf couldn't bear it and exclaimed in confusion, "It's like a bomb exploded inside my body. How is this happening?" Mo Bing calmly watched the beasts struggle. "Is it that strange?" He mocked their intelligence and explained, "You're just mutated beasts after all, so it's normal not to understand. We're just using water and temperature." Qin Yu couldn't help but admire Mo Bing's intelligence. "It's a good thing you thought of this." He smiled in realization. "Ah, you wanted me to suddenly raise the temperature of the water in the mutated beasts' bodies to make it vaporize." Mo Bing quickly replied, because I'm very confident in Mr. Qin. I knew he could definitely do it." Qin Yu broke out in a sweat and lamented, "How could it be that simple? You're really asking for the impossible." Mo Bing turned to praise him. But it was a great success. He went on to explain clearly what had just happened. The heated water droplets instantly turned into vapor bubbles. Their volume suddenly expanded, and the temperature rapidly increased, just like an explosion. Qin Yu looked closely at the tiny droplets around him and replied, "This time, it was just luck." He headed straight for the struggling beasts. Who would have thought his dense fog was like rain, full of water molecules? But what happened next shocked him. The wolf was still fine and hastily fled the scene. The large bear split itself into many pieces and exclaimed, "The move you two used has left a deep impression on me. Until we meet again." Its fragments quickly vanished. Their unusual actions made Mo Bing suddenly realize something, and he was horrified. Qin Yu turned to him in confusion. "Old Mo, what's wrong?" Mo Bing urgently warned. "Run," he growled. His words made Qin Yu even more panicked. "Hey, you can't be serious?" Mo Bing reached his limit and struggled to hold on, his hands clawing painfully long marks into the ground. Mo Shui rushed to her brother's side. She looked at Qin Yu and begged, "Mr. Qin, please save my brother. You're so strong. You must have a way." Qin Yu hesitated and said, I can kill him." He did have a way to stop it, but saving him. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and offered, "I can try." Qin Yu looked at the person, slightly surprised. Ziye. Ziye once again used her ability on Mo Bing. Even if she couldn't save Mr. Mo, she could at least temporarily stop his actions. Little Yu, worried about her condition, asked, "But you were just injured. Are you sure you're okay?" Ziye affirmed resolutely, "I'm fine." Her magic quickly enveloped Mo Bing. If I can save someone, being a little tired is nothing. With Ziye's help, Mo Bing's rampage quickly subsided. Seeing this, Mo Shui was overjoyed and approached her brother to check on him. From high above, not far away, someone was quietly observing the situation. "Why has the Ice Serpent King's aura weakened?" Xiong Xing couldn't believe what had just happened. Could he have been dealt with? Impossible. From behind him, large tentacles were poised to strike. The tentacles wrapped around Xiong Xing, stunning him. He struggled to break free, but couldn't. He thought to himself that his god was calling him, but he wasn't finished yet. Flying Snow City is still. He was dragged through a large vortex. Immediately after, the vortex slowly vanished from the sky. On the other side of the vortex, Jiangxing was thrown hard onto the floor, struggling. The god he spoke of was coldly reprimanding him. Little Jiangxing, you've ruined everything. She was furious and slammed her fist down, clenching her hand tightly. Do you have anything else to say for yourself? Xiangxing prostrated himself on the ground, hastily making excuses. My god. Two more people suddenly appeared in Flying Snow City. Really? Suddenly, around the hall, there appeared a bizarre red aura, and a loud echo rang out, terrifying everyone present. Lord Mo Sheng. The goddess stared in confusion at the large, glowing stone slab. Lord Mo Sheng, are you still alive? On the stone slab, a line of strange characters appeared along with Mo Sheng's demonic voice. This lord is not dead. Are you all very surprised? The goddess immediately cowered in submission. Yuan, who was beside her, quickly began to flatter him. We wouldn't dare. We are overjoyed beyond words. Lord Mo Sheng has suddenly awakened. Do you have any instructions for us? The being, Mo Sheng, continued. The Gemini of the prophecy have appeared. Bring that girl to me. The goddess exclaimed in shock. Lord Mo Sheng, we have already observed them. She couldn't help but feel bewildered as she recalled that girl. Although that girl's aptitude is outstanding among humans, she is still worthless. Why do you command us to bring her here? Mo Sheng once again grew angry and reprimanded her. You fool, that girl carries this lord's holy relic. Suddenly, he looked towards Xiangxing and spoke with frustration. It's just that we are sealed in this godforsaken place, and Xiangxing is a useless piece of trash. Mo Sheng understood the meaning and released a stream of magic that enveloped him, although this lord cannot break my own seal. A brilliant red light teleported the goddess and Yuan out of the hall. But sending two weak ants like you outside is as easy as flipping my hand. Mo Sheng once again emphasized the mission he had given. Capture that girl for me at once. A brilliant red pillar of light appeared in the sky, along with Mo Sheng's treacherous voice. The future of the Dark Aberration clan now rests on you. The two gods received their orders and replied clearly in unison. We will do our utmost. Xiangxing looked at their sinister appearance and was terrified, thinking to himself that they had really gotten out. He hurriedly knelt down to flatter them. Congratulations. Congratulations to the gods for successfully escaping. One of the excited gods reached a hand towards Xiangxing. Little Xiangxing is as polite as ever. Xiangxing was quickly and brutally devoured by the two gods. Elsewhere, Qin Yu's group was gathered together after the intense battle. Mo Bing exclaimed gratefully, if it weren't for you, I would have lost my life. Then he asked Qin Yu about his future plans. Brother Qin, what are your plans next? If you have nowhere else to go, why not stay in Flying Snow City? Mo Bing showed his appreciation for talented people. You are all benefactors of Flying Snow City. I will treat you all like my own flesh and blood. But Qin Yu bluntly refused his good intentions. City Lord Mo, the matter of Flying Snow City is over. We will be leaving tomorrow. Mo Bing, with some regret, tried to persuade them to stay. In such a hurry? Why not stay a few more days? Qin Yu once again declined his invitation. We appreciate the City Lord's kind offer, but we have other matters to attend to. Mo Bing had no choice but to agree. All right, he couldn't very well force them to stay, so he could only hope they would meet again. Then I'll have someone prepare some food for you, and you must come back when you have time. Snowdrift City will always welcome you all. Qin Yu turned his gaze towards Ziye and advised her, Xiao Ye, we have to leave Snowdrift City. The world outside is much more dangerous than this place, so maybe you should stay here. Qin Yu then turned to Mo Bing with a request. City Lord Mo, this girl is from the Snowdrift realm. She's only with us because her parents were harmed. Could you please help me look after her? Mo Bing readily agreed. Not a problem. Miss Feng is my benefactor, so I will not treat her poorly. Ziye looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't find a moment to interrupt. She lowered her head sadly, causing a concerned Xiao Yu to ask, Ziye, what is it? Ziye spoke with a slight tremble in her voice. Sister Xiao Yu. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow and said with utmost seriousness, I want to go with you too. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Xiao Yu's heart softened as she looked at Qin Yu pleadingly. Please let Ziye come with us. Qin Yu couldn't bear to see the little girl so sad, so he agreed. All right then. Elsewhere, a wolf's paw padded silently along the ground as it lamented. Damn it, just you wait until I complete my next evolution. The large wolf growled in fury. I will definitely find them and get my revenge. It astutely noticed a figure slowly approaching from ahead. Someone's coming, it muttered suspiciously. Could this be trouble? The other person glanced at the wolf disdainfully. A wolf. Augustus looked at the wolf with interest and remarked, Excellent. I just so happen to be in need of a weapon. The wolf angrily demanded, Who are you? Augustus slowly introduced himself. My name is Augustus. The wolf cautiously sized up the man before it. Augustus, you are not human, not from the Snowdrift realm. Augustus gave a mysterious smile. and stated precisely, "I am not a person of this era." His words left the wolf stunned. "You're not from this era?" It roared in anger and lunged forward to attack Augustus, sick of his mysterious act. Its sharp claws were about to tear into his face, but he remained perfectly calm, remarking, "A mutated beast with intelligence rivaling a human's, quite rare in this day and age." With a single, effortless move, Augustus sent the large wolf flying backward. He looked with great satisfaction at its paw, which was being corroded by his dark aura. "This will do nicely to replenish my energy." Augustus calmly glanced back, where the wolf was now desperately trying to escape. How can a monster like this exist? As it fled for its life, it thought, "He's too strong. Is he really human? Why is he so powerful?" Augustus raised his hand to use his power, but not without a compliment. Still quite clever. However, he also scorned the creature that had dared to attack him. "A pity. You're just too weak." Just as he was about to use his magic, something suddenly happened. He clutched his chest, wondering in confusion, "What is this?" This pain made him realize something. Whenever he was about to get even a little bit serious, this sensation would suppress him. Could this be a restriction imposed by this era? But since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. Whatever. Augustus strolled casually through the snow, muttering with determination, "As long as I can get the treasure that girl has, none of these things will be a problem." A short while later, he arrived at the city gate, where two soldiers were checking people before allowing entry. "This is Snowdrift City. Are you here to join us? You can enter the city as long as you pass our inspection." However, this concept seemed a bit foreign to him. An inspection? His confusion prompted one of the soldiers to ask sarcastically, "Are you an evolver or something? Where'd you come from?" He probably didn't understand the implication behind the two soldiers' shared glance, so he just answered, "An evolver. You could call me that. I come from a very faraway place, one I probably can't ever return to." Suddenly, one of the soldiers asked him, "Have you ever eaten human flesh?" He thought for a moment before answering honestly, "Human flesh? Yes, I've eaten quite a lot, maybe 8 or 9,000 people, but I later found it didn't increase my power by much, and it makes you go crazy, so I stopped." After Augustus gave this answer, the faces of the two soldiers fell, and one of them exclaimed in horror, My ability confirms it, he's telling the truth." Realizing the danger, that soldier immediately pointed his gun at him and demanded, "Please leave Snowdrift City immediately. We do not accept cannibals here." Of course, he wasn't about to just leave. His voice was grim as he said, "Leave? I'm afraid I can't do that. I have important business here." Moreover, he even had the audacity to warn the two soldiers, "I'd advise you not to get in my way." They ignored his words and simply shouted, "Enough of your nonsense." Just as they were about to fire and eliminate this piece of trash, before the soldier could even finish his sentence, he collapsed, managing to utter one final word, "Alarm." Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Mo Shui's brother asked, "How do you all plan on leaving?" He explained their current predicament. "From what I know, the Snowdrift realm is completely sealed off by snow-capped mountains. There's no way out." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu stated, "I can just fly out directly." His words made the man ask in confusion, "Fly out?" Instead of answering him directly, Qin Yu simply stood up slowly. Then something suddenly materialized from his back. It was a pair of wings. This spectacle left Mo Shui's brother astonished, and he exclaimed, "Brother Qin, how are you able to control your ability so well?" Qin Yu answered hesitantly, "This?" He recalled a time when he was traveling with Xiao Yu and Ru Hua, when something happened that left them all bewildered, wondering, "What is going on?" Suddenly, Xiao Yu cried out in pain, startling him and causing him to shout, "Xiao Yu!" At that very moment, he himself suddenly, realizing the problem, even though it had closed, the pressure from this spatial passage was too immense. Could someone be pulling strings from the shadows? Suddenly, he saw a building within the spatial rift, and he seemed to sense that something was wrong. Inside that rift, Qin Yu accidentally saw a figure sitting on a throne, bound tightly. This person suddenly woke up, his eyes opened and faced the rift that Qin Yu was looking into. He didn't pay much attention to him but stared intently at Xiao Yu, because he knew who she was, a fragment of the Dark Aberrant clan's sacred artifact. Greed ignited within him. "If I have that, even if I risk severe injury to break the seal now, I can quickly recover to my strongest state." He struggled with all his might to break free. Seeing the situation was dire, Qin Yu hurriedly commanded, "Beast Flower, get us out of here now!" As soon as the flower beast transported them away, he couldn't help but exclaim, "That monster is too dangerous." Back in reality, he recounted this story to Mo Shui's brother. "A powerful enemy was hunting us, and to survive the chase, I desperately practiced controlling my flame ability, and now I can control the flame into many simple structures." This story explained why he could control his powers so well. "Although I can't maintain it for long, it was enough for me to get the two of them out of the flying snow realm." Hearing this, Mo Shui's brother had to exclaim, "Brother Qin, you are truly a natural prodigy. You will surely go far in life. I wish you success soon. Flying Snow City will always welcome you." Seeing his goodwill, Qin Yu, along with Xiao Yu and Mo Shui, raised their glasses for a toast. At the same time, outside, a pair of feet stood firmly in the snow. At Augustus's feet lay a squad of soldiers he had annihilated. He walked step by step towards the mansion in front of him, and looking through the window, he saw Qin Yu's group. He joyfully muttered, "Found you." His shadow was cast upon the window. Suddenly, he leaped inside through the window, landing casually in the room. His appearance made Qin Yu go on high alert, shouting, "Who's there?" Just then, Oli suddenly screamed, "Augustus is here!" The name it called out made Qin Yu wonder. Augustus? Seeing his confusion, it quickly explained, "He is my original master, one of the strongest of the Star Tribe." It also revealed that the ruin where you two found me was built to seal him. Suddenly, Augustus lunged forward and muttered, "There's no mistake." He approached Xiao Yu and shouted with glee, "It's the fragment of the Dark Aberrant clan's sacred artifact." The moment he tried to grab Xiao Yu, Qin Yu stepped in to stop him, shouting a warning, "Watch out!" However, as soon as he touched him, he felt an abnormal change in his hand. "What is this? My hand is slowly turning black and rotting." Ole quickly explained, "Augustus's ability is destruction. Don't make any physical contact with him." Hearing this, he quickly asked, "Is there any way to deal with him?" It also replied helplessly, "No." It then warned him, "He's way stronger than you guys. Run now." After making contact with Qin Yu, Augustus himself recognized the golden bloodline power developed through Ole. He rushed towards Qin Yu and didn't forget to give him a compliment. Not bad, to have evolved to this level in such a short time. However, as usual, he still added a criticism, "But you're still too weak." Just then, something suddenly enveloped him. The one who acted was Mo Shui's brother. He shouted in a panic, "Get out of here now." He was trying to freeze Augustus for a short time to give everyone a chance to escape. "I can't hold him for long." However, Qin Yu himself realized something. "We can't outrun him, so we might as well risk it all." Just as he finished his sentence, Augustus broke free. The pressure from him slammed Qin Yu straight into a wall. Seeing this, Xiao Yu cried out worriedly, "Brother!" Even while frozen, he could still hear what he said, so he praised him, a wise judgment. But despite the praise, he still looked down on his abilities. "Too bad your skills don't match your brain." Suddenly, where did that tongue come from? Two strangers appeared and used their tongues to wrap around Augustus's arms. One of them laughed smugly, "So strong, eating him will definitely let me evolve again." His companion agreed, "Yuan, let's rip him in half." So the two of them used all their strength, trying to tear Augustus in two. "We'll each get a half." However, they pulled and pulled but got nowhere. The strange woman wondered in confusion, "Why is his body so tough?" Her companion named Yuan shouted, "Put some muscle into it." Augustus was getting a little annoyed with these two flies. "Are you two done pulling?" After asking, he grabbed the tongues wrapped around him and forcefully threw the two of them aside. "Die for me." Then he took a closer look at the two and realized, the Dark Aberrant clan. Hearing this name, Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise, "This is the Dark Aberrant clan?" Xiao Yu didn't care what clan they were from and just pouted, criticizing, "They're so ugly." The one named Yuan, with the long tongue, proudly introduced, "That's right, we are Yuan and Gu Hua of the Dark Aberrant clan." Then he turned to question Augustus, "You're not from this era either, are you? Quickly state your name." Augustus coolly introduced himself. "I am Augustus, a warrior of the Star Tribe." His identity, once revealed, stunned the two members of the Dark Aberrant clan. Yuan was horrified and screamed, "You're Augustus, the strongest warrior of the Star Tribe?" Not bothering to argue with them, Augustus stepped forward and asked, "You dare to ambush me?" He radiated killing intent, "And you two from the Dark Aberrant race, kneel immediately, and I might spare your lives." However, the one named Yuan showed no fear and even taunted him back. "Augustus, if you had even 1/10 of your power, from your peak, we would have knelt and begged for mercy without a second thought. It looks like this guy is eager to die for taunting him, but looking at you now, you don't even have 1/1000th of your peak strength, do you?" Feeling humiliated, he decided to teach this guy a lesson. "How dare a couple of nobodies be so insolent to me?" Just as he was about to strike, someone called out to him, "Lord Augustus." It turns out this Yuan guy was being malicious, wanting to take care of Qin Yu's group first. Why don't we deal with these people first? After all, we are races from the same era, and if we fight to the point of mutual destruction, wouldn't we just be playing right into the hands of these ants? Seeing the situation was about to become more dangerous, Qin Yu turned and said, "Xiao Yu, let me borrow your necklace for a second." His words startled her, and she let out a small, "Huh," but she handed the necklace to him anyway. All right, with the necklace in hand, he thought that even though this thing is precious, we don't know how to use it, so in the end, it's just of limited value. Tossing the necklace towards them, he yelled, "You might as well have it." Seeing such a valuable item being thrown, Yuan quickly shot out his tongue to grab it, but his mouth,